In the world of Naruto, Shinju Chinya awakens his past life memories in a unique system. At the moment of this awakening, he finds himself cast out by the Uchiha clan due to the tragic loss of his parents. Despite possessing the formidable bloodlines of the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans, he nearly faces starvation on the streets. Fortunately, he is taken in by the head of the Akimichi clan and becomes classmates with Minato Namikaze. While others practice the basic transformations, Chinya's system rewards him with the freezing fruit. Under the guidance of Tsunade and with the attention of Mito, he quietly rises, destined to reach the pinnacle of the ninja world. Chapter 1. Shinju Chinya. 30 years in Konoha. Welcome back, Chinya. In the living room, a voice called out. A man with short black hair and neatly styled bangs, dressed in a black long robe adorned with a prominent red food symbol on his jonin vest, stood there. His name is Akimichi Torikaze. In his youth, he was a peer of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Mito Kaze, and Nara Shikaku at the Konoha Ninja Academy, directly supervised by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. After their promotion to Jonin, the six of them joined Tobarama's elite guard. Since the ascension of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Akimichi Torikaze has been responsible for the defense of Konoha. Indeed, Uncle Torikaze, replied a 6-year-old boy with messy black hair, dressed in a fitted white long-sleeve shirt and black casual pants, exuding a charming, youthful presence. His name is Shinju Chinya. Born in Konoha 24 years ago, tragedy struck when Chinya's parents perished on a mission when he was just 5 years old. Devastated, Chinya awakened the memories of his past life, realizing that the world he inhabited was that of the manga Naruto, which he had once known. Alongside these memories, he also awakened a system with 2 capabilities. The first allows him to sign in once a month, with the quality of rewards entirely dependent on his luck, ranging from items of the highest order to the most common tools. The second feature involves the issuance of tasks, completion of which earns corresponding rewards. Upon awakening, Chinya received his first task. Task: successfully enroll in the Konoha Ninja Academy. Reward: 1 freezing fruit of the nature type. This task was exceedingly simple, essentially akin to a novice's starter pack from the system. However, Chinya's greatest distress lay in the revelation that he bore the bloodlines of the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans. His father belonged to the Senju clan, while his mother hailed from the Uchiha. He was, in essence, a child of a prominent lineage, with his grandmother being from the Uzumaki clan. After his parents' demise, he was expelled from the Uchiha clan. Initially known as Uchiha Chinya, he reverted to his father's surname, Shinju, upon his expulsion. A 5-year-old without the protection of a clan could scarcely survive, and just as despair loomed, Akimichi Torikaze sought him out and subsequently adopted him. Torikaze, a mentor to Chinya's father, even helped him with his name, allowing Chinya to regain a semblance of tranquility in his life. Understanding that power is paramount in this world, Chinya, with the exceptional bloodlines of the 3 top clans and the aid of his system, quickly demonstrated remarkable talent in his early training. Torikaze was elated upon realizing Chinya's potential. Since his adoption, Torikaze treated Chinya as his own child, as he had no offspring of his own. This deep respect from Chinya stems from the knowledge that without Torikaze, he might have perished from hunger. Regrettably, a year passed without Chinya signing in for anything of substantial value, receiving only shurikens, kunai, explosive tags, or meager amounts of chakra. With such illustrious bloodlines, how could he lack chakra? The Senju blood alone could potentially elevate him to the level of a Chunin, not to mention the advantages afforded by his Uzumaki lineage. Chinya understood that only tasks would yield significant rewards, as the probability of receiving valuable items from sign-ins seemed depressingly low. He resolved to focus on task completion instead. What's on your mind? Akimichi Torikaze inquired, noticing Chinya lost in thought at the doorway. Nothing at all. Chinya shook his head in response. All right, come and eat. Torikaze beckoned. Sure, Uncle Torikaze. After removing his shoes, Chinya made his way to the dining table, where an array of dishes awaited. He couldn't help but display a wry smile. The Akimichi clan was known for their hearty appetites, a testament to their wealth and the resources required to sustain such a large family. Torikaze, as the current clan leader, exemplified this abundance. The Akimichi clan was harmonious, and since Chinya moved in, he had never faced any hostility. He grew fond of this family. After dinner, Chinya retreated to his room, sitting cross-legged on his bed to refine his chakra. Time slipped away, and eventually, he opened his eyes, signifying the end of his chakra refinement for the day. With a thought, he accessed his system panel. Host, Senju Chinya. Age, 6 years. Chakra attributes, wind, fire, lightning, yin-yang. Total chakra, 2.5, standard genin. Ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball. Technique, fire release. Dragon fire technique, fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet, wind release. Great breakthrough, lightning release. Body flicker technique, shadow clone. Technique, talent, proficient in ninjutsu, 50. Basic taijutsu, 75. Basic chakra control, 65. Untrained in kenjutsu, untrained in swordsmanship, untrained in chakra nature. Transformation, untrained in space-time techniques. Levels, beginner, proficient, master, perfect. Each stage upgrades automatically upon reaching 100. Bloodline limit, 1 Tomo Sharingan. Items, Shuriken X20, Kunai X30, explosive tags X60, military rations pills X50, 1 ordinary iron sword. Evaluation, congratulations host, from weakling to combat-ready ninja, a mere pawn at the genin level. Seeing that evaluation made Chinya's lip twitch. Nonetheless, he was satisfied with his current status. From having nothing to this point in just a year was commendable. As for the Sharingan, he had awakened it upon learning of his parents' sacrifice. Unfortunately, Torike's only possessed fire release abilities, meaning if Chinya wished to learn other elemental ninjutsu, he would have to devise his own means. He had already contemplated researching the Rasengan and Chidori, confident that his familiarity with the original story would guide him. However, his current strength remained insufficient. He also considered that the best course of action was to seek Tsunade as a mentor, which would grant him access to Uzumaki Mido and her sealing techniques, an enticing prospect, given his own Uzumaki heritage. Regrettably, Tsunade had been away on missions and had yet to return. Yet, Chinya devised a plan to attract her attention. In a few days, he would begin attending school and aim to showcase his talent to catch the third Hokage's eye. Chiba believes that the third Hokage will undoubtedly seek to recruit him, and the best candidate for this task is none other than his disciple. This presents an opportunity to connect with Tsunade. After all, being of 3 clan bloodlines in Konoha makes him exceptionally unique, which brings both advantages and disadvantages. There is also another individual in Konoha, the dark and scheming Danzo. Currently, Chiba is under the care of Akimichi Torafu, and he trusts that Danzo will not overtly target him, but he is certain that covert manipulations will abound. Thus, Chiba feels an urgent need to grow stronger, ensuring that his fate remains firmly in his own hands. Chapter 2. The Ninja Academy. Time swiftly passes. Today marks the day of Chiba's enrollment at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Early in the morning, Chiba arrives at the academy. Initially, Torafu intended to accompany him, but Chiba politely declined. At the entrance of the school, a crowd has gathered. Chiba, a voice calls out from beside him. Turning, Chiba's face lights up with a smile as he responds. Kakuzu, Hachi, T. It's you. Indeed, these 3 are none other than Akimichi T, Nara Kakuzu, and Yamanaka Hachi from his childhood. They form the trio known as the Boar, Deer, Butterfly of the Minato era, and are the fathers of the future 12 ninja warriors. Akimichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino. Having been taken in by Akimichi Torafu, Chiba became acquainted with T, who subsequently introduced him to the other 2. Over the course of a year, the 4 have forged a strong friendship. What have you been busy with these days, Chiba? We hardly see you. T inquires. I've been training, which is why I haven't sought you out. Chiba explains. Chiba, you truly are diligent. Hachi remarks with admiration. Such a hassle. Kakuzu interjects with a hint of annoyance. His personality mirrors that of Shikamaru in the future, an indolent youth who prefers to lounge rather than exert himself. It is no wonder that Shikamaru frequently complains about the trouble. It appears to be hereditary. After a brief exchange, the enrollment ceremony commences. On the school playground, the third Hokage, clad in his Hokage robes, ascends the platform. With a warm smile, he begins his oration, recalling how the previous Hokages shaped the village and urging the new generation, who carry the will of fire, to uphold the future of Konoha. He emphasizes that the flames of fire will continue to illuminate the village, nurturing the budding leaves. The phrase "wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire shall endure" is reiterated multiple times. The new students, captivated by the Hokage's impassioned speech, are inspired to clench their fists and vow to become Hokage themselves, contributing to the village's prosperity. Chiba, however, rolls his eyes in response. It is a shame that the third Hokage does not engage in pyramid schemes. The level of brainwashing is truly remarkable. Had he not awakened his past memories, he might have been swept up in the fervor like the others. Finally, just as Chiba begins to feel drowsy, the third Hokage concludes his speech. Following this, the teachers begin to call the roll and assign classes. As expected, Chiba is placed in the same class as Akimichi T, Nara Kakuzu, and Yamanaka Hachi. He also hears the name Namikaze's Minato mentioned. It must be said that the young Minato possesses a somewhat effeminate demeanor. Before long, Chiba follows the teacher into the classroom. He chooses a seat at the back by the window, deliberately avoiding sitting with T and the others, who are in the middle. If you were to doze off during class, it would be far too easy to be noticed. After all, Chiba was a poor student in his past life. If he were to focus on theoretical studies, it would be inevitable that he would succumb to sleep. The Konoha Ninja Academy's curriculum consists of 3 stages: foundational education, ninjutsu training, and practical applications. Today marks the first day, which comprises cultural courses including history, philosophy, physics, chemistry, and natural sciences, establishing a theoretical basis for future ninjutsu studies. There will be no practical training in the first year. Chiba begins to contemplate whether he can utilize shadow clones to attend school in the first year, as these classes are merely foundational. His true self could find a secluded spot to train. As long as he remains cautious with his shadow clones, he should go unnoticed. The shadow clone technique took several days of persuasion to obtain from Akimichi Torufu. Suddenly, a voice resonates in Chiba's mind, breaking his reverie. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task." "Oh, really?" Chiba exclaims inwardly, excitement bubbling within him. The power of the freeze fruit enables him to turn any part of his body into ice and create freezing air capable of immobilizing anything it touches, rendering him immune to physical attacks. He can freeze all matter and forge weapons from the freezing air. The mere immunity to physical attacks is exhilarating. As long as he desires, taijutsu cannot harm him. Only ninjutsu and genjutsu would pose a threat. Moreover, he possesses ice abilities that surpass ice release. This newfound power greatly enhances his strength. Now, Chiba eagerly anticipates the end of the day, yearning to consume the fruit. As evening descends, the day's classes finally conclude. Chiba does not rush home. Instead, he bids farewell to T and the others at the school gate. Alone, he ventures into the forest to the east of Konoha Village. This secluded location has served as Chiba's training ground for the past year, rarely frequented by others. His purpose for coming here is twofold: to consume the freeze fruit and to train. Having spent the entire day at school, he lacked the time to complete his training. Thus, he plans to finish today's regimen after school. This further solidifies his resolve to utilize shadow clones for attending classes. After all, he understands the principle that training is akin to rowing upstream. Not to advance is to drop back. With determination, Chiba retrieves the freeze fruit from his system space. The fruit resembles a pineapple in appearance, but is notably smaller. Without hesitation, he takes a bite. Ugh! The taste is overwhelmingly unpleasant, and he begins to is it really this awful? Must I consume the entire thing, or is a single bite sufficient? Regardless, I'll just swallow it whole. With that, Chiba stuffs the entire fruit into his mouth, enduring the urge to gag as he swallows it down. Moments later, he feels a transformation within his body. The temperature around him plummets, and ice crystals form in the air. As his hand brushes against a nearby tree, it instantly freezes. Wow, this is incredible. The chakra consumption is minimal. This is a divine technique. I recall being able to develop numerous skills from this. For instance, ice blades, ice orbs, ice walls, long-range freezing capsules, and a devastating ultimate move, the Ice Age. It seems he has much to research moving forward. This ability far surpasses the ice release scene in the Naruto series. While Chiba immerses himself in study, he suddenly hears a noise and, on guard, calls out, "Who's there?" As he speaks, a child emerges from behind a tree, roughly his age, with strikingly bright blonde hair. With such distinct features, Chiba instantly recognizes him as Namikaze Minato. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I didn't know anyone was here." Minato expresses, his face filled with apologies, that it's fine. Chiba replies, shaking his head. "Hello. I'm Namikaze's Minato, your classmate. Minato introduces himself. Hello, I know. I'm Kamikaze Chiba. Chiba responds. Are you cultivating here? Watergate inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Chinya nodded in affirmation. May I join you in your cultivation? Upon hearing this, Chinya was momentarily taken aback, yet he eventually nodded in agreement. Seeing Chinya's approval, Watergate beamed with a smile as radiant as the sun. This was precisely what Chinya desired, as his progress in physical training had been rather sluggish. A year had passed, allowing him to hone his physique, and now he required a sparring partner for combat practice. Watergate, being of a similar age, was perfectly suited for this purpose. Consequently, Chinya set aside his intentions to explore the frozen fruit for the time being. The two swiftly engaged in combat. To Chinya's astonishment, Watergate's martial prowess was exceptionally formidable, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Truly, he was destined to become the future Golden Flash. Chapter 3. A year of growth. 1 year later, at the Konoha training ground, two figures were engaged in an intense exchange of blows. The sound of their strikes resonating in the air. One man bore a slight smile as he landed a kick to the abdomen of the other, sending him flying backward, rolling several times on the ground. The blond-haired man, clutching his stomach, managed to utter, Chiba, stop. You hit too hard, it hurts. Hey, Minato. Chiba replied with a nonchalant shrug. If I went easy on you, it would be a sign of disrespect. Only through genuine practice can we truly progress. After a brief pause on the ground, Minato stood up and dusted himself off. You're such a freak. We trained together, yet you improve so rapidly, he remarked, a hint of envy in his voice. How should I know? I can't exactly tell him I have a system. Chiba thought to himself. All right, let us call it a day. I'll treat you to ramen. With that, he threw an arm around Minato's shoulders and headed out of the training ground. Before long, they arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. As they stepped inside, the owner greeted them with a warm smile. It's Chiba and Minato. Just finished training, I see. Yes. Uncle Tucci, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Please, Chiba replied with a nod. Sure thing. You two sit tight. The noodles will be ready shortly, Tucci assured them. At present, Tucci was in his 20s, and since Ichiraku Ramen was a cherished memory for many from Chiba's past life, he frequently visited for its unmatched flavor. The restaurant was not overly crowded, allowing Chiba and Minato to find a cozy spot to sit. Before long, their ramen was served. Chiba clasped his hands together and exclaimed, Itadakamasu. He didn't particularly wish to conform to local customs, but he resigned himself to it. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, pipe and mouth, inquired. So what do you think? Are you interested in taking on these two as apprentices? A crystal ball displayed the recent battle between Chiba and Minato, showcasing the third's signature technique, the telescope jutsu. Standing before him were his 3 disciples, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. You can observe a bit longer, no rush. By the way, this Kamiyu Chiba possesses the bloodline of the Senju clan. Tsunade, I hope you can take him under your wing. His situation is quite unique, and I trust you will guide him well. The third spoke with a grave tone. Understood, old man. What a hassle. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Haha. I find this one called Minato quite intriguing. I'd like to observe him a while longer, Jiraiya chuckled, scratching his head. Orochimaru remained expressionless, silently observing without a word. All right, you've just returned. Take a few days to rest, the third Hokage concluded. After exchanging farewells, the trio departed. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes, quietly puffing on his pipe. Kamiyu Chiba, huh? Perhaps he could be utilized to keep the Uchiha clan in check. After all, he was cast out by them, so he must harbor some resentment, which we can leverage. With the guidance of the Senju, I believe this young lad will become a remarkable inheritor of the will of fire. At that moment, Chiba had just returned home. Sign in. Congratulations. Host has acquired the jutsu. Lightning release. Chidori. Wow, this is fantastic. I was planning to start researching it myself, but I didn't expect the system to just hand it to me. Except jutsu. As Chiba spoke, memories flooded into his mind. So that is how it works. This system is quite beneficial. The jutsu acquired through signing in can be utilized immediately without the need for study. This is splendid. After forming several hand seals, a high-voltage current resembling a blade manifested from Chiba's right hand, accompanied by a cacophony akin to 1,000 birds chirping. Wow, this consumes a lot of chakra. Just one use has drained a significant portion of my chakra, and this is merely an A-rank jutsu. If I were to attempt an S rank like Raikiri, I would likely exhaust all my chakra in one go. My chakra is still too limited. If only I could obtain Ashura's chakra, though he possessed the Senju bloodline. It was not comparable to that of Hashirama Senju. The Senju bloodline, inherited from Ashura, the son of the Sage of Six Paths, was also the legacy of the ninja god, Hashirama Senju. Merely having the Senju bloodline did not grant Chiba the same strength as the first Hokage. The standard Senju bloodline merely enhanced one's vitality and chakra reserves beyond that of ordinary ninja. In contrast, Hashirama was the reincarnation of Ashura, inheriting the physical prowess bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths, making him unparalleled. With a thought, Chiba opened the system panel. Host, Chiba, age, 7 years, chakra attributes, wind, fire, lightning, earth, yin, yang, total chakra, 23 standard Chunin jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, fire release, dragon fire technique, fire release, fire dragon flame bomb, wind release, great breakthrough, lightning release, body flicker, lightning release, Chidori, shadow clone technique, ice blade, ice ball, ice wall, frozen time capsule. Ice Age. Talents. Master of ninjutsu, 20, Master of taijutsu, 30, Master of chakra control, 25, Mastery of chakra nature transformation, 30, Beginner in swordsmanship, 20. Not yet initiated in kenjutsu, not yet initiated in space ninjutsu, level distinctions. Beginner, proficient, master, perfect. Each stage automatically upgrades upon reaching 100. Bloodline limit. 2 Tomo Sharingan, Ice Fruit. Items. Black Blade. Autumn Water, Shuriken x50, Kunai x80, Explosive Tags x70, Food Pills x50, 1 Regular Iron Sword. Evaluation. Congratulations, host has shed the moniker of cannon fodder. Keep up the good work. It was evident that over the course of the year, Chiba had made remarkable progress. Not only developing the ability of the ice fruit, but also enhancing his innate skills significantly. The sign-in granted Chiba a new earth attribute jutsu and a blade. Autumn Water. A black blade is one of the famed dado of the Wano country, previously wielded by the swordsman Ryuma, known as a national treasure. Autumn Water is relatively heavy, yet its length is comparable to other swords, featuring a thick spine and a blade adorned with a chaotic serrated pattern, dark purple in color with red jagged markings. This blade is incredibly resilient, capable of withstanding the weight of a dinosaur without bending even a millimeter. While it is a dense weapon, Chiba was still too young to wield the black blade effectively. Nevertheless, he was thrilled to have acquired such a renowned weapon, as he truly lacked a suitable armament. However, the system issued a second task. Task: become Tsunade's apprentice. Reward: healing technique, holy healing light. Unfortunately, Chiba had not encountered Tsunade at all during the year, so the task would have to remain on hold for the time being. Chapter 4. School Combat Duel. The following day, at the Ninja Academy playground. Due to the practical training scheduled for the day, Chiba had to make his way to school himself, as using shadow clones in a battle with others was still somewhat precarious. Minato, do you think we might end up in the same group today? Chiba asked, a mischievous grin on his face. Hearing this, Minato's lips twitched. To be honest, he didn't want to face Chiba in a match, as he was currently no match for him. It shouldn't be that coincidental, right? He replied nervously. Just then, the teacher's voice rang out. Next up, it's Bluffing Minato versus Chiba. Upon hearing this, Chiba broke into a smile and stepped up onto the stage. Minato, wearing a resigned expression, shook his head and followed him onto the platform. The students below began to murmur amongst themselves. Wow, I didn't expect Chiba to be so handsome. Indeed, I never noticed before. Minato is quite good looking too. Absolutely. Go Minato. Go Chiba. In the center of the arena, Chiba and Minato stood 20 paces apart. Minato, I won't go easy on you. Chiba, although I know I am currently not your match, I will not give up. After speaking, both Chiba and Minato formed the tiger seal with their right hands to show respect to their opponent. Begin. With the teacher's voice ringing out, Chiba made the first move. His chakra coalesced in his throat, forming a searing vortex. He clasped his hands together, chanting the seals: snake, horse, monkey, boar. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball erupted from his mouth, rapidly expanding to a 5-meter diameter, accompanied by a wave of heat surging forth. Minato's eyes flickered with orange flames as he swiftly formed seals with his hands. A sudden whirlwind swept through the training ground. Wind style, vacuum wave. The air compressed into transparent blades, slicing through the massive fireball with precision and heading towards Chiba. Chiba sidestepped to evade the wind blade and exclaimed in astonishment, "Minato, I didn't expect you to have such depth. You can use this B-rank wind style?" Minato chuckled in response. "I just learned it recently." After speaking, Chiba vanished in a flash, appearing behind Minato, launching a punch at his back. Minato reacted swiftly, dodging to the side and countering with an elbow strike, which Chiba blocked with both hands. The two engaged in a fervent taijutsu battle, leaving the spectators in disbelief at the remarkable display. Even the teacher was taken aback, realizing that these two were exceptionally skilled. Their mastery of ninjutsu and proficiency in physical combat surpassed that of many lower-ranked ninjas. "I didn't expect Chiba to be this formidable," Senju remarked. "Minato is impressive as well," Hai added. "What a freak," Rikuju commented. While they discussed the match, Chiba and Minato had exchanged several techniques, employing various ninja tools and occasionally using the shadow clone technique. However, as the battle progressed, Minato began to fall behind. While Chiba matched Minato in physical prowess, he lacked the stamina. Over time, Minato would eventually struggle to keep up. Seizing the opportunity, Chiba executed a spinning kick, sending Minato flying. Minato cried out in pain but quickly steadied himself and raised his hand, signaling his surrender. Upon hearing this, Chiba also halted his movements. The two then formed the reconciliation seal. After a moment, the onlookers finally reacted, exclaiming in awe, "Incredible. Yes, indeed. I didn't expect Minato and Chiba to be so skilled. What an exhilarating battle." The teacher stepped forward, raising his hand and declaring, "The battle is over. The victor is Kamikaze Chiba." The two nodded at the teacher and then descended from the stage. Meanwhile, three individuals observing from the shadows exchanged glances. "These two kids are quite impressive. They possess remarkable talent," Jiraiya said with a smile. "Indeed, especially Kamikaze Chiba. He hasn't even shown his true abilities," Orochimaru remarked coldly, licking his lips. "Tsunade, you've struck gold," Jiraiya exclaimed. "Let's wait and see," Tsunade replied, shaking her head. After Tsunade learned of Chiba's Senju lineage, she had inquired about him from her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido. To her surprise, this young boy was actually a distant relative. His grandmother was her grandmother's cousin, making him her younger brother. "I should find a time to connect with him," she thought. Soon, the day's practical training came to a close. Undoubtedly, Chiba emerged victorious, as those who had witnessed his prowess opted to forfeit when facing him, unwilling to endure unnecessary punishment. In the evening, Chiba and Minato headed to the training ground together. After a year of camaraderie, they had become very good friends. Suddenly, a young woman appeared before them, with delicate features and long golden hair tied in a ponytail. Chiba recognized her immediately. It was Tsunade, the one he had longed for over the past 2 years. At only 18 years of age, she had yet to develop into the formidable figure she would become. Chiba furrowed his brow and curiously inquired, "Excuse me, do you need something? Are you Kamikaze Chiba?" Tsunade asked. "Yes, is there something you need from me?" Chiba nodded. "Come with me." With that, Tsunade turned and walked away. "Chiba, are you going?" Minato asked with concern, unsure if this unexpected encounter was a blessing or a curse. At this time, the legendary three had not yet gained fame, which is why Minato did not recognize the woman. Chiba recalled that the title of the legendary three was bestowed upon Tsunade and her companions by Hanzo during the latter stage of the Second Great Ninja War. And since it was only the 31st year of Konoha, the war would not erupt until the following year. "It's fine. Minato, you should head back. I probably won't have time to train today," Chiba replied, shaking his head. "All right, just be careful." Minato nodded. Chiba then followed Tsunade's lead. They stopped in an open area. Tsunade initiated the conversation. "Kid, is your father from the Senju clan?" Taken aback, Chiba nodded slowly. "The reason I sought you out is simple. Would you be willing to become my apprentice?" Tsunade stated directly. Before coming, she had already contemplated this decision, knowing he bore the Senju bloodline. Moreover, she had learned that this boy had not had an easy childhood. After losing his parents and being ostracized by the Uchiha clan, he likely would not have survived had it not been for the kindness of Akimichi Takemitsu. Hearing her words, Chiba was momentarily stunned. "What is happening? I hadn't even sought her out, and now she wants me as her apprentice?" He pondered if tasks given by the system were always this straightforward. "Kid, are you unwilling?" Tsunade, noticing his silence, grew impatient. No, I am willing." Coming back to his senses, Chiba eagerly nodded in agreement. "Good, come with me." As a member of the Senju clan, my teachings will take place in the Senju territory. Let me show you the way. With that, Tsunade led Chiba towards the Senju clan's grounds. Just as Chiba prepared to follow, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, healing technique, holy healing light. Kid, what are you thinking? Hurry up and catch up. Tsunade's voice interrupted Chiba's thoughts, prompting him to quicken his pace. Chapter 5. The Senju clan. As Chiba carefully observed his surroundings, he found nothing particularly remarkable. Sister. Suddenly, a young boy appeared at the entrance. Senju is back, Tsunade said lazily. Who is this? Senju asked, noticing Chiba sitting quietly. Hello, I am Kamikaze Chiba, Tsunade-sama's apprentice. Chiba stood up, introducing himself with a smile. Oh, my sister's apprentice? Are you sure she can teach well? Senju exclaimed in disbelief. You little brat, what are you saying? Tsunade retorted, displeased. This younger brother is unacceptable. How dare you belittle me in front of others? How infuriating. Nothing at all, Senju quickly replied, instantly obedient upon hearing Tsunade's voice. Chiba mused about how frightened Senju seemed of his sister. All right, kid, come with me to the training ground. I need to assess your strength before teaching you. Oh, Senju, you should come too. Chiba is much stronger than you, Tsunade waved her hand. What? That's impossible. I am the great Senju, he shouted incredulously. Chiba remained silent and simply followed Tsunade, who had already exited the room. The training ground of the Senju clan awaited them. Chiba and Tsunade stood facing each other, while Rope Tree leaned against a nearby tree. Little ghost, unleash your full power, do not hold back, Tsunade urged. Understood, Chiba nodded in response. With that, the battle was on the verge of erupting. Chiba charged towards Tsunade with astonishing speed, kunai glinting coldly in his hand. Tsunade calmly evaded Chiba's onslaught. Then, gathering formidable chakra in her fist, she struck the ground, causing a violent tremor. Chiba staggered back several steps, startled. Is this the power of superhuman strength? No. It would be unwise to compete in taijutsu with her. I must change my strategy. Swiftly, Chiba formed hand seals. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. He unleashed 3 dragon-shaped flames that surged towards Tsunade from the front, left, and right. Rather than retreating, Tsunade pressed forward, forcefully slamming her hands down, causing the ground to crack open and countless rocks to shoot towards Chiba like arrows. He agilely leaped to avoid them, quickly forming hand seals again. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. A colossal fireball erupted, hurtling towards Tsunade. Seeing this, Tsunade shouted, her chakra surging as she punched out, shattering the fireball. Is the gap in our abilities so vast? At that moment, Chiba's eyes transformed into the two-tomo Sharingan. He hadn't intended to conceal his Sharingan, but he had yet to encounter anyone formidable enough to force it out. Chiba believed that once Tsunade saw his Sharingan, she would not comment further. Sharingan. Already a two-tomo? Tsunade, taken aback by the change in Chiba's eyes, realized he possessed the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, but had not anticipated that he would awaken two-tomo at merely 7 years old. I wonder if the Uchiha clan will come to regret their decisions. Ice Sphere, Chiba declared, releasing 5 ice pillars towards Tsunade. Utilizing her superhuman strength, she skillfully dodged, her expression one of astonishment as she regarded Chiba. He possesses the ice release bloodline limit as well. Seizing the opportunity while Tsunade avoided the ice spheres, Chiba summoned a high-voltage current to his hands and instantly appeared behind Tsunade. Lightning style, Chidori. With the Chidori gathered in his right hand, he charged at Tsunade, the training ground resonating with the piercing cries of what seemed like 1,000 birds. Rope Tree gaped, eyes wide, as he watched the clash between Chiba and Tsunade, exclaiming, Incredible! Tsunade reacted swiftly, seizing Chiba's outstretched right hand at the opportune moment, saying, That's enough. Hearing this, Chiba dissipated the current in his hand, exhaling heavily as he collapsed onto the ground. His chakra was nearly depleted. Tsunade, her lips twitching, thought to herself, I told this little ghost not to hold back. Yet he surprised me so greatly. Not only does he possess the Sharingan, but he also has the ice release bloodline limit. And that lightning technique I just witnessed, I've never seen it before. It must be his own creation. At such a tender age, his strength rivals that of a chunin. A genius indeed. Tsunade then inquired, Little ghost, when did you awaken your Sharingan? At 5 years old, when my parents passed away, Chiba replied candidly. 5 years. Why did you not reveal it then? They would not have cast you out, Tsunade asked curiously. I was never fond of my clan. They were all too arrogant. Chiba stated. Huh, little ghost. I must say, though you possess the Uchiha bloodline, you are quite different from them, Tsunade remarked with a smile. Chiba, you are truly impressive. Rope Tree exclaimed, rushing over. Can you teach me that lightning technique? It's so cool. Tsunade interjected. That technique was likely your own creation. Chiba nodded. Yes. Chidori is the name of the technique. Rope Tree, your current strength is insufficient to learn it. It is probably an A-rank technique. Focus on improving your own abilities first. Tsunade's words instantly deflated the excited Rope Tree. Well then, I have a good understanding of your abilities. Come back here after school tomorrow, Tsunade instructed. Let's go. We'll have a meal before heading back. With that, Tsunade turned and left. Chiba nodded, then stood and followed her. After finishing their meal, Chiba began to experiment with the healing technique he had just acquired. This healing technique was remarkably powerful, capable of mending ordinary wounds in a mere second. Chiba believed this skill was far from its limits. Moreover, the chakra consumption was negligible. After sparring with Tsunade, Chiba recognized many of his shortcomings. His practical combat experience was too limited, his arsenal of techniques was scant, and his use of the Sharingan was rather crude. As for practical combat experience, there was little he could do. After all, sparring and real combat were vastly different. He could only await graduation to gain significant improvement through missions. Regarding techniques, now that he had Tsunade as a mentor, he believed mastering them would not be difficult. As for the Sharingan, he could only rely on his own exploration. Chiba glanced at the system, finding no tasks available at the moment. The release of tasks by the system was entirely unpredictable. A new task could surface at any time. Meanwhile, within the Senju clan compound, a woman radiating a powerful aura sat in the center, appearing to be in her 40s, adorned with a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. This was Uzumaki Mito. Tsunade, what are your impressions after your interactions? Mito inquired. Very promising. He is a genius. Not only has he awakened the two-tomo Sharingan, but he also possesses the ice release bloodline limit and has developed an A-rank lightning technique, Tsunade reflected. I see, indeed a genius. When you have time, bring him to me, Mito responded. Tsunade, startled, replied, Grandma, you wish to meet him? Yes, it would be good to meet him. After all, he is Rin's grandson. Mito affirmed. All right, I understand. The next day, as Chiba entered the classroom, Minato eagerly approached him. Chiba, are you all right after yesterday? I'm fine, Minato. You must have heard of that woman. Her name is Tsunade, and she is the apprentice of the third Hokage, Chiba explained. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Minato recognized the identity of the woman from yesterday and curiously asked, Is that so? Why did she seek you out? I became her apprentice, so from today on, I want to be able to train with you after school, Chiba replied. What? Minato exclaimed, his voice booming, drawing the attention of the entire classroom. Embarrassed, he covered his mouth and sheepishly said, Haha, I apologize. I was just too surprised and disrupted everyone. Chiba, I can't believe you actually became her apprentice. I'm so envious. Minato exclaimed. Trust me, it won't be long before Jiraiya, the apprentice of the third Hokage, will surely take you under his wing. How could that be? Minato looked at Chiba incredulously. Shall we make a bet? Chiba said with a mischievous grin. Sure, what are we betting on? Minato asked. Let us wager a meal of grilled meat. All right, I agree. Good, it's a deal. They shook hands, sealing their bet. Chiba felt a surge of delight within. Hee Minato. You are destined to lose. I am well acquainted with the original story. Jiraiya will undoubtedly take you as his apprentice. Perhaps my presence will hasten that timeline. Yesterday, Tsunade had informed him that it was the third Hokage who requested her to accept him as a student. Now that he had caught the third's eye, he needed to exercise greater caution, as he was unsure when he would attract Danzo's attention, which would be perilous. After all, possessing the bloodlines of the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans, Danzo would undoubtedly not let me off easily, and I certainly would not be swayed by him. It would inevitably lead to a deadly confrontation. In the evening, Chiba arrived once more at the Senju clan. He had anticipated that training would commence immediately, but to his surprise, Tsunade insisted on introducing him to someone first. As the door opened, Chiba beheld the individual seated within. During the journey there, he had already made a rough guess as to who it was. After all, within the Senju clan's territory, the only person wishing to see him could only be Uzumaki Mito, and indeed, he was right. Tsunade then introduced, Chiba, this is my grandmother, Uzumaki Mito. Lady Mito. Chiba exclaimed, a hint of nervousness creeping into his voice. The atmosphere was formidable. Upon entering the room, he felt an overwhelming chakra that nearly took his breath away. Chiba, you may call me Grandmother Mito, she said, a gentle smile illuminating her face as she regarded him. Yes, Grandmother Mito. Chiba nodded in agreement. Chiba, you must have heard that your grandmother Rin is my cousin. This means we are also related, so there is no need for you to be so tense. Relax. You may consider this place your home. Mito's voice was soothing, easing Chiba's apprehension. He sighed internally. I understand, Grandmother Mito. Since you are already Tsunade's apprentice, you will surely appreciate these gifts as a token of our meeting, Mito said, producing several scrolls and handing them to Chiba. For a moment, Chiba hesitated, uncertain whether to accept them. Gifts from the elders must not be declined. Mito's voice resonated again. Upon hearing this, Chiba reached out and accepted the scrolls, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Grandmother Mito. Train well, now go. Mito smiled and waved him off. Yes, Grandmother Mito, I take my leave. Tsunade then led Chiba away. Throughout the journey, Chiba remained in a daze, bewildered by his encounter with Uzumaki Mito, followed by the gift of scrolls. What was happening? Suddenly, with a loud thud, Chiba collided with a wooden post in the path. Ouch! He exclaimed, clutching his nose. What were you thinking? Lost in thought, Tsunade stood beside him, a mischievous grin on her face. Nothing, just a bit dazed. Chiba shook his head. Those scrolls from your grandmother contain ninjutsu left behind by our second grandfather. They will greatly benefit you, so make sure to study them well. Additionally, these are the foundational materials for medical ninjutsu that I prepared for you today. Take them home and review them. You have only 2 days, after which I will commence your training in medical ninjutsu, Tsunade said, tossing a few scrolls at him. I understand. Chiba nodded as he accepted the scrolls. Do your best, kid, Tsunade said, departing immediately. Upon returning home, Chiba eagerly opened the gifts from Uzumaki Mito. To his astonishment, he found an entirely different sealing book, filled with ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, including the Flying Thunder God technique. The other scrolls contained ninjutsu of the 5 elemental styles, even including the long-lost Uchiha clan's fire release, great fire destruction, and great fire annihilation. Unfortunately, he lacked the water release affinity. The second Hokage had specialized in water release, having abandoned other elements to focus solely on it to counter the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, Chiba remained undeterred, for he believed that one day he might awaken a water release affinity. Why the cheerful smile? Have you encountered some good fortune? A voice suddenly called from the doorway. Chiba did not lift his head, responding, Uncle Akimichi, I believe you're already aware of what transpired. Hey, you little rascal. You're certainly less likable now. Akimichi Chikaz chuckled. I am certain that the third Hokage is fully aware of everything that happened today. Chiba replied as he put away the scrolls on the table. Upon hearing this, Akimichi Chikaz shook his head. You, being too clever isn't always a blessing. Chiba remained unfazed, continuing, ever since the third entrusted Tsunade to be my teacher, I knew I would not enjoy peaceful days ahead. Not to mention, I met Lady Mito today. The third will certainly keep a close watch on me. After listening to Chiba's words, Akimichi Chikaz sighed. Uncle Chikaz, you cannot protect me forever. There are matters I must face on my own, given my unique identity. Since you have made your decision, I shall say no more. Be bold in your actions. Your Uncle Chikaz is not yet old, he replied, causing Chiba's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. The meaning of his words was clear. Akimichi Chikaz was on his side. As long as he did not betray Konoha, whatever he chose to do would have his support. Thank you, Uncle Chikaz. Chiba respectfully bowed. Now, Chiba could only hope that Danzo would not set his sights on him too soon, for the third Hokage was still in his prime, his intentions benevolent. Unlike in his later years, when he became more subservient externally while striking hard internally. But Danzo was different. He would not care who you were. If you defied him, he would send his root agents to assassinate you. For now, Chiba needed time. Once he became powerful, he would no longer have to fear. Stop with the thanks. You little rascal. Just focus on your training. Akimichi Chikaz said, patting Chiba's shoulder warmly before leaving the room. Chapter 7. Ashura Chakra 2 days later. At the Senju clan training grounds. Chiba, pay close attention. I will demonstrate only once. This will be your daily practice. Once you master this, we will proceed to the next training, Tsunade said as she demonstrated the palm healing technique. Chiba remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Tsunade's movements. Soon, Tsunade completed her demonstration and said, "Now it's your turn to try." Chiba, undeterred, immediately began to practice. It appeared simple at first glance. But when it was his turn, he realized it was exceedingly difficult, demanding a high level of chakra control. One misstep and the fish would perish. Chiba scratched his head awkwardly. Seeing this, Tsunade did not express anger but instead said, "From now on, bring a few fish each time you come. When you finally master it, you won't need to bring any more. Keep going, there's another fish over there. If you kill that one too, you won't be able to practice today." "I will be careful," Chiba replied, retrieving another fish from the nearby basin to continue his practice of the palm healing technique. As Chiba practiced, he could distinctly feel his innate skill and chakra control gradually improving. Excitement bubbled within him. After all, his previous experience growth stemmed from practicing tree climbing and water walking, and since then, his progress had stagnated. Now, it was finally on the rise. Initially, Chiba had been reluctant to learn medical ninjutsu, believing his system provided healing techniques far superior. However, he had now changed his mindset and committed to learning diligently. Time passed swiftly, and 6 months later, "Chiba, you have learned quite a bit. I must go out on a mission. Afterwards, practice on your own," Tsunade observed as Chiba continued his training. "A mission? What mission?" Chiba blurted out, and then quickly realized the inappropriateness of his question, for ninja missions were not to be divulged so casually. He quickly added, "I'm just curious. If it's not appropriate to share, you needn't tell me." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. "There's nothing secretive about it. I'm heading to the Land of Waves." The Land of Waves? At her words, a flood of memories surged into Chiba's mind. It seems that the Land of Whirlpools is on the brink of destruction. This implies that Kushina Uzumaki will soon arrive in Konoha. This situation places Chiba in a bit of a dilemma, as he had always held a fondness for the character of Kushina in his previous life. Should he take the initiative? If he does, then Minato would be left without a wife, and what would happen to Naruto? Alas, why ponder so much? He decided to wait until her arrival. "I understand," Chiba declared. "Well then, continue your training. I must take my leave." With that, Tsunade turned and departed. As she left, Chiba thought to himself, "Sign in. Congratulations, host has received pure Azura chakra." "What? Incredible. Thank you, system," Chiba exclaimed joyfully, raising his fists in celebration. "Hurry, fuse it." As the chakra merged, Chiba felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body, followed by a notable increase in chakra levels. 35 standard Chunin, 56 standard Chunin, 15 standard Jonin, until it stabilized at 25 cards. Is this the sensation after fusing with Azura chakra? It's overwhelmingly powerful, this vast life force and chakra quantity. I can sense that there is still room for improvement, which should grow with my age. With a thought, he accessed the system panel. Host, Kamiyu Chiba, age, 7 years, chakra attributes, wind, fire, lightning, earth, water, yin, yang, total chakra, 25 cards, ninjutsu. Subsequent entries replaced with dots to avoid excessive numerical detail. Talent, mastery in ninjutsu, 50, mastery in taijutsu, 45, mastery in chakra control, 80. Beginner in kenjutsu, 60, proficiency in chakra nature transformation, 50, uninitiated in swordsmanship, uninitiated in space talent, uninitiated in sealing techniques, levels, beginner, proficient, master, perfect. Each stage automatically upgrades upon reaching 100. Bloodline limit, 2 Tomo Sharingan, Ice Fruit. Special, Azura Chakra. Items, Black Blade Chioshui, Shuriken X60, Kunai X100, Explosive Tags X90, Food Pills X60. 1 Ordinary Iron Sword, 3 Youth Preserving Pills, Evaluation. Congratulations, host. You are now considered a small expert among the Hokage, but you still have a long way to go. The 6 sign-ins over the past 6 months have granted Chiba the best luck he has ever experienced. First, he acquired Water Attribute Chakra, followed by 3 Youth Preserving Pills, which are divine items, and finally, this Azura Chakra. Now, having fused with Azura Chakra, his body has yet to fully develop as he ages. His chakra will surge once more. He will never have to worry about a shortage of chakra again. Alright, perhaps I am being a bit boastful. After all, possessing such an abundance of chakra at merely 7 years old is rather extraordinary. Wait, when did the system issue a task? System, could you perhaps provide a notification sound next time? Why do you prefer to stealthily assign tasks? System, Garbage, not intelligent at all. Well, let's see what the task entails. Task: win the heart of Kushina Uzumaki. Reward: talent skill. Kagura heart I what? System: are you trying to stir up trouble by having me vie for Minato's wife? We're brothers. No way, I need more compensation. Received host feedback. Task reward adjusted. Reward: talent skill. Kagura heart I, perfect space talent. What? This is possible. This reward is quite enticing. My space talent is still uninitiated, and now I receive it at perfection. If I learn sealing techniques afterward, won't mastering the Flying Thunder God technique be remarkably easy? Minato, I apologize. Do not hold it against me. The system has simply offered too much. Chiba silently expressed his apologies to Minato. Rest assured, I will help you find a suitable wife. On the other side, in the Senju clan's residence, Uzumaki Mito furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat perplexed. Is this Chiba? How has his chakra suddenly surged so dramatically? This chakra feels so familiar. At that moment, the nine tails sealed within Uzumaki Mito's body became agitated. This feeling? It cannot be mistaken. Senju Hashirama. How can that be? Is he not dead? Nine tails, quiet down. As the voice echoed, the chains binding the nine tails tightened. Damn you, Mito. Let's see how long you can hold on. Uzumaki Mito sighed in relief, not understanding why the nine tails had suddenly become so agitated. What has happened to Chiba? It seems I need to see him again. Chapter 8. Are you familiar with Konoha's Flowing Willow? The following day, at the Ninja Academy, Chiba was dozing at his desk when he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he heard Minato's curious voice. Chiba, did you go thieving last night? Why are you sleeping as soon as you arrived today? What thieving? I was training all night, Chiba fabricated. How could he tell Minato that he had been too excited after obtaining a Jura chakra and couldn't sleep? What? You were secretly training? How despicable! Minato exclaimed in indignation. Minato, what do you mean by secretly? You could train too. Chiba retorted. Right. Then I will also train all night today. If I don't work harder, I will fall further behind. Minato clenched his fists, motivating himself. Chiba, stifling a laugh, encouraged, go for it, little son. You're the best. Suddenly, the bell rang. All right. It's time for class again. I despise school. Chiba sighed, opting to continue sleeping instead. Chiba, you're back. Akimichi Toriphone greeted as Chiba arrived home. Yes, Uncle Toriphone. Chiba replied, raising his head to glance inside, noticing an unfamiliar guest. Assuming the visitor was there to see Uncle Toriphone, he prepared to head to his room. Suddenly, Toriphone waved Chiba over. Chiba, come here, I want to introduce you to someone. Chiba obediently walked over as Toriphone introduced. This is Maruhoshi Kogetsu. You might not know him, but he has received the second Hokage's direct teachings in water release. Though a Genin, his strength is undoubtedly at the Jonin level. You always wanted to learn swordsmanship, right? Maruhoshi Kogetsu's skills are exceptional, so I asked him to teach you. Chiba was momentarily taken aback. He recognized Maruhoshi Kogetsu, who was known for his unique combination of illusion and sword techniques, famously known as Konoha's Flowing Willow. This technique requires no hand seals. It first employs an illusion to make the enemy perceive themselves as vanishing among dancing leaves, simultaneously binding them so they cannot move, followed by a sudden attack from a blind spot, delivering a lethal blow. To think Uncle Toriphone managed to invite him to teach me. Haha, I'm not that impressive. Maruhoshi Kogetsu humbly waved his hand. Coming back to his senses, Chiba respectfully bowed. Hello, Senior Maruhoshi. I am Kamyu Chiba. Maruhoshi Kogetsu nodded. I know. Toriphone has spoken of you. Since I promised him, I shall teach you diligently. Then I will rely on you, Senior. Chiba bowed again. Haha, good. Kogetsu will stay for dinner before heading back. I leave this kid in your hands. Akimichi Toriphone said with a smile. The next day, at the Konoha training grounds, a large figure and a small figure were sparring, the sound of clashing weapons echoing around them. The adult merely defended, while the child persistently attacked, regrettably. All assaults were thwarted. Huff, huff. Senior Maruhoshi, I cannot continue. I need a rest. Chiba collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. All right, Chiba. Although you have not trained in swordsmanship, your physical prowess is exceptional. You may come to this training ground after school every day, and I shall be here waiting for you, Maruhoshi Kosuke stated, nodding. I understand. Thank you, Senior. Chiba expressed his gratitude. Currently, Chiba's schedule was exceedingly full. Unless there were practical training sessions at school, he primarily attended classes using shadow clones. After all, he was simultaneously learning medical ninjutsu, and taijutsu. and now had added swordsmanship to his repertoire. His entire day was meticulously allocated, leaving no time for leisure, yet Chiba was thoroughly enjoying it. Before long, after his brief respite, Chiba resumed his swordsmanship training for the day. Although he would likely wield a blade in the future, the pursuit of knowledge is endless, and acquiring another skill could only benefit him. A month later, as was his custom, Chiba arrived at the Konoha training ground, eagerly awaiting Maruhoshi Kosuka's arrival. This month had proven to be immensely beneficial for Chiba. From a novice in swordsmanship, he had advanced to a proficient level in just 1 month. Sign in. Congratulations. Host has received a longevity pill. Oh, a longevity pill. According to the description, it can extend one's life by 10 years. This is indeed a remarkable find. Chiba mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Given the passage of time, it appeared that Granny Mito had only a few years left to live. She had always treated him kindly, so he resolved to give the longevity pill to her. After all, if Granny Mito continued to live, his safety would be significantly assured. The only dilemma was how to explain the origin of the pill. It seemed he would have to wait until he left Konoha to concoct a plausible story, perhaps claiming he had discovered it in a hidden cave. While it sounded somewhat far-fetched, it was the best excuse he could muster. Ah, Chiba, you're here quite early today? Skipping school again. Maruhoshi Kosuka's voice interrupted Chiba's reverie, and he snapped back to reality, twitching his lips in irritation. Ever since Maruhoshi Kosuka discovered that he used shadow clones to attend school, he had taken every opportunity to tease him about it. I never imagined that the young Maruhoshi Kosuka would be this type of person. Since you're here, let us get started, Chiba declared. Wait, don't be so hasty. I still have something to discuss. Maruhoshi Kosuka waved his hand. What is it? Chiba asked, puzzled. Chiba, you have trained with me for a month now. And to be frank, your learning ability is remarkable. You have already grasped about 70 to 80% of my skills. The rest depends on your diligent practice. I have little left to teach you. So starting today, you no longer need to come, Maruhoshi Kosuka announced. After a month of companionship, Maruhoshi Kosuka had grown fond of Chiba, appreciating his exceptional talent and diligent nature. He was genuinely excited to see how far Chiba would grow. Upon hearing this, Chiba pondered for a moment before responding, I understand, Senior Maruhoshi. With that, Chiba respectfully bowed to Maruhoshi Kosuka, saying, thank you for your guidance over this past month. Oh, no need for such formality, Maruhoshi Kosuka dismissed with a wave, laughing. Work hard. I am very much looking forward to seeing how far you will grow in the future. I'll take my leave now. With that, Maruhoshi Kosuka departed. Chiba exhaled deeply. It was impossible to say that he had not formed an emotional bond over the course of the month. Yet, he had to acclimate to the feeling of parting. After all, they were from the same village, and he could visit him whenever he had the opportunity. Once he gathered his thoughts, Chiba began his swordsmanship practice for the day. Chapter 9, Uzumaki Kushina, the Senju clan. At the training ground, a voice called out, Chiba, Chiba. A young boy came running toward him. Shinju, why are you shouting? Chiba replied exasperatedly. Through the course of time, Chiba had come to realize that Shinju bore a striking resemblance to Naruto from the original story, exhibiting a similarly innocent, enthusiastic, and straightforward demeanor. Sister's back, Shinju exclaimed. She is back, so what? Is she going to borrow money from you again? Chiba inquired. Not this time. She brought back a little girl. Shinju shook his head. A little girl? Could it be? Chiba speculated, immediately deducing who it was. Uzumaki Kushina, perhaps. Let us go take a look. Chiba patted Shinju on the shoulder. Upon entering the living room, Chiba's gaze fell upon a small girl of approximately 6 or 7 years old. She had striking red hair, a round face, and her eyes reflected a hint of worry and confusion. It was a stark contrast to her later goddess-like demeanor and maturity. Oh, it's Chiba. Tsunade greeted upon seeing him. Teacher, Chiba replied respectfully. Let me introduce her. This is Uzumaki Kushina, Tsunade said. At this, Chiba turned to Kushina, who met his gaze momentarily before lowering her head, her cheeks noticeably flushed. Hello, my name is Kamikaze Chiba. Chiba greeted her with a smile. Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina. She replied. Chiba then looked towards Tsunade and asked, Teacher, is she the only one? With a sigh, Tsunade responded, there is another. But she is injured and currently in the Konoha hospital. We saved quite a few, but on the way back, we were ambushed, and most sacrificed themselves. She was fortunate, but another was gravely wounded, and we're uncertain if she can be saved. Upon hearing this, Chiba furrowed his brow and inquired, Where did the ambush occur? Strangely enough, the journey back was quite smooth until we had entered the land of fire, where we encountered the ambush, Tsunade replied, perplexed. After Tsunade's explanation, Chiba's mind began to formulate suspicions. He surmised it was likely orchestrated by Danzo, and perhaps the third Hokage was aware but had tacitly approved of Danzo's actions. At that moment, Tsunade remained oblivious to the dangers posed by the third and Danzo. It might only be after Shinju's demise that she would become aware of it. Senju must be saved. After all, he was Mito's grandson and Tsunade's younger brother. Senju, take care of Kushina. I'm tired and need to rest for a bit. Later, Granny wishes to see her. Oh, and Chiba, you should accompany me. Granny also wants to meet you. With that, Tsunade retreated to her room. I still have things to do, Senju muttered under his breath. He certainly wouldn't dare voice that directly to Tsunade. After all, he was quite afraid of her, so he could only mumble to himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Chiba, can you help me look after her? I have to go. With that, Senju slipped away. Watching Senju flee, Chiba shook his head and smiled. Turning to Kushina, he asked, Are you all right? Upon hearing Chiba's words, Kushina shook her head, replying, I'm fine. Chiba, observing Kushina's brave facade, understood all too well the emotions she was grappling with. After all, he had been through similar experiences himself. Chiba gently patted her back, saying, Take heart. At his words, Kushina could no longer hold back and burst into tears, burying her face in Chiba's embrace. Chiba said nothing further, instead softly comforting her with gentle pats on her back. Such matters can only be forgotten with the passage of time. A good cry can help her release her pent-up sorrow. Holding it all in is not beneficial. Time slipped away, and when the tears ceased, Chiba could distinctly hear Kushina's gentle breaths. He looked down and discovered that she had fallen asleep. It was understandable. After a long journey and an ambush, such a young soul could hardly bear the strain. He gently lifted her and laid her on the bed in the room, quietly closing the door behind him. Unbeknownst to him, as the door clicked shut, Kushina, who had been with her eyes closed, opened them and blushed, covering her cheeks with the blanket. Later that evening, after dinner, Chiba and Kushina followed Tsunade to the residence of Uzumaki Mito. Upon seeing Chiba again, Mito's eyes widened in surprise, and she reflected inwardly, No wonder I felt such familiarity with his chakra last time. A warm smile spread across her face as she addressed Kushina. You must be Uzumaki Kushina? To which Kushina respectfully replied, Yes, Lady Mito. Please, just call me Mito. From now on, you shall reside here. Mito responded with a nod. Yes, Grandma Mito. Kushina replied eagerly. Afterward, Mito turned her gaze to Chiba, her expression filled with warmth, and inquired, Chiba, have you experienced any changes in your body recently? Tsunade looked at Chiba with a puzzled expression. Chiba paused momentarily before realization dawned upon him. It must be due to the Kage's Byakugan, as he had integrated Ashura's chakra within the Senju clan's territory. It was only natural for Mito to notice. He nodded and said, Yes, Grandma Mito. I am unsure of the cause, but I can distinctly feel that my vitality has surged, and my chakra has significantly increased. Indeed. Chiba, continue to train diligently, and do not squander the potential of your awakened physique. Your future accomplishments will be boundless, Mito advised earnestly. I understand, Grandma Mito. Chiba affirmed with a nod. Having overheard the conversation between Chiba and Mito, Tsunade began to piece things together and asked, Grandma, are you suggesting that Chiba is connected to my grandfather? Before she could finish, Mito interrupted, It's best that you understand this matter on your own. Refrain from mentioning it again. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Kushina, however, looked utterly bewildered, having no grasp of their discussion. This matter must remain confidential until Chiba's strength grows. Mito cautioned. Understood. Chiba replied solemnly. He recognized Mito's caution. The upper echelons of Konoha were keen to prevent the emergence of another Hashirama from the Senju clan. The implications of the Senju name in Konoha were too significant to overlook. Observing the change in Chiba's expression, Mito nodded in satisfaction. It seems Chiba is quite astute and has already discerned some truths. Discern what? Tsunade asked curiously. Grandma Mito, I have a question that I hope you can clarify for me, Chiba said. Do share. I wish to know if the third Hokage is aware of this matter. Has he tacitly permitted it? Chiba subtly broached his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Mito responded, Most likely, yes. I see. Chiba nodded. Thus, you must exercise greater caution. While I am still here, they dare not act openly against you. Yet in the shadows, they will undoubtedly engage in various schemes. You must grow stronger swiftly. Only then will they hesitate to act against you, Mito reiterated. I have always understood this, Chiba declared with unwavering resolve. What are you all talking about? Who wishes to harm Chiba? Tsunade inquired, lost in confusion. Tsunade, you are no longer a child. Initially, I worried for you and Shinsuke. But now I find comfort in knowing Chiba is here. He will surely protect you well. Now, your duty is to safeguard Chiba, allowing him to grow safely. In time, you shall understand, Mito gently asserted, unable to divulge the harsh realities of Konoha's transformation. After the rise of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his cohorts, they had changed, fearing the emergence of another Hashirama and seeking to diminish the Senju clan's presence. Unfortunately, she felt powerless to intervene, otherwise, chaos would ensue, leaving Konoha vulnerable to other shinobi villages. I am weary. You may leave now, Mito said, waving her hand. Understood, Grandma. Tsunade replied with resignation. Farewell, Grandma Mito. Chiba and Kushina chorused in unison. The three then exited the room. Mito, watching them leave, sighed, hoping that Chiba would grow swiftly, for her time was limited. Chapter 10. School adventures. Emerging from the room, Tsunade, still not satisfied, turned to Chiba and asked, What did you mean by what you said to Grandma? Nothing much, Sensei. There are matters that you must discover for yourself. The inner workings of Konoha are not as simple as you might think, Chiba subtly warned. Tsunade pondered for a moment, then scratched her head, her tone growing impatient. How troublesome. Forget it then. By the way, in a few days, Kushina will be enrolled in the Ninja Academy. Please take care of her. I will, Chiba nodded in agreement. Kushina remained silent, merely casting a furtive glance at Chiba. At the Ninja Academy, Chiba jested, School is such a hassle, don't you agree, Riku? Indeed, a hassle, Riku echoed. Chiba, you are the only one among us without the right to say that, Hachi remarked. Yes, Dingswa and Minato both nodded in agreement. Chiba, feeling a bit confused, asked, Why is that? You didn't think we hadn't noticed your use of shadow clones to attend school all this time, did you? Riku teased. Embarrassed, Chiba scratched his nose and chuckled. Haha, so you caught me. But I am curious, why did you come to school alone today? Hachi inquired. Dingswa and Minato nodded in unison. Today, a new student is joining our class, and I promised the teacher I would look after her. I suspect I will be attending school alone from now on, Chiba explained. I see, Minato responded. Your teacher asked you to take care of her? Her background must be quite extraordinary, Riku noted, sensing something unusual. You will find out soon enough, Chiba said, opting not to elaborate further. Soon, the bell rang, and the teacher entered, accompanied by a girl with vibrant red hair, who appeared somewhat shy. Upon entering the classroom, she surveyed her surroundings, and her expression brightened upon spotting something. Today, we have a new student in our class. Please introduce yourself. Feeling bashful, Kushina glanced at her classmates, her gaze landing on Chiba in the back row. He offered her an encouraging look. Clenching her fists, she spoke up. My name is Uzumaki Kushina. I detest tomatoes, and my aspiration is to become the first female Hokage. She declared the last statement with great enthusiasm. Instantly, the classroom erupted in chatter, with some students mocking her. Look at her hair. How can it possibly be that red? Haha, doesn't she look like a tomato? If she wants to be Hokage, let us just call her Tomato from now on. Hearing this, Kushina's fists tightened, her cheeks flushed. Just as she was about to respond, a voice rang out. Be quiet. What is so funny? Do you need me to have a discussion with you after class? Chiba said sternly. The classroom fell silent in an instant. The prowess of Chiba is universally acknowledged, and none wished to provoke him. What perplexes Chiba is that Minato has yet to utter a word. He recalls from the original narrative that Minato once expressed that his dream aligned with Kushina's. Yet now, he remains silent. Perhaps his involvement has altered the course of events. All right, Kushina, find a seat, the teacher interjects. Without hesitation, Kushina strides over to Chiba's side, for he is the only familiar face in the classroom. Are you all right, Kushina? Chiba inquires. I'm fine, thank you. Chiba, Kushina replies, shaking her head in gratitude. No need for thanks. I promised the teacher I would look after you. Chiba gestures dismissively. If they mock you again, just retaliate without fear. Tsunade will have your back if anything happens. Although he need not worry about Kushina, as she would have retaliated in the original story, Chiba merely offers a reminder. Understood. Kushina nods. Perhaps due to the reconfiguration of the timeline, events from the original narrative that transpired after Kushina's enrollment are now unfolding. Kushina has also earned the title of Blood Red Chili Pepper. As evening descends and school concludes, Chiba bids farewell to Minato and the trio of Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara. Before exploring the village of Konoha with Kushina, a request she had made earlier, Chiba sees no issue in this. After all, it is essential for her to familiarize herself with her new surroundings. Observing Kushina's cheerful demeanor, he cannot help but exclaim, "You have a lovely smile. Pay no mind to what others say. Your hair is beautiful, and there is no need for you to feel inferior." Their disdain stems from their lack of discernment. After speaking, Chiba gently ruffles Kushina's hair. At that moment, Kushina's cheeks flush crimson as she bows her head, unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothing. Realizing he may have overstepped, Chiba awkwardly withdraws his hand and asks, "So, shall we continue our stroll?" "No, let's head back," Kushina replies, shaking her head. "All right then, let us go." After escorting Kushina home, Chiba arrives at his own dwelling. Noticing that Akimichi Chofu has yet to return, he retreats to his room. While the Senju clan has become a second home to him, he occasionally returns here to spend the night, as Uncle Chofu has been alone for some time, and Chiba wishes to keep him company. Suddenly, Chiba feels a discomfort in his eyes, sensing a surge of spiritual energy stimulating them. To his astonishment, his Sharingan activates automatically, transforming from 2 to 3 tomo. Gazing into the mirror, he finds himself momentarily entranced. With the evolution to 3 tomo, it is clear that the Sharingan is intertwined with his own spiritual strength. Perhaps it is due to his experiences in 2 lifetimes that his progression has been so rapid. Chiba distinctly perceives that the 3 tomo are significantly more powerful than the 2. It is no wonder that the Uchiha clan, upon awakening the 3 tomo, attains the level of Jonin. He wonders what ocular abilities he will acquire once he awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan. System Panel. Host. Shinyu Chiba. Age. 7 years. Chakra Attributes. Wind. Fire. Lightning. Earth. Water. Yin. Yang. Total Chakra. 45 cards. Ninjutsu. Subsequent points to be used to avoid numerical scrutiny. Talent. Mastery in Ninjutsu. 80. Mastery in Taijutsu. 60. Perfect Chakra Control. Entry level in Kenjutsu. 80. Mastery in Chakra Nature Transformation. 50. Mastery in Swordsmanship. 30. Uninitiated in Space-Time Techniques. Uninitiated in Sealing Techniques. Levels. Entry. Proficient. Master. Perfect. Automatic upgrade upon reaching 100 in each stage. Bloodline limit. 3 tomo Sharingan. Freezing Fruit. Special. Ashura Chakra. Items. Black Blade Chioshui. Shuriken X60. Kunai X100. Explosive Tags X90. Military Rations X60. 1 Ordinary Iron Sword. 3 Youth Elixirs. 1 Longevity Elixir. Evaluation. Though you have achieved the rank of Jonin, your lack of practical experience renders you vulnerable within the ninja world. Chapter 11. Graduation Examination 3 years later. Today marks Chiba's graduation day. The current ninja school allows for graduation in 5 years, a year earlier than in the future. Over these 3 years, Chiba has diligently attended school during the day and trained thereafter. 2 years ago, Uzumaki Mito began teaching Kushina the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. With Chiba learning alongside her, Kushina possesses remarkable talent and learns swiftly. After 3 years, Chiba has completed the system's tasks. Although they have yet to acknowledge their feelings for one another, Kushina's heart has long been captured by Chiba. Furthermore, he has commenced his studies in the Flying Thunder God technique. One cannot help but admire the second Hokage for conjuring such a formidable ninjutsu from thin air. In devising strategies against the Uchiha, he truly exhibits limitless creativity. With a fully developed space-time talent and knowledge of sealing techniques, Chiba finds the learning process remarkably effortless. The system's reward of perfect space-time talent has proven invaluable. While he may not yet be fully adept, he has mastered short-distance applications with ease. Additionally, he has successfully developed the Rasengan, an A-rank ninjutsu devoid of hand seals, which is exceedingly effective. Chiba has also imparted this technique to Minato, as it was originally developed by him, thus constituting a form of compensation for Chiba. As for Kushina, Chiba feels remorseful towards Minato without the system's tasks. He likely would not have pursued a relationship with her, yet the rewards have been substantial. However, changes have arisen. Originally, there was another member of the Uzumaki clan named Uzumaki Hina, who had sustained severe injuries and was on the verge of giving up. To Chiba's surprise, she turned out to be a young girl, a year younger than Kushina. While her future appearance remains uncertain, She currently possesses considerable beauty, and as long as she does not grow awry, she will surely blossom into a stunning woman. In the spirit of camaraderie, Chiba utilized the healing techniques bestowed by the system to save her. Tsunade, upon learning of this event, was utterly astonished, having previously deemed her case hopeless. Chiba could only offer vague explanations. After all, he had intended her for Minato. Although she might not surpass Kushina, she is certainly of attractive caliber. What are you pondering, Chiba? Kushina asks curiously, observing him lost in thought. Nothing much. Time flies, and soon I will be graduating, Chiba replies, shaking his head. Indeed. I have been living here for 3 years. Kushina reflects. Chiba smiles and gently ruffles her hair, saying, So, do you enjoy living here? I do. Kushina responds. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she nods. That's wonderful. You will continue to live here. Chiba assures her. I say, could you two be more considerate of my feelings? Displaying such affection in public is quite excessive, Minato remarks helplessly, watching the affectionate pair. You can simply look away, you softy. Kushina retorts, pouting, for reasons unbeknownst to him. Kushina has always found Minato irksome, often calling him a softy. Chiba himself remains puzzled by this dynamic. In response, Minato pouts but refrains from further comment. As for his nickname, he has grown accustomed to it over the past 3 years. All right, the exam is about to begin. The teacher has arrived. The graduation assessment is markedly different from what is to come in the future. Firstly, one must become proficient in the techniques of the three-body technique, namely the substitution technique, transformation technique, and clone technique, which remains unchanged from the future. However, an additional assessment has been introduced, requiring one to endure 10 minutes against a genin. Failure to pass means one cannot graduate and must repeat the year. Perhaps considering the difficulty, team formations of 3 are permitted. Although individuals may choose to go solo if they feel sufficiently confident in their abilities. Chiba, Kushina, and Minato all plan to undertake the challenge individually. Both Chiba and Minato have already surpassed the level of genin, while Kushina, despite only attending the ninja academy for 3 years, has received formidable training from Uzumaki Mito and possesses extraordinary talent, making the task of enduring 10 minutes against a genin quite manageable for her. Chiba, do you think we might end up in the same class? Kushina asked anxiously, not wishing to be separated from Chiba after graduation. Upon completing their training, all graduates will be divided into teams of 3, led by a teacher to undertake missions. Don't worry, if it comes to that, we can always seek Tsunade's assistance. Chiba reassured her. True, Kushina nodded in agreement. Soon, the assessment began, commencing with the three-body technique in the morning. This was hardly a challenge for anyone, as the class primarily consists of descendants of ninjas, whose parents have taught them these foundational skills. Thus, it was completed with ease. After the morning assessment, Chiba, Kushina, and Minato decided to celebrate their success by dining at a barbecue restaurant. Even though the assessment was not yet complete, it was clear they would easily pass. The Konoha barbecue establishment is quite expensive, yet Kushina, being affluent, could afford it. Although the barbecue place is backed by the Akimichi clan, and Chiba, as an adopted son of Akimichi Komiai, could dine without paying, he still valued his pride and refrained from such actions. Hence, Chiba seldom visited barbecue restaurants. However, since Kushina inherited the Uzumaki clan's fortune, she had transformed into a wealthy individual, leaving Chiba in a position to rely on her generosity. The trio found a vacant table, leaving the ordering to Kushina, as both Chiba and Minato were financially constrained. Suddenly, a group clad in clothing adorned with the Uchiha crest approached Chiba. The leader, with an arrogant tone, declared, "You are Chiba?" Upon hearing this, Chiba looked up, searched his memory, confirmed he did not recognize them, and asked expressionlessly, "Who are you?" The leader, with a mocking tone, retorted, "How arrogant. Considering you have been expelled from the Uchiha clan. Just a stray dog, just like your inept father." Chiba frowned slightly and coldly replied, "I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" "Sure. You're nothing but." The individual's expression changed as he gazed into Chiba's glaring three-tomo Sharingan. "What's wrong? Go on." Chiba remained expressionless, activating his three-tomo Sharingan and casting a glance at each of them. Instantly, they were overwhelmed by his imposing aura and began to retreat. To be honest, I am quite easy to get along with, but should anyone dare to provoke me, I shall show no mercy, regardless of who sent you. Return and inform them that should there be a next time, they will only be left to collect the remains. After delivering this warning, Chiba concentrated a significant amount of chakra into his eyes. Illusionary binding technique. The individuals targeted by Chiba found themselves immobilized, unable to move. This is merely a minor illusion. I hope you manage to break free soon. Good luck, you bunch of trash. With that, Chiba addressed Kushina and Minato. Let's south find another place to eat. Okay. The two, still processing the earlier incident, numbly nodded and followed Chiba as he departed. Chapter 12. Uchiha Makoto. How could the Uchiha clan behave like this? It's utterly despicable, Kushina exclaimed, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Kushina was aware of Chiba's past, knowing he had been expelled from the Uchiha clan and thus held a strong dislike for them. Let us not allow a bunch of trash to ruin our mood. Chiba consoled her. Chiba, I can't believe you are from the Uchiha clan, and you've already awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Just how powerful have you become? Minato gazed at Chiba in disbelief. Having been classmates for so long, he was astonished to discover that Chiba belonged to the Uchiha clan and had awakened his Sharingan long ago. He suddenly realized that during their past sparring sessions, Chiba had never fought at full strength, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Well, Minato, ever since I was expelled from the Uchiha clan, I have not considered myself one of them. Besides, how could I directly tell you? Would you prefer I announce, I possess the bloodline of the Uchiha clan to your face? That would be rather awkward, wouldn't you agree? Hearing this, Minato nodded in understanding. Indeed, if you had been so forthright, it would have felt strange. All right, let us not dwell on it. Let's south find another place to celebrate. Chiba urged. You're right, let us go? Kushina agreed. The trio soon regained their spirits and sought a new venue for their celebration. Not long after, they found themselves in a dango shop, joyfully celebrating. Their earlier troubles were soon forgotten as laughter filled the air. Just as they were enjoying their time, another figure appeared beside Chiba. As the trio turned their attention to her, they saw a woman wearing the Uchiha clan crest, with black hair and eyes, smiling warmly at Chiba. Are you Chiba's younger brother? She asked. Chiba was taken aback, as he did not recognize her, and curiously replied, Who are you? Oh dear. Chiba, you don't remember me? I'm Uchiha Makoto. The woman expressed, feigning a pout. Uchiha Makoto? Chiba was momentarily confused. He was aware of her name, but could not recall knowing her. After sifting through his memories, he realized that he had a kind sister who cared for him when he was just 3 years old. After being expelled from the Uchiha clan, those memories had faded. Could it be? Is she really Uchiha Makoto? Ah, it seems you've remembered. I used to hold you when you were little, Makoto said, noticing the change in Chiba's expression. Ah, I didn't expect it to be you, Chiba responded. It's all right, you were so young then. And I never told you my name. It's natural you wouldn't remember, Makoto reassured him. I tried to find you back then, but I was shocked to learn you had been expelled from the Uchiha clan. I never thought I would see you again today. Hee, I almost met my demise. Had it not been for Uncle Komiai taking me in, I doubt I would be alive now, Chiba chuckled softly. So, you witnessed what just transpired? Evidently. Had she not seen it, she would not have recognized him, as he had changed significantly since childhood. Yes, I was surprised that Kihito and his group would trouble you. They have always been bullies, preying on the weak, Makoto replied candidly. However, Chiba felt that this matter was far from simple. After all, even Makoto had failed to recognize him. How could they possibly identify him? Surely, someone must have given them instructions. No matter, he was not concerned. He believed that once the Uchiha clan learned of his current situation, they would undoubtedly regret their previous decisions. Indeed, it was surprising that his younger brother had already awakened the Sharingan at the tender age of 10. Makoto nodded in agreement. How has life been for you in the Uchiha clan? Is your mother in good health? Chiba recalled Makoto's family, remembering only that she had a mother, while her father seemed to have perished long ago, and he inquired further. It's been all right. My mother passed away 3 years ago, Makoto replied. Upon hearing this, Chiba glanced at her and noticed her expression remained unchanged, which gave him some relief. Makoto also noticed Chiba's subtle actions and reassured him, It's fine. I have long since moved on. By the way, let me introduce you. These are my friends, Minato and Kushina. In his excitement, Chiba had almost forgotten to introduce Kushina and Minato. Hello, I am Uchiha Makoto, she greeted warmly. Kushina shot Chiba a playful glare before smiling and saying, Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina. Greetings, I am Namikaze Minato. Minato also offered a polite introduction. The group continued their conversation with fervor. It is said that women are peculiar creatures. Despite having just met, their camaraderie blossomed swiftly, leading to an animated exchange between the two. Chiba and Minato exchanged glances, both displaying a sense of helplessness. After lunch, Chiba, along with his companions, bid farewell to Mikoto. He also informed her of his current residence, inviting her to visit him should she need anything. Uchiha Mikoto was 3 years his senior, the same age as Shinsuke, and had graduated 3 years prior. Now, she led her own team and regularly undertook missions. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, several elders gathered with the clan leader in a room, listening to Uchiha Kihito as he relayed news about Chiba. After hearing the report, they all furrowed their brows. The eldest elder spoke first. Let us send someone to make contact. If he is willing to return, we shall grant him whatever he desires as compensation. The second elder chimed in. I opposed this from the beginning. You all insisted on expelling him. And now you wish to make amends? Is that even possible? The third elder sighed. We should at least attempt to make contact. The clan leader frowned slightly and asked, what if he refuses? What else can we do? He has already taken Tsunade as his master, and I have heard that Uzumaki Mito holds him in high regard. Furthermore, with Akimichi Choji by his side, do you intend to kill him? The eldest elder responded. Therefore, we must do everything in our power to persuade him. At just 10 years old, he has already awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. His future potential is limitless. He may very well become the next Uchiha Madara, the second elder added. Understood, the clan leader nodded. At this point, discord had begun to brew within the Uchiha clan, splitting into 3 factions, the Hawks, the Doves, and the Neutrals. It was evident that the clan leader had his own agenda. After all, if such a prodigy were to return, he would need to be swayed to their side. Perhaps they could send Fugaku to make contact first. Chapter 13. A breezy passage in the afternoon, the second round of the graduation examination officially commenced. To everyone's surprise, even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had come to witness the event. This was understandable, as Chiba's class was considered an elite group among their peers, producing several of Konoha's future elite ninjas. What troubled Chiba, however, was the unexpected presence of Danzo, indicating that the days ahead would not be peaceful. Soon, the examination began. Since Chiba, Minato, and Kushina were all taking it individually, they were placed at the forefront, with Chiba going first. His opponent was a rather arrogant young genin who clearly underestimated Chiba. After all, how could a mere student compare to someone who had already undertaken numerous perilous missions? The genin brandished a kunai, sneering, "Are you ready, kid? Coming alone to the exam? How foolish." In response, Chiba drew his katana, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, "Your attitude is quite irksome. You may be a genin, but you carry yourself as if you were a kage. I have decided then that I must leave a lasting impression on you." "Huh. You may be young, but your words are bold. I too have changed my mind. Let us see if you can grasp the difference between yourself and a true genin." The young man laughed. As the battle commenced, the proctor declared, "No lethal force allowed." With that, Chiba swung his katana with a gentle motion. Konoha's flowing willow. Suddenly, it seemed as if a flurry of leaves danced in the air. Chiba's figure began to blur until it vanished amidst the swirling foliage. The genin was instantly ensnared in a genjutsu. In an instant, he collapsed, suffering a deep gash, which, had it not been for the fact that they hailed from the same village, would have been aimed at his neck instead of his chest. The proctor, having just dispelled the genjutsu, was taken aback to find the match already concluded, staring incredulously at the stage. Sitting on the elevated platform, the third Hokage furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, "That was Maruhoshi Kogetsu's sword technique. I did not expect Chiba to have mastered his style." Beside him, Danzo's cold gaze remained fixed on the stage, his thoughts obscured. "Proctor, does this mean I have passed?" Chiba waited patiently for a response, turning to the nearby examiner. Upon hearing this, the examiner first checked on the unconscious genin before raising his hand and announcing, "Senju Chiba, examination passed." With that, Chiba stepped down from the platform. "Chiba, you were amazing. A total knockout," Kushina exclaimed joyfully. "Congratulations, Chiba," Minato added with a smile. Minato realized that the gap between his strength and Chiba's was widening. That technique was clearly a combination of genjutsu and swordsmanship. If he were to face it, he would likely be defeated in an instant, considering it required no hand seals, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. "I must work harder. I cannot allow myself to fall too far behind Chiba. You too, keep at it. Just relax. You both will surely pass," Chiba encouraged. Those who passed the examination were required to exit the arena to avoid disturbing other candidates. So Chiba made his way out of the venue. He then found a shaded spot beneath a tree to wait for Kushina and Minato. Chiba was unconcerned about their abilities. Unless the third Hokage was deliberately difficult, they would undoubtedly succeed. Bored, Chiba began to review his status panel in his mind when he suddenly noticed that the system had issued a new task. Chiba's mouth twitched. This system was rather vexing. Always clandestinely releasing tasks. If he had not checked, would he have missed it? Although failure bore no penalties, the rewards were consistently enticing. Task: When the heart of Uchiha Mikoto. Reward: Pure Indra's chakra. Chiba couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. This reward was incredibly tempting. If he were to fuse with Indra's chakra, he would no longer have to worry about blindness after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, Indra's lineage was akin to that of his father, the Sage of Six Paths. Once awakened, it would grant eternal vision. But what was this system doing? Why were the tasks now focused on winning others' partners? Was it, in fact, a system designed for such pursuits? Nevertheless, he could not deny that the rewards were exceedingly alluring. Who is Fugaku? I don't know him. Mikoto, I don't want to work hard anymore. Chiba exclaimed. Chiba, so this is where you are? Kushina's voice broke through his reverie. So soon you're done? Certainly. Allow me to present a refined version of your text. Of course. Do you not know who I am? I am Kushina Uzumaki. With a smile gracing her lips, Kushina gazed expectantly at Chiba, her inner thoughts fervently urging, praise me. Hurry and praise me. Observing her demeanor, Chiba's lips twitched before he relented, saying, yes, Kushina is the strongest. TCH, such a perfunctory compliment. Kushina pouted, clearly dissatisfied. All right, I know you're impressive. But what about Minato? Chiba stepped closer, affectionately ruffling Kushina's hair. She basked in the moment, her cheeks slightly flushed as she replied, he should arrive soon. Before long, Minato successfully passed the assessment, and the trio returned to the classroom to await the conclusion of the examinations. By 4 in the afternoon, the graduation assessments officially concluded, with the promise of distributing the Genin forehead protectors to those who succeeded the following day, alongside class allocations. That evening, having dined with the Senju clan and Kushina, Chiba found himself ambushed on his solitary walk home by an unexpected visitor. The individual before him sported shoulder-length hair, dark eyes, and donned a deep blue long robe, embellished with the Uchiha clan's fan insignia. Are you Uchiha clan members ever done? Chiba remarked impatiently. Chiba, I come on behalf of the Uchiha clan to express my apologies. Chiba's expression remained unchanged as he inquired, and you are? I am Fugaku Uchiha, he responded. Chiba felt a twinge of surprise. This was Fugaku Uchiha. He appeared to be in his 20s. Wow, isn't he a bit of an age gap with Mikoto in the original story? Initially feeling a pang of guilt, it dissipated instantly. In the original tale, Mikoto had followed him only to be tragically slain by her own son. Such a grim fate. I must intercept this. Regaining his composure, Chiba continued. So, you are the son of the Uchiha clan leader? Your clan leader must be quite committed to send you to apologize. Fugaku smiled. After all, it was an Uchiha who provoked you first. As the clan leader's son, it is my duty to come and apologize. Chiba remained skeptical. The Uchiha were notoriously proud. Had they not witnessed him activating his Sharingan, they would hardly care about someone ostracized like him, let alone send the clan leader's son to apologize. TCH, you merely wished to win me back, hoping I might return to the Uchiha clan. But alas, such dreams are far-fetched. Having distanced myself from the Uchiha, I shall never return. That clan's position in Konoha is precarious. Without sweeping reforms, their demise is inevitable. I understand your intentions. The Uchiha need not waste their efforts on me. I shall not return. Inform your clan leader to keep a tighter rein on his clan members. Should there be a next time, it shall not be a simple reprimand. Fugaku's brow furrowed. His willingness to apologize was a significant gesture. Yet he was met with a threat. The smile faded from his face, replaced by a grim countenance as he activated his Sharingan, fixing his gaze on Chiba. Chiba, do you hold yourself in such high regard, believing that merely activating the Sharingan grants you the license to act as you please? Do give it a try. Chiba scoffed, activating his own Sharingan in response. Chapter 14. Team members. A gentle breeze swept through the streets. To an onlooker, it appeared as though two individuals stood motionless. Yet in reality, they were embroiled in a Jinjutsu duel. In the blink of an eye, Fugaku found himself on one knee, clutching his chest, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Chiba stood nonchalantly, looking down at Fugaku with derision. Is this all? I expected more from the son of the illustrious Uchiha clan. Such disappointment. Do not forget to convey my message to your clan leader. Should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy." With that, Chiba strode past Fugaku. Though Chiba had no formal instruction on wielding the Sharingan, he possessed the records left by the second Hokage. If anyone understood the Uchiha clan, it was undoubtedly Tobirama Senju. Following the gift from Mito Uzumaki, Chiba discovered extensive records detailing the Uchiha clan, so thorough that even some Uchiha might remain oblivious to certain aspects. How does one activate the Sharingan? How does one utilize it? How does one counter it? It could be said that the second Hokage, having witnessed the prowess of Madara Uchiha firsthand, devoted countless hours to studying the Uchiha clan. It is often said that the most profound understanding comes from one's adversaries. Not long after Chiba departed, Fugaku rose. Fists clenched and a fierce expression etched across his face before he exited. He recognized the depth of his defeat, initially skeptical of his father's words. He now realized that Chiba was a formidable opponent. His spiritual energy felt boundless, and although they both possessed the Sharingan, it was evident that Chiba surpassed him in strength. Despite having received the Uchiha clan's teachings, Chiba had no formal guidance. Yet he had triumphed. Was this the essence of genius? Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, Fugaku relayed his experience to the clan leader. After hearing his account, the leader sighed and waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave now. Focus on your recovery." "Yes, father," Fugaku replied as he exited the room. The clan leader was left in deep contemplation. The following day, in the classroom, students eagerly grasped their genin forehead protectors, eyes alight with excitement, anticipating their class assignments and the prospect of embarking on missions as ninjas. "Chiba, I spoke with Tsunade yesterday. She agreed to let me be in the same team as you," Kushina exclaimed joyfully. "Oh, she agreed so readily?" Chiba pondered, sensing something amiss. Given Tsunade's character, she would generally expect some form of compensation to acquiesce. Her prompt agreement suggests she already knew our class assignments, and that we would be together. Now that you mention it, it is indeed peculiar she didn't ask for money to sway her decision, Kushina mused. "I suspect our instructor will be Tsunade," Chiba speculated. "Really?" Kushina gasped in surprise. "Considering I am her pupil, and her swift agreement yesterday, she must have been aware of our class situation." Nodding in agreement, Kushina felt reassured. Chiba then glanced at Minato nearby. Given the significant changes, he was uncertain whether Minato would be in the same class. For a year prior, Minato had apprenticed under Jiraiya, making it likely that Jiraiya would be his instructor. Indeed, Minato had lost a bet to Chiba, and had begrudgingly treated both Chiba and Kushina to a meal of grilled meat. Before long, a team instructor arrived to escort the students. As Chiba anticipated, Minato was taken away by Jiraiya. With the classroom gradually emptying, only Chiba and Kushina remained. They waited for quite some time until the classroom door was finally pushed open. "Hey, I hope I'm not late." Tsunade entered, yawning. "You're so slow, Tsunade," Kushina teased. "Surely you weren't just waking up?" Chiba remarked, observing Tsunade still stifling yawns. "Not at all. I was merely delayed by other matters," Tsunade hastened to explain. Chiba merely chuckled, choosing not to call her out on her evident deception, as it was clear she was attempting to placate Kushina. "All right, come along with me." Tsunade beckoned to Chiba and Kushina. "Is it just the two of us?" Kushina inquired curiously. "There is another one waiting outside," Tsunade explained. Soon after, Chiba and Kushina followed Tsunade out of the classroom, quickly arriving at the rooftop. Upon seeing their teammate, both Chiba and Kushina displayed expressions of surprise. "Makoto? How could it be you?" Kushina exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the third member of Chiba's team was none other than Uchiha Makoto. At that moment, Chiba furrowed his brows. This must be the doing of the Uchiha clan. I truly cannot fathom how they convinced the third Hokage to transfer her here. Makoto noticed the change in Chiba's expression and said apologetically, "Chiba, I have no choice in this matter." "I understand, Makoto. You need not concern yourself. You are merely following orders," Chiba replied, shaking his head. After all, this matter was not Makoto's fault. Perhaps it was due to Fugaku's failure to complete his mission that they discovered he and Makoto shared a good rapport, thus arranging for her to interact with him. The Uchiha clan truly goes to great lengths, yet they may keep the sweet coating while I shall return the cannonballs. Well, since you are all acquainted, there is no need for further introductions. We will commence our mission tomorrow. For now, we shall disperse, Tsunade declared. Just as she was about to leave, Chiba called out to her. "Tsunade-sensei, Do you know what kind of deal the Uchiha clan made with the third Hokage to facilitate Mikoto's transfer? Upon hearing this, Tsunade shook her head and responded, I am not certain. When I received the news, I was equally surprised. But do not worry. With me around, nothing will go awry. With that, Tsunade waved her hand and departed. Chiba sighed. The Uchiha clan truly never seems to tire. They have even resorted to using charms now. Nevertheless, I welcome Mikoto's addition to our team, Chiba said with a smile. Hearing this, Mikoto felt relieved. She had feared Chiba might blame her. But it seemed that would not be the case. Indeed, that is wonderful. Mikoto is now one of us, Kushina exclaimed, her joy evident. Among them, Kushina was undoubtedly the happiest, as she and Mikoto were close friends in the original story. It was only their second meeting, yet their bond was already strong. Women are indeed peculiar beings. Chapter 15. The first mission the following day, Tsunade led Chiba and the others to the mission hall. It was their first time there, and they gazed around with curiosity. Chiba, you may choose the mission, Tsunade beckoned him. Tsunade-sensei, is it appropriate for me to select? Chiba questioned, somewhat perplexed by the notion of a freshly graduated student taking the lead in mission selection. It's fine. I just want you to acclimate to your future life. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. All right then, what kind of mission do you think we should undertake? Chiba inquired, as it was indeed his first time in this setting. Although he possessed solid strength, he lacked any practical experience in executing missions. Tsunade stroked her chin thoughtfully before responding. Well, you three are no longer ordinary genin. Kushina has already reached the rank of chunin, and as for Mikoto, I am not very familiar with her abilities. But she has graduated for 3 years now and has experience in missions. Lastly, Chiba, you are the strongest in this team. Therefore, we can first eliminate any D-rank missions. Considering that it's your and Kushina's first time, a C-rank mission would be quite suitable. We should avoid escort missions for now, as they are too time-consuming. So I trust you understand how to choose. Chiba nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. Generally, escort missions take at least half a month, which is indeed too lengthy. Chiba's gaze scanned the mission board, and soon he discovered a task that seemed perfect for their team: elimination of mountain bandits. Mission summary. A group of mountain bandits has gathered in the forest of the Land of Fire on Reimei Mountain, committing heinous acts of arson and robbery, numbering around 60 individuals with no visible ninja presence. Mission issuer, villagers of Mei Village. Chiba felt this mission was highly appropriate. It was not too far from Konoha Village and could be reached within a day. Moreover, they were merely mountain bandits. Since his primary goal was to gain experience in combat, this mission was indeed suitable. This one, Chiba declared as he picked up the mission scroll. Tsunade remained silent, merely nodding in approval. Both Kushina and Mikoto agreed with a nod after reviewing the scroll. Soon, the four of them had accepted the mission and made their way toward the gates of Konoha. At that moment, the gatekeepers were not the famed guardians of Konoha, Uchiha and Sarutobi, but rather two unfamiliar faces, as Uchiha and Sarutobi had yet to be born. After registering at the gate, they exited Konoha's boundaries. Chiba felt a surge of excitement. This was his first time stepping out of Konoha Village. He took a deep breath. All right, let us not waste any more time. Let us go? Upon hearing this, Chiba turned and felt somewhat embarrassed. Well, what could I expect? Two of them have ventured outside the village before. And Kushina is from outside as well. I am the only one experiencing this for the first time. Clearing his throat to alleviate his embarrassment, Chiba said, Ahem. Let us go? Kushina and Mikoto stifled their laughter behind their hands, but Chiba paid them no mind as he led the way into the forest. Before long, the four of them were leaping from tree to tree within the forest. Their pace was not particularly swift, and Tsunade took the opportunity to share her experiences from previous missions with Chiba. He listened intently. After all, experience was what he desperately needed. By nightfall, they reached the foot of Reimei Mountain. Utilizing the cover of darkness, they stealthily approached the mission's target. During this mission, I will not intervene unless you encounter life-threatening danger. Chiba, you will act as the captain of this team and arrange the mission, Tsunade stated, leaning against a tree, no longer overseeing Chiba. The intelligence indicated that there were no ninjas present, but it was still prudent to investigate first. Kushina, you sense if there are any ninjas. I will scout the specific locations of the bandits. Mikoto, please stay here to protect Kushina. Given that it was their first mission, Chiba was particularly cautious. Sometimes, intelligence could be incorrect, so preliminary reconnaissance was essential. Unfortunately, His Sharingan could not perceive those without chakra, so he had to investigate personally. With the mission assignments complete, they began to take action. The group moved swiftly, and Chiba quickly located the precise positions of the bandits. Approximately 40 individuals gathered in the largest building, while the side buildings housed around 10 each. Kushina also sensed no presence of ninjas. Soon, Chiba began to strategize. He would handle the center, while Kushina and Mikoto would take care of the sides. In that case, stay safe. Let us commence our actions. With those words, the three of them proceeded with their respective tasks. This mission posed no difficulty for Chiba. He charged into the main entrance with ease. A few swift movements dispatched the guards, and the noise quickly alerted the others inside. As they streamed out, their worried expressions vanished upon seeing Chiba, and the leader declared, "Oh, it's just a kid. You all go take care of him." With that, they rolled up their sleeves, some even drawing weapons. Chiba, however, had no intention of wasting words. He swiftly formed hand signs. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A massive flame erupted from Chiba's mouth. Having carefully controlled his chakra to ensure it was manageable, otherwise, he was confident it could have been even more devastating. Although it was merely a B-rank technique, with sufficient chakra, it could easily rival an S-rank jutsu. Reflect upon the original work where Uchiha Madara employed this jutsu. It was so extravagant that it necessitated the coordination of over 20 ninja to form a water-style wall to withstand it. The bandits, caught off guard, perished in the inferno. After all, they were merely bandits, and the disparity between them and ninjas was immense. Moreover, Chiba utilized such a formidable fire technique. It was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Kushina and Mikoto faced no difficulty either. Although both Chiba and Kushina were committing murder for the first time, they felt no discomfort. Kushina had endured the annihilation of her clan, and Chiba's swift execution left little room for reflection. A mere B-rank fire technique obliterated their foes. Tsunade exhibited no change in expression, for she was well aware of Chiba's prowess. He could easily accomplish this task alone. Upon the mission's conclusion, Tsunade suggested they stay overnight at an inn in the town before returning to Konoha the next day, to which everyone readily agreed. In their inn room, Chiba set up a rudimentary alarm system to prevent intrusions. Caution was paramount. After all, one can never predict when danger might strike, and it is prudent to prepare in advance. Sign in. Congratulations, host has obtained a longevity pill. Another one, which is certainly better than shurikens. It is nearly time to hand the longevity pill to Granny Mito. There was no urgency regarding the mission, as they were all part of the same team and had ample time. System panel. Host. Kamyu Chiba, age, 10, chakra nature. Wind, fire, lightning, earth, water, een. Yang, total chakra, 89 cards, ninjutsu. To be represented by points henceforth to avoid being criticized for numerical values. Talent. Perfect ninjutsu talent. Perfect taijutsu talent. Perfect chakra control talent. Perfect chakra nature transformation talent. Perfect space talent. Perfect swordsmanship talent. Proficient blade technique talent. 20. Master sealing technique talent. 50. Levels. Beginner, proficient, master, perfect. Each stage automatically upgrades upon reaching 100. Bloodline limit. 3 Tomo Sharingan, Ice Fruit. Special, Ashura Chakra. Items. Black Blade Shioshui, Shurikens X200, Kunai X300, Explosive Tags X200. Military Rations Pills X100, 1 Ordinary Iron Sword. A bottle of Infinite Cola, Durex X3, Beauty Pills X10, Longevity Pills X2, Evaluation. An outstanding Jonin, lacking only in practical experience. Mission. When the Heart of Uchiha Mikoto. Reward. Pure Indra Chakra. Chapter 16. A feast the following day. Chiba and his companions did not rush back to Konoha, but instead strolled through the town. After all, such an outing was a rarity, warranting a thorough exploration. Naturally, Tsunade did not accompany them. She had already made her way to the casino, one of her few indulgences. On the street, Kushina and Mikoto walked arm in arm ahead, while Chiba, hands in pockets, followed with a helpless expression. Although Chiba was aware that women could be quite fervent in their shopping, he was taken aback to find that women in the world of Hokage were no different. It appeared that women, regardless of their origins, shared this trait. Upon returning to the inn, they discovered that Tsunade had already returned, appearing somewhat disoriented. Chiba quickly deduced that she had likely lost everything, as the reputation of the future cash cow was well deserved. After tidying up, They departed the inn and headed towards the village of Konoha. As dusk approached, they arrived in Konoha. Kushina then suggested they celebrate, and Chiba and the others readily agreed. At the barbecue restaurant, as they entered, they were greeted with enthusiastic calls. "Oh, it's Tsunade." A man with a head full of white hair and 2 red marks beneath his eyes waved in greeting. "Jiraiya," Tsunade replied with a hint of fatigue. "What happened? Did a simple mission wear you out?" Jiraiya inquired curiously. "Nothing much. Chiba, you kids go ahead." "I'll join Jiraiya," Tsunade replied, shaking her head. "Understood," Chiba acknowledged, recognizing that Tsunade, being an adult, would prefer to drink with her peers rather than sit with children. "Minato, how are you finding things?" Chiba asked as the 3 of them sat across from Minato. "Quite well, and you?" Minato responded with a smile. "Very good," Chiba nodded affirmatively. "Such a softie. The 3 of us are far superior," Kushina remarked while perusing the menu. At this, Minato's lips twitched, but he brushed it off, introducing. "These 2 are my teammates, Akimichi Yashimaru and Inuzuka Junsure." Chiba nodded at them and said, "Hello, I am Kamiya Chiba, and these 2 are Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto." After the introductions, they all exchanged nods. After Kushina ordered, she engaged in conversation with Mikoto. "I can't believe you're teamed up with Uchiha Mikoto," Minato exclaimed, surprised to see Mikoto accompanying Chiba, given that she had graduated 3 years prior. "Ah, I didn't expect it either," Chiba replied, shaking his head. "There must be some involvement from the Uchiha clan, right?" Minato asked curiously. "Certainly. Otherwise, how could it be Mikoto-ne? I just wonder how they persuaded the 3rd Hokage." Chiba responded with a nod. "It seems the Uchiha clan is still quite persistent regarding you." Although young, Minato understood certain matters. "Rest assured, with Tsunade around, I am quite safe for now. They wouldn't dare act openly. After all, the 3rd Hokage had little time to manage his own affairs, as the Second Shinobi World War had already commenced. Due to the economic disparities between nations, the militaristic factions within various ninja villages were rising. And now was the time for the Land of Rain to confront the 3 major ninja villages, with Konoha being among them. It was likely that Tsunade would soon join the battlefield, though it remained uncertain whether he would be arranged to accompany her. The hope seemed dim, as the battlefield was in the Land of Rain, and it was improbable that freshly graduated ninjas would be deployed. Moreover, the time for Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade to battle Hanzo the Salamander, thereby earning the title of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, was approaching. Soon, the food arrived, and Chiba dispelled his wandering thoughts. They first raised their cups for a toast. Being children, they opted for beverages instead. The atmosphere quickly became lively. Observing the scene, Jiraiya chuckled and then turned to Tsunade, stating, "The situation on the battlefield is rather unclear. We will likely need to head there soon." "Ah, another war. But why isn't Orochimaru with you?" Tsunade inquired, curious. "As these 2 were typically inseparable. I'm dining with my team, so I didn't invite him," Jiraiya explained. "How is Shoju doing?" "Quite well. Orochimaru still adores Shoju, so you need not worry. Then I shall rest easy." Despite often teasing Shoju, Tsunade had a deep affection for her younger brother. Once the meal concluded, the sky outside had darkened. The group bid farewell at the barbecue restaurant's entrance. Chiba accompanied Kushina to the Senju clan. He intended to present the longevity pill to Granny Mito. Such matters required privacy, so after they returned to their respective rooms, Chiba stepped out and made his way to Granny Mito's residence. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard a voice from within. "Is that you, Chiba? Come in." Upon hearing this, Chiba opened the door to find Granny Mito seated at a table, smiling warmly at him. "Granny Mito, sorry for the intrusion," Chiba said respectfully. "Coming over so late indicates you must have something on your mind," Mito observed, her voice as gentle as ever. "Indeed, Granny Mito. During my recent excursion from the village, I stumbled upon a concealed cave and discovered a longevity elixir. Therefore, I wish to present this precious pill to you. For I am cognizant of your declining health. I believe that upon consuming this elixir, you could extend your life by at least another decade." With that, Chiba revealed the elixir and placed it before Mito. At that moment, Chiba felt a tinge of anxiety, for it was a bold claim to make in Mito's presence. Mito smiled faintly, sensing that Chiba's words were perhaps embellished, yet the elixir radiated a palpable vitality. However, she had no intention of exposing Chiba's fib, for everyone harbors their own secrets. "No, dear, you should keep it for yourself," Mito gently declined, shaking her head. Yet before Chiba could continue, Mito interjected. I understand this is a gesture of goodwill, but since Hashirama's passing, my sole task has been to endure until the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails emerges. You have grown immensely. I believe you can face the world independently, even without my protection. Chiba fell silent, contemplating Mito's wisdom. Perhaps she was right. While he yearned for her continued existence, that was merely his own wish. Has Granny Mito already decided who the next Jinchuriki will be? Chiba asked. Feeling uneasy, he was reluctant to have Kushina take on such a burden, especially with another member of the Uzumaki clan still present in Konoha. Do not fret. Even if I choose Kushina, Hiruzen Sarutobi would surely disagree, Mito reassured him. Chiba found solace in her words, realizing the deep bond he shared with Kushina, which the third Hokage would hardly endorse. Furthermore, as a member of the Senju clan, it would be unwise for them to be too closely associated with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Thus, it seemed the only viable option was Uzumaki Hana. I understand. I apologize for the interruption, Granny Mito. I shall take my leave now. Chiba bowed respectfully before departing. Very well, go on, Mito replied. Chapter 17. The task completed mysteriously at the Uchiha clan's residence. Mikoto Uchiha kneeled before the clan leader. How has the interaction progressed? His voice resonated with authority. I have managed to gain his acceptance, Mikoto answered truthfully. That is good. Establish a solid rapport, with time spent together. He will undoubtedly develop feelings for you, and he will return to us willingly. The leader nodded in approval. Understood, clan leader, Mikoto replied, her expression stoic. Dismissed. He waved her off. Mikoto departed with a heavy heart, wishing her clan would not manipulate her into pursuing Chiba. Yet, she was bound by her lineage. What should I do? She pondered, as a watchful gaze lingered at the entrance, hands clenched, face twisted with malice. Chiba, you must perish. With that, the figure retreated further inside. The following day, Chiba awoke and, upon entering the living room, was surprised to find Mikoto visiting the Senju clan. Good morning, Mikoto. I didn't expect to see you here so early, he yawned. Good morning, Chiba, she replied. It's not that early, you're just late. Kushina chimed in, irritated. What's the matter? Who upset you? Why are you in such a foul mood this early? Chiba inquired, perplexed. Go wash up, it's none of your concern. Kushina retorted. Chiba, even more bewildered, turned to head to the bathroom, casually remarking, Is it morning grumpiness? Though his voice was barely audible, it provoked Kushina to slam her hands on the table in anger. Chiba, what did you say? Nothing, I'm just going to wash up. With that, he hurried away. Chiba was aware that the title Blood Red Pepper was not merely for show. When Kushina was incensed, she was formidable. All right, Kushina. But I'm curious to know what sparked your sudden ire, Mikoto asked with intrigue. Nothing at all, Kushina insisted, her cheeks flushed, mentally berating Chiba. How infuriating. That dense Chiba didn't even notice me when he woke up. Ah, the thoughts of a young girl are truly inscrutable. Had Chiba known that Kushina was upset for such a trivial reason, he would have been quite disheartened, especially since it was Mikoto's first visit. And he should have made more effort to converse with her. After all, they frequently spent time at the Senju clan. Skipping a morning greeting shouldn't be that significant. Once Chiba finished washing up, he joined them at the table, where he found breakfast already prepared by Kushina. It must be said that she embodied the essence of a devoted wife. As Chiba savored his meal, he observed Mikoto closely and noted her unusual demeanor, heavy with unspoken thoughts. Mikoto, do you have something to confide? He asked gently. Well, you seem off today. Did the Uchiha clan treat you poorly? Chiba speculated, suspecting it had something to do with their expectations of her. Forgive me, Chiba. After returning home yesterday, the clan leader summoned me. I had no choice. Mikoto admitted, her head bowed in apology. How can the Uchiha clan act this way? I think you should just stay here and not return, Kushina declared, indignant on Mikoto's behalf. There's no need for concern. I had already anticipated this, Chiba reassured, shaking his head dismissively. However, if you truly wish to distance yourself from the Uchiha clan, this is indeed a suitable place. They would not dare come here. Hearing this, Mikoto felt a flicker of hope, genuinely wishing to avoid returning to her clan. Is that really possible? She asked tentatively. Of course. Rest assured, Mikoto. If they dare come here, we have Tsunade to protect us. What is there to fear? Kushina asserted confidently. Chiba nodded in agreement. Very well. Mikoto agreed with a nod. You little rascals, making such a racket so early in the morning. Tsunade yawned, scratching her head as she entered. Tsunade, you're just in time. Mikoto wishes to move in here. Do you approve? Kushina inquired eagerly. What prompted this idea? Tsunade asked, her curiosity piqued. It's because of the Uchiha clan, Kushina explained, detailing the situation. Upon hearing this, Tsunade glanced at Chiba, who nodded in affirmation. In that case, she can stay. If they dare show up here, I will teach them a lesson, Tsunade declared with resolve. Thank you, Tsunade. Mikoto bowed in gratitude. Just a minor matter. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. So, what are our plans for today? Chiba inquired. Nothing in particular. We shall rest for 2 days before undertaking any missions. Chiba could only acquiesce to this. In that case, I shall go train. Go on, Tsunade urged. I'll join you. I'll go too. Kushina and Mikoto chimed in unison. All right, let us proceed. The group swiftly made their way to the Senju clan's training grounds. Mikoto, have you activated your Sharingan yet? Chiba asked with curiosity. Yes, I have. But it's only a single tomo, Mikoto replied. Would you like to unlock the second tomo? I can assist you, Chiba offered. Is it really possible to rely on someone else for that? Mikoto asked, astonished. Absolutely. The Sharingan can be awakened through intense emotional stimulus. As long as the emotional upheaval is significant enough, the Sharingan can evolve, Chiba elucidated. What do you say? Would you like to give it a try? Though the process may be somewhat painful, Chiba inquired. Upon hearing this, Mikoto paused for a moment, then clenched her fists and, with gritted teeth, said, Chiba, I beg of you, are you truly certain of your decision? Chiba confirmed once more. Yes. Mikoto nodded resolutely. She was aware that within this small team, her strength was the weakest, and in order not to hinder Chiba, she resolved to give it a try. All right, then you are prepared. With that, Chiba activated his Sharingan and initiated a Genjutsu. This Genjutsu was quite simple, akin to a suggestion that would compel Mikoto to confront her most painful experiences. In an instant, Mikoto's Sharingan activated automatically, as a tomo gradually transformed from 1 to 2. Success. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, pure Indra Chakra. Listening to the system's voice echoing in his mind, Chiba was utterly bewildered. What is happening? How does the system determine task completion? I haven't done anything at all. If you intended to gift this to me, you could have just given it directly instead of issuing a task. While Chiba was lost in thought, Mikoto's eyes regained their brilliance, gazing tenderly at Chiba as tears streamed down her face. She then embraced Chiba tightly. Nearby, Kushina, witnessing this scene, pouted in frustration as she looked at Chiba. Startled by Mikoto's series of actions, Chiba involuntarily shuddered. Mikoto, could you tell me what you experienced? At that moment, Chiba was immensely curious about what Mikoto had undergone that led to the immediate completion of his task. Surely, it had to be related to him. As Mikoto regained her composure, she released Chiba, wiped her tears, and indignantly exclaimed, No, you are too cruel, Chiba. Kushina, equally irate, demanded to know what Chiba had done to Mikoto. I did nothing. I merely provided her with a suggestion that would make her confront her deepest fears, Chiba explained. Upon hearing this, Kushina momentarily found herself at a loss as to whether to blame Chiba. She then turned to Mikoto and inquired, Mikoto, what exactly did you experience? It was nothing. Let's begin our training. Mikoto replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she shook her head. Never mind, if you don't wish to speak about it. Then so be it. You both carry on with your training. I suddenly have something to attend to. After Chiba finished speaking, he departed. The most pressing matter at hand was, of course, the fusion of Indra Chakra. Kushina and Mikoto exchanged glances. What is going on with him? Why is he in such a hurry? Chapter 18. Chiba's kaleidoscope. At this moment, Chiba found a secluded lakeside, then silently chanted in his heart, Fuse, fuse. As the Indra Chakra emerged, Chiba distinctly felt a surge of ocular power flooding into his eyes. Suddenly, a painful sensation erupted in his eyes, and his Sharingan activated automatically. As the 3 tomo began to spin at a speed so rapid that they left afterimages, they slowly vanished, revealing a new pattern. Once the intense mental and chakra fluctuations subsided, Chiba leaned over the lake's surface and clearly saw the design of his kaleidoscope. Isn't that Sasuke's kaleidoscope? No. The internal pattern is different. His second pattern resembled 3 petals. 2 patterns? Has it evolved directly into the Eternal Eye? Indeed, Chiba's kaleidoscope had opened as the Eternal Eye, with the design transforming into Jitaba. The so-called Jitaba is essentially the Eternal Eye, characterized by its dual patterns. However, his current ocular power had not yet been honed to perfection, Under the nourishment of bloodline and body, it continued to grow. Is this the formidable power of pure Indra chakra? Truly, the products of the system are exceptional. This resolved one of his major dilemmas. At this moment, Chiba also comprehended the ocular techniques he had acquired. Tianji Chongli. A gentle whisper escaped his lips, and in an instant, Chiba's figure blurred and then completely vanished from the spot. He reappeared in a realm of alternate space, which spanned approximately 30 kilometers in radius. This place was adorned with mountains, trees, and water, resembling a paradise. Though there was no sun, a round moon hung in the sky, illuminating the entire space. Isn't this what I envisioned? The Sharingan truly reflects the heart's desires. Deep down, he had always hoped to live in a utopia, far removed from the conflicts of the ninja world. After all, the place where he lived in his previous life was devoid of war, harmonious, and free from the fear of sudden death. Unlike the current ninja world, where he lived in constant trepidation, uncertain of when he might be killed. Thus, he awakened such an alternate space, resembling a paradise. His left eye, Tianji Chongli, pertained to space-time ninjutsu, possessing skills akin to Kamui, as well as Jinjutsu reminiscent of Tsukuyami. Meanwhile, the ocular technique of his right eye, replication, enabled Chiba to duplicate and analyze others' bloodline limits and ocular techniques, allowing him to learn them directly as long as he witnessed their usage. In simpler terms, it was a more potent form of copying ability, surpassing the ordinary 3 tomos replication capacity. One could say that Chiba's kaleidoscope Sharingan was of an extraordinary caliber. Chiba was thoroughly satisfied with his ocular techniques. And after a moment of joy, an immense chakra surged forth from his body, swiftly forming into bones, muscles, and ultimately transforming into a cerulean giant, standing like a deity. Susanoo also consists of several stages. The first stage is the most basic form, wherein Susanoo only possesses partial limbs without a complete outline. And it does not envelop the entire body. It can be utilized as an extended limb to launch unexpected attacks, with moderate defensive capabilities. The second stage reveals a gigantic skeletal structure, with Susanoo now having a head, albeit in a skeletal form without muscle coverage, boasting impressive defensive prowess. The third stage manifests a muscular Susanoo, transitioning from a mere defensive or offensive form to one capable of utilizing its fundamental skills for attacks. The fourth stage involves an armored Susanoo, adorned with armor and wearing a Tengu mask. The fifth stage sees Susanoo sprouting legs and standing upright, capable of wielding weapons. Chiba's exclusive weapon is the Tengu sword, which possesses formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, reaching heights unattainable by ordinary kaleidoscopes. As for the final stage, it embodies the true third power, the complete form of Susanoo in its god of war state, fully covered in Tengu mask and armor, capable of altering the terrain with a mere gesture and wielding the powers of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, instilling in ordinary hearts an overwhelming sense of futility against resistance. It is an absolute force of domination that can only be matched by equally formidable opponents. Presently, Chiba's limit is the fifth stage to unlock the final form. His ocular power still lags far behind. Although he awakened as the Eternal Eye, his ocular power has yet to reach its zenith. According to Chiba's estimation, he would require at least another year to attain this peak, after which the fifth stage of Susanoo could be unleashed at will. Now, he could be considered to have officially stepped into the realm of shadows, having acquired both Azura and Indra's chakra, making the Rinnegan an inevitable future. At this moment, Chiba's heart was filled with excitement, for he envisioned that a year later, when his ocular prowess reached its zenith, no one in the ninja world, save for Uchiha Madara, would stand as his rival. He took a moment to temper his exhilaration before departing from the location. Upon returning to the training ground, he discovered Kushina and Mikoto engaged in a spirited spar. It was evident that Mikoto had significantly enhanced her abilities since her Sharingan had evolved into the two-tomo stage. Their exchanges were lively and dynamic. The fates of both Kushina and Mikoto had altered, and Chiba pondered whether Naruto and Sasuke would still emerge in the future. Suddenly, a remarkable thought struck him. Could it be possible that his future offspring might be the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. For he currently possessed the chakra of both Ashura and Indra. If he were to have children in the future, it was indeed conceivable that they could inherit their respective chakras. Chiba, what are you daydreaming about? After their sparring session concluded, Kushina noticed Chiba standing idly beneath a tree and curiously inquired. "Oh, it's nothing," Chiba replied, shaking his head as he came back to reality. "Have you finished?" "Yes, but Mikoto has become incredibly formidable. I used to defeat her with ease, but now I must exert myself fully. The Uchiha clan truly has it convenient. They merely need to evolve their eyes to enhance their strength," Kushina mused. "Huh. Little do you know how peculiar their eye awakening process is," Chiba chuckled in response. "Chiba, how do you know so much about the Sharingan?" Mikoto asked, intrigued. "That's because Grandma Mito provided me with extensive dao left by the second Hokage, much of which pertains to the Uchiha clan," Chiba explained. Of course, there was one detail Chiba withheld. His familiarity with the original narrative granted him profound insights. Chapter 19. Escorting supplies in the training grounds of the Senju clan, the three sat beneath the shade of a tree, relishing a moment of tranquility. "Now I understand. Chiba, please enlighten us about the Uchiha clan's Sharingan." "I am quite curious," Kushina said, resting her head on Chiba's shoulder. "I wish to know as well," Mikoto agreed. "Very well. Then I shall share with you." Chiba nodded. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, can awaken and continuously evolve through intense emotional stimuli, with the strength of its abilities contingent upon the number of tomo. It begins with 1 tomo, then progresses to 2, and finally 3. Upon awakening the 3-tomo Sharingan, one's power can rival that of a Jonin. However, throughout the history of the Uchiha clan, very few have unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan. The reason for Uchiha Madara's formidable strength lies in his Mangekyo. Upon hearing this, both women displayed expressions of astonishment. "Who would have thought there exists a Mangekyo beyond the 3-tomo?" Mikoto remarked. "Intense emotional stimuli?" Kushina inquired, puzzled. "For instance, the death of one's parents or encountering life-threatening situations often tied to survival." According to the Galao from the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, Uchiha clan members possess a profound capacity for love. Once that love is lost, a unique chakra floods their minds, reflecting upon the visual nerves, thus causing their eyes to change, a phenomenon colloquially known as awakening the eyes, Chiba elucidated. "Now I see. My eyes awakened only after my mother's passing," Mikoto realized. Chiba continued. "That is merely the beginning. The conditions for awakening the Mangekyo are far more stringent. It is said that one must kill or witness the death of someone most dear to them, allowing hatred to ignite the cursed chakra within, leading to the awakening. Once the Mangekyo is activated, the ocular power consumed is irrecoverable, which means frequent usage will gradually lead one's vision into darkness. The next stage, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, also belongs to the Mangekyo category, but its distinction lies in its enhanced ocular power and the elimination of the adverse effects from the ocular techniques. However, the requirements are exceedingly harsh, necessitating the transplantation of a close relative's eyes. Both women were left speechless by this revelation. "Chiba, you should refrain from awakening the Mangekyo. You have no close kin," Kushina cautioned, snapping back to the present. "But I have already awakened it," Chiba declared, revealing his Mangekyo, as he had no intention of concealing this fact. "What?" both women exclaimed in astonishment, standing up to gaze at Chiba's eyes. "Do not worry. My eyes are quite unique. Upon awakening, they became eternal eyes, thus I do not suffer from blindness," he reassured them. "Ah, that is a relief." They both sighed in unison. "Your eyes are rather beautiful, resembling a fusion of 2 patterns, akin to a clover," Mikoto commented. Chiba smiled in response. "So, Mikoto, you need not worry about the Uchiha clan seeking trouble. My strength is formidable now, and you will have the opportunity to witness the prowess of these eyes." He offered Mikoto a reassuring glance. Mikoto returned a gentle smile and nodded. "All right, let us procure some food. I am famished," Kushina stated. "Agreed, let us go." With that, the trio departed from the training ground. 2 days later, in the mission hall, Tsunade led Chiba and the 2 women to accept Chiba's second mission. Chiba scanned the area but found no suitable tasks available. Most were escort missions or intelligence gathering assignments. Given the nature of their team, intelligence gathering was not appropriate since it required infiltrating enemy territory. Thus, only the escort supplies mission remained. Mission overview. Escort supplies mission. This is a joint operation requiring 3 teams to escort supplies from Konoha to the border of the Land of Fire. The supplies primarily consist of shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, and some food. Currently, 2 teams are already assembled. Only 1 more team is needed. Without hesitation, Chiba accepted the task. The other two teams were unfamiliar to Chiba, likely mere supporting characters. After receiving the mission, Chiba and his team gathered with the other two groups to await the arrival of the supplies. Tsunade naturally took the lead among the teams, as most ninjas in Konoha recognized her as the apprentice of the third Hokage. Once the supplies arrived, Tsunade organized the personnel. Chiba positioned himself at the front of the convoy, possessing the Kagura Shingon sensory skill and considerable strength. Tsunade was situated in the center, with Kushina and Mikoto on either side, while two Jonin brought up the rear, and the remaining Genin pushed the carts. Soon, the group set off with great enthusiasm. The supplies were destined for the border between the land of fire and the land of earth. Currently, the battlefield lay in the land of rain, ensuring that their mission's destination was free from conflict. This was precisely why Chiba opted for this mission. After all, the trio had just completed a task, and it was essential to choose their next mission location with utmost caution. Despite Chiba's current prowess, he was acutely aware of his lack of real combat experience. At their current pace, it would take at least 2 days to arrive at the border. 2 days later, Chiba and his team reached the border safely, encountering no dangers along the way. "Chiba, come here. I have someone I want you to meet," Tsunade called out, waving to him. Hearing this, Chiba stood and approached her. Following Tsunade, he entered a tent, where he saw a middle-aged man with striking white hair and the Hokage's insignia adorning his right arm. "Is that Kakashi Hatake?" Chiba surmised, already guessing the identity of the man. "Chiba, allow me to introduce you to Senior Tsukumo Hatake," Tsunade stated. "Hello, Senior Tsukumo. I am Kamiya Chiba," he said respectfully. "Greetings. Chiba, Wind has mentioned you to me." Tsukumo nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand you wish to learn the art of swordsmanship. Feel free to ask me anything in the coming days." Chiba's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this, as his progress in swordsmanship had been rather slow. He had previously expressed to Uncle Kaze his desire to meet Senior Tsukumo. Unfortunately, Tsukumo had been stationed at the border and was seldom in Kanahagakure, leaving Chiba with no opportunity to meet him until now. "Thank you, Senior Tsukumo," Chiba bowed deeply. "Haha, there's no need for such formality. I am quite familiar with Wind, and as Tsunade's disciple, it is only natural that I offer my guidance." Tsukumo waved his hand dismissively. "Now that I have some time, let us step outside for a spar. This will allow me to gauge your abilities." "Yes, Senior Tsukumo." Chapter 20. The ambush. The group arrived at a clearing where Chiba unsheathed his black blade, Autumn Water, for the first time. After years of practice, he had become accustomed to its weight. Upon seeing the blade, Tsukumo exclaimed, "What a fine sword. Let us begin. You may attack freely while I will only defend." "Understood, Senior." With that, Chiba gripped his sword firmly, adopting a forward stance with his legs bent, lowering his center of gravity while maintaining agility. He initiated his attack. Currently, Chiba was only familiar with basic sword techniques, such as slashes, chops, thrusts, and cuts. After exchanging several moves, Tsukumo called for a halt and remarked, "Chiba, your foundation is quite solid. You may stay here for a few more days, and I will assist you in planning your subsequent training." "Thank you, Senior Tsukumo." Chiba expressed his gratitude. "However, this sword of yours is quite unique and exceptionally heavy. I can only serve as your guide, as my sword differs from yours. Thus, you will need to seek your own swordsmanship," Tsukumo advised. "I understand, Senior." Days passed swiftly. During this time, Chiba made significant strides in his swordsmanship. At that moment, as Tsunade and the others entered a forest, Chiba suddenly raised his fist, signaling for them to halt. Tsunade approached and inquired, "Chiba, what is it?" Chiba furrowed his brow, attuning his senses before responding, "There is an ambush ahead." Upon hearing this, Kushina activated her Byakugan and nodded, confirming, "Indeed, there is an ambush. I sense at least 6 elite Jonin and 4 Jonin." The number startled Tsunade, causing her to frown. Chiba fell into deep contemplation. These individuals likely aimed to kill him, but he was uncertain who had orchestrated this plan. Chiba then stated, "Their target is likely me. Kushina and Mikoto, find a place to hide. We cannot abandon you. We will stay and assist you." They both insisted in unison. Chiba shook his head, saying, "This time is different. Your abilities are not suited for this fight. I would only be distracted trying to protect you." Kushina was about to protest, but Tsunade interrupted, "Chiba is correct. Your current strength is insufficient. It is best for you to hide and avoid detection." "All right, but Chiba, be careful," Mikoto reluctantly agreed. "Kushina, he is right. Our priority is not to hinder Chiba. We must not distract him from protecting us. Chiba walked over to Kushina, gently ruffling her hair, and reassured her, do not worry. I have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. If the situation becomes dire, I can escape. The feather I gifted you must not be lost. I rely on it to flee. Over the years, Chiba had thoroughly integrated the Flying Thunder God technique and had specially crafted tools for its use. Resembling beautiful feathers rather than shuriken, he had created a total of 20, but their exorbitant cost limited his resources. After all, tools for the Flying Thunder God technique must be made from chakra metal, which was inherently expensive, with each piece costing 1 million ryo. I understand. Just be careful. If things go awry, use the Flying Thunder God to escape. Do not get hurt. I will be waiting for you. Kushina's eyes glistened with tears. Her worried gaze fixed on Chiba. Rest assured, you two retreat to a safe location. With that, they turned back, occasionally glancing over their shoulders. Tsunade, leave the 6 elite jonin to me. You handle the other 4 jonin. No, you cannot withstand them. Tsunade shook her head, refusing to accept Chiba's arrangement. Trust me, I would never gamble with my life. Even if I leave them to you, you may lack the confidence to defeat them in one fell swoop. Allow me to handle this. You can assist me once you are done. I still have the Flying Thunder God, he insisted. Very well, Tsunade reluctantly conceded. Chiba was correct. With the Flying Thunder God at his disposal, even if he could not hold them off, he could evade them. They're here. As he spoke, 10 figures emerged from the trees, devoid of any insignia, clearly indicating a meticulously orchestrated assassination attempt. Only 2? 2 have fled. Do not concern yourselves with them. Our target is this brat, the leader pointed at Chiba. Who sent you? Tsunade shouted furiously. Tsunade, our objective is him. We hope you will not interfere. How dare you speak such nonsense? He is my disciple. Tsunade retorted angrily. You lot, hold her off. We will take care of this brat. Chiba discerned that there were likely 2 factions involved, for jonin belonged to one group, while the other 6 were from a different one. Their division of labor was clear. The jonin would contain Tsunade, while the remaining elite jonin would come for him. As the battle was about to commence, 6 dark figures surged from all directions, shuriken imbued with chakra hurtling toward Chiba like crimson shooting stars. Chiba swiftly activated his Sharingan, evading their attacks while forming hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Chiba gathered a massive amount of chakra in his throat and unleashed an expansive torrent of flames, creating a conflagration that engulfed a vast area. Surging toward the 6 assailants. Be cautious, this fire release has an extensive range, one of them warned. Immediately, 4 of them expelled a mouthful of water. Invoking a counter technique. Water release, water barrier. The clash of their jutsu produced a hissing sound, and a thick mist enveloped the area. The 6, seasoned in combat, quickly formed a protective circle back to back, vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, they spotted several feather-like projectiles. One of them attempted to block with a shuriken, but found himself face to face with a figure. Upon locking eyes with Chiba, his expression turned blank, and Chiba swiftly beheaded him, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Shui, one of them shouted in fury. Witnessing his comrade's demise ignited a blaze of rage within him, and he formed hand seals. Wind release, typhoon. A swirling vortex of wind chakra manifested, rapidly dispersing the mist in the forest. Chiba remained unfazed, perched atop a tree, gazing down at the 5 adversaries. Though they were elite jonin, they paled in comparison to his current prowess. After a few probing exchanges, he realized he had underestimated his own capabilities. Truth be told, had he desired it, Chiba could have effortlessly dispatched these 6 foes. Ice Age. As Chiba released his chakra, the surrounding temperature plummeted, a chilling air rapidly spreading. Is that ice release? Quickly, use fire release. One of them warned. With that, the group formed hand seals. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Fire release, great fireball technique. Regrettably, they underestimated Chiba's ice techniques. Unless they could utilize fire techniques of A rank or above, they were utterly incapable of resisting the advance of the frost. Soon, the 5 individuals found themselves frozen in place, each displaying a visage of terror. Chapter 21. The Hidden Hand. As the group succumbed to the chill, Chiba did not hasten to eliminate them. He needed to ascertain who orchestrated the assassination attempt against him. He leaped down from the tree and approached the man who had previously taken the lead in speaking, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. In an instant, the man's expression turned vacant, and Chiba dispelled the icy confinement surrounding him, inquiring, "Who sent you?" Indeed, After a brief struggle, the man ceased to breathe. Observing this, Chiba furrowed his brow. It appeared he had been ensnared by some form of seal. No, this bears the hallmarks of something Danzo would orchestrate. Subsequently, Chiba examined the corpse and discovered the mark of tongue calamity. It was evident that these individuals were affiliated with the root organization. Danzo. Had the assassination occurred a tad earlier, he might have perished here. Alas, he now held no fear of him. After dispatching the others, Chiba hastened towards Tsunade. He noticed that the four remained solely focused on obstructing Tsunade's attempts to assist, continually evading her strikes. Chiba utilized his instant movement to appear behind them. Instantly, the four felt a chill at their backs. Upon turning, they beheld a flash of steel. In a heartbeat, 3 of them were decapitated by Chiba's blade, while the last, ensnared in Chiba's illusion, remained alive solely for the purpose of revealing who had sent them. Through this individual's account, Chiba discerned the identity of the mastermind, Uchiha Fugaku. After swiftly eliminating the final adversary, Tsunade approached Chiba, remarking, "You resolved your side so swiftly?" Indeed, Chiba nodded in response. "Just how powerful have you become?" Tsunade exclaimed incredulously, pointing at Chiba. Even when she had battled 6 elite jonin, she believed survival would be arduous. Yet, Chiba had dispatched his foes in mere moments. "Defeating you is quite effortless," Chiba jested. "Looks like you won't require my protection any longer," Tsunade replied, her expression one of satisfaction. "Well then, let us seek out Kushina and Mikoto," Chiba suggested. "By the way, do you know who orchestrated these attacks?" Tsunade inquired. Chiba nodded, responding, "The 6 elite jonin are from Root, while the 4 here are Uchiha clan members sent by Uchiha Fugaku." "Root? Danzo? How could those 2 possibly collaborate? And why would they seek to eliminate you?" Tsunade questioned, perplexed. "How would I know? I have not provoked them, but I will not let them escape unscathed." Chiba had resolved to create a significant uproar upon his return, otherwise, such incidents would continue to plague him. He did not wish for a swarm of flies buzzing around him perpetually. "What do you intend to do? Do not act recklessly." Tsunade sensed Chiba's murderous intent and cautioned him. "I must escalate this matter, otherwise, it will be endless. You currently have no idea to what extent my strength has grown. If I desire, no one in Konoha could stand against me." "What did you say?" Tsunade gasped in astonishment. Chiba offered a gentle smile, providing no further explanation, and said, "Do not worry. I am mindful of my limits. I will not undertake actions without certainty." "Very well. I cannot sway you. However, you must exercise caution," she replied. "Understood. Let us proceed." Utilizing the sensory abilities of Kagura's heart, Chiba swiftly located the hiding place of the 2 women. In the cave, Kushina sensed Chiba's presence and, along with Mikoto, emerged from their concealment. Upon seeing Chiba unharmed, they both breathed a sigh of relief. During their time in hiding, they had resolved to diligently train upon returning. Otherwise, they would merely find refuge whenever such threats arose. Unable to assist Chiba, they wished to never again experience such helplessness. "See, everything is well. Let us return home," Chiba declared with a smile. "Yes, home." They both nodded in agreement. At the root base, Danzo sat solemnly upon his platform, his expression shifting frequently. He inquired, "Have Shuichi and the others not yet returned?" "Lord Danzo, they have not returned as of now," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Danzo's brow furrowed. By his calculations, they should have returned by now. Could it be that the mission had failed? That seemed unlikely. This time, he had dispatched 6 elite jonin. Tsunade herself could not hinder them. Since the last graduation examination at the Ninja Academy, having observed Chiba's battle, Danzo had arranged for an investigation into Chiba's background. He was astonished to discover that Chiba was a hybrid, amalgamating the bloodlines of 3 clans. Such a promising subject for experimentation was something he coveted deeply. Previously, he had remained in Konoha, where Mito's presence made it challenging for him to act. Now that an opportunity had arisen, Danzo was not about to let it slip away. Just as he was contemplating his next move, Uchiha Fugaku approached him, expressing a desire to eliminate Kamiyu Chiba, leading to an unexpected collaboration between the 2. Danzo was confident that such a lavish arrangement would not falter. "Let us wait a while longer." Within the Uchiha clan, the clan leader, with a grave expression, confronted Fugaku. "What have you sent your people to do?" "Nothing of consequence, merely completing a task," Fugaku replied impassively. "What task?" The clan leader pressed further. "Bad news, clan leader. That Kamiyu Chiba has engaged in conflict with our clan members." An individual burst in, panic-stricken. "What did you say?" The clan leader, upon realizing the implications, turned angrily towards Fugaku, demanding, "Was it you? What have you done?" With no way to conceal the truth, Fugaku admitted, "It was I. I arranged for his assassination. But I never anticipated he would survive. Foolish. Did I not imply the necessity of stealth? Why did I not execute this myself, and instead seek to ally with him? Have you considered that? Though he is Tsunade's disciple, he has had no dealings with the third Hokage. We could have easily drawn him to our side, effectively securing the Senju clan as our ally. Have you not noticed how our clan's standing has deteriorated since the third ascended to power? Now is the time to forge alliances. Doing so would prevent the third from making any bold moves." In response, Fugaku, reluctant, retorted, "Even if we were to ally with him, there was no need to involve Mikoto. You could have sent someone else." Upon hearing this, the clan leader understood and rebuked. "All for a woman. Were it not for the fact that only Mikoto was familiar with him, would I have sent her to engage him? Now that he has come to our doorstep, we must eliminate him for the sake of the Uchiha clan's honor," Fugaku insisted, undeterred. "Foolish and short-sighted. Are you willing to sacrifice the entire clan for one woman? No one in Konoha would dare to kill him. Even the third would not act against him. As long as Mito lives, no one would be bold enough to attempt such a thing, or the consequences would be dire. You do not comprehend Mito's strength." The clan leader scolded, pointing a finger at Fugaku. "Let us resolve this matter first. Then you are to remain at home until I permit you to leave. Come, let us go." With that, they exited the room. Chapter 33, An unexpected encounter with Kakuzu in a quaint street, within a hot spring inn. "Ah, how delightful." Chiba sighed contentedly as he soaked in the warm waters. From the adjacent room, Kushina's voice floated in. "Chiba, how are things on your end? This hot spring is truly enjoyable." "All is well here," Chiba replied. This establishment did not permit mixed bathing. Men and women were segregated, and for added security, Chiba had reserved the entire venue. Now, Chiba has arrived at Dawn Street. After all, this place has appeared several times in the original work, and Chiba was curious to see it for himself. This time, Chiba has no particular plans for his trip. He intends to spend a few days enjoying Dawn Street before heading to the Iron Country. The Iron Country does not have ninjas, rather, it is protected by a group known as samurai. It is a neutral nation with its own distinct culture, authority, and military strength. Chiba looks forward to experiencing their swordsmanship. Upon checking in, Chiba received a chakra replication card. Another one. It seems that this has been the reward for his recent check-ins. However, he currently has no opportunity to replicate the tailed beasts from other villages, so he will keep it for now. His thoughts drifted as he accessed the system panel. Host, Senju Chiba, age, 12 years, chakra attributes, wind, fire, lightning, earth, water, yin, yang, total chakra, 30 ninjutsu. To avoid being accused of using water numbers, points will be used instead. Talent, perfect ninjutsu talent, perfect taijutsu talent, perfect chakra control talent, perfect chakra nature transformation talent, perfect space talent, master level swordsmanship talent, 70. Perfect sealing technique talent, master level knife technique talent. Bloodline limit, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, would release, ice fruit. Special, Ashura chakra, Indra chakra, Nine Tails chakra. Items, Black Blade Chioshui, Shuriken X205, Kunai X310, Explosive Tags X210, Military Rations X110, Chakra Replication Cards X3, a regular iron sword, a bottle of infinite cola, Durex X3, Beauty Pills X11, Longevity Pills X2. Evaluation. Upon reviewing the system, Chiba found that there were still no tasks available. Is this system encouraging him to relax for a while? He muttered in annoyance. Afterward, he closed the panel and leaned back against the steps, savoring the comfort of the hot spring. Soon, after a few people finished soaking, they changed their clothes and exited the hot spring hotel, planning to stroll around the street. As a renowned vacation destination for all ninja realms, its geographical location is quite unique. Situated at the border of the Fire Country, where it meets other nations, it is considered a lawless area. Although this street has not yet developed into the bustling place it will be in the future, it already boasts numerous shops and a vibrant commercial atmosphere. This street offers not only delicious local delicacies, but also plenty of places for enjoyment, with izakayas and entertainment establishments found every few meters, and casinos scattered throughout. It is indeed remarkable that this place remains so tranquil amidst the ongoing war. "Chiba, someone is following us," Kushina suddenly whispered. "I know. You two keep shopping. I will handle this." "He is after me," Chiba replied, having sensed the presence of this individual who possessed at least the chakra level of a Kage. Be careful. Both Kushina and Mikoto cautioned. Don't worry, you two stay alert as well. With that, Chiba parted ways with Kushina and Mikoto, and the person followed Chiba without paying any heed to them. Quickly, Chiba arrived at an open area and halted. Addressing the follower, "You've been trailing me for quite some time. Are you not going to show yourself?" At his words, a figure emerged from the shadows. The individual's entire face was obscured by a gray hood, with a scratched forehead protector and a black mask that revealed only his eyes. Could this be Kakuzu? Chiba speculated inwardly. Haha, the Ice Emperor's reputation is indeed well-deserved. I have been quite cautious, yet you still noticed me, the individual replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. Who are you? What is your purpose in following me? Chiba inquired. I am merely a bounty hunter. As for my purpose, I would say your bounty is simply too tempting. So he seeks my head. Chiba mused, curious about the current value of his bounty. 500 million ryo. Wow. I did not expect it to be so high. No wonder you came, Chiba teased. From your words, it seems you are familiar with me? Kakuzu asked curiously. I don't know you, but I've heard of you, Chiba continued. From your forehead protector, it appears you are a rogue ninja from Takigakure. Takigakure has not produced many strong warriors, only one who previously attempted to assassinate the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. This must be you. At this, Kakuzu chuckled, saying, I didn't expect you to know about that. Have you ever considered that I might not be weaker than Senju Hashirama? Chiba challenged. Ha ha ha, you little brat. How can you compare yourself to Senju Hashirama? Kakuzu laughed heartily. Is that so? As he spoke, Chiba's eyes changed, and he joined his hands together. Wood release. Birth of the tree world. With Chiba's incantation, numerous trees rapidly sprouted from the ground, instantly transforming the area into a forest. Upon witnessing this, Kakuzu's expression turned to one of disbelief. Impossible. You can use wood release? As he finished speaking, Kakuzu dodged while unleashing fire release. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive wave of flames, resembling an ocean, erupted nearby, igniting the trees. However, the wood release did not cease. It continued to advance toward Kakuzu. Seeing this, Kakuzu fled without looking back. Chiba had no intention of killing him. He was merely toying with him. Kakuzu had his uses, and there was no reason to eliminate him just yet. After all, if Chiba truly wanted to kill him, he could do so in an instant. At this point, Chiba's strength had reached the pinnacle of the ninja world, and ordinary Kage-level opponents were no match for him. Chiba chuckled to himself before leaving. With the trouble resolved, he naturally returned to accompany Kushina and Mikoto on their shopping spree. When Chiba reunited with them, Kushina asked, Are you all right? I'm fine, just a bounty hunter. Chiba shook his head. A bounty hunter? I can't believe you're so famous in the ninja world that someone would dare to assassinate you. Mikoto exclaimed, puzzled. Not everyone believes it. There will always be a few who take the risk. It's nothing. Chiba waved his hand dismissively. All right then, let us continue shopping. I saw some interesting performances over there. Let's go check them out. With that, Kushina pulled Chiba and Mikoto in that direction, and the two exchanged amused glances before breaking into laughter. Chapter 34. The Iron Country. The Iron Country lies close to the Earth and Lightning countries, bordering the Fire, Waterfall, and Rice countries. This nation was established by a warrior group that venerates martial strength, rejecting the use of ninjutsu, believing that the swordsmanship and will of the samurai are sufficient to protect the nation, maintaining a long-standing neutrality. It refrains from participating in the conflicts of the ninja world while engaging in trade with other countries. Chiba and his companions are experiencing the unique culture of this land. Today, an unexpected visitor arrived at Chiba's temporary residence. His name is Mifune, who will eventually become the leader of the Iron Country in the original narrative. Mifune, still quite young, came to see Chiba because he had heard of his victory over Hanzo. Mifune had previously faced Hanzo while covering for his comrade's escape and was defeated. But Hanzo, recognizing Mifune's resolve, spared his life by providing an antidote. This experience motivated Mifune to endure hardships and commit to his beliefs. Now, having heard of the one who defeated Hanzo, he wished to witness Chiba's skills firsthand. Do you wish to spar with me in swordsmanship? Chiba asked. Yes. Please do not refuse, esteemed one, Mifune replied earnestly. It is indeed permissible. However, I have heard that in the Land of Iron, casual dueling is not allowed, correct? Chiba inquired, nodding. That is true. Yet recently, the Land of Iron will host a competition for warriors to engage in formal sparring. So we will have the opportunity to duel on stage then, explained Mitsuba. Am I eligible to participate despite not being from the Land of Iron? Certainly. I consulted with the leader beforehand, and as long as you have no objections, you may join, especially since you have bested Hanzo, Mitsuba replied. Is that so? Very well. I shall participate. Chiba agreed without hesitation. After all, Chiba's current weakness lies in swordsmanship, and the chance to spar with various warriors is an opportunity he eagerly sought. Upon receiving Chiba's consent, Mitsuba expressed his excitement and continued, I will not disturb you further. I shall submit your name. The competition will take place in 3 days. In the morning, at the open space in front of the leader's building in the Land of Iron. All right, I understand, and I will be there on time, Chiba nodded. With that, Mitsuba exited the room. As Mitsuba departed, Kushina curiously asked, Chiba, why did you agree to spar with him? Do not underestimate him. Although he was defeated by Hanzo, I believe he will surpass Hanzo in the future, Chiba explained. Really? Kushina exclaimed in surprise. Chiba shrugged and did not respond. After all, in the original story, he indeed surpassed Hanzo in the end. Moreover, his spirit is remarkably resilient. Even in defeat, he does not become disheartened. When it comes to swordsmanship, Chiba is unsure if he can triumph over him. Chiba is now eagerly anticipating the competition in 3 days. 3 days later, at the leader's building in the Land of Iron, a considerable crowd had gathered. They were all there to witness the dueling competition of warriors. Such events are quite popular in the Land of Iron. Chiba realized that his first match would be against Mitsuba. He chuckled and shook his head. How eager Mitsuba is to face him, not even waiting for a few matches before arranging their duel. Chiba had initially hoped to observe the other matches, but it seems that will not be possible now. On the training ground, Chiba and Mitsuba faced off, Chiba wielding the black blade, Autumn Water, while Mitsuba's long sword gleamed in the sunlight. At the sound of the signal, both struck simultaneously, their blades weaving a dazzling tapestry of light. The air on the training ground thickened with tension. At the moment their blades clashed, sparks erupted like crimson fireworks. Mitsuba crushed 3 tiles beneath his left foot, his heavy blade carving a circular arc from below, the force of his swing pressing Chiba's clothing against his skin before the blade even reached him. Chiba retreated a half step and twisted his waist. As the blade grazed the tip of his nose, he suddenly flipped his wrist, striking Mitsuba's elbow with the back of his blade, the metallic clash causing dew to fall from the eaves. After a few feints, Mitsuba suddenly spun and leapt, his blade creating 7 afterimages that encircled Chiba's head. In response, Chiba bent his knees, the pommel of his sword precisely striking 3 of the true images, while the residual force sliced through the banners at the edge of the stage. As Mitsuba landed, his blade slashed diagonally towards Chiba's right ribs, but Chiba intercepted his attack with a horizontal strike. The clash of their blades sent shockwaves that scattered debris. At that moment, Chiba's blade trembled like a serpent's tongue, delivering 3 swift thrusts aimed at Mitsuba's throat, heart, and wrist. Mitsuba's pupils constricted as his blade traced a semicircle to dissipate the force, the metallic scraping producing a series of electric sparks. The final thrust barely diverted, the tip severing Mitsuba's hair tie. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, and suddenly, a low growl erupted from Mitsuba's throat as his blade transformed into a silver thread, delivering 13 precise thrusts directed at Chiba's vital points. Chiba's heavy blade formed an iron curtain in front of him, the sound of metal colliding as dense as a sudden downpour. The last thrust penetrated Chiba's defense, but halted the instant it touched his clothing. There, Chiba's blade was poised at Mitsuba's throat. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, and the reflections of their long blades cast a pattern of yin and yang on the stone floor. Beads of sweat trickled down Mitsuba's taut jaw, shattering into 8 sparkling fragments upon impact with Chiba's hilt. I concede, Mitsuba declared. Thank you for the match. With that, Chiba sheathed his sword. As the sparring concluded, the audience remained stunned for a moment before erupting into enthusiastic applause. Chiba descended from the stage, having lost interest in the subsequent matches. After all, this was a local event in the Land of Iron. As an outsider, winning the championship would embarrass the higher-ups of the Land of Iron. Chiba would not engage in actions that could offend, especially since the leader of the Land of Iron had been exceedingly kind to him, even arranging a courtyard for his stay. Thus, he could not undermine the leader's goodwill. Chiba, you were incredible. I did not expect your swordsmanship to be so formidable now. Kushina gushed as Chiba approached her. However, Mitsuba is quite impressive too. It's my first time witnessing someone who can exchange so many moves with Chiba, Mikoto nodded. He will eventually become the leader of the Land of Iron, Chiba remarked. Really? Kushina exclaimed, astonished. Chiba nodded earnestly. Chiba-sama. Mitsuba approached Chiba and called out. Mitsuba, do you have anything else to discuss? Chiba inquired curiously. Thank you for agreeing to spar with me. I have learned immensely from it. No need for thanks. I also cherish your friendship, Chiba replied, waving his hand dismissively. Friendship, you say? I appreciate your acknowledgement, Chiba-kun. Therefore, I shall cover all your expenses while in the Land of Iron. As a small token of my gratitude, Mitsuba said, bowing respectfully. That is truly generous of you, Mitsuba-dano. Chiba expressed his gratitude. No need for formality. I shall not intrude on you further. Enjoy your time, he concluded before departing. Unexpectedly, Mitsuba proved to be quite a decent fellow, Kushina remarked. Chiba remained silent, merely smiling softly. The three continued to observe the sparring on the training platform. Chapter 35. The Battlefield of the Land of Wind. At this moment, in the Hokage's office in Konoha Village, the third Hokage furrowed his brow as he reviewed the intelligence relayed from the battlefield. Has Shomo been injured? At this time, on the battlefield of the Land of Wind, Tsukumo Hitaki had slain the parents of Sasori, subsequently earning the title of Konoha's White Fang. However, this provoked Chiyo's quest for revenge, utilizing her unparalleled puppet mastery and poison. She managed to injure Tsukumo. Currently, only Orochimaru and Tsunade remain to oversee the situation at the front lines. Without Tsukumo, their combat capability would significantly diminish. The third Hokage pondered for a moment before waving his hand and calling out, "Summon someone." In an instant, a member of the Umbu knelt respectfully before the third Hokage and said, "Lord Third, dispatch someone to convey a message to Kamikaze Chiba, instructing him to urgently proceed to the battlefield of the Land of Wind. He is needed at the front lines," the third Hokage stated. "Yes, Lord Third." Upon finishing, the Umbu vanished in an instant. Sighing, the third Hokage reflected. Although he was reluctant to involve Chiba, there was no alternative. Chiba had become Konoha's most formidable force. He had not anticipated that Tsukumo would be injured. Although not severely, he would still require rest. The pressure could not be contained any longer. Danzo would not dare provoke him now. It seems he must cultivate another capable individual. Days later, Chiba, far away in the Land of Iron, received the message from the Umbu. It appears the situation on the battlefield of the Land of Wind is dire, Chiba mused. Are you going to go, Chiba? Kushina asked. Of course, I do not wish for Konoha to suffer defeat, Chiba replied without hesitation. Then Kushina began, but Chiba interrupted. You two should stay behind. I wanted to see it. Kushina pouted unhappily at his words. Mikoto remained silent, respecting Chiba's decision. All right, this won't take too long. This war should be nearing its conclusion. Allow me to escort you back to Konoha, Chiba gently said as he ruffled Kushina's hair. Fine, Kushina reluctantly agreed. Let us first bid farewell to Mitsuba. With that, Chiba led Kushina and Mikoto towards Mitsuba's residence. Are you leaving? Mitsuba exclaimed in surprise. Konoha has sent word for me to hasten to the battlefield in the Land of Wind, Chiba replied candidly. I see, then I won't keep you. Wishing you a safe journey. I hope to visit again when the opportunity arises, Chiba stated. I look forward to our next encounter, where we can spar with swords. Mitsuba said with a smile. Agreed. Farewell, Chiba waved his hand. Goodbye, Mitsuba. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Both Mikoto and Kushina waved as well. On the way back, Chiba utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to first return Kushina and Mikoto to Konoha before hastening towards the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Upon reaching the border, the patrolling ninjas respectfully greeted him as Lord Chiba. Entering the tent, he found Shikumo with his hand bandaged, issuing instructions. Upon noticing Chiba's arrival, he smiled and said, You're here, Chiba. Are you alright, Shikumo-senpai? Chiba inquired. It's nothing serious. I've already received treatment, Shikumo replied. That's good to hear. Chiba nodded and greeted Tsunade and Orochimaru. How is the situation on the battlefield? Chiba asked. Due to Shikumo-senpai's previous injury, the attacks from the Land of Wind have become quite frequent, primarily due to Chiyo's troublesome poison, Tsunade explained. Have the antidotes been prepared? Of course. It was a piece of cake. Although Chiyo is formidable, her poisons are trivial for me, Tsunade said with a proud expression. However, they have recently mobilized many troops. likely in response to Shikumo-senpai's injury. Intending to launch a large-scale offensive, Orochimaru added. If they wish to fight, then let them, Chiba said indifferently. Chiba was confident he could dominate the battlefield alone and planned to reveal his would-release bloodline limit. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the third Hokage's reaction upon receiving the news. Chiba, what scheme are you concocting now? Tsunade asked, noticing his mischievous grin. Nothing much, just predicting that after this, the third will be even more troubled, Chiba replied. Troubled about what? Tsunade asked curiously. You'll find out in a few days, Chiba said, prompting Orochimaru to lick his lips and chuckle. Shikumo looked at Chiba with confusion. Fine, if you won't tell, let's discuss the details further, Shikumo suggested. As evening fell, Chiba and Tsunade sat in the tent, having just concluded their treatment work for the day. Chiba took a sip from the water on the table and turned to Tsunade, asking, Teacher, if I were to aspire to become Hokage, would you support me? Hokage? You wish to become Hokage? Tsunade replied, her expression one of surprise. The third won't be stepping down anytime soon, she continued. I know that. At most, in 10 years. The third will be in his 50s, and by then, even if he doesn't wish to retire, he will have to, Chiba stated. If you truly desire it. I will certainly support you, Tsunade nodded. However, the third may not be keen on passing the mantle to me, Chiba sighed. Why is that? Tsunade inquired. Because I am of the Senju clan, and he harbors reservations. Additionally, I possess the Uchiha bloodline as well, Chiba stated candidly. He believed Tsunade had already grasped the implications. In the Land of Rain's battlefield, Chiba had not seen any members of the Tsurutobi clan, which indicated many things. Now, after surveying the Land of Wind, he found the same absence of Tsurutobi clan members. After recalling your conversation with Grandma, I now understand, Tsunade reflected. Remembering her grandmother's words that she would come to comprehend the situation in time. The third has indeed changed significantly. He has transformed since becoming Hokage. That is why I feel compelled to contend for the position. Otherwise, I cannot fathom what he might do to Konoha, Chiba expressed. Rest assured, if you genuinely wish to compete, I will support you. You can begin preparing ahead of time, Tsunade affirmed. Don't worry, I have a surprise planned for the third, Chiba said with a smile. What kind of surprise? Tsunade asked, intrigued. In a few days, you will see. I assure you, it will astonish you, he replied. Humph. Keeping secrets, are we? Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. 3 days later, the hidden sand village could no longer restrain itself and launched an attack. The battlefield was filled with a dark mass of people, with a woman in her 40s standing at the forefront of the sand shinobi. She spoke, Are you Chiba Kamikaze? Oh, I never imagined that Elder Chio would recognize me. Chiba exclaimed in surprise. There's no avoiding it. You gained fame after defeating Hanzo in the Land of Rain. I just didn't expect Hiruzensuke to send you here, Chio remarked. I must thank you. Had you not injured Shikumo, I might not have been dispatched, Chiba admitted. Acknowledging her role. Submit, or I shall unleash a massacre, Chiba warned. Why bother with so many words? Just inflict some pain, and she'll naturally surrender, Tsunade interjected. Surrender? Not a chance, Chio retorted defiantly. With that, she summoned the puppet technique, Jinsamen, a technique unique to her. This art allowed her to manipulate a multitude of puppets with precision, each capable of engaging independently, heralded as a force to be reckoned with. As Chio commanded her puppets to charge at Chiba, he shook his head and remarked, a futile struggle. With a clap of his hands, he invoked the wood release, advent of the trees. A hand seal? That's impossible, he scoffed. Isn't wood release just like this? A clap and it manifests. In an instant, colossal trees erupted from the ground before him, surging towards Chio. The sand shinobi were caught off guard and engulfed by the wood, leaving Chio wide-eyed in terror as she frantically commanded her puppets to slice through the approaching trees. Wood release? You can use wood release? She exclaimed in disbelief. Tsunade stood beside her, equally astonished by the display of wood release. So this is the surprise Chiba spoke of, Tsunade realized. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed at the sight of wood release. The ninjas behind Tsunade shouted, Is that wood release? I can't believe Lord Chiba can use it too. This is extraordinary. Do we even need to intervene? Chiba was reluctant to bully them, but alas, this was war. Before long, Chio found herself ensnared by the trees. Chio, will you surrender? Chiba called out. I would rather die than surrender. She hissed through gritted teeth. Why persist? Do you wish to see me slaughter all these sand shinobi before you relent? Chiba pressed. At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance. Who are you? Chiba questioned. I am called Bunpoku, the old man replied, hands clasped together. Chiba suddenly recalled a certain individual and tentatively remarked, "You wouldn't happen to be the one-tailed Jinchuriki, would you?" Upon hearing this, both Chiyo and Bunpoku were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Chiba would be aware of Bunpoku's identity as the one-tailed Jinchuriki. "How did you know?" Chiyo inquired. "Humph, are you considering a trial as well?" Chiba chose not to respond, instead directing his gaze towards Bunpoku. "For the sake of Tsunade, I must give it a try. It seems you will not willingly surrender until you witness a more terrifying power," Chiba stated, shaking his head. With that, the old man shed his outer garments and proceeded to unbind the seals upon his body. A cacophony of screams erupted, and soon after, the elderly figure vanished, transforming into an enormous raccoon dog with a long tail. "Ha ha ha, I've finally emerged. Is it my duty to vanquish this little brat?" Shikaku sneered. Chiba, are you capable of handling this?" Tsunade asked, her concern evident. "I fear not even the nine tails. Why should I fear the one tail? I shall finally test my ninjutsu." Chiba replied, clapping his hands together. Would release, would golem technique. As Chiba infused his chakra into the trees, they grew rapidly, forming a colossal wooden figure, comparable in size and strength to a complete Susanoo. At this moment, Chiba's eyes transformed into the Sharingan, and the wooden figure donned Susanoo armor, its head adorned with a Tengu mask, wielding a sword. Ever since Chiba had learned the wood release, he had longed for an opportunity to employ it. And now he could finally experiment. As for how Chiba acquired the wood release technique, the scroll lay casually in Tsunade's room, discarded in a corner, accessible to him. As no one but Senju Hashirama possessed this skill, rendering it devoid of allure for others. "This is how it feels," Chiba mused, overwhelmed by an extraordinary sense of power, as though a mere flick of his wrist could reshape the very terrain. "Shikaku, shall we continue?" Chiba inquired, his gaze condescending. "What is there to fight about?" "Hey, how do you know my name?" Shikaku exclaimed, terror etched across his face before swiftly morphing into astonishment. "That is of little consequence. You may either vanish or meet your demise at my hands. The choice is yours," Chiba stated. "I shall vanish, then." "Wait," Chiba called to the vanishing Shikaku. "What is it?" Shikaku asked, puzzled. Without a word, Chiba retrieved a replication card, silently chanting, "Replicate the one tail." In an instant, Shikaku's likeness appeared on the card, and Chiba nodded in satisfaction. "All is well now. Hurry and disappear." "All right, I shall vanish." With that, Shikaku returned to Bunpoku's body. Once safely ensconced, Shikaku sighed in relief. "Actually, this place isn't too bad. The outside is far too perilous. That monster is no human. It's terrifying." Turning to Chiyo, Chiba remarked, "If you do not surrender, I shall unleash a massacre." "I surrender on behalf of Tsunade," Chiyo declared, her spirit instantly diminished. "Excellent, we are done here." The battlefield erupted with cheers from the Konoha ninjas. "It seems we need not intervene. Chiba alone can resolve everything." "Truly remarkable," Orochimaru mused, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Meanwhile, standing at the command center's entrance, Kakashi stared vacantly at the scene unfolding before him. He had witnessed everything clearly and was astonished at how much Chiba had grown. In a certain forest, Black Zetsu observed the battlefield in the land of wind from a distance. "He can utilize wood release? He is akin to another Uchiha Madara. This is troublesome. After a millennium of careful planning, such an unforeseen change has emerged. This individual must be dealt with swiftly." With that, he vanished from sight. Chapter 37. Reactions from various shinobi villages at that moment. In the battlefield of the Land of Wind, within the Konoha Command Center, Chiba declared, "The remaining matters are yours to handle. I shall take my leave." "Very well. Return safely," Kakashi replied. "Farewell, Konoha." With that, Chiba dissipated from sight. Truly a stroke of fortune for Konoha, Kakashi reflected. Indeed, Orochimaru concurred. "Let us not forget, he is my pupil. My foresight proves exceptional," Tsunade proclaimed with pride. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Upon Chiba's return to the Senju clan, he found Kushina and Mikoto preparing dinner. Upon his sudden appearance, they paused their tasks and exited the kitchen. Kushina was the first to question, "You returned quite swiftly. Has it ended?" "You are still unaware of my strength." "It was easily resolved," Chiba replied. "Perfect, let's enjoy dinner together," Mikoto suggested. "Where is Shintaro?" Chiba inquired, scanning the surroundings for his presence. "He is likely still training," Kushina responded. Ever since that near-death experience, Shintaro has changed remarkably. He no longer possesses that innocent naivety, Mikoto observed. This is hardly surprising, after facing life and death. Maturity is a natural progression, Chiba waved off. However, if you both linger here any longer, the pot will surely burn. It's all your fault. Kushina shot Chiba an accusatory glare. Mikoto too gave him an exasperated look before both returned to the kitchen. What does that have to do with me? Chiba shrugged. Days later, Chiba once again gained notoriety. The wood release was no trifling matter. Meanwhile, in the land of Earth, within a Wagakure, surrounded by towering mountains of rock forming a natural barrier, the terrain was steep and difficult to breach. In the tallest structure, the Tsuchikage office, designed with Roman columns and a dome, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, sat at his desk, furrowing his brow as he examined the intelligence report before him. Would release? Who would have thought that after Senju Hashirama's departure, another prodigy, Shinju Chiba, would arise? Place Shinju Chiba on the most wanted list. Any missions involving him should be abandoned immediately. The third Tsuchikage instructed his secretary. Understood, Tsuchikage-sama. The secretary hurried to record the assessment of Shinju Chiba's threat level. In Kumogakure, nestled amidst mountains shrouded in mist, the Raikage building was constructed against the mountainside, featuring a conical structure partially engulfed by clouds, creating a striking visual effect. Within the Raikage's office, the third Raikage scrutinized the intelligence on Shinju Chiba. Konoha truly produces remarkable talent, he remarked. Humph, just a brat. Should I ever cross paths with him, I shall make him regret it, A remarked defiantly. Indeed, brother speaks true, added B. The third Raikage opted not to elaborate, as they were unaware of the terrifying nature of wood release, and he did not wish to dampen their spirits. He then issued commands to his secretary, mirroring those given by the third Tsuchikage. In Kirigakure, a hidden village within the land of water, known for its distinctive culture and surrounded by dense fog, the Mizukage also elevated Chiba's threat level significantly. However, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, wore a troubled expression. He felt his position as Hokage was precariously hanging by a thread. Suddenly, the door of the Hokage's office swung open, and Danzo entered. His face shadowed with a grim demeanor as he regarded Hiruzen Tsurutobi. Hiruzen, do you wish to eliminate Shinju Chiba? Toanzo, what are you scheming this time? Do you dare to provoke him again? Humph. All that is needed is a meticulous arrangement to ensure he cannot uncover any evidence. Even if he fails, he will find himself helpless. Toanzo, I advise you against acting rashly. Do you not understand how powerful Chiba has become? Success is utterly impossible. The third Hokage shook his head and remarked, Who said I intended to take action against him? Does he not have 2 women by his side? Upon hearing this, the third Hokage looked at Toanzo in disbelief and then said, You're insane. You would drive him to madness. And then what of Konoha? I cannot agree to this. Rijan, you must realize your position is precarious. Are you truly willing to relinquish it so easily? Toanzo countered. No, your plan is far too dangerous. If he disregards Konoha, no one will be able to stop him. Do not forget, he is merely an illusionist who has already dealt with you. The third Hokage disagreed firmly. Humph. You will regret this, Rijan. I am the Hokage. I warn you, do not attempt any underhanded moves, or I may not be able to protect you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew serious as he forcefully struck the table, delivering a solemn warning. Humph. Toanzo waved his hand and stormed angrily toward the door. With a loud bang, he slammed the office door shut. Sitting at the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief. Toanzo, do not touch his bottom line. Otherwise, I truly cannot save you. I must cultivate someone quickly, even if I must step down. At least it should be a decade later. I hope he has no interest in the position of Hokage. The third Hokage could only cling to this hope. What they did not know was that ever since Toanzo entered the Hokage's office, Chiba had already arranged a shadow clone to eavesdrop on their entire conversation. Chiba could disregard anyone, but Toanzo was someone he must keep a close watch on. After all, Toanzo was far too treacherous. A moment of negligence could lead to his downfall. How audacious to target Kushina and Mikoto. It seems Toanzo has forgotten the pain after healing. I hope he does not reveal any flaws. Otherwise, Chiba was surprised to find the third Hokage still possessed some humanity. Had the third Hokage agreed earlier, he would have shown no mercy thereafter. It was uncertain how his intervention would affect the impending Third Shinobi World War. Other villages must have received intelligence about my wood release. However, it was puzzling that the Uchiha clan wished to meet with him tomorrow, especially after their prior tumult. What could they possibly want? Chiba, it's time for dinner. Kushina called out. Coming. Chapter 38. A return to the Uchiha clan the following day. Chiba arrived at the Uchiha clan as promised. Upon entering the Uchiha clan leader's home, he noticed a woman cradling a baby. Curiously, Chiba inquired of the clan leader. Who is this? This is the child of the late Kagami, as their parents perished on the battlefield. For now, I am responsible for their upbringing, the clan leader explained. Chiba recalled the incident and asked, I see. What is the child's name? Shirzue, Uchiha Shirzue, the clan leader replied. Chiba nodded. Shirzue, I wonder if my involvement will affect the awakening of that extraordinary Jinjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi. In that case, let him come to me when he turns 6, Chiba said, gently poking Shirzue before taking a seat before the clan leader. You summoned me today for this matter? The Uchiha clan leader waved his hand, and the woman quietly exited the room, closing the door behind her. This is but one matter. You have already gained renown in the shinobi world. I believe the third Hokage will soon attempt to suppress your growing fame. Thus, I wish to know if you have any intentions of becoming Hokage. The clan leader asked candidly. Chiba regarded him with newfound respect. It was surprising that the original narrative did not mention Fugaku's father, leaving Chiba unaware of the current clan leader's depth of understanding regarding the third Hokage. It appeared that those who could ascend to the position of clan leader were certainly not simple individuals. Were it not for his familiarity with the original story, he might have shared the common opinion that the third Hokage was a truly great man. Ah, you have a keen insight. I indeed harbor ambitions to contend for the position of fourth Hokage, Chiba nodded. Then the Uchiha clan will fully support you, the clan leader declared. Chiba furrowed his brow. What was the Uchiha clan's true intention? Even if they wished to contend, it would be at least a decade from now. By then, he would likely have already stepped down. Was it too far-fetched to discuss such matters now? I do hope the Uchiha clan stands with me. But is it not premature to speak of this? In 10 years, you may have long since retired, Chiba remarked. Not too far. I believe you will certainly become Hokage. The Uchiha clan leader asserted. Chiba felt a twinge of doubt within. The clan leader's confidence seemed genuine. Yet how could he be so assured of Chiba's ascendance to Hokage? The Uchiha clan leader, noting Chiba's skepticism, explained, My Mangekyo Sharingan can simulate events that will occur in a person's future over the next decade. As he spoke, the Uchiha clan leader activated his Sharingan. Chiba displayed no surprise. He had long suspected that this clan leader possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he had not anticipated that his ocular technique could predict a person's future over such a span. In the original story, Uchiha Fugaku's awakened technique was meant to foresee the future, so it was astonishing to discover that his father's technique also pertained to time. How far into the future could Uchiha Fugaku truly foresee? Chiba's interest was piqued. A technique involving time could be invaluable. Does it have any limitations? He inquired. Chiba was certain that any time-related technique would come with significant restrictions and could not be used indefinitely. It can only be used twice, the Uchiha clan leader replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Chiba felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Only 2 uses meant he could only glimpse into the lives of 2 individuals. For someone well-versed in the plot, this felt somewhat underwhelming. Nevertheless, he decided to replicate it. It might prove useful in the future. Wait, you haven't used both already, have you? Chiba asked curiously. Yes, the first was used on myself, and the second on you, the Uchiha clan leader confirmed. Chiba felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked again, So, have you awakened only this one ocular technique? According to Chiba's understanding, those who awakened a Mangekyo typically possessed 3 techniques, one for each eye and the last being Susanoo. There is another. The one I just mentioned is the technique of my right eye, while my left eye grants the ability to reverse time, bringing the target or surrounding area back 5 seconds, the clan leader explained. Chiba's heart raced with excitement. Such a formidable technique could be a lifesaver. You must demonstrate it. Chiba requested earnestly. Demonstrate? Although the Uchiha clan leader was unsure of Chiba's intentions, he agreed. Just as the clan leader was about to perform the demonstration, Chiba activated his own Mangekyo. Replication. In that instant, Chiba distinctly felt a new technique, time reversal, manifest in his right eye. He was filled with satisfaction. However, if he had unleashed his power on me just now, would my own replication have failed? After all, I had reverted to 5 seconds prior. Subsequently, Chiba closed his Sharingan and inquired, What have you witnessed over the past decade? In response, the Uchiha clan leader nodded and said, What I can observe is not comprehensive. I only see fragments. First, approximately 3 years from now, you will inexplicably fall into a deep coma. I am unsure of the events leading to this, but you will indeed remain unconscious for at least a year. Secondly, regarding Danzo, while I am unaware of the specifics, the first thing you will do upon awakening is to eliminate him. It can be surmised that during your year of unconsciousness, he must have committed some act that incited your wrath, prompting your actions. Lastly, I saw you donning a garment emblazoned with the title of the 4th Hokage, standing upon a high platform to conduct the Hokage inauguration ceremony. This is the reason for my early decision. After this, Chiba fell into deep contemplation. Through the perception granted by the Nine-Tails chakra, he discerned that the Uchiha clan leader harbored no malice, leading him to believe the veracity of his words. I will fall into a coma in 3 years. What exactly transpires? Based on his current strength, no one should be able to harm him. So what could cause such a state? As for Danzo, it is likely he learned of Chiba's impending coma and acted against Kushina and Mikoto, which would explain why Chiba would seek vengeance upon awakening. Under such circumstances, preparations must be made in advance. Although the reasons for his coma remain unclear, Kushina and Mikoto ultimately came to no harm. Now that he is aware of it in advance, he must devise some means to safeguard them. It is unexpected that the Uchiha clan leader had not contemplated harming him, given his extensive knowledge, which could have allowed him to orchestrate Chiba's demise during his unconsciousness. This implies he likely has other intentions. Chapter 39, Kakashi Hitaki and the Uchiha clan. In the room, the two sat facing each other. The Uchiha clan leader lifted his teacup and took a sip. At this moment, Chiba, having regained his senses, also raised his teacup and took a sip before asking, "You must have other motives, do you not?" Indeed, the Uchiha clan leader nodded. "Please, elaborate. I hope you will return to serve as an elder of the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing this, Chiba furrowed his brow. To be frank, this request posed a considerable challenge for him to accept. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and replied, "That is impossible. You must know that if I agree, the 3rd Hokage will certainly be unable to remain idle. I did not imply immediately. Once you assume the role of Hokage, I will formally announce this matter. For now, you can continue to disregard the Uchiha clan as before." The Uchiha clan leader explained. After considering this, Chiba found the proposition to be not entirely unacceptable. After becoming Hokage, even if the 3rd Hokage objected, what could be done? Moreover, with such significant sincerity from the Uchiha clan leader, rejecting him would be ungracious. Additionally, he had provided insight into events that would transpire over the next decade, which, while limited, was still quite generous. Although Chiba was familiar with the original narrative, he had no knowledge of his future. Furthermore, he had obtained an extraordinary ocular technique. After some reflection, Chiba nodded and said, "Very well, I agree." Upon hearing Chiba's agreement, the Uchiha clan leader smiled. "Then, may our collaboration be fruitful." "Indeed, may it be so." They both raised their teacups and clinked them together in affirmation. "I believe the 3rd Hokage is already quite restless," Chiba remarked with a smile. "Indeed." The Uchiha clan leader concurred. At that moment, in the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage was perturbed upon learning of Chiba's visit to the Uchiha clan. His mind in turmoil as he speculated on the nature of their conversation. Yet this was a mystery he would never unravel. Chiba did not linger long within the Uchiha clan. After conversing with the clan leader, he departed. On the return journey, he encountered Tsukumo Hitaki, who was cradling an infant and smiling broadly. Chiba greeted him, "Tsukumo-senpai, is this your son?" Hearing the voice, Tsukumo turned and smiled. "Yes, indeed, Chiba." "When was he born?" Chiba inquired. "He was born just 6 months ago." "His name is Kakashi," Tsukumo replied. "Ah, Kakashi Hitaki," Chiba exclaimed as he gazed at the infant, marveling, "How adorable. So this is Kakashi?" With Kakashi's birth, it follows that familiar figures such as Might Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai must also be arriving into the world one by one. And what of Kurenai Yuhi? I should make her acquaintance as well. She is renowned as the master of Genjutsu in Konoha, said to possess illusions that even the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot counter. With this thought in mind, Chiba curiously asked, "By the way, Tsukumo-senpai, do you know Kurenai Yui?" "Kurenai? Yes, I know her," Tsukumo nodded. "When can you introduce me to her?" "I wish to seek her guidance on Genjutsu," Chiba said. "That is no problem at all. But why do you wish to meet her?" Tsukumo asked. "I simply wish to consult her on Genjutsu," Chiba replied, somewhat sheepishly. "Do you truly believe that?" Tsukumo replied skeptically. "Consult on Genjutsu? What a jest. You, capable of handling Danzo's men, seeking to learn from others? Cough, cough. Chiba cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. I merely wish to make her acquaintance. It would be rather improbable to admit that he was interested in her daughter. Do not misunderstand. I am not a pedophile. Kurinai is destined to be a jonin of Konoha. As I am assembling my own team, she would be an excellent fit. This is merely a preemptive measure to establish rapport. Furthermore, Chiba intended to become acquainted with Might Guy, another remarkable individual. He single-handedly confronted the 7 ninja swordsmen, opened the 8 gates, and reduced them to a mere 3. If the opportunity arises, he would save him, which would make it easy to recruit Might Guy's pupil, Might Guy. As for Asuma, who is he? I do not know him. Moreover, there is Obito. Chiba found himself in a quandary. If he altered Obito's fate, the storyline would undoubtedly shift, leaving him uncertain of the outcome. To be honest, without the foresight he possessed, he felt a twinge of unease. Never mind, I shall take things as they come. If an opportunity presents itself, I shall intervene. After all, having such a subordinate would be exceedingly convenient. Even if I fail to save him, as long as Rin survives, Obito shall not succumb to darkness. Tsukumo did not press further regarding Chiba's intentions and nodded in agreement. All right, since you wish to be acquainted, I shall introduce you in a few days. Chiba, should you have any plans, I hope you can articulate them clearly. Regardless, I will always stand by your side. I understand, Uncle Chiefing. Rest assured, I would never engage in anything detrimental to Konoha, as I hold a deep affection for this place, Chiba declared. I am aware of that. You have lived here since childhood and are not devoid of emotion, hence I trust you. Now that our conversation has concluded, I shall return to the Senju clan. Just as Chiba was about to take his leave, Uncle Chiefing jestingly reproached, You rascal, are you unwilling to even share a meal with me? Well, Kushina and Mikoto are still waiting for me. Chiba awkwardly replied, scratching his nose. Oh, so you've got 2 already. When are you planning to marry? I am ready to welcome grandchildren, Chiefing remarked. Startled by the comment, Chiba coughed and responded, Cough, cough. Grandchildren are still a bit premature. I shall marry once I reach adulthood. Well, that won't be long then. All right, you may leave. Chiefing waved his hand. Good. In a few days, I will bring them to visit you, Chiba said before exiting the room. Although Uncle Chiefing was not his biological father, Chiba had long regarded him as such. Now that he had a girlfriend, it was time to introduce her. Chapter 40. Meeting the parents. As Chiba stepped through the door, he found Kushina and Mikoto teaching Conan. Upon hearing the noise, the two looked up, and Kushina exclaimed, Chiba, you're back. Yes, Chiba nodded. What did the Uchiha clan head want from you? Mikoto inquired curiously. Nothing significant, just the matter of accepting disciples that I had previously promised them, Chiba replied, choosing not to divulge the uncertain fate of his impending coma 3 years hence, as discussing it would only serve to increase worries. By the way, where are Tsunade-sensei and Shoru? Kushina answered, Tsunade has left the village, and Shoru is likely with Orochimaru. Left the village? On a mission? Chiba asked, puzzled. They say it's a mission, but it's likely just for leisure, Mikoto commented. Has she come into money again? Thanks to Kushina. Mikoto laughed. At this, Chiba turned to Kushina, who wore a helpless expression. I had no choice. She kept asking, and I couldn't refuse. It's fine. Letting her unwind is beneficial, after all. We aren't short on funds, Chiba remarked nonchalantly. He then turned to Conan, who was engrossed in her studies, and asked, Conan, would you like to attend the ninja school? Upon hearing Chiba's words, Conan looked up and asked, Ninja school? What is that? It's the foundational place for learning to become a ninja. We all graduated from there. Chiba explained. Can I go? Of course. If you wish to attend, I will arrange it for you, Chiba assured. Then I will go, Conan nodded. All right. I will speak to the 3rd Hokage about this matter shortly. You just returned from the Uchiha clan and are already seeking the 3rd? Is that wise? Mikoto questioned. What is wrong with that? I haven't done anything wrong. Besides, with my personal explanation, he won't jump to conclusions, Chiba replied. That's true. He is likely overthinking things right now, Mikoto agreed. No doubt about it, Chiba affirmed. After lunch, Chiba made his way to the Hokage's office. I see, no problem. I will handle this matter, and she can start at the ninja school tomorrow. The 3rd Hokage nodded in agreement after learning the situation. Thank you very much, Lord 3rd. Chiba expressed his gratitude. By the way, Chiba, what did you discuss with the Uchiha clan today? The 3rd Hokage inquired. Chiba smiled. I thought he could keep it to himself. I didn't expect him to ask. Although there were no significant conflicts between Chiba and the 3rd Hokage, The preconceived notions from the original story made it difficult for him to truly like the man. Nothing major. I simply reiterated my previous commitment to accept disciples. Now, they want to show me, Chiba explained. Ah, a descendant of Kagami? Yes, his name is Shursui, Chiba confirmed. Understood, the third Hokage replied. I shall take my leave now. Please continue your work, Chiba said before turning to depart. At that moment, the third Hokage took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling. Before picking up the documents on his desk, his gaze fixed on the name inscribed therein. Minato Namikaze, I hope you do not disappoint me. A few days later, Chiba accompanied Kushina and Mikoto to the home of Akimichi chiefing, as he had previously promised to bring them for a visit, essentially a meeting with the parents. Initially, the two were quite nervous, but they soon relaxed. Through their interactions with Akimichi chiefing, they discovered he was a very amiable individual. The members of the Akimichi clan are generally like this. As long as you do not provoke them intentionally, they treat everyone with kindness. Perhaps Chiba's upbringing in this environment contributed to his own gentle disposition. Chiba was not one for ruthless decisions. Where there are people, there exists a community. And a community is not merely about conflict. No matter how powerful one becomes, could one truly govern the ninja world alone? Unless one were to eliminate everyone else. Soon, the group gathered around the dining table for dinner. Chiba, you wanted to meet Akihiko, right? Tomorrow, I will take you to his home, Akimichi chiefing said between bites. All right, I understand, Chiba nodded in agreement. Who is Akihiko? Kushina inquired curiously. Akihiko Yuhi. He is renowned as the master of illusions in Konoha, Chiba explained. Wow, is he really that impressive? Kushina exclaimed in surprise. Mikoto nodded in agreement. Haha, Akihiko's illusions are indeed formidable, chiefing concurred. Chiba, can I join you tomorrow? Kushina asked. You both want to go? I have no objections, Chiba replied. Upon hearing this, both Kushina and Mikoto nodded eagerly. Very well. Then we shall stay here tonight instead of returning to the Senju clan. It will save us a trip tomorrow, Chiba agreed. Although the space was not large, it was sufficient for 4 people. Since Mikoto moved to the Senju clan, she and Kushina had been sharing a room every night. Thus, 3 rooms were available. Kushina and Mikoto were taken aback by Akimichi chiefing's impressive appetite. As he ate, they couldn't help but stare in astonishment and occasionally exclaim in surprise. Witnessing this, Chiba chuckled. After all, he had experienced the same reaction during his first encounter. This also reminded him of Hinata Hyuga, who was quite the voracious eater, despite her petite stature. Her appetite was astonishing. It was said that during a ramen eating contest in Konoha, Hinata devoured 46 bowls in 30 minutes, a record she maintained for years. And that was under time constraints. Who knows how much more she could consume otherwise. After dinner, the 3 of them enjoyed a rare outing in Konoha. An Akimichi chiefing joined them. Initially reluctant, he could not resist Kushina's charming insistence and agreed. The personalities of Kushina and Mikoto were entirely opposite. One was lively and endearing, while the other was gentle and demure. Chiba-kun. A voice called from behind. Chiba turned to see Orochimaru and greeted him. Orochimaru, are you out for a stroll as well? Not precisely. I merely happened to see you, so I thought I would say hello, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head. I see. What have you been busy with lately? Chiba inquired curiously. At this time, Orochimaru likely had not yet embarked on his research into human experimentation, had he? However, it must be said that Orochimaru is an exceptionally formidable researcher. One wonders whether he still seeks the pursuit of immortality. Recently, I have taken a break and have been mentoring Shoju. Thus, I entrust Shoju to your care. Although he has matured somewhat, I still find it difficult to completely trust him, especially considering the unknown identity of those who once aimed to harm him, Chiba remarked. He is my disciple, and I will certainly take good care of him. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few words, the two parted ways, and Chiba continued to accompany Kushina and the others on their shopping excursion. I must say, shopping with women can be quite a hassle. Chapter 41. The Whetbone Forest. The following day, Akimichi Choza brought Chiba and the others to visit the now 2-year-old Hinata. One cannot help but note how adorable Hinata was in her childhood, particularly her striking red eyes that evoke a sense of tenderness. Chiba did not linger long at Hinata's home. Today was merely a courtesy visit, as there would be ample time for further interactions in the future. Upon returning to the Senju clan, Chiba was taken aback when the long-dormant system suddenly issued a task. Learn sage techniques and create your own unique sage technique. Reward, Rebirth I. The difficulty of this task is rather high, requiring the creation of a personal sage technique. This is not something that can be accomplished in a short period. While I am confident in my ability to learn sage techniques, the challenge lies in crafting a technique that is uniquely mine. It seems that no one in the original narrative has devised their own sage technique. Well, I suppose I should first head to the Whetbone Forest and see how things unfold. If it proves too daunting, I can always abandon it. Although the reward is enticing, the task's difficulty is exceedingly high, and there are no penalties for failure. The next day, Chiba approached Tsunade and obtained the contract for the Whetbone Forest. Upon learning of Chiba's intention to study sage techniques, Tsunade handed him the scroll of sage techniques from Hashirama Senju. Eagerly, Chiba began to peruse the scroll, for within the realm of Naruto, Hashirama's sage techniques are the most extraordinary, allowing for instantaneous activation. Upon reviewing the scroll, Chiba discovered that Hashirama's ability to activate sage techniques instantaneously stemmed from a clever tactic rather than the creation of a unique technique. He had sealed the sage chakra in advance, enabling him to simply release the seal when needed, thus achieving instantaneous activation. Moreover, in his time, only Madara Uchiha could compel Hashirama's sage techniques, contributing to the perception of their uniqueness. Ah well, it's best to head to the Whetbone Forest first. With that thought, Chiba bit his finger and swiftly performed the summoning seals. The summoning technique, as the smoke dissipated, a large slug, approximately 1 meter in length, appeared before Chiba. He did not channel excessive chakra, as he only required the slug to utilize reverse summoning to transport him to the Whetbone Forest. Thus, a smaller slug sufficed. Lord Chiba, the slug's voice was incredibly gentle, evoking a sense of tranquility. Tsunade must have mentioned you. I wish to study sage techniques, so please use reverse summoning to take me to the Whetbone Forest, Chiba requested. Yes, Lady Tsunade has informed me. Since you wish to learn now, I shall prepare for the reverse summoning, the slug replied. Very well, proceed, Chiba nodded. Before long, Chiba vanished in a puff of smoke. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a damp, lush realm, teeming with towering vegetation, shrouded in mist. The atmosphere felt profoundly mysterious, and the ground was slick with a viscous substance. Lord Chiba, the Sage of Slugs wishes to meet you. Please follow me, the slug beckoned. Certainly, Chiba replied, following the slug deeper into the thicket. After traversing through the dense foliage, they arrived at a vast cave, equally damp, suggesting that slugs thrive in such environments. Soon enough, Chiba encountered a colossal slug that filled the entire cavern. He was aware of the immense size of slugs, but this one surpassed even his fully realized Susanoo. Are you the one who wishes to learn sage techniques, as mentioned by little Tsunade? The Sage of Slugs inquired, the voice strikingly similar to that of the smaller slugs. Yes, Sage of Slugs, Chiba responded respectfully with a bow. Ah, I did not expect your physique to resemble that of Hashirama Senju. You indeed possess the potential to learn sage techniques, the sage remarked after sensing Chiba's chakra. Chiba felt no surprise at this revelation. After all, having encountered Hashirama, it was not unexpected for the sage to recognize the similarity. Go ahead, I shall teach you using my smaller counterparts, the sage instructed. Very well. I shall take my leave. Chiba bowed and began to exit. As he made his way out, he suddenly heard a perplexing statement. You will be the hope of the ninja world. Taken aback, Chiba turned to see the cavern behind him vanishing. What does that mean? What does it imply that I will be the hope of the ninja world? Will there be a significant change in the ninja world ahead? Please follow me. The slug's voice interrupted Chiba's contemplation. Regaining his composure, Chiba asked, Did you hear what the Sage of Slugs just said? No, I did not hear anything, the slug replied. Could it be that I was imagining things? Chiba began to doubt his own ears. Please follow me, the slug repeated. All right, Chiba nodded. Soon, Chiba arrived at a vast clearing adorned with numerous sculptures of slugs. The slug guiding him explained that this was the sacred ground of the Whetbone Forest. He realized that the Whetbone Forest also had its own sacred site, akin to the toads of Mount Mayaboku and the white snakes of the Dragon Cave. The slug then proceeded to impart knowledge about natural energy and the methods of cultivation. The first step is to cultivate in the humid environment of the Whetbone Forest, sensing and merging with the natural energy contained within the mist and slime. One must visualize natural energy as a flowing liquid, blending it with their chakra while avoiding an overflow of energy. In contrast to the stillness of Mount Mayaboku and the consumption in the Dragon Cave, the Whetbone Forest emphasizes flow and control. However, The challenges and risks of cultivation lie in the potential for excessive absorption of natural energy, which may lead to liquefaction of the body, resulting in a loss of physical form, similar to the slug's splitting state, but irreversible. Maintaining cellular regeneration will consume significant mental energy, and a moment's carelessness may lead to fainting or exhaustion. Chiba discerned that the sage techniques of the wet-bone forest are likely a supportive type, sacrificing offensive capabilities for extraordinary survivability, requiring practitioners to possess immense vitality and mental strength. It is no wonder that only Hashirama succeeded in mastering it. Merely having a robust vitality is enough to deter most individuals, as Hashirama's physique stems from Ashura, akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Were it not for his possession of Ashura's chakra, it is doubtful he would have been able to learn the sage techniques of the wet-bone forest. Before long, Chiba grasped that the core abilities of the wet-bone forest sage techniques revolve around healing, regeneration, and endurance. He suddenly reflected on the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku and the Dragon Cave. The core abilities of Mount Myaboku's sage techniques likely focus on enhancement and perception, while those of the Dragon Cave emphasize speed, poison, and illusion. Chiba shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind. For now, it is essential to first master the sage techniques of the wet-bone forest. As for future events, they must be faced one step at a time. Chapter 42, An Unexpected Joy in the Wet-Bone Forest. Within the sacred ground of the slug sage, Chiba had been residing in the wet-bone forest for a year. Initially, Chiba believed the task would not be overly challenging, yet he soon discovered the immense difficulty and peril it entailed. At the outset, due to a moment of carelessness, he nearly transformed into a liquid state. Throughout the year, aside from eating, sleeping, and attending to nature's call, Chiba dedicated himself to mastering the sage art of the wet-bone forest. At that moment, with his eyes tightly shut, Chiba abruptly opened them, revealing a circle of intricate patterns around his irises and a diamond-shaped mark upon his forehead. He had perfected Tsunade's 100 healings technique, which she had previously discussed with him, though she had yet to fully complete the jutsu. Moreover, Chiba had made modifications to it. This mark functioned as a sealing technique, containing the sage art chakra of the wet-bone forest. With his hands clasped together, Chiba invoked the sage art, True Thousand Hands, summoning a colossal Buddha statue endowed with countless massive arms. The wooden puppet technique paled in comparison to the size of this statue. Standing atop its head, Chiba nodded in satisfaction. Although he was aware of the extraordinary nature of this jutsu, witnessing it firsthand revealed the true strength of Hashirama Senju, who could create such formidable techniques. If unleashed on the battlefield, it would likely instill despair in the enemy. As the wooden figure came to life, it swiftly maneuvered the immense arms of the True Thousand Hands, obliterating the trees in its path. As the thick smoke dissipated, the once lush forest had vanished, leaving behind a pockmarked terrain, a testament to the destructive power of that strike. Lord Chiba, why are you experimenting with jutsu here again? The slug remarked, its tone laced with dissatisfaction. Cough, cough. Well, I couldn't help myself. My apologies, slug, Chiba replied awkwardly, scratching his nose. You always say that. Just look at the pristine forest. Now several areas are barren. Ah, dear slug, I have now mastered sage art, so I won't disturb you further. I shall take my leave, Chiba declared, soaring into the sky. Honestly, the trees that took so long to grow are now gone. Meanwhile, in the Senju clan, a figure lay in a bathtub, soaking leisurely. Suddenly, upon hearing a noise, they spoke alertly. When Chiba turned to see, he was taken aback to find it was Mikoto. Flustered, Chiba quickly averted his gaze, stammering, Mikoto, I didn't know you were bathing. My apologies, I didn't mean to intrude. Please, continue. I'll just step out. He hastily exited the room. Mikoto's face flushed crimson, her body submerged beneath the water, leaving only her head exposed. In the living room, Kushina, noticing Chiba's hurried exit, curiously inquired, Chiba, you're back? Wait, how did you come out of my room? Mikoto is still in there bathing. I never imagined you would be that kind of person. What nonsense. How was I supposed to know she was bathing? I used Flying Thunder God to return. It was entirely accidental. Chiba explained. Did you see anything? Kushina pressed. Of course not. I saw nothing. Chiba shook his head vehemently. Is that so? How large was it? Pretty large. Upon uttering those words, Chiba realized he had fallen into a trap. Huh, and you claim you didn't see anything? You were clearly reminiscing, you lecherous wolf. Kushina scolded while playfully attacking him. Chiba deftly caught her hands and feet. Will you stop? Let me go? Kushina demanded, struggling. At her words, Chiba released her, instantly liberated. Kushina bit down on his arm, eliciting a yelp of pain from him. Are you a dog? Humph, that's what you get for peeping. I told you it was unintentional. Who knew she was bathing? Chiba reiterated. What are you two arguing about? Mikoto emerged from her room, now dressed, albeit with damp hair. It's all Chiba's fault. He was peeping, Kushina exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Mikoto's face turned an even deeper shade of red, and she quickly added, well, Chiba didn't he mean it? Mikoto, are you defending this lecher? I just asked him how big it was, and he had the audacity to say pretty large. It's outrageous. He is nothing but a big pervert. At Kushina's words, Mikoto's face reddened further, her ears flushed as she looked down, gripping the hem of her clothes tightly. Kushina, I was looking at Mikoto. Why are you so upset? Chiba suddenly found Kushina's anger puzzling. Why didn't he look at her? Why are you so mad? Mikoto is my best friend. Of course, I'll be angry. Is that so? I can't shake the feeling you might be jealous, Chiba teased. What? Jealous? Absolutely not. That's impossible, Kushina declared adamantly. Really? Your insistence sounds a bit insecure to me. Saying it's impossible 3 times feels rather suspicious. Who is insecure? I have nothing to feel insecure about, Kushina replied, a hint of panic in her voice. It's best that way. Besides, Mikoto is my girlfriend. What is the problem with looking? Chiba stated. You can't. You're still a minor. I'm just looking, not doing anything wrong. Why not ask Mikoto if she'd be willing to let me see? At this, Mikoto froze. You two can quarrel all you want. Why involve me? Should I say yes or no? Chiba pondered aloud. How embarrassing. You two continue. I'll head back to my room. With that, Mikoto dashed into her room and shut the door. See, Mikoto doesn't he want to? Kushina pointed to the closed door. Would you be willing? Well, that's. Chiba's question caught Kushina off guard. If I say no, will Chiba get angry? But if I say yes, it feels so shameless. What should I say? Forget it. I'll just joke around. Actually, I wouldn't mind, Kushina finally admitted. Chiba was momentarily taken aback. He had spoken the words casually, not intending to pursue the matter seriously. After all, he was only 14 and could only look, not act on any urges. Furthermore, once he reached adulthood, he could freely pursue both of them, confident they would not object. However, he had not anticipated Kushina's agreement. How about we go to my room? Chiba suggested with a mischievous grin. Wait, you really want to see? You big pervert. I'll smack you for being such a lecher. Kushina charged at him again, playfully hitting him. I was just joking, Chiba exclaimed. Meanwhile, hidden away in her room, Mikoto softly whispered, I wouldn't mind either. Chapter 43, Mount Mayaboku. The following day, within the Senju clan. Are you still planning to learn the sage arts of Mount Mayaboku and the Dragon Cave? Tsunade inquired, astonished. Indeed, Chiba affirmed with a nod. After all, he currently had no clear direction. He needed to first master the sage arts of the 3 great sanctuaries, comparing the distinct styles of each to attempt to create a sage art of his own. So, you wish to form a summoning contract with Mount Mayaboku and the Dragon Cave? Tsunade asked. Precisely, Chiba confirmed. Very well, though I am unsure of your intentions. If you wish to learn, I won't hinder you. However, I am quite surprised that you managed to perfect my 100 healings technique. That certainly caught me off guard. Hence, I hope that when I am not around, you will teach the 100 healings technique to Kushina and Mikoto, Chiba added. There is no issue with that. Both of them exhibit exceptional control over their chakra and should be able to master it. Tsunade nodded and said, then I'll leave it to you. I will go find Orochimaru and Jiraiya. With that, Chiba vanished from the room. On the streets of Konoha, Chiba activated his Kagura heart-eye to sense the positions of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Fortunately, they were indeed together, and Chiba proceeded in their direction. Soon, he found them in a dango shop. Upon Chiba pushing open the door, Jiraiya greeted him first. It's Chiba? Orochimaru also chimed in, Chiba-kun. I heard you went to the Surebone Forest to learn sage arts. Have you mastered it? Jiraiya inquired curiously. He had heard that sage arts were notoriously difficult to learn, and seeing Chiba return to Konoha suddenly made him wonder if Chiba had indeed succeeded, considering he had only been gone for a year. Yes, I have mastered it, Chiba affirmed with a nod. Is that so? Truly impressive, Jiraiya exclaimed. Hearing this, Orochimaru revealed a hint of surprise, and then asked, Chiba-kun, did you come for a reason? I need the summoning contracts for Mayaboka Mountain and the Ryuchi Cave, Chiba stated candidly. Summoning contracts, you say? No problem, but what do you need them for? Jiraiya responded, not refusing but curious about Chiba's intentions. I am also quite curious, Chiba-kun, as you have already signed a contract with the Surebone Forest, Orochimaru inquired with intrigue. I plan to continue learning the sage arts from Mayaboka Mountain and the Ryuchi Cave, Chiba explained. What? Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. Orochimaru squinted, licking his lips, and then smiled slightly. Then I need you both to inform Fukasaku Sage and White Snake Sage to see if they are willing to teach me. That is not an issue, Jiraiya agreed. I have no objections either. I can inquire right now, Orochimaru concurred. The two quickly summoned the toads and snakes for delivering messages, conveying Chiba's request. Now, Chiba merely had to wait. Fukasaku Sage should have no problem agreeing, but it was uncertain whether White Snake Sage would be willing. After all, serpents are known for their cunning and danger. If necessary, he would resort to force. Chiba then sat down and began to converse with Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Soon, they received a reply. Chiba, Fukasaku Sage has agreed. When do you plan to go? Jiraiya asked. Though White Snake Sage did not give a clear answer. She mentioned that you need to meet her in person, Orochimaru stated. In that case, I will first head to Mayaboka Mountain and then to the Ryuchi Cave, Chiba declared. All right, I will take Chiba to Mayaboka Mountain first, Jiraiya said. With that, Chiba and Jiraiya transformed into a plume of smoke and disappeared from the spot. Mayaboka Mountain is characterized by its lush vegetation and peculiar giant plants, such as towering mushrooms, colossal flowers, and gnarled ancient trees, creating a primitive yet fantastical atmosphere. The terrain is diverse, featuring waterfalls, lakes, caves, and rolling mountains, all enveloped in an orange-red sky, reminiscent of eternal twilight. Hey, Jiraiya. Oh, Chiba is here too? Fukasaku Winta greeted. Chiba had previously encountered Fukasaku Winta on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, and he waved his hand, saying, Winta, where is Fukasaku Sage? Jiraiya inquired. Follow me, Fukasaku Winta replied. Hearing this, he led Chiba and Jiraiya deeper into the mountain. As they walked, Chiba observed his surroundings. Before long, a small green toad with white whiskers and eyebrows appeared before him. Chiba recognized it as Fukasaku Sage. Little Jiraiya, this must be little Chiba, Fukasaku greeted. Hello, Fukasaku Sage. Sorry for the intrusion, Chiba bowed. No problem. Welcome to Mayaboka Mountain. I heard from little Jiraiya that you have mastered the sage arts from the Surebone Forest? Fukasaku asked. Yes, Chiba nodded. Remarkable. Little Jiraiya, would you like to stay and learn together? Sure, Jiraiya replied. Haha, great. Follow me, Fukasaku said, leading Chiba and Jiraiya further in. Soon, they arrived at a waterfall surrounded by giant mushrooms and glowing plants. Water cascaded from hundreds of meters above, crashing into the deep pool below. The rocks by the waterfall were covered with moss, and the air was filled with a faint golden natural energy that was visible to the naked eye. Fukasaku Sage, Jiraiya, and Chiba then discussed the requirements and risks of training. The perception and absorption of natural energy involve two main stages. 1. Meditative stillness. Practitioners must remain motionless for extended periods, using meditation to sense the natural energy in their surroundings. Any movement will cause the natural energy to dissipate. 2. Assistance of toad oil. First-time practitioners apply special toad oil from Mayaboka Mountain to their bodies to help them sense natural energy quickly. However, over-reliance on toad oil may lead to loss of control, such as becoming toad-like or petrified. Practitioners must harmonize natural energy with their own physical and mental energy in a ratio of 1:1:1. Excessive natural energy will gradually turn the body toad-like or even petrify it, while insufficient energy will prevent entry into sage mode. Training requires exceptional chakra control and a vast chakra reserve. After explaining, Fukasaku Sage produced a stick from somewhere. Seeing this, Chiba realized that he was likely to be struck soon. The training methods of Mayaboka Mountain significantly differ from those of the Surebone Forest. However, Chiba was more concerned about his future meals, as he knew from the original work that Fukasaku and Shima Sage had prepared food consisting mostly of insects, which Chiba found unappetizing. How could he have forgotten to prepare food? A grave oversight. Chapter 44. 2 years later, Chiba was no longer on Mayaboka Mountain. He now found himself in the Ryuchi Cave. The Ryuchi Cave is hidden in a deep valley, perpetually shrouded in mist, dimly lit, and filled with toxic gases and traps. The cave is teeming with giant serpents, such as the 10,000 snakes, and the sinister fangs, and the rock walls are covered with serpentine patterns. The air thick with the stench of snakes. The cave structure is complex, with paths that change on their own, making it easy for intruders to become lost, even risking being devoured by snake packs. During his first visit, Chiba had faced the trials set by the three great snake maidens under the white snake sage. Kenshin Shinji, dressed in a white kimono and adorned with a golden hairpin, possesses a beautiful yet cold demeanor, her smile often hinting at malice. Her pupils are snake-like, and she occasionally transforms her lower body into a serpent tail. Her character is cunning and greedy. Ichikazushima Haim, the youngest among them, appears as a lowly with skin as pale as snow, long hair cascading to her waist, and vibrant makeup that belies her chilling smile. Her fingertips can extend snake-like tendrils. She is sharp-tongued and enjoys ensnaring others with her beauty and the facade of gentleness. Takuji Haim, the eldest, is tall, clad in a black robe, and wears a veil crown, exuding an aura of mystery and nobility. Her neck and wrists are covered in silver scales, and her eyes shine with an ethereal blue light, her voice echoing like a distant melody. She feigns sympathy for the trial's participants while relishing in their despair, being the most patient hunter among the three maidens. Ultimately, Chiba was able to meet the White Snake Sage as he had hoped. The White Snake Sage has the upper body of an elderly woman and the lower body of a serpent. She wears a white kimono, complemented by a golden obi and jewel ornaments, exuding an ancient and dignified style. A pair of golden dragon horns adorn her head, and she wears a magnificent crown embedded with jewels, signifying her status as a ruler. With a long pipe clenched between her lips, smoke swirled around her, adding an air of mystery. Yet, her voice was hoarse and aged, echoing as if it were a whisper from within a cavern, sending shivers down one's spine. Chinya understood why the White Snake Sage wanted her to meet in person. Anyone wishing to learn the sage arts of the Dragon Cave must pass the trials of the three great sisters. Since Chinya had succeeded, it indicated her qualification to learn the sage arts. However, as Chinya departed from the White Snake Sage's lair, she heard words akin to those spoken by the Slug Sage. You will be the hope of the ninja world. This left Chinya perplexed. Shouldn't the future belong to Naruto and Sasuke? Had the future altered in some way? Unable to fathom it, Chinya chose to set aside her musings and focus on mastering the sage arts of the Dragon Cave. With a command, the ground erupted into rock pillars, twisting and revealing several wild dragons. This technique bestowed false life upon inanimate objects, enabling the caster to manipulate them. In the original tale, Kabuto utilized this technique to transform cave walls into giant serpentine appendages to assault the two protagonists. He commanded stalactites to fall like a torrential downpour, animating the ground to restrain Sasuke's movements. Now, having adeptly mastered the sage arts of the three great lands, Chinya planned to return to Konoha. Today marked Chinya's coming of age, and she had received word that Kushina and Mikoto were organizing a celebration for her. Hey, Manda, I'm leaving. Please convey my regards to the three great sisters, Chinya said, since she had settled in the Dragon Cave. An encounter with Manda had led to a skirmish due to Manda's notoriously bad temper. It can be said that Manda chose the wrong opponent. Chinya ensnared him in a jinjutsu, making him experience the tortures of the human realm. From that day forward, Manda became like a devoted subordinate, appearing at Chinya's call. Understood, Lady Chinya, Manda obediently replied, inwardly praying for this demon to finally depart. I, Manda, can finally rise again. Chinya smiled at Manda and said, farewell, until we meet again. With that, Chinya vanished from sight. Once Chinya confirmed her departure, Manda couldn't contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. I, Manda, can finally stand tall again. It was already evening in Konoha. Upon returning to the Senju clan, Chinya found Kushina, Mikoto, Tsunade, Shodai, and Konan waiting for her. Seeing this, Chinya felt a twinge of guilt and said, I'm sorry for returning late and keeping everyone waiting. You're finally back. I thought you had forgotten us. Kushina pouted, displeased. I apologize, Chinya replied. Let us eat first, Mikoto suggested. Brother Chinya, come sit, Konan beckoned. After Chinya took his seat, the group quickly began their dinner. How's your training going, Chinya? Tsunade asked, taking a sip from her jug. It's going well. I can now practice fully in Konoha, Chinya answered. Is learning sage arts difficult? Shodai inquired, curious. Indeed. It's quite challenging and fraught with risks. Upon hearing this, Shodai promptly abandoned his impulse to learn. Happy birthday, Chinya. Kushina raised her cup in toast. One by one, they lifted their cups to offer their blessings. Thank you, Chinya said as they clinked their cups together. We have prepared gifts for you. They're in your room. You can take a look when you have the time, Makoto mentioned. Oh, really? How generous of you to bring gifts. However, I believe the best gift today is Makoto. Wouldn't you agree, Chinya? Tsunade teased with a mischievous grin. Hearing this, Makoto's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. Indeed, Makoto would be spending the night with Chinya. He felt no embarrassment. After all, he had come of age and was determined to embrace it fully. As for Kushina, being half a year younger than Chinya, she had yet to reach adulthood. I want to stop you, Kushina pouted. Shodai, you ought to find a girlfriend too. Look at Chinya, who is younger than you and already has two. You should take action to help the Senju clan flourish. Tsunade suddenly turned her attention to Shodai. In the midst of enjoying the meal, Shodai was startled by Tsunade's words. Let us talk about this later, he mumbled, evasively. What do you mean later? If you're still single next year, beware of my fists, Tsunade threatened, clenching her fists. What about you? You don't have anyone either. Yet you dare to criticize me, Shodai muttered under his breath. Though his voice was low, Tsunade heard him and immediately shouted. What did you say? Nothing. You all continue eating. I'm full, so I'll take my leave, Shodai said and swiftly exited the room, internally reflecting, it seems I should return here less often. The others chuckled at the scene. Soon, a delightful dinner came to an end. Meanwhile, in Chinya's room, Makoto felt a bit restless. She was aware of what was to come, but still felt a tinge of shyness. Although it was Chinya's first time in this life, he had ample experience from his past life. Chinya moved closer to Makoto, gently taking her hand and saying, Makoto, once Kushina comes of age, let us get married. Makoto nodded quietly. Their eyes locked, and the atmosphere shifted subtly. The distance between them slowly closed. Their lips brushed softly against one another, intertwining with tenderness and passion. Their breaths mingled, hearts racing as if time had halted. Their lips and tongues danced together, each exhale laden with fervent longing. The ensuing story is left to one's imagination, as the author believes everyone has experienced it, thus will not elaborate further. Chapter 45. No progress the following morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, gradually rousing Chinya from slumber. He stretched leisurely and turned to find Makoto still peacefully asleep. With a soft smile, he gently kissed her forehead. Though the gesture was light, it roused Makoto from her dreams. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by Chinya's handsome visage, and upon noticing his gaze upon her, she quickly pulled the covers over her face. Despite their intimate night, Makoto still felt bashful. Chinya refrained from teasing her, simply enveloping her in his embrace as they savored the warmth of the moment. However, a knock interrupted them from outside. Chinya, Makoto, are you two going to sleep all day? Kushina's voice called from the other side of the door. Chinya patted Makoto's back gently and said, let us get up. Makoto nodded. Chinya placed a soft kiss on Makoto's lips before lifting the covers. Suddenly, Makoto let out a startled yelp. Chinya was momentarily taken aback. You've seen everything already. Why the surprise? He teased with a smile. I'm still a bit unaccustomed to this, Makoto admitted shyly. All right, take your time getting dressed. I'll head out first. With that, Chinya didn't press her further and quickly dressed before exiting. Once Chinya left the room, Makoto got up to put on her clothes. As for any discomfort from their first experience, Chinya, being a medical ninja, could easily remedy such trivial pain. At the dining table, Kushina wore a disgruntled expression, pouting at Chinya. What's with that face, Kushina? He asked. It's none of your business, she retorted. Yesterday, I spoke with Makoto and promised that once you come of age, we would marry, Chiba stated. Marry? Kushina exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Kushina turned to Makoto, who nodded in agreement. All right, I have no objections, Kushina replied. So please, do not be upset, Chiba added. Who is upset? Kushina retorted stubbornly. However, deep down, she felt a twinge of annoyance, as she had been the first to arrive, only to be outpaced by Makoto, leaving her somewhat unsettled. Chiba chose not to confront her feelings, aware of her discomfort. Soon after, they finished breakfast, and Chiba headed to the Senju training ground, intending to further delve into the art of sage techniques. Sign in. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Sage Technique Talent Proficiency Upgrade card. This is quite commendable. Ever since Chiba began studying Sage Techniques, a talent for it appeared on his panel, which has now reached elite status after 3 years. Using it, A wealth of knowledge regarding sage techniques flooded his mind, illuminating many previously perplexing concepts. With a thought, he accessed the system panel. Host: Chiba, age, 16 years, chakra attributes: wind, fire, lightning, earth, water, yin, yang, total chakra, 500 ninjutsu, later represented by points to avoid complaints about numerical values. Talents: perfect ninjutsu talent, perfect taijutsu talent, perfect chakra control talent, perfect chakra nature change talent, perfect space talent, perfect swordsmanship talent, perfect sealing technique talent, perfect knife technique talent, perfect sage technique talent. Bloodline limits: eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would release. Ice fruit. Special: Ashura chakra, Indra chakra, one-tailed chakra, nine-tails chakra. Items: black blade Shio Shui, puppet X1, shuriken X500, kunai X650, explosive tags X400, food pills X300. Chakra replication cards X4, 1 ordinary iron sword, 1 bottle of infinite cola, Durex X6, 15 youth elixirs, 3 longevity pills. Evaluation: unexpectedly, the sage technique talent has reached perfection. No wonder many previously confusing aspects have suddenly become clear. Over the past 3 years, Chiba had not signed in to acquire any particularly remarkable golden legendary items. The most useful was undoubtedly the puppet, which, when activated, could harness 60% of the user's strength, effectively serving as a powerful bodyguard, capable of inheriting bloodline limits. Even if it only held 60% of Chiba's power, few could withstand it. Presently, Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan each had a puppet discreetly protecting them. As Chiba was aware that this year he would fall into a year-long coma, yet he felt no discomfort at present. Chiba resumed his study of sage techniques. Each of the 3 great sacred lands possessed unique sage techniques, with differing methods of natural energy absorption. What would happen if they were to merge? A sudden thought crossed Chiba's mind. The dangers seemed significant. Perhaps he should first test it using shadow clones. Without hesitation, Chiba created a shadow clone, provided instructions, and commenced the experiment. Initially, he attempted to merge the natural energies from the Wetbone Forest and Mayaboka Mountain. The moment they came into contact, a tremendous energy fluctuation ensued, resulting in an explosive eruption. The shadow clone was instantly dissipated. In that fleeting moment, Chiba felt an internal injury and subsequently coughed up blood. Wow, was the explosive force that potent? Chiba lamented. He promptly employed healing techniques to mend his wounds. Shortly thereafter, Chiba began another round of experiments. However, none were successful. Although his recovery abilities were remarkable, he could not withstand such relentless assaults. Lying on the grass, Chiba sighed. I have no clues at all. How am I to proceed? Am I to abandon this task? While lost in thought, a voice broke through. Chiba, what troubles you? I heard your exclamations from afar. What has happened? Mikoto approached, carrying a lunchbox, her expression filled with curiosity. Mikoto, what brings you here? Chiba inquired. I noticed you hadn't returned for lunch. So I figured you must have forgotten while training, so I brought you food, she replied, setting several containers of food beside him. Since Mikoto had matured into a woman, she radiated an increasing aura of a devoted spouse. Thank you. Now that you mention it, I am indeed quite hungry. With that, Chiba began to devour the meal voraciously. Disregarding decorum, Mikoto watched him with a smile before advising, eat slowly. Have you encountered difficulties in your training? Yes. I have no clear direction at the moment. Chiba nodded while chewing. If you lack direction, take a moment to pause. There's no need to rush, Mikoto suggested. I understand, he replied. In no time, Chiba had polished off the food. I'm so full, he remarked, patting his slightly round belly. You should continue your training. I'll head back now, Mikoto said, cleaning up the containers. All right, thank you for your efforts. It's no trouble, she replied before departing. Once Mikoto left, Chiba reclined again, pondering his next course of action. Chapter 46. The unknown change at that moment. In the Senju training ground, Chiba suddenly sat up, struck by a new possibility. If 2 energies failed, what if he combined all 3? Without delay, he settled into a meditative position to experiment. As the 3 different natural energies intertwined, there was no sign of the previous fluctuations. Instead, a serene calm enveloped the atmosphere. As time passed, a whirlpool formed within Chiba's body, spinning faster and faster. He felt his life force and mental energy rapidly depleting. This is bad, he realized, but when he tried to halt the process, he found it impossible. Chiba understood that the energies were unbalanced and spiraling out of control. As his life force and mental energy waned, his consciousness began to fade. Suddenly, he recalled what the Uchiha clan leader had said. A coma after 3 years? Could this be the cause? Soon, Chiba collapsed onto the grass. Not long after he fell unconscious, the three energies within him gradually fused, giving birth to a new energy. Suddenly, from Chiba's shadow emerged a figure cloaked in darkness. The figure flashed a sinister smile, glanced at the unconscious Chiba, and then vanished into the ground. Meanwhile, at the Senju clan residence, Kushina and Mikoto were engaged in conversation when two figures abruptly appeared in the room. Both women regarded the newcomers with caution. "Who are you?" they asked. In response, the figures knelt respectfully, saying, "My lady, we are subordinates of Lord Chiba. Something has happened to him." What has happened to Chiba?" they exclaimed in unison. "Quickly, take us to him." Without a thought for the identities of the two before them, Kushina and Mikoto were solely focused on reaching Chiba as swiftly as possible. They hurried to the Senju training ground, where they found Chiba lying motionless on the grass. Without hesitation, Kushina and Mikoto employed medical ninjutsu to assess his condition. However, they could not discern the cause. They merely sensed an inexplicable energy merging with Chiba's body. What on earth is happening? Kushina turned to the two individuals claiming to be under Chiba's command. "We are not entirely sure ourselves. Our responsibility is to protect the two matriarchs. Just now, we sensed something unusual with the master, so we came to inform you. However, the master had previously instructed us to let you know that if anything were to happen, he would be in a coma for at least a year and not to worry. He also mentioned that the news of his coma must be kept confidential, so that you remain cautious of Danzo," they explained. Upon hearing this, Kushina and Mikoto exchanged glances. Subsequently, they arranged for the two individuals to carry Chiba back to his room. Once the bodyguards departed, Kushina spoke. "Should we call Tsunade to take a look?" "But didn't they say Chiba would be fine?" Mikoto replied. "We cannot place complete trust in those two. Who knows what is true?" Kushina countered. "Indeed. Let's call Tsunade to examine him," Mikoto agreed. "All right. You stay here and watch over him while I go find Tsunade," Kushina declared before leaving the room. Tsunade, upon receiving the news, hurried back without delay. "What happened? He was fine yesterday. How did he suddenly fall into a coma?" Tsunade asked anxiously. "I'm not sure. He seemed well when I brought him lunch at noon, but by the afternoon, he was like this," Mikoto replied. "Let me take a look first," Tsunade said, beginning her examination. Before long, her expression turned grim as she remarked, "I cannot determine the cause, but there is a new energy within him, reminiscent of natural energy. However, it seems harmless and is currently merging with his body. Perhaps once the fusion is complete, Chiba will awaken. When I delivered his lunch earlier, he mentioned encountering difficulties in his training. Could it be that he had an accident while experimenting with a new technique?" Mikoto added. "That is a possibility." Tsunade nodded in agreement. "Natural energy? Do you think his study of the three sage arts serves some other purpose? Perhaps this new technique is related to sage techniques." Kushina pondered. "The likelihood of that is increasing. I noticed that the energy within him indeed resembles sage techniques," Tsunade confirmed. "By the way, let's summon the summoning slug for a consultation," Kushina suggested. At this, both Mikoto and Tsunade's eyes brightened. Tsunade then bit her finger, summoning the slug. "Tsunade-sama, is there something you need?" the slug inquired. "Slug, examine Chiba's body and see if you can uncover anything," Tsunade instructed, gesturing toward Chiba lying on the bed. "Chiba-sama, what has happened?" the slug asked. "It seems to be of his own doing. Please investigate," Tsunade replied. "Understood, Tsunade-sama," the slug acknowledged. With that, the slug crawled onto Chiba's arm, its body glowing green. As the green light faded, the slug reported, "Chiba-sama's physical condition is excellent. However, the energy within him contains the natural energy of the wet-bone forest, as well as that of Miyaboku Mountain and the Dragon Cave. It appears to be a fusion of the three natural energies." At this revelation, the group began to piece together the situation. This explains why Chiba sought to master the sage arts of the three great sanctuaries. "I never anticipated he would dare to attempt such a fusion," Tsunade remarked. "Given this, we need not worry. Since he had forewarned us, it indicates he was prepared," Tsunade stated. Kushina and Mikoto nodded in agreement. "Now we must ensure that his coma remains confidential." Chiba was right. If Danzo learns of his condition, he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate him. After all, the animosity between Chiba and Danzo is profound, and this presents an opportune moment for Danzo, Tsunade cautioned. Weren't their bodyguards left behind? Where are they? Are they capable? Tsunade inquired curiously. They are likely hiding in the shadows, Kushina replied. Can't you sense them? You were able to before, but now it seems as if they've vanished. Previously, I could sense their immense chakra, Kushina added. I see. They must be formidable, Tsunade acknowledged with a nod. Well then, you need not worry excessively. Since he stated a year, it must be true, Tsunade consoled. Makoto, we will take turns looking after him. He must not be left alone, Kushina proposed. All right. Makoto nodded. Meanwhile, in the root base. Who exactly are you? Danzo asked warily, observing the figure shrouded in shadows before him. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I bring you good news, the figure replied, his voice dark and echoing, sending chills down one's spine. What news? Danzo inquired. He is in a coma, and it appears he will remain so for a considerable duration, the shadowy figure smirked. Are you certain? Danzo asked excitedly. I witnessed it firsthand. Your opportunity has arrived. I hope you seize it well, the figure stated before vanishing. Danzo's expression darkened, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Chapter 47. Undercurrents in the Hokage office. The door was suddenly pushed open, revealing Danzo rushing in. Danzo, what brings you here in such haste? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, looking up from his paperwork. Lord Hiruzen, I have received news that Chiba is in a deep coma. Our opportunity has come, Danzo exclaimed eagerly. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen furrowed his brow, cautiously asking, Are you sure? He just returned yesterday. How could he be in trouble so soon? Hiruzen found it hard to believe, considering Chiba's strength and the fact that he was in Konoha. I can assure you, I saw it with my own eyes, Danzo insisted. Who informed you of this? Could it be a trap? Hiruzen questioned, ever cautious. At this, Danzo fell into deep thought. Indeed, he had not clearly seen the person's face. In his excitement, he had overlooked the need to verify the accuracy of the information. I will send someone to investigate, Danzo decided. Wait, do you think your men can safely enter the Senju clan? Hiruzen interjected. Humph, we will simply use numbers. If Chiba does not show up, it will be clear that he is in trouble, Danzo retorted coldly. No, that would create too much noise. What if this is a trap? Hiruzen refused. Humph, you will regret this, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage, Hiruzen asserted. With that, Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Watching Danzo leave, Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. He resolved that he must not get involved. Otherwise, his position as Hokage would be jeopardized. I hope Danzo succeeds, he thought. Days later, at the Senju clan. How are things? Makoto asked anxiously. There were many more people around, and judging by their chakra levels, they appeared to be elite jonin, likely sent by Danzo. Kushina activated her Byakugan to sense the surroundings. I feel that things are not as simple as they seem. Chiba has only been in a coma for a few days, yet Danzo's people have suddenly appeared around the Senju clan? What do you mean? Makoto asked, curious. There's a strong possibility that the news has leaked. They are likely here to monitor and test the accuracy of the information, Kushina surmised. What should we do? If they do not see Chiba for an extended period, they will surely take action, Makoto asked, her urgency palpable. Calm down. Let me think this through, Makoto reassured her. All right, I will keep a close watch on their movements, Kushina agreed. Makoto fell into contemplation as well. Tawanzo's blatant arrangements for personnel have elicited no response from the third Hokage, indicating his tacit approval of Tawanzo's actions. We cannot make the first move, otherwise the situation will become untenable. Should we send Tsunade to consult the third? No, that would indirectly affirm that Chiba is indeed in trouble. Moreover, there are still the bodyguards left by Chiba, Kushina. Those two bodyguards, Makoto remarked. I cannot sense their presence. As she spoke, two figures suddenly materialized in the room. Lady, what is your command? They inquired, kneeling on one knee. You two, keep watch over the Senju clan's entrance. Anyone who dares to intrude must be eliminated without mercy. Makoto declared, her eyes glinting with menace. Understood. With that, the two vanished in an instant. Kushina, I will retrieve Konan. Stay here and watch over things, Makoto instructed. Take one bodyguard with you. I fear they may attempt to harm you, Kushina cautioned. I understand, Makoto nodded. Not long after Makoto departed from the Senju clan, two individuals clad in umbu attire appeared before her, their tone unfriendly. Uchiha Makoto, the third Hokage requests your presence. Is that so? I shall make my own way to the Hokage building. You may return, Makoto replied, skeptical of their claims, as their sudden appearance made it evident they were from the root. That is not up to you. You will accompany us, they insisted, preparing to force her away. Eliminate them, Makoto commanded. Instantly, the scenery around them transformed. Where they had once stood on the streets of Konoha, they now found themselves in a blood-red realm under a crimson moon. Is this an illusion? When did this happen? Before they could finish their thoughts, their bodies fell lifelessly apart. Watching this unfold, Makoto furrowed her brow, having just glimpsed a Sharingan that mirrored Chiba's Mangekyo. It seemed these bodyguards were far from ordinary. Subsequently, Makoto proceeded towards the Ninja Academy. Shortly after her departure, a shadow emerged next to the corpses. They left behind a contingency, did they? It appears Towanzo's prospects are dim. No matter, I was merely testing the waters. Since that has failed, it bears no consequence. I have just separated and require time to restore my form, the shadow mused, before vanishing from sight. Soon, Makoto returned to the Senju clan with Konan. How did it go? Was there any trouble? Kushina inquired. From now on, you must always take bodyguards when you go out. I encountered individuals claiming to be from the Umbu, sent by the third. When I stated I would go to the Hokage building myself, they attempted to forcibly take me, Makoto warned. I see, Kushina nodded. Humph, Umbu sent by the third. I refuse to believe he is unaware of this matter. What's happening, Makoto-ne? Konan asked curiously. Upon hearing this, both Kushina and Makoto explained the situation to her. Konan, you shall refrain from attending school for the time being. Stay home and do not venture out, Makoto instructed. I understand. I want to wander, Konan replied, recognizing the stakes involved with Chiba's life. Very well, let us maintain our previous strategy. We will only retaliate when they can no longer restrain themselves. If possible, we shall publicize Towanzo's covert surveillance of us, providing Chiba with justification to eliminate him upon awakening, Makoto proposed. I have a method. We can disseminate this through the scroll shop. After all, the business I share with Chiba there is thriving, drawing many visitors daily, Kushina suggested. But if we publicize this, it would essentially confirm that Chiba is indeed in peril, Kushina questioned. This matter cannot be concealed for long. The truth will eventually surface. Hence, while they are still probing, we should swiftly spread the word among the civilians. This will give Chiba a valid reason to take action against Towanzo, Makoto explained. Understood. I will arrange for the shop personnel to begin the dissemination tomorrow, Kushina agreed. Chapter 48. You regret my shadow days passed by. During this time, numerous individuals attempted to infiltrate the Senju clan, but were thwarted by the puppets left behind by Chiba. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Hiruzen's side, it is now unequivocally clear that Shinyu Chiba has encountered trouble. Towanzo, I have already stated that I will not involve myself in this matter, Hiruzen insisted. I require manpower. Towanzo pressed. I will not provide you with anyone. Cease your actions, Towanzo. The entire village is abuzz with rumors of your brazen surveillance of Tsunade and her associates. You must realize that if Chiba awakens, the first thing he will do is eliminate you. Tsunade has already come to me in distress several times. Though I have managed to placate her thus far, I cannot do so indefinitely. There is still time for you to halt your actions, Hiruzen urged. Humph. It has been over half a year, and he remains unconscious. He may never awaken, Towanzo scoffed. If you truly believe he will never awaken, why not cease your actions? Hiruzen countered. What if he does? I cannot allow that possibility. Have you lost your mind? Towanzo, open your eyes. Your men cannot even breach the entrance of the Senju clan. It is evident that Chiba has left behind contingencies. You will meet your demise. Even if I cease now, he will not spare me. I need manpower, Towanzo reiterated. It is impossible. I have said I will not partake in this affair. You shall regret this. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen watched Towanzo storm out in anger, unable to suppress a sigh. He could easily envision the fury Chiba would unleash upon awakening. The first time, he spared you due to insufficient evidence. Now that the whole of Konoha is aware, he will not hesitate to eliminate Towanzo. Though he has not directly participated, he also has not intervened. Should he send some men to aid Chiba? Just as Hiruzen entertained this notion, he quickly dismissed it, believing that as long as he remained uninvolved, Chiba would not turn against him. At this time, many individuals arrived at the Senju clan. Inuzuka, Nara, Minato, Hayashi, Hizashi, Akimichi Torufu, and even Kakashi were present. News of Towanzo's open surveillance of the Senju clan had spread swiftly throughout Konoha. Upon hearing this, they had come to ascertain the situation. So this is what has transpired? Then I shall remain and assist you, Akimichi Torufu declared. Uncle Torufu, Is that truly permissible? Makoto inquired. Makoto was aware that Uncle Torafu was a peer of the third and Tuanzo, and had previously served as a guard for the second Hokage. Chiba is like a son to me, and you are my daughters-in-law. Would you have me aid outsiders against my own kin? Very well, Makoto conceded. She recognized the merit in Torafu's words, and he had always been publicly aligned with Chiba's interests, something the third was already aware of. Makoto turned to the others, who were eager to help. You all need not stay, you have your own families. While the third may not be directly involved, he is tacitly allowing this. Should you remain, what if the third decides to make things difficult for your clans? I would not want to inadvertently harm your families due to this matter. Upon hearing this, they lowered their heads, contemplating the implications. Minato was at a loss for words. He had been favored by the third. Yet now he realized that while the third appeared amicable with Chiba, a significant rift existed between them. The third's inaction against Tuanzo suggested that he indeed hoped for Chiba's demise. How would he face Chiba in the future? At this moment, Lugio suddenly remarked, in truth, this matter will not have a significant impact, as most here belong to the prominent clans of Konoha. The third Hokage would not be foolish enough to alienate our families. Otherwise, his position as Hokage would be fleeting. Yet, that cannot be overlooked. If Danzo disregards everything and leads his men in, your strength may not suffice. And if you are killed, how shall we explain this to Chiba? Furthermore, Chiba has left behind contingencies. We are currently quite safe, and they cannot breach our defenses. Meichin interjected. Indeed, the contingencies left behind are formidable, consisting of shadow-level powerhouses, Kushina added. What? Shadow-level powerhouses? Chi Feng exclaimed in surprise. Yes, based on their chakra levels. They are not your ordinary shadow-level ninjas. Kushina nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, taken aback by the revelation that Chiba could effortlessly arrange for shadow-level protectors for Kushina and the others. This was simply astounding, and not just a solitary individual. Lugio narrowed his eyes, sensing that Chiba harbored unique ambitions. The individuals he befriended were the heirs of Konoha's esteemed clans. Was he, perhaps, planning to cultivate his own faction? Moreover, he had reportedly visited the Uchiha clan before, although there seemed to be no visible changes in his relationship with them. Lugio suspected that the Uchiha clan had aligned themselves with Chiba. Considering this, the implications were staggering, with the Akimichi, Hyuga, Uchiha, and Hitaki clans involved. And reportedly, even the Asuma clan. It was hard to believe that Chiba was not vying for the position of Hokage. I must return and inform my father of this situation, Lugio resolved. Once the group understood that they were in no danger, they departed shortly thereafter. Upon his return, Lugio engaged in an extensive conversation with his father. No one knew the content of their discussion. Deep underground, a voice echoed, Lord Madara. Reliable information suggests that the god Feather Chiba is currently in a deep coma, exclaimed White Zetsu. In a coma? What transpired? Uchiha Madara inquired with curiosity. I am uncertain. It is rumored throughout Konoha that Danzo is brazenly surveilling the Senju clan. The news of Chiba's coma was relayed to me by those conducting the surveillance, White Zetsu replied, shaking his head. This presents a perfect opportunity to eliminate God Feather Chiba. Should we intervene? Black Zetsu suggested. Humph. I disdain such underhanded tactics and will not take advantage of another's misfortune, Madara replied dismissively. Since the passing of Hashirama Senju, a worthy adversary has finally emerged. I shall defeat him openly and honorably. Such treachery is reserved for Tobarama Senju, and now it seems his pupil has adopted his ways. Have you identified any suitable candidates within the Uchiha clan? Madara asked. Not yet. It has been difficult to get close since God Feather Chiba's presence. Black Zetsu responded. Very well, there is no rush. It is prudent to observe closely. With Chiba in a coma, you can discreetly assess Konoha for potential candidates and investigate the circumstances surrounding this incident. Given his current display of strength, I believe no one in the ninja world, save for myself, can pose a threat to him, Madara declared. Understood, Lord Madara. Chapter 49. Joint action at the root base. Danzo sat prominently, surveying the kneeling root ninjas before him. You will venture outside to find bounty hunters and inform them of God Feather Chiba's coma. Let them know there is a prime opportunity to eliminate him, and the bounty will be theirs. Inquire whether they wish to collaborate. Remember, gather as many as possible. Yes, Lord Danzo. However, if many are willing to collaborate, how will they infiltrate Konoha? A root ninja questioned. That is not your concern. I will manage that. The more participants, the better. They will lead the charge while you exploit the chaos to locate God Feather Chiba. Once found, strike without hesitation, Danzo instructed. Understood, Lord Danzo. Good. You may leave. With that, he vanished in an instant. Sorry, Hisashi, but I must do whatever it takes to eliminate him. Otherwise, it will be I who perishes. Danzo muttered, shaking his head. In the Tsuchikage building, Inoki exclaimed, Are you certain? Absolutely. Those individuals are under Danzo's command in Konoha. They are actively seeking bounty hunters with the aim of targeting God Feather Chiba. Furthermore, rumors abound that Danzo is monitoring the Senju clan, yet Chiba has not shown himself, indicating something must have happened, an Awagakure ninja reported. Inoki fell into contemplation. Should he dispatch individuals to infiltrate Konoha? This news would undoubtedly reach other ninja villages as well. No, I cannot act alone in this matter. Summon someone to discreetly deliver a message to the Reikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage, inviting them to jointly send operatives into Konoha. We must ascertain their willingness to participate, Inoki commanded. Yes, Tsuchikage. With that, the messenger vanished. If Danzo required manpower, then he would provide it. This way, they could seize the opportunity. Without God Feather Chiba, they would eliminate a formidable rival. It was a twofold benefit. Sacrificing a few individuals while believing other ninja villages would not refuse. Should we also send Otsutsuki? After all, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails possesses greater strength. Within days, the leaders of several ninja villages received the Tsuchikage's message and deliberated on whether to agree. In the Reikage village, one council member stated, I believe we can agree. We do not need too many, as Danzo's desperation indicates that the third Hokage has likely not agreed to his plans. Indeed, given that he is seeking assistance, he must be frantic to eliminate God Feather Chiba. Thus, we shall assist him, allowing us to rid ourselves of a rival. What could be more beneficial? Another member concurred. Yes, we will incur minimal losses. It is worth a try, the third Reikage affirmed. Father, allow me to partake, Ai urged. No, you cannot go. Those who venture will face near certain death, the third Reikage firmly rejected. It is precisely for this reason that we need powerful individuals to participate, Ai insisted. No, my decision is final. The third Reikage was resolute. This mission involves direct infiltration into enemy territory, and there will be no support available. The Wind and Water Shadows also deemed it worth a try, given the minimal risk. Soon, the major ninja villages began exchanging correspondence regarding the specifics of their joint actions. In the Senju clan, Tsunade inquired, How is he? He should awaken soon. The energy has fully integrated, Tsunade replied. Yes, I wonder why Danzo has remained silent. However, I suspect he is preparing for a more significant scheme, Meichin speculated. Indeed, you are correct. We must exercise greater caution. Kushina, be prepared to activate your Kagura Heart Eye for perception at any moment, Tsunade instructed. Understood, Kushina nodded. Have you noticed? Since Chiba fell into a coma, his complexion has improved remarkably. He was not like this before. Now his skin is fair and rosy, feeling as soft as that of a newborn, Kushina remarked, curiously touching Chiba's arm. Perhaps it is due to the absorption of that natural energy, Meichin suggested, testing it herself and confirming the change. Humph, when he awakens, I shall teach him a lesson for making me worry for so long. He claimed he would marry upon reaching adulthood, yet here I am, several months into adulthood. And he deceives me. Kushina pouted. Upon hearing this, Meichin smiled but refrained from commenting, knowing that Kushina was merely venting her frustrations. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, a cloaked figure knelt before the third Hokage, recounting a troubling report. After listening intently, the third inhaled deeply from his pipe and pondered. Are you suggesting that there has been a significant troop mobilization at the borders of other villages? Indeed, Lord Third, the figure affirmed. Can we ascertain the exact number of reinforcements at their borders? The third inquired. Approximately 400 to 500 individuals, came the response. Such a multitude? This is concerning. The third mused, deep in thought. Could they be contemplating war? We have had no recent conflicts with these major villages. It seems illogical for them to initiate hostilities without cause. They would not be foolish enough to do so unless they had lost all sense of honor. Summon Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Kakashi, the third commanded. Yes, Lord Third, the figure replied. Although uncertain of their intentions, it was prudent to prepare for any eventuality. As the major ninja villages simultaneously dispatched reinforcements to the borders, the third sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Shortly thereafter, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, And Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office, where the third recounted the unfolding situation. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi remarked, while it does seem rather suspicious, it would be wise to send out scouts for precaution. Indeed, it is better to err on the side of caution, Orochimaru concurred. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. In that case, each of you shall take 200 men to the borders. Should the enemy strike first, you are permitted to retaliate, the third instructed. Understood, Lord Third. They affirmed in unison. As they exited the Hokage building, Jiraiya questioned, why hasn't Tsunade been summoned? Jiraiya, are you truly oblivious or merely pretending? At such a time, even if the third were to call for her, Tsunade would refuse to come, Orochimaru scoffed. I truly wonder what the third is thinking. With Chiba's capabilities, it would be a tremendous asset for Konoha, Jiraiya lamented. Sometimes, being too powerful can be a double-edged sword, Kakashi interjected. Indeed, unless he were the village leader, Orochimaru agreed. Well then, I shall take my leave. Let us all prepare, Kakashi concluded. Farewell, Kakashi-senpai, Jiraiya and Orochimaru echoed in unison. Chapter 50. Changes upon awakening. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the curtains, Chiba slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually returning. The room was enveloped in silence as he lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, a wave of memories flooded his mind, and his gaze regained its vitality. Abruptly, he sat upright, scrutinizing his surroundings before relaxing his guard. At that moment, the door creaked open. Upon seeing Chiba sitting up, Kushina's eyes welled with tears, and she rushed into his embrace, exclaiming, Chiba, you've finally awakened. The sound carried into the living room, prompting several others to hasten to the room. Mikoto and Konan arrived, their eyes reddened, tears shimmering on the brink of spilling. Chiba gently patted Kushina's back, asking, have I worried you? How long was I unconscious? About 10 months, Mikoto replied, wiping her tears. I see. Chiba responded, a soft smile gracing his lips as he turned to Mikoto. Aren't you going to give me a hug? At his words, Mikoto leaped into his arms, unable to contain her tears any longer. Chiba understood the hardships they had endured during his absence. Despite having left contingencies, they were still just teenagers, the eldest, Mikoto, only 19. Chiba and your eyes. Konan exclaimed, pointing in astonishment. Hearing this, both Kushina and Mikoto released their hold and gazed at Chiba's eyes, their expressions mirroring her surprise. What is it? Chiba asked curiously. Mikoto retrieved a mirror from the cabinet and handed it to him. As he beheld his reflection, he understood their astonishment. His eyes exhibited a mesmerizing pattern of purple and circular markings. No Tomo? He wondered. The original narrative had not mentioned the possibility of enhancing the Sharingan's Tomo. Was the only method to elevate them the bestowal of the Sage of Six Paths power? After all, it was through such means that Sasuke acquired his 6th Tomo Rinnegan. Chiba then explained to them the nature of his eyes. The Rinnegan was the ultimate form of the Sharingan, symbolizing the eye that governs life and death. A supreme ocular technique possessed by the Sage of Six Paths, endowed with the dual powers of creation and destruction. The Sage of Six Paths? Did he truly exist? Mikoto inquired. He indeed existed, Chiba affirmed. So, does that mean you have become as formidable as the sage? Kushina asked, intrigued. Not quite, Chiba replied, shaking his head. At present, I can only be considered a half-step towards the 6 paths. To truly attain that level, the chakra of the tailed beasts is essential. Tell me, what transpired while I was unconscious? Upon hearing this, Kushina and Mikoto recounted the events of the past months. After listening, Chiba let out a cold laugh. Danzo, is it? Chiba, do you intend to kill him now? Mikoto asked. There's no rush. Since there has been no recent activity, he must be plotting something. It would be best to catch him off guard, Chiba replied, shaking his head. Mikoto is quite clever. She understands how to manipulate public opinion to provide me with a justifiable reason to eliminate Danzo, he added, ruffling Mikoto's hair. Given that Danzo seeks my life, his best course of action would be to use numbers to create chaos. Since the third continues to turn a blind eye to Danzo, I will show no mercy. Danzo must perish. As for the third, perhaps there will be opportunities for negotiation later. This might be my chance to ascend to the role of Hokage. Speaking of the third, Chiba felt a surge of anger. He feigns compliance while accomplishing nothing, merely stringing us along, Kushina vented. I cannot fathom what merits Danzo possesses to warrant such protection from the third. Those two are like best friends. If they were a man and a woman, they would be inseparable, Chiba chuckled. Now then, Is there anything to eat? I am famished, he inquired. I'll prepare something for you, Makoto volunteered. I will help too. Kushina chimed in. After they departed, Chiba turned to Konan. You weren't scared recently, were you? No, I was just a bit worried about you. Chiba and I, she replied, shaking her head, her cheeks turning pink. I'm sorry for worrying you, Chiba said softly, ruffling her hair. How has your training been? Quite well. Both Sister Kushina and Sister Makoto say I have great talent, Konan beamed. I knew you were the best, Konan, Chiba praised, gently tapping her nose. Instantly, Konan's head drooped, her face flushed, hands tightly gripping her clothing. Observing this, Chiba teased, Konan, you've grown up. You're actually shy now. Chiba and I. You're so mean, she retorted, swatting away his hand and darting out of the room. Chiba burst into laughter. He then resolved to familiarize himself with his Rinnegan. Beyond the fundamental jutsu such as Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, and Daitapa, he also possessed two unique ocular techniques. Eternal Moment. This ability allows him to freeze the flow of time within a radius of 20 meters for 3 seconds. Teleportation. Without requiring any markers, he can instantaneously move to any location within a kilometer, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Chiba sensed a profound transformation within his chakra, as if he had broken free from constraints. The fusion of 3 types of natural energy had given rise to a chakra unique to him, which could no longer simply be termed chakra. It had transcended into the realm of natural energy. Chiba was now akin to the sages of the 3 great sanctuaries, capable of effortlessly manipulating natural energy without the need for prior absorption. According to the original narrative, chakra originated from the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Subsequently, the Sage of 6 Paths imparted knowledge to humanity, enabling them to harmonize physical and spiritual energy, thus forming their own chakra. Therefore, the chakra that I possess today no longer belongs to Kagaya Otsutsuki. It is derived from the natural energies that have always existed in this world. Does this not signify the completion of the system's task? Shinya, unable to contain his excitement, accessed the system and discovered that the mission had indeed been accomplished. Presumably while he was still in a state of unconsciousness, which explained why he had not heard the notification sound. Extraction. As soon as the words left his lips, a beam of blue light enveloped Shinya's body. In the mirror, he beheld his eyes adorned with a pale blue iris, shimmering with a pearlescent luster, exuding clarity and mystery. The pupils featured delicate concentric circular patterns, possibly accompanied by radiating lines or ripples, appearing far more elegant and refined than the Rinnegan. Upon witnessing this transformation, Shinya felt an immediate aversion to his former Rinnegan, perceiving it as rather unsightly. He suddenly realized that his current prowess rendered him unmatched in the ninja world. Chapter 51. The Death of Danzo in the Root Base. Danzo's voice resonated gravely. Have the individuals been brought within the borders of the Land of Fire? They have arrived. Currently positioned in a forest not far from Konoha, awaiting your command, Lord Danzo, replied a root ninja. How many are there? Danzo inquired. At least 100. Came the response. So many? Danzo's brow furrowed momentarily before he pressed further. Have their identities been thoroughly investigated? Due to the large number and the urgency of time, we could not complete the investigation. Initially, there were only a few, and their identities were clear. However, dozens more arrived in several batches. Leaving no time for a thorough inquiry, the root ninja reported candidly. I see, Danzo mused, sensing something amiss with these individuals. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to proceed, reasoning that even if they posed a threat, they could not inflict significant harm on Konoha, as long as we can eliminate Kamikaze Chinya. Some sacrifices are necessary. Inform them to commence operations at dawn. I will handle the sensory and sealing units of Konoha. The guards will be replaced with root personnel. Upon entering Konoha, they are to head directly to the Senju clan. No matter the cost, Kamikaze Chinya must be eliminated, Danzo commanded. Yes, Lord Danzo. We must keep a close watch on them to prevent any disruption in Konoha, the ninja reiterated. Prepare accordingly, Danzo concluded. Following his instructions, Danzo made his way to the Hokage's office. Tsunade, I will not extend any assistance to you, he stated. Danzo, I require no additional personnel. I have but one request. Tonight, replace all guards in Konoha with root members. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, replied. Are you planning to act tonight? That is feasible. I trust Danzo will not betray Konoha. Very well, this will be the last time I indulge you, Hiruzen conceded. Haha, Tsunade, await my good news, Danzo retorted before departing the Hokage's office. In the early hours of dawn, over 100 individuals gathered at the periphery of the Senju clan. With a command, they surged forth into the compound, only to find no opposition awaiting them. To their dismay, they discovered the Senju clan was completely deserted. Meanwhile, a group of them convened, discussing their predicament. What do we do now? We have no idea where Kamikaze Chinya is. Since we cannot kill him, we shall shift our focus to destroying Konoha. Let us disperse and cause as much damage as we can. You all understand that having accepted this mission, we did not intend to return alive. If we cannot accomplish our task, we shall at least do something meaningful for our village. What about the Konoha ninjas? We will take them by surprise and eliminate them all before commencing our destruction of Konoha. We must act independently. On another front, Chinya had arrived at the root base. He had sensed the intruders entering Konoha long before they did. Noting that these individuals were not from Konoha, he contemplated his next move. Rather than eradicate them immediately, he was curious to ascertain their origins. Thus, he transported Kushina and the others to a separate space, proceeding alone to the root base. Upon entering the main hall, Danzo's expression shifted as he recognized Chinya's presence, realizing the failure of tonight's operation. Danzo, surprised to see me? Did you not expect me to awaken? Chinya taunted. Have you decided how you will meet your end? I am aware that I cannot defeat you, but I will not surrender easily, Danzo retorted, his voice infused with fury. Oh, you may attempt to move if you wish, Chinya scoffed. Danzo, realizing he could not move, questioned, when did this happen? You have not even activated the Sharingan. Huh. Danzo, you underestimate me far too much. Did you think I required the Sharingan to cast illusions? In my current state, even the combined might of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha could not best me. Are you not curious why I fell into unconsciousness? Why? Danzo asked. I was merely acclimating to my newfound power. Now then, time's up. Farewell, Danzo. Before Danzo could utter another word, his body was obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere fragments. Wow. The potency of this natural energy is astounding. I only infused a small portion, and his body could not withstand the force. It is time to investigate those intruders, Chinya declared, vanishing from sight. At the residence of the third Hokage, a frantic knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, an Umbu member urgently reported, Third Hokage, trouble. A large number of ninjas have emerged from nowhere and are wreaking havoc throughout Konoha. What did you say? Hiruzen exclaimed, astonished. Quickly, dispatch the Umbu to handle the situation. Yes, Third Hokage. With that, Hiruzen hastily exited. On a high platform, Chinya mused. So, they are ninjas from other villages? What shall we do now, Chinya? Are we to intervene? Kushina inquired. There is no need for that, Kushina. Mikoto, I require your assistance with a task, Chinya instructed. What is it? Utilize every means possible to spread the word throughout Konoha that today's events were sanctioned by the third Hokage, who allowed Danzo to summon ninjas from other villages to kill me and subsequently withdrew the guards assigned to protect the village today. Upon hearing this, Kushina and Mikoto exchanged surprised glances. Are you attempting to leverage public opinion to force the third Hokage's resignation? Mikoto asked. Simply relying on this will not suffice to unseat the third Hokage. I merely wish for the villagers to comprehend the actions of the revered third Hokage they hold in such esteem. With numerous innocent lives already lost, they certainly have the right to know the truth. Very well, we shall commence at once. Yes, expedite the process. It would be ideal if the news spreads throughout the village by tomorrow. Understood. With that, Kushina and Mikoto departed, while Chinya surveyed Konoha from above. That should suffice. We cannot allow Konoha to suffer excessive losses. As he spoke, dark flashes appeared throughout Konoha, claiming the lives of numerous ninjas in their wake. Within mere minutes, the area was cleared. With Chinya's arrival, many recognized him and exclaimed, "It is Lord Chinya. Truly, we are saved. Lord Chinya." Soon, the cries echoed throughout Konoha village. This was a deliberate act by Chiba, intended to let the civilians know who their savior was. Chiba indeed owed a debt of gratitude to Danzo. It was unexpected that in his quest to eliminate me, he would rearrange today's guards and manipulate the sealing and sensing teams. Without his machinations, these individuals would never have been able to accomplish such a feat today. With no prior warning, the element of surprise worked to their advantage. Thank you, Danzo. Who would have thought you would leave a little gift for the third Hokage after your demise? Truly a great comrade. Chapter 52, Aftermath Konoha Village. At this moment, The third Hokage hurriedly arrived, only to find that everything had already been resolved. His gaze fell upon an individual who should not have been present. Frowning, he pondered, since Chiba is here, it implies that Danzo has failed and is likely dead. A smile soon spread across the third's face as he remarked, Chiba, I must thank you for addressing this predicament. Ah, it was nothing. Now that the third has arrived, I shall take my leave, Chiba replied, turning to depart when he was suddenly called back by the third. Chiba, what of Danzo? Are you certain you wish for me to recount how he met his end? No, no need. The third shook his hand in refusal. Then I shall take my leave. As Chiba exited, the third turned to his shadowy companions, inquiring, what transpired? Why did we suddenly encounter so many ninjas? We are unclear. Today's guard mission was assumed by Root, and there were no Root ninjas present here, one of the Umbu responded. Then go investigate. The third barked. Yes, Lord Third. After the fury subsided and his emotions settled, the third suddenly realized, could it be that Danzo orchestrated this? Upon careful consideration, he deduced that the possibility was quite high. No wonder he insisted on swapping today's guards for Root personnel. It seems he had intended this all along. How devious of him. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Senju clan, Chiba discovered numerous corpses within. A glance confirmed his suspicions. No wonder no Root ninjas were seen. They had been slain here. It appeared to have been a sudden ambush, catching the Root ninjas completely off guard. This place was no longer tenable. Perhaps it would be best to spend the night at the scroll shop instead. It seems I must purchase a home, especially since I plan to marry Kushina and Mikoto. I cannot continue residing in the Senju clan. I shall investigate tomorrow. Upon arriving at the scroll shop, Kushina and Mikoto greeted him. Chiba, what brings you here? The Senju clan is no longer a viable residence for tonight. I'll be staying here, Chiba explained. I see. What about Tsunade and Konan? Kushina inquired. I almost forgot them. Chiba exclaimed, smacking his forehead. He then summoned Tsunade and Konan. The sudden appearance of Tsunade and Konan left them momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their composure. Chiba, I must say, your space is rather impressive, Tsunade remarked. Indeed. If only there were some animals, Konan agreed. You two are in good spirits. Now, let us rest early, Chiba suggested. Is the issue resolved? Tsunade asked curiously. Yes, Danzo is dead. So there is no need for concern anymore, Chiba explained. All right, then I'll find a room to sleep. I'm exhausted after all this late-night chaos, Tsunade yawned. Konan, you should also rest, Chiba said, turning to her. Understood, Chiba and I, she replied before heading upstairs. Once Tsunade and Konan had departed, Chiba turned to Kushina and Mikoto, a mischievous smile gracing his face. What plans do you have for today? I'm off to sleep. You can spend the night with Kushina, Mikoto said, her cheeks flushing as she hurried away. Hearing this, Kushina stood frozen in shock. Kushina, let us go, Chiba said with a laugh. At this moment. Realizing her situation, Kushina's face turned slightly red and she lowered her gaze. Seeing this, Chiba teased. Who would have thought that the usually carefree Kushina would start to feel shy? Who is shy? Let us go, I'm not afraid. The following morning, amidst the misty dawn, sunlight streamed through the treetops like golden ribbons, casting dappled patterns on the bedroom floor. The room was filled with the warmth of their presence. At that moment, Chiba opened his eyes and turned to see Kushina beside him, her face still adorned with a faint blush, her tousled hair strewn across the pillow. The covers half-draped her body, revealing her fair shoulders and delicate collarbone, marked with red kiss marks that starkly contrasted against her alabaster skin, enchanting to behold. Gently, Chiba reached out to smooth her disheveled hair, his gaze filled with affection. His fingers brushed against her cheek, relishing the softness and warmth of her skin. In her slumber, Kushina seemed to sense his touch, stirring slightly and murmuring, Chiba, no more. Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled softly, pulling her into his embrace. At that moment, Kushina awakened, wrapping her arms around him. In the morning light, their figures melded into one. After a brief moment of warmth, Chiba lightly caressed her forehead and spoke tenderly. You can sleep a little longer. I'll get up first. No, I'll get up with you, Kushina replied, shaking her head. Very well, Chiba agreed. Together, they rose and dressed. Kushina showed no sign of modesty, believing that since everything had already transpired, there was nothing left to hide. They quickly finished grooming and exited the room. Tsunade, Mikoto, and Konan were already enjoying breakfast. Upon seeing Chiba and Kushina, Mikoto stood up to assist them in the kitchen. Tsunade grinned mischievously, teasing, Kushina. After half a year of yearning, you finally got your wish. Kushina unabashedly replied, indeed. Tsunade, I think it's high time you found a man too. Let me tell you, the experience is indescribably wonderful. Your boldness is increasing, Kushina. Who told you to tease me? Kushina retorted playfully. All right, let us eat and stop chattering. Conan is still here, Chiba interjected. At his words, Conan, who had been enjoying her food, suddenly froze, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head. By the way, I plan to look at some houses today. Would you like to join me? Chiba suddenly proposed. Chiba, are you planning to buy a house? Makoto asked. Yes, Chiba affirmed with a nod. Why the sudden urge to buy a house when you're living just fine? Tsunade inquired curiously. That's for my future marital home. We can't continue living in your place after we get married, can we? Chiba explained. I see. Then I want to intrude. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. What about you two? We'll accompany you. Kushina and Makoto chimed in unison. Chiba and I want to go, now that the matter is resolved. I'm heading back to school, Conan explained. All right, we'll take you there later, Chiba nodded. Okay. After finishing their breakfast, the group stepped out. Chapter 53. House hunting. At this time, many villagers in Konoha were discussing the events that transpired the previous night. Did you hear? Those were ninjas from other villages. And it was Lord Danzo who let them in. I heard. Apparently, Lord Danzo intended to use them to eliminate Lord Chiba. Not only that, the third Hokage is well aware of the situation and has tacitly approved it. Do you think that just with Danzo alone, he could have quietly brought them in? How could the third Hokage act in such a manner? He openly allowed Danzo to surveil Tsunade and the others, and it is said that Tsunade approached him several times. Yet he did nothing to intervene. I never expected the third to be such a person, instead of finding a way to deal with other villages. He has tacitly permitted Danzo to target his own villagers. How pitiful for those who have sacrificed their lives. At this moment, Chiba walked down the street with a slight smile, turning to Kushina and Makoto, saying, Indeed, we can intensify our efforts. Although this matter may not topple the third yet, it can certainly inform the populace that he is not as infallible as they believe. If he errs again in the future, my opportunity will arise. Rest assured, it will be handled properly. In the Hokage's office, the third wore a troubled expression. What is happening? Why are there ninjas from other villages appearing? Asked Minato. Alas, it's Danzo. He intends to eliminate Kamikaze Chiba. I never expected him to enlist the help of ninjas from other villages, the third sighed. You're being foolish. You personally instructed us not to provoke him, yet you allowed Danzo to act? Tsunade rebuked. At this point, there's no use in lamenting. Danzo is dead now. We must think of how to soothe the villagers, the third replied. Soothe them? Everyone knows you tacitly permitted Danzo to bring these people into Konoha. Your leniency has led to the sacrifice of innocent lives, Tsunade retorted. This is Chiba's revenge, Minato remarked. Isn't it obvious? If Hiruzen has condoned Danzo, it indicates he too wants Chiba dead. It is already fortunate that Chiba hasn't come to confront us directly. What's the use in discussing this now? I called you here to find solutions, not to hear your grievances, the third snapped impatiently. There's no choice. Unless you kill them all, you can only console the families of the fallen. Do not attempt to explain, let time dull the pain. If you try to clarify, Chiba may unleash further mischief. Minato warned. Can you guarantee that Danzo has not committed other heinous acts? Minato pressed. At this, the third fell silent. Deep down, he knew he had indeed allowed Danzo to commit many wrongs. What shall we do about Chiba? The third inquired. Offer him some rewards. Now that Root has been dismantled, let him take over that area. Isn't it true that Takafu is no longer planning to serve as Konoha's protector? Let Chiba assume Takafu's duties and manage Konoha's defense. Tsunade suggested. Will that truly work? The third questioned. Isn't it preferable? If anything happens within Konoha, it will then be his responsibility, Minato responded. The third considered this and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Chiba and the others had chosen their future home, though not in the village center. It was nearby, a spacious traditional Japanese courtyard, symmetrical and dignified, featuring expansive gardens, wooden corridors, and tatami rooms. The inner courtyard boasted a small pond with koi swimming gracefully, surrounded by rock formations, bamboo groves, and stone lanterns, capturing the essence of a Japanese rock garden, complete with a dedicated training ground. Both Kushina and Makoto were thoroughly pleased with their selection, and Chiba readily paid for it. The following day, Chiba received an order from the third Hokage, assigning him to take over the position of guarding Konoha, with the liberty to supplement his personnel. Kushina, curious, asked, Chiba, what is the third's intention? A form of compensation. He fears I might continue to pursue him, so he offers me something to placate me, Chiba explained. That's rather stingy, just this minor position? Kushina replied, displeased. But he's also given me the root base. I can form my own department, Chiba countered. What kind of department are you planning to establish? Makoto inquired. An organization dedicated to intelligence gathering. Although the Umbu will also do this, I need my own intelligence network, Chiba replied. An intelligence gathering organization? That sounds promising. Information is indeed crucial, Kushina nodded. For now, it is merely a concept. Once it is fully operational, you both can assist me, Chiba assured them. Absolutely. Both Kushina and Makoto agreed. Who do you plan to assign to build it? Makoto asked. I have 3 subordinates. I will let them handle it, Chiba stated. Speaking of your 3 subordinates, I am quite curious. Why do they possess Sharingan? Makoto inquired. They are not truly human. They are puppets, endowed with my bloodline limit, Chiba clarified. Puppets? Both Kushina and Makoto exclaimed in surprise, as they appeared indistinguishable from humans, notably distinct from the puppets of Tsunade. They exchanged glances and smiled subtly, refraining from probing further into the origins of these beings, respecting Chiba's discretion. That evening, at the Konoha barbecue restaurant, laughter and lively conversations filled the air. Chiba was dining with Inoshikacho, Minato, and others. What happened that night? Why did ninjas from other villages infiltrate? Is it true, as the rumors suggest? Ino asked. Indeed. It was Danzo who brought them in. He intended to use them to create chaos and find an opportunity to eliminate me, Chiba replied. Did Danzo not realize something was amiss with those individuals? Minato questioned. He should have. After all, such a large number of outsiders would require investigation, Chiba speculated. Although he was unsure of Danzo's thoughts, he knew it was improbable that Danzo would overlook such a significant anomaly. Perhaps he was aware of their unusual presence, but chose to proceed nonetheless. Did the third truly give his tacit approval to Danzo? Minato asked. Otherwise, how could they have entered so easily? Do you think Konoha's defenses are merely for show? The third may not have known Danzo would bring in those from other villages, but he still permitted it. It is precisely because of the third's leniency that Danzo has grown increasingly arrogant, Chiba stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Minato fell silent. Chiba had long sensed something was amiss with Minato. He suspected that Minato was currently held in high regard by the third. Yet he suddenly found himself in a precarious position concerning his relationship with the third. Although becoming Hokage was a significant achievement, it came with limited authority, as the third would never relinquish his power. Should Minato find himself at odds with Chiba, the latter would have no choice but to act accordingly. Chapter 54. The wedding. The next day, Chiba visited the Akimichi clan with Kushina and Makoto, intending to discuss wedding arrangements with Uncle Takafu. After all, Takafu was Chiba's only elder, and both Kushina and Makoto lacked any other relatives. Haha, wedding? No problem. I will arrange everything for you, Takafu chuckled. Thank you, Uncle Takafu. Chiba expressed his gratitude. Chiba understood that organizing a wedding could be quite complicated, and he would struggle to manage it alone. Thankfully, he had an elder to assist him. It is often said that having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure, and there is some truth to that. Now that you're planning to marry, you should hurry and have a baby. I can still handle it, Takafu added jovially. As the gentle breeze enveloped the tranquil surroundings, Chiefing observed Kushina and Makoto, who shyly nodded in response to his words. Chiba, ever indifferent, embraced the flow of life, believing that whatever is meant to happen will come to pass. In recent days, he had been relishing the joys of companionship, alternating between guiding their training and sharing the warmth of the same blanket at night. A delightful experience indeed. The Akimichi clan buzzed with excitement as Chiba had chosen their ancestral grounds for his wedding, a place dear to his heart, where he had grown up. The preparations for the ceremony were being meticulously arranged. Amidst the serene forest of the Hidden Leaf Village, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Chiba, Kushina, and Makoto gathered around a campfire. The glowing embers danced, casting flickering shadows, while the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, mingling with the fresh scent of grass and smoke. Chiba had taken both Kushina and Makoto on a camping trip, only to be surprised by the arrival of Inuzuka Kiba and Nara Shikamaru. Did you come to see me for a reason? Chiba inquired curiously. I have no business. It's them, Kiba replied, shaking his head. Turning to Kiju and Hachi, Chiba was met with a pointed question. Chiba, do you intend to become Hokage? Chiba, unperturbed, nodded in affirmation. Nara Shikamaru, displaying the clan's renowned intelligence, shared his insights. I suspected as much. After discussing it with my father, it's clear that if you truly wish to pursue this path, our clan will support you. You're declaring your allegiance quite early, aren't you? Isn't your clan traditionally aligned with the Hokage? Chiba questioned. With the third Hokage aging and the public's growing discontent, we must consider our future. Though the third is currently nurturing Minato, if a successor is to be chosen, I believe you would be a more suitable candidate than him. Minato is indeed talented, but lacks the assertiveness to command respect. A Hokage without authority is hardly a Hokage, Keiju elucidated. Chiba was taken aback by this revelation. It was impressive how perceptive the Nara clan was, able to foresee such political intricacies. I must admit, I am curious how you came to this conclusion, he mused. It wasn't obvious at first, but once you gained recognition on the battlefield at the Rain Village, the third offered you no accolades or further missions in the Wind Country. As Tsunade's apprentice, there was no reason for him to overlook you unless he feared your growing influence. He began to focus on nurturing Minato, a solitary figure with no backing, ensuring he could be easily controlled, Keiju explained. And you're not concerned that I might change once I ascend to the Hokage position? Chiba teased. You won't. Your youth and strength are your assets. If it weren't for your fondness for Konoha, you could have easily eliminated the third and departed the village without a second thought, Keiju remarked with a chuckle. Chiba laughed lightly, but refrained from responding. Had Akimichi chiefing not taken him in, he might indeed have acted out of anger. And what of you, Hachi? Chiba asked, turning to him. The Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans stand united. With both of them supporting you, I have no reason to hesitate, Hachi affirmed. I understand. Patience is essential. We cannot overturn the third solely based on Toro's actions, Chiba concluded. We're not in a hurry. Rather, we fear your impatience, Keiju jested. I am still young and in no rush. I wish to savor life, for the days of being Hokage are undoubtedly arduous, Chiba replied with a smile. You are in for a treat today. It is rare for me to cook personally, he announced. Are you certain your culinary skills are up to par? Keiju asked skeptically. I have lived with chiefing for long enough. I can cook. Do you dare question the Akimichi's culinary prowess? Chiba retorted, confident in his abilities. The wedding day arrived. Adorned with colorful lanterns and vibrant decorations throughout the Akimichi clan's grounds. Clad in a traditional black kimono, Chiba stood tall, filled with anticipation. Kushina and Mikoto, dressed in pure white, radiated elegance and serenity, their eyes reflecting deep affection. Akimichi chiefing watched with pride. As the sun's rays illuminated the venue and a gentle breeze caressed the air, nearly all of Chiba's close acquaintances gathered to celebrate, including the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Gate, and Torin Koharu, who all extended their warmest wishes. The ceremony commenced smoothly, devoid of complications. With neither elder present for Kushina and Mikoto, Tsunade took on the role of officiant. Following the vows, guests moved to the banquet area, where merriment ensued, filled with laughter and toasts to the newlyweds. Marriage is quite a bother, Keiju quipped, eliciting laughter from Chiba. The guests playfully conspired to intoxicate Chiba, but he remained unfazed. By the end of the banquet, those at Chiba's table had succumbed to slumber, leaving him to scoff, tch, a bunch of lightweights. He then rose, slightly unsteady, and made his way to the bridal chamber. A year slipped by quietly. In the serene woods of Konoha, two figures, one large and one small, engaged in a spirited exchange, with the larger one on the defensive and the smaller one attacking. Be careful, big brother Chiba, came the call from the smaller figure. With a flick of her hands, countless paper shurikens materialized mid-air, hurtling toward Chiba. He praised her efforts. Well done, Conan. Unfazed by the barrage, Chiba gracefully evaded the shurikens, his movements fluid and agile. Seeing her attacks easily avoided, Conan turned away, puffing her chest in mock indignation, then pivoted back with a playful pout, her eyes pleading for reconciliation. Chiba chuckled, scratching his nose in embarrassment. I apologize, Conan. I got carried away. Now 10 years old, Conan had yet to show signs of growth. Her figure unchanged even in fitted attire. During the past year, Chiba had spent most of his time teaching her, alongside savoring a month-long honeymoon with Kushina and Mikoto. Big brother Chiba must cook for me today. Otherwise, I shan't forgive you, Conan declared with a feigned haughtiness. All right. Just ask directly next time instead of resorting to such tactics, he replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Flushed with delight, Conan nodded. Let us return, I'll prepare your meal, he said, gently tapping her nose before they departed the forest together. Upon returning home, Chiba and Conan were met with Junanai's playful remark. Oh, you've brought your little lover back? Conan's face flushed at Junanai's teasing, despite her frequent jests about Conan being Chiba's romantic interest. With a bashful demeanor, Conan always felt embarrassed whenever such comments were made. If you're so bored, you could lend a hand to Makoto instead of teasing Conan every time you come back. Chiba replied with a hint of exasperation. At present, Chiba's intelligence organization had just started to take shape, and due to his laziness, he had entrusted its management to Makoto. Am I mistaken? You brought her back with that intention, didn't you? I see through your fickle nature, Junanai pouted. Chiba chose not to respond, gently patting Conan's shoulder and suggesting, why don't you go take a shower first? Okay. Conan nodded and headed to her room. After her departure, Chiba settled beside Junanai on the sofa, wrapping an arm around her in an affectionate manner. Are you upset? He inquired. Junanai shook her head, responding, if I can agree to Makoto, do you really think I would stop anyone else? Does our Junanai not exude the grace of a matron? Chiba planted a soft kiss on her lips. After a moment of intimacy, he made his way to the kitchen. Before long, Makoto returned home, surprised to find Junanai in the living room and the enticing aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. Did Chiba cook today? She asked, astonished. Indeed. All for his little lover, Junanai teased. Are you jealous, perhaps? Makoto chuckled. Not at all. I can't keep up with him. His intentions are mischievous. He has Conan here and another outside, Junanai lamented. I wonder why he visited the Akatsuki family. It seems he had ulterior motives. Didn't you think of stopping him? Makoto asked, changing into her house slippers and placing her documents down as she joined Junanai. There's no need. If I truly wanted to stop him, you wouldn't have been able to come in either. Besides, he's full of energy. If it were just me, I doubt I'd ever get out of bed, Junanai remarked. That's fair, Makoto nodded in agreement. Soon, a lavish dinner was laid out on the table. Chiba, these documents detail the movements of other ninja villages. I see some issues here. Could you take a look? Makoto said. All right, Chiba replied, taking the documents and perusing them. Upon reaching the section on the Mist Village, he furrowed his brow. What is going on with the Mist Village? They've purged a significant number of high-ranking officials. Is it Uchiha Madara? No. He is on the brink of death and cannot leave the Outer Path statue. Such actions should be reserved for Uchiha Obito in the future. Yet he is still quite young. Noticing his concern, Junanai asked, What's wrong? Nothing major, just some confusion. Makoto can arrange for more investigation, Chiba replied. However, that could sacrifice many lives. The geographical position of the Mist Village is quite precarious, Makoto cautioned. Let us just keep an eye on the borders of the Land of Water for now. Chiba contemplated before conceding. Makoto was right. Further investigation could lead to unnecessary casualties. As long as they didn't cause trouble for Konoha, it was acceptable. Understood, Makoto agreed. At that moment, Junanai suddenly remembered something and smacked her forehead. Oh, Chiba. The Uchiha clan sent someone today to inform us that Shursui will be arriving tomorrow. Shursui? I had forgotten I even had a disciple, Chiba sighed. A hint of regret in his voice regarding his decision to take on a student. Taking on a disciple is quite a hassle. After enjoying a leisurely life for so long, I find myself growing lazy. I understand. Junanai, please prepare a spare room for Shursui, Chiba instructed. Are you really planning to have Shursui stay here? Junanai asked, astonished. Yes, Chiba confirmed. He did not wish for Shursui to have excessive contact with the Uchiha clan. Although he had promised the Uchiha patriarch to serve as an elder, he intended to remain distanced from their affairs, merely holding a nominal title. Moreover, Shursui was too easily influenced. In the original story, he had been misled by the third Hokage. After awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, he had foolishly revealed his ocular techniques to the third Hokage. The Koto Amatsukami technique could invade an opponent's mind undetected and alter their will. Was that not handing a weapon to someone? What higher-up would allow a person with such a technique to live? Thus, Chiba resolved to keep Shursui away from the Uchiha clan from a young age, preventing familial constraints. Even though Danzo was now deceased, the Uchiha clan's future was unlikely to see a massacre, yet Chiba still held reservations about them. The next day, in the living room, Chiba, Junanai, and Makoto found themselves observing a newly arrived young boy. He had short black hair, with bangs falling neatly across his forehead. His features bore the hallmark characteristics of the Uchiha clan, with large, expressive eyes. He appeared somewhat shy, scanning his surroundings with curiosity. "You must be Uchiha Shursui?" Chiba inquired in a neutral tone. "Yes, hello, teacher, and greetings to both of you, esteemed mothers," Shursui replied respectfully with a bow. "I trust the Uchiha Patriarch has informed you that starting today, you will reside here and will not need to return to the Uchiha clan for the time being." Shursui nodded. "I understand, teacher." After a moment of thought, Chiba created a shadow clone and said, "All right, follow my shadow clone to the training ground. He will instruct you." "Yes, teacher," Shursui responded. As the shadow clone led Shursui away, it muttered in annoyance, "TCH, he really knows how to slack off, making me do the teaching." Watching this, Jun and I exclaimed excitedly, "Makoto, see? I was right. Chiba will definitely slack off and use a shadow clone." "What do you mean I'm slacking off?" "It's because he's still young. I'll teach him myself when he's older," Chiba retorted stubbornly. I don't believe that. Ever since we got married, you've become increasingly lazy, avoiding any work and just wandering around," Jun and I replied skeptically. "After years of hard training, I deserve to enjoy myself. I'm too lazy to argue with you, Makoto." "Let's go shopping," Jun and I declared, pulling Makoto out the door. Chiba could only shake his head in resignation. System notification. "Congratulations. Host has received Hinata Hyuga's photo collection." Cough. "What is this? System, are you up to mischief again?" Chiba remarked, flipping through the collection. He couldn't deny that Hinata was quite beautiful. Her figure was remarkable. After gazing for a while, Chiba incinerated the collection with a fire jutsu, realizing that if it were discovered by others, he would have a difficult time explaining it. In the land of water, at the capital's daimyo's residence, a shadow loomed over the city, a sinister smile creeping across its lips. "The Ice Age," it murmured. Mere seconds later, a thick layer of ice enveloped the entire city. The shadow surveyed its handiwork with satisfaction, murmuring, "The war is about to commence. Chiba, I hope you appreciate the gift I've prepared for you." With that, the shadow's form began to fade into an ethereal state. After recovering for a year, it had depleted its strength. As its eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, it muttered, "Devour." Corpses began to materialize as black energy surged toward the shadow's eyes. "Still too few. Only by igniting the war can I hasten my recovery." As the words fell, the shadow vanished from the spot. In the office of the Mizukage within the hidden mist village, the shadow reappeared. The Mizukage, who was originally seated, suddenly rose and knelt on one knee. The shadow nodded and spoke. "Issue a statement. The daimyo of the land of water has been slain by Chiba Senju, and preparations for war must commence." "Yes, my lord," the Mizukage replied, still kneeling. The following day, in the office of the Hokage, the third Hokage furrowed his brow as he examined the intelligence sent from the hidden mist village. He beckoned with his hand, and a figure clad in Anbu attire, wearing a mask, appeared before him. "Summon Chiba," he instructed. "Yes, Lord Hokage," came the response. At that moment, in Chiba's household, he too had received the intelligence from the hidden mist village. Chiba was utterly bewildered. The frozen capital was indeed a manifestation of his ice fruit ability. Who could have framed him in such a manner? "Chiba, what on earth is happening?" Makoto inquired. "I have no idea, but this technique is undeniably my own. I cannot fathom who else possesses the same ice release as I do." Chiba shook his head in confusion. "Chiba, the Anbu has informed me that the third Hokage wishes to see you," Kushina announced as she entered. "Very well, I shall go." Before long, Chiba arrived at the Hokage's office, which was now bustling with individuals. He casually found a vacant seat. "Now that everyone is present, let us review the announcement sent from the hidden mist village this morning." As he spoke, everyone read through the document, their expressions shifting to astonishment as they turned to Chiba. "I did not do it. If I truly wished to kill, I would not have left such blatant evidence. Anyone with keen eyes would immediately suspect me," Chiba explained, shaking his head. "Indeed, this evidence seems to point directly at Chiba. It is clearly a frame-up," Mito commented. "They are clearly attempting to incite war," Tsunade added. "The hidden mist village has sent a demand for accountability. Unless we surrender Chiba Shinju, they threaten to initiate war," the third Hokage stated. Hearing this, Chiba remained silent, merely gazing at the third Hokage, awaiting further words. "Lord Third, this is clearly a conspiracy. We cannot acquiesce to the demands of the hidden mist village," Shikaku interjected. "Old man, do not be foolish," Tsunade admonished. "I have not suggested surrendering Chiba. The situation is evident. The hidden mist village intends to wage war, and we must prepare accordingly. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively. We also need to be wary of potential sneak attacks from other villages. Once war begins, they will not remain idle, Mito added. You may make your arrangements. I must investigate the hidden mist village. This matter is exceedingly suspicious, and I do not wish to bear the blame, Chiba declared. Indeed, an investigation is necessary. Your presence there would be most fitting. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Chiba waved his hand and departed the office. Since Danzo's demise, the third Hokage had indeed changed considerably. Chiba had expected him to use this situation to coerce him. After all, he was not yet so old as to be timid. However, the matter was too peculiar. Why would someone use him to instigate a war? What ulterior motives did they harbor? Upon returning home, Mikoto and Kushina eagerly inquired. What is the situation? It's nothing serious, but it seems war is on the horizon. I need to visit the hidden mist village for an investigation. This matter is too strange, and I do not wish to take the fall for someone else's actions, Chiba replied. Upon hearing this, Kushina nodded in agreement. Very well. Be careful. Do you need me to arrange for assistance? Mikoto asked, concerned. No, I appreciate your concern, but you should have faith in my abilities. It will be more convenient for me to go alone, Chiba reassured her. All right, stay safe. With that, Chiba gathered his essential items and took to the skies. Chapter 57. The Hidden Mist Village. The Land of Water is the only nation among the 5 great countries characterized primarily by islands and the ocean, composed of multiple islands. Surrounded by a humid, fog-laden climate, perpetually shrouded in thick mist and enveloped by vast oceans. This was Chiba's first visit to the Land of Water, and he intended to explore the capital first. Furthermore, the recent purging of the higher-ups in the Hidden Mist Village had left Chiba deeply puzzled. This was an opportune moment for thorough investigation. Chiba sensed that the situation had shifted dramatically. The capital of the Land of Water is situated in the inland region of the main island, and Chiba needed to delve deep into the heart of the country. 2 days later, a magnificent ice castle materialized before Chiba's eyes. Upon sensing his surroundings, he discovered there were no guards present. Observing the scene before him, he confirmed that this was indeed the formidable power of his ice fruit ability. After circling the area without any leads, he proceeded towards the Hidden Mist Village. As he traversed a forest, he spotted a girl, approximately 8 or 9 years old, engrossed in training. She had long, deep brown hair tied in a ponytail, striking emerald eyes, and wore clothing featuring the distinctive design of the Hidden Mist Village. Suddenly, Chiba recalled someone. Could she be Terumi Mei? Determined to engage, he stepped out from the shadows. The moment he did, the little girl noticed him instantly and, with a wary demeanor, demanded, "Who are you?" "Hello. I happened to pass by and saw you training, so I thought I would come over and say hi," Chiba replied with a smile. "Who are you?" "You can call me Chiba. What is your name?" He responded honestly. "Chiba? I am Terumi Mei. Are you a ninja?" she asked curiously. "Yes, indeed, I am a ninja," Chiba confirmed with a nod. "Then why don't I see your ninja headband?" she questioned, her vigilance evident. Taken aback by her keen awareness, Chiba produced the Hidden Mist Village's headband from his pocket. Fortunately, he had come prepared. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to convince her. Seeing this, Terumi Mei relaxed her guard. "Now do you believe me?" Chiba asked, shaking the headband lightly. "Yes," she nodded. "You are training all alone here?" Chiba inquired with interest. "Yes. My father used to teach me, but now that war is looming, he has no time to instruct me," Terumi Mei replied. "Would you like me to teach you?" Chiba offered with a gentle smile. "Are you really that skilled?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Of course. What do you wish to learn?" "I want to learn ninjutsu," she stated earnestly. "Ninjutsu, you say? Let me think. I have just the thing." Observe closely, Chiba instructed, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, water severing wave. He unleashed a powerful jet of high-pressure water, slicing through the nearby trees with ease. "Incredible," Terumi Mei exclaimed in awe. "So, do you want to learn it?" Yes. She nodded eagerly. "I can teach you, but you must agree to one condition," Chiba proposed. "What is it?" she asked, intrigued. "I have nowhere to stay tonight. Could you take me to your home and let me stay for one night?" Terumi Mei pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, then follow me. I will take you home," she said. "Thank you very much." With that, Chiba followed Terumi Mei as they made their way toward the Hidden Mist Village. Chiba had expected to require some means to gain entry, but due to the impending war, the village was in a state of disarray and no one checked. Seeing him with the Hidden Mist headband, they simply allowed him to pass. Chiba observed his surroundings with keen attention, noting that the village was perpetually shrouded in thick mist, rendering visibility exceedingly low. This natural phenomenon created an easily defensible barrier, yet also fostered a somber and eerie atmosphere. Nestled against the mountains and by the water, the area was adorned with lakes. Soon, Chiba followed Terumi Mei to her residence, where a guard swiftly approached, respectfully announcing, "Miss, you have returned." Terumi Mei nodded in acknowledgement. Upon noticing Chiba, the guard inquired with curiosity, "And who might this be?" "He is my friend, and he will be staying here for the night. Please arrange a guest room for him," Terumi Mei explained. Understood, Chiba smiled and nodded at the guard. Once the guard departed, Chiba curiously asked, "Is your father not here?" "He has taken the troops to the front lines," Terumi Mei replied. "I see. Do you know if anything significant has occurred in the Mist Village besides the war?" Chiba inquired. "Significant? Not that I know of." Terumi Mei shook her head. "All right. I shall explore on my own. You need not concern yourself with me." "Okay," Terumi Mei nodded. Chiba exited her residence, heading towards the Mizukage Tower. Suddenly, he sensed an extraordinarily unusual chakra, one that felt strangely familiar. In an instant, he vanished from his location. As Chiba infiltrated the Mizukage Tower, he found the interior surprisingly lax in security. Following the chakra's trail, he arrived at a door that led to the Mizukage's office, where he confidently pushed the door open. Inside sat a figure cloaked in black robes, obscuring their features. "You have arrived," the cloaked figure spoke in a monotone voice. Chiba furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Can he sense ninjutsu as well? Then my entrance into the Mizukage Tower must have been detected. "Who are you?" Chiba, sensing no immediate danger, took a seat on the nearby sofa. "You may call me Shadow." "Shadow? I don't recall the Mizukage of the Mist Village being like you," Chiba asked, intrigued. "I never claimed to be the Mizukage," the cloaked figure replied, shaking his head. Chiba surmised that this individual was likely attempting to frame him. He then asked, "Did you kill the daimyo of the water country? What is your true intention in framing me?" "Ah, it was indeed I. The purpose was merely to draw you here." As he spoke, the cloaked figure's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan. Chiba's heart raced at the sight. "Rinnegan? Who exactly are you? Could you be of the Otsutsuki clan?" "No. Although I cannot discern your visage, the color of your skin does not resemble theirs. The Otsutsuki clan typically has grayish-white skin, while yours resembles that of a human. Furthermore, it is improbable for one of their kind to exist at this time." As these thoughts crossed his mind, a black vortex suddenly materialized around Chiba. Instantly, he activated his Rinnegan. "Eternal moment, futile. I am aware of everything about you. Once the vortex is formed, your time-based ocular techniques cannot be executed. I hope you enjoy your stay within," the cloaked figure remarked as Chiba vanished into the black vortex. Observing this, the cloaked figure exhaled deeply. Sometimes, excessive confidence is not a virtue. I expected it would require more effort, yet it succeeded with such ease. I wonder where he will end up. This is my first time utilizing this ocular technique. Unfortunately, the power of the dragon vein has been completely consumed. It seems I will not be able to use this technique again. Chapter 58. What to do if you can't return in a desolate land. A black vortex suddenly appeared, and Chiba tumbled out. He scrutinized his surroundings, finding no sign of life. "Where am I?" Chiba lamented, regretting his earlier carelessness. He had not anticipated that the figure possessed the Rinnegan. Having grown complacent over the past year, he had become overly arrogant. It was a grave mistake. "Well, I shall first ascertain where I am," he resolved, choosing a random direction to walk. Along the way, he encountered nothing but barren landscapes, devoid of any villages. After an indeterminate duration, he spotted a grand palace in the distance. Chiba quickened his pace towards it. As he approached, a group of armored warriors suddenly appeared, wielding seemingly outdated weaponry. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" Upon hearing this, Chiba, lacking interest in idle conversation, cast an illusion and began to inquire. He quickly realized his current location. The land of ancestors? Could this be during the era of Kagaya Otsutsuki? My word, is that individual's ocular technique truly so formidable? Time travel? How am I to return? Ah, and the dragon vein. I recall it being in the desert kingdom of Lulan. This era should lack that nation. I could potentially unify the countries of this time and send people out to search for it. Moreover, it appears that Kagaya Otsutsuki has not yet arrived here. While Chiba was lost in thought, a large group approached him, led by a dignified figure who spoke. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Chiba raised his gaze to see a man clad in simple, yet dignified ancient robes, adorned with a crown symbolizing his status. His long black hair was tied back, with some strands cascading over his shoulders. His countenance was gentle and refined, yet his expression conveyed a sense of indecision and weakness. Chiba surmised that this must be the emperor of the land of ancestors. "Are you the emperor of this nation?" Chiba asked flatly, his tone calm, as if merely posing an ordinary question, devoid of any reverence or astonishment. "I am. Who are you, and what is your intention here?" The emperor replied earnestly. "From this day forth, you shall no longer hold that title," Chiba declared in a low yet authoritative voice, unhurriedly. "What insolence! How dare this individual so boldly offend the dignity of our emperor? Such a scoundrel must face severe punishment." A nearby minister of the land of ancestors shouted furiously. As he spoke, the emperor's body was suddenly obliterated, blood splattering across the minister. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were engulfed by an unseen terror. Their legs weakened as if deprived of support, trembling uncontrollably. Each face displayed sheer horror, their eyes fixated upon Chiba as if he were a demon from hell. A devil. He is a devil. Chiba subtly exuded an aura of power, his indifferent gaze sweeping across everyone present. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, enveloping them like an avalanche, as if the entire world had frozen in that instant. In the face of such terrifying might, they resembled fallen leaves in the wind, utterly defenseless, their bodies involuntarily shaking, their legs collapsing beneath them. "From now on, I am the emperor of your land of ancestors." Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd fell silent as if under a spell, lowering their heads, none daring to utter a word. However, their eyes were not idle. They exchanged furtive glances, conveying an unspoken message that only they understood. This devil seeks to become their emperor? How terrifying! Is it that heaven cannot bear to see our land of ancestors prosper, sending such a demon to punish us? What? Do you dissent? Chiba increased his oppressive aura as he spoke. "And no, we agree," a portly minister replied with great difficulty. At this, Chiba retracted his pressure. The moment the aura dissipated, those present collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Take me to the palace of the ancestor kingdom," Chiba commanded, pointing towards the minister who had just spoken. "Yes, your majesty, please follow me," the minister replied. As Chiba departed, the crowd on the ground began to murmur among themselves. "Are we truly to regard him as our sovereign?" One questioned. "Are you foolish? Can you contend with him? Did you not see how formidable his presence was just now? Do you think any of us stand a chance against him?" Another replied. "It is terrifying. I felt I was nearly at death's door. Enough chatter. If the sovereign hears us, we shall be doomed." Upon hearing this, they all fell silent. Chiba followed the somewhat portly minister to the palace of the ancestor kingdom. It was rather unimpressive, lacking any resplendent grandeur. It was merely constructed of earth. "Well, at least we have a place to stay. What more could one ask for?" Chiba mused. "You are quite commendable. Pray, tell me your name and your previous position," Chiba inquired, surveying the minister. "Your Majesty, I am Takeda Akira, formerly the Chancellor." The minister replied respectfully. "Ah, the Chancellor. In that case, you shall retain your position. Go and reassure the others. If any disobey, report back to me, and I shall deal with them," Chiba instructed. "Yes, your Majesty," Takeda acknowledged, then exited the room. As Takeda stepped out of the palace, a throng of ministers rushed forward, asking, "Chancellor, what shall we do now?" "What should we do? You ask me? How would I know? He is not merely human. His overwhelming presence leaves us all unable to lift our heads. What can I do?" The Chancellor responded. "Return to your posts. The matter is settled. Do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts," he declared. "Chancellor, the Emperor has just passed. Do you not intend to take any action?" A minister spoke with disappointment. This prompted others to voice their accusations against the Chancellor. Takeda remained unfazed. To insult the Emperor at the palace gates was nothing short of courting death. Suddenly, a chilling aura swept through, and those who had just been vocal were instantly transformed into ice sculptures. A commanding voice echoed, "Anyone with dissenting opinions shall follow their example." Takeda swallowed hard. This is indeed the true sovereign. It appears the ancestor kingdom is poised for greatness. In that moment, Takeda felt no fear, only exhilaration. The remaining ministers bowed in deference, saying, "Your Majesty, we understand. Begone," Chiba commanded. Takeda bowed to the palace and turned to leave, followed by the others. Chapter 59. After the disappearance in the spacious and well-lit living room of the Chiba residence, Kushina paced anxiously, nervously toying with her hair as if to alleviate her inner turmoil. Mikoto appeared more composed, yet her furrowed brow betrayed her concern. The two women walked back and forth in silence, their footsteps echoing in the oppressive atmosphere. It had been 5 months since Chiba had gone missing. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the previously empty room. Kushina, who had been anxiously pacing, hurried forward and asked, "What news? Is there still no word from Chiba?" "Mistress, after extensive inquiries and investigations, we only know that he vanished upon entering the hidden mist village. We currently have no leads on how he disappeared," replied Kajichi, kneeling solemnly. Upon hearing this, Mikoto's brow tightened further, as if contemplating something significant. After a moment of silence, she spoke, "This matter is undoubtedly complex. Chiba may have uncovered who framed him. This could very well be a meticulously crafted trap designed to ensnare him. What shall we do now?" "We have no idea where Chiba is," Kushina asked anxiously, her face clouded with worry. "We must continue sending people to investigate. Kushina, we must trust Chiba. His strength in the ninja world is unparalleled. He is likely trapped somewhere and unable to escape," Mikoto expressed, her voice tinged with anxiety but her gaze resolute. "It seems we have no other choice," Kushina sighed heavily, nodding slowly. She then turned her attention to Kajichi. "Kajichi, continue the investigation. We must discover where Chiba is currently trapped. We cannot overlook any clues." Kajichi nodded solemnly in response. "Yes, mistress." With that, he departed. Meanwhile, in the Ancestor Kingdom, Chiba sat upon the sovereign's throne, his features chiseled and expressionless as he gazed down at the ministers. His indifferent demeanor made it difficult to discern his true thoughts. The ministers stood in the hall, reporting various matters to him, their voices echoing in the vast space, yet failing to pique Chiba's interest. He remained seated, resembling an unmoving iceberg. "These trivial matters shall henceforth be managed by the Chancellor. Unless it concerns the fate of the kingdom, there is no need to report to me," Chiba stated coldly, his authoritative tone sending shivers through the gathered ministers. Hearing this, they turned their gaze towards the Chancellor, whose face now displayed excitement. He gripped his hands tightly, momentarily forgetting his fear of Chiba. The feeling of fortune falling from the heavens felt surreal. "Your Majesty, rest assured. I will manage the Ancestor Kingdom diligently," Takeda pledged respectfully. "Very well, do your best," Chiba replied, unconcerned that the Chancellor might harbor ulterior motives. Had it not been for the need for manpower, Chiba would not have taken on the role of sovereign. All he wished was to return quickly. I wonder how much time has passed for them. Kushina and Mikoto must be terribly worried. By the way, send someone to locate a desert area. Find the exact location and inform me, Chiba instructed earnestly. "Yes, Your Majesty," Takeda answered with respect. "Now let us conclude the audience." Chiba waved his hand. With that, he rose and exited the hall. Time passed swiftly, and a year slipped by unnoticed. During this time, the Ancestor Kingdom transformed from an anxious populace to one of prosperity and peace. Although Chiba did not oversee the kingdom's governance, he still enacted beneficial policies for the people, such as reducing their taxes. After all, Chiba had no need for an army, allowing for greater financial resources. Despite his lack of experience as a sovereign, he understood the principle that the waters that carry a boat can also capsize it. The respect the populace held for Chiba was akin to stars surrounding the moon. "Congratulations. Host, you have received 12 chakra points. Sai, system, could you not provide me with a time-traveling artifact? I long to return." For an entire year, Chiba had hoped the system would grant him a means to return home. Yet, the greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Now, having spent a year in this place, he wondered how much time had elapsed in the original world. In Konoha, many had gathered in Chiba's home. "Still no news of Chiba?" Jiku inquired first. "None," came the reply. Tsunade displayed an expression of helplessness, shaking her head as she spoke. "Rest assured, given his strength, he will be fine," Hai consoled. "This matter is rather peculiar. The fact that it has managed to ensnare Chiba for such an extended period indicates that the perpetrator possesses considerable power," Mikoto remarked, her tone laden with gravity, revealing her innermost thoughts. "Indeed, this situation has completely exploited Chiba's character, first framing him and knowing his disposition. He would undoubtedly seek to clear his name. But who could it be?" Rikuju speculated. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement with Rikuju's conjecture. "What is the current state of the battlefield?" Mikoto inquired. "For the past few days, She and Juxanai had not been attentive to the situation at the front lines while investigating Chiba. It remains relatively stable, due to the sudden disappearance of the third Kazekage. Tsunade is convinced that we in Konohagakure are to blame, and they have now joined the fray, Rikuju replied. I see. It seems the remaining 2 major villages will soon enter the battlefield as well, Juxanai sighed. I heard you are also heading to the battlefield? Makoto asked. Indeed. Konohagakure is currently facing assaults from Kirigakure and Tsunade while also preparing for Iwagakure's potential attack. Our manpower is insufficient, Rikuju acknowledged. However, Minato's reputation as the Yellow Flash has already resonated throughout the shinobi world, Hai remarked. Upon hearing this, Juxanai and Makoto exchanged glances. Ever since the third Hokage focused on nurturing Minato, the relationship between him and Chiba had become exceedingly delicate. Perhaps Minato was uncertain how to confront Chiba, resulting in a significant reduction of their interactions. No one truly understood his inner thoughts. Chapter 60. A bit discouraged in the land of ancestors, Chiba sat cross-legged, absorbing the natural energy of the surroundings, ripples emanating from his body. Suddenly, a flustered maid rushed in and knelt, saying, Your Highness, the Chancellor has arrived and wishes to speak with you. Chiba guessed the reason for the visit. They must have located that desert region. I understand, he replied, slowly opening his eyes. He gracefully descended from the air, vanishing from sight in an instant. The maids had grown accustomed to such phenomena and felt no fear. After more than a year of serving him, they had come to know this sovereign. Although his methods were unfathomable, he was quite benevolent and rarely punished them, proving far easier to serve than the previous sovereign. In the hall, Chancellor Wu paced anxiously, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What is it? Have you found the precise location? Upon hearing Chiba's voice, Chancellor Wu bowed respectfully and replied urgently, Yes, Your Highness, we have indeed located it. However, our men were ambushed by the Kingdom of Bai on their way back. Only a few managed to escape. At this, Chiba's imposing aura surged forth. He was well aware of the Kingdom of Bai. Since arriving here, he had learned that the 2 largest nations were the Kingdom of Ancestors and the Kingdom of Bai, which had long been in an antagonistic state. In the original narrative, it was the Kingdom of Bai that instigated war, seeking to encroach upon Kaguya, only for the sovereign of the Kingdom of Ancestors to betray Kaguya, resulting in both nations' destruction at her hands. I never anticipated that they would dare to provoke me before Kaguya even arrived. Chancellor Wu was instantly overwhelmed by Chiba's formidable presence, his face contorted with pain. Recognizing this, Chiba reined in his aura and commanded, Tell me the location of the palace of the Kingdom of Bai. Prepare to take control of that kingdom. By the end of today, the Kingdom of Bai will no longer exist. Trembling, Chancellor Wu rose and respectfully replied, Yes, Your Highness. He had not felt the sovereign's aura in a year and had nearly forgotten its weight. Experiencing it once more was terrifying, akin to flirting with death. However, upon hearing about the plan to annex the Kingdom of Bai, his face lit up with excitement, his heart racing with anticipation. Once Chiba obtained the precise location, he vanished from the hall. Chancellor Wu hastily organized the military, preparing to subjugate the Kingdom of Bai. He believed that the sovereign would swiftly deal with the high-ranking officials and the sovereign of Bai, and thus he needed to arrange for reinforcements without delay. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Kingdom of Bai, its sovereign was engaged in discussions with ministers regarding an offensive against the Kingdom of Ancestors. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the palace. Who goes there? The guards, brandishing their spears, eyed Chiba warily. The commotion startled everyone present. Who are you? What do you want? The sovereign of Bai bellowed. I am the current sovereign of the Kingdom of Ancestors, Chiba replied, his expression impassive and his voice devoid of emotion. What? Seize him. With that command, the guards lunged at Chiba. Just as their spears were about to make contact, they transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. The temperature in the hall plummeted, and those present trembled, unsure whether it was from the cold or the overwhelming aura of Chiba. Their faces reflected sheer terror as they regarded him, as if he were a demon risen from the depths of hell. As Chiba's gaze swept across the room, more and more ice sculptures materialized. If Chiba intended to annex this kingdom, there was no need to spare any of the high-ranking officials. Humph! With a chilling snort, the sound of shattering ice echoed through the hall as the once vivid sculptures disintegrated. Following this, Chiba exited the palace, and without these officials, the annexation of the Kingdom of Bai would pose little challenge. Although Chiba had not significantly bolstered the military strength of the Kingdom of Ancestors, the current disarray within rendered any resistance futile. Chiba's most pressing desire was to reach the desert and seek out the dragon vein. He moved swiftly, excitement coursing through him. A day later, rolling sand dunes appeared before Chiba. The undulating waves of sand stretched to the horizon, shimmering under the scorching sun, distorting the air. Having prepared some water and provisions, he eagerly ventured deeper into the desert. This was Chiba's first foray into such terrain. During the previous conflict with the Land of Wind, he had only been at the borders and had never ventured inside. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Chiba diligently searched the desert for the dragon vein, though he was unsure of its exact appearance. He anticipated the emergence of some form of energy fluctuation. As the sun began to set, it bathed the sandy expanse in a blood-red hue, a spectacular sight that compelled Chiba to pause and admire this exquisite tableau. After a day of fruitless searching, darkness began to envelop the land. Chiba dug a small hole in the sand to serve as a temporary resting place for the night. As night fell, the Milky Way cascaded like a waterfall, and in the stillness, only the whisper of the wind could be heard. Time passed swiftly. Chiba had thoroughly scoured the area, yet he had found nothing. A sense of despondency washed over him. Could this not be the place? It shouldn't be. This area is vast, and should belong to the territory of the Land of Wind. Could it be elsewhere? Never mind. I should return and make arrangements for others to search. It had been a month since he had left, and he was unaware of the current state of the Kingdom of Ancestors. Back in the palace of the Kingdom of Ancestors, the morning court convened. As Chinya made his entrance, the ministers fell to their knees, respectfully proclaiming, "Your Majesty." "Rise," Chinya replied, his gaze sweeping over the assembled officials. "Minister Wu, how is the situation in that nation progressing?" He turned to the increasingly corpulent Prime Minister. "Reporting to Your Majesty, it is nearly complete." Minister Wu answered with a respectful bow. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chinya continued, "Well then, proceed to arrange for more personnel to search the desert areas." "Yes, Your Majesty." Although the Prime Minister was uncertain about the necessity of searching the desert, he understood that the Emperor's will was absolute. "Very well, you may continue," Chinya commanded before departing the hall. Chapter 61. War erupts. A year passed quietly. During this time, Minister Wu had returned several times with news from the desert. Yet Chinya had achieved nothing. Now, he had resigned himself to fate, unable to locate the dragon vein, and was left to place his hopes in the system. Perhaps one day he would receive a time travel artifact upon signing in. At that moment, Chinya lay on the grass, gazing up at the starry sky, pondering when Otsutsuki Kagaya might descend. Should he seize the god tree's fruit? As this thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it. He wasn't certain he could defeat her. While she might not fully wield her powers, she was not easily vanquished. If he were to fail, he would only incur her wrath. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. What if he could charm her into becoming his consort? Currently, Otsutsuki Kagaya was rather naive and would likely be easily swayed. After all, the Emperor of the Ancestor Nation in the original story had managed to win her over merely by draping a garment over her. He could certainly orchestrate something similar. Sign in. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the bonding rope. Description: the bonding rope, said to be tied by the divine, connects destined lovers. Once the red rope is worn, it cannot be removed or destroyed, and the wearer will fall hopelessly in love with the one who binds it. Upon reading the description, Chinya couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Damn, just as I was pondering how to charm Kagaya, the system delivers a tool right to me. Now I wish to return. It would be wonderful if you could provide me with something truly useful. Chinya retrieved the two unassuming red ropes from the system space and donned one on his wrist. Now he awaited Otsutsuki Kagaya's arrival. Elsewhere, at the borders of Konoha, on Kekkei Mountain, a substantial force of elite shinobi from Tsunade gathered, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Konoha's defenses, aiming to breach the border with a blitzkrieg and penetrate deep into the Land of Fire. Leading the charge, Chiyo squinted her eyes, contemplating the humiliation brought upon her by Chinya, as well as the enmity stemming from the death of her son. An expression of fury immediately crossed her face. With a swift motion of her hand, she commanded, "Let the operation commence." The order was given, and the troops swiftly advanced toward Konoha's border. As the forces of Tsunade drew closer, the patrolling guards at Konoha's border sounded the alarm. The warning echoed across the land. At that moment, sitting in the command seat, Hatake Tsukumo abruptly stood and rushed outside, anxious to inquire, What is happening? Lord Tsukumo. It's bad. Tsunade has launched a surprise attack. A panicked ninja reported. Upon hearing this, Tsukumo immediately organized, quickly, assemble the troops for a counterattack. Drive them from our borders. Yes, Lord Tsukumo. The order was relayed, and Konoha swiftly mobilized its forces toward the border. Tsukumo turned to his companion, Minato, speaking gravely. Minato, I will hold off Chiyo. You must use the Flying Thunder God technique to eliminate the other Sand Shinobi. Understood, Lord Tsukumo, Minato nodded. As these events unfolded, Tsukumo found himself wondering about Shinya. What might he be up to now? Simultaneously, in the Land of Grass, Iwagakure had also assembled a significant elite force, preparing to launch an incursion into the Land of Fire's borders. This collaboration had been orchestrated by both the Tsuchikage and the Kazekage, coordinating a simultaneous assault on Konoha. After all, the Land of Fire is centrally located on the Ninja continent, boasting a temperate climate, fertile land, and abundant natural resources. Konoha was a vital hub for trade, intelligence, and shinobi among the 5 great nations, making it the strongest shinobi village overall. With Konoha now at war with Kirigakure, this was the perfect opportunity. At the command, all Iwagakure shinobi sprang into action. However, no one anticipated that Sarutobi Hiruzen had made a grave error. In organizing the defense against Iwagakure, he had inexplicably appointed his own clansmen as commanders, neglecting to assign enough powerful warriors to the front lines. As the battle commenced, the disparity in strength became evident, and Konoha quickly found itself overwhelmed. As the border defenses were breached, Iwagakure's shinobi rampaged through the Land of Fire, plundering resources. On the battlefield at Kekkei Mountain, Hatake Tsukumo, leveraging his formidable prowess, had already slain numerous elite shinobi from Tsunade. Hatake Tsukumo, I will kill you to avenge my son and daughter-in-law. Chiyo roared, her eyes ablaze with rage. With that, she commanded her puppets to swarm forward, launching a fierce assault. Thunder cracked through the stormy skies, as short blades sliced through the net of puppetry she had woven. Tsukumo gathered chakra, condensing it into a 3-inch tangible blade of energy, each swing accompanied by a resonant roar as he cleaved through the air. 10 puppets transformed into a deadly whirlpool of crimson light and dark iron, emitting toxic fumes that corroded the sandy ground below. Tsukumo adeptly sidestepped, retreating from the area engulfed in poison. Just as the two were locked in a fierce struggle, a flash of yellow light suddenly illuminated the battlefield, and wherever it passed, Tsunade shinobi fell. Namikaze Minato, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, relentlessly harvested the sand shinobi. Suddenly, a tempest of sand, infused with the might of thunder, surged down upon him. In a critical moment, Minato transformed into a flash of light, evading the oncoming wave of sand. Reappearing atop a tree, Minato furrowed his brow as he beheld a man with short brown hair clad in black ninja garb. Who are you? He inquired. Loza, the man replied flatly. At this, Minato's mind raced with speculation. Based on the earlier sand wave, this individual undoubtedly possessed a bloodline limit for manipulating sand. My objective is to expedite the elimination of the sand shinobi using the Flying Thunder God technique. I cannot afford to be delayed by him. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Loza initiated the assault, manipulating a sandstorm to ensnare Minato. Minato executed a body flicker technique to evade, simultaneously launching a specialized kunai at Loza. Loza narrowly dodged, only for Minato to appear suddenly behind him, coalescing a Rasengan in his hand. Seeing this, Loza hastily conjured a sand armor for defense. The collision of the Rasengan and the sand armor sent shockwaves through the surroundings, propelling several onlookers away. Witnessing this, Minato wasted no time in executing the Flying Thunder God technique to retreat. Now was not the time for a direct confrontation. He needed to swiftly eliminate the sand shinobi to safeguard the lives of the Konoha ninjas. As Minato departed, the sand armor gradually dissipated, revealing Loza, who bore a trickle of blood from his mouth, indicating the earlier attack had inflicted notable harm. With the yellow flash reappearing on the battlefield, the impending failure of the Tsunade assault became evident. As the sand shinobi retreated, Konoha successfully defended its borders, cleaned the battlefield, and promptly organized the border patrols, Shikumo instructed. He then turned to Minato, patting him on the shoulder, and remarked, "Thank you for your hard work, Minato. Without you, the outcome of this battle might have been quite different." "No, it was Senior Shikumo who held back Chiyo, giving me the opportunity," Minato humbly replied, shaking his head. The losses sustained by Tsunade were catastrophic, with a significant number of ninjas perishing, particularly the puppet masters from the Chiyo clan, nearly all of whom were annihilated. It is likely they will not mount any further operations. Soon, the Sand Ninjas will withdraw from this conflict, Shikumo lamented. At this, Minato nodded in agreement. Chapter 62, Kagaya Otsutsuki in the Land of Ancestors. At this moment, an unfamiliar figure appeared at Chiba's residence. She possessed pale skin and strikingly beautiful features, yet lacked eyebrows, which added to her unique allure. 2 horns adorned her head, and her hair was a striking blue-white, cascading far beyond her shoulders. Her eyes were pure white, characteristic of the Byakugan. She was clad in a long white robe embroidered with black magatama patterns, simple yet sacred. This individual had recently been discovered by the military prime minister in a nearby forest of the Land of Ancestors. Due to her otherworldly appearance, she was brought to Chiba. It must be said that this military prime minister displayed remarkable bravery. However, it was unexpected that she would accompany them so docilely. Are you the leader of these natives? Kagaya's voice resonated with an ethereal quality, exuding both mystery and an imposing presence. Indeed, Chiba affirmed with a nod. You are markedly different from the other natives, Kagaya observed, her expression unchanging as she regarded Chiba. And you are different as well, Chiba replied. After a moment of perception, he realized that she did not seem as formidable as he had initially assumed, perhaps due to her lack of the god tree's fruit. This revelation relieved him considerably. Suddenly, Chiba noticed a mission had been issued by his system. Mission: eliminate Otsutsuki Ishiki. Reward: acquire the 10 tails within Otsutsuki Ishiki. He initially thought it was a reward that would facilitate his return, yet this was also quite advantageous. Possessing the 10 tails would elevate him to the 6 paths level. With Kagaya's presence here, it suggested that she had betrayed and severely injured Ishiki. However, he was unaware that Ishiki had not died but had instead escaped, likely now residing within the monk Shizen's body. In due time, he could arrange for all the monks to be gathered. At present, Ishiki was gravely injured, making him relatively easy to deal with, though locating him might prove troublesome. Chiba now intended to communicate openly with Kagaya. I know you. You are Kagaya Otsutsuki. At this, Kagaya's Byakugan flared to life, her vigilance directed towards Chiba. Do not be alarmed. I am Kamikaze Chiba. I do not belong to this era, which is why I differ from others. I am from a millennium later, having arrived here by mere happenstance. You hail from the Otsutsuki clan of another realm. Your purpose here is to cultivate the god tree. Once it bears fruit, consuming it will rapidly enhance your power. I am also aware that you have a companion named Otsutsuki Ishiki, whom you have betrayed. Because of your treachery, the Otsutsuki clan will undoubtedly send someone after you. You intend to plant the god tree here, consuming its fruit to augment your strength, thereby fending off any pursuers from the Otsutsuki clan. Listening to Chiba's assertions, Kagaya gradually lowered her guard, beginning to trust his words. What do you wish to know? I can tell you anything. Kagaya fell into contemplation. Though somewhat incredulous, she realized that this person spoke truths she could not deny. This was her first visit to this planet, and it had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Neither the Otsutsuki clan nor Ishiki would be known to the natives of this world. Her gaze softened as she looked at Chiba and asked, I wish to know, what becomes of me 1,000 years from now? In response, Chiba revealed the unvarnished truth. You succeeded in planting the god tree. However, after consuming its fruit, your personality transformed drastically. You became consumed with fear, worrying about your ability to resist others from the Otsutsuki clan. Subsequently, you began to disregard the lives of others, obsessively creating the White Zetsu army to combat the possible Otsutsuki pursuers. Ultimately, you were sealed away by your own 2 sons. Kagaya's brow furrowed, her expression marred with disappointment. I have failed. With that, she relinquished her remaining wariness. Noticing this, Chiba tentatively reached out to stroke her head. Upon seeing her acceptance, he felt a wave of relief and inquired, I want to know where you confronted Ishiki. He is dead. What do you seek him for? Kagaya expressed her confusion. He is not dead, Chiba insisted. Impossible. I witnessed him being consumed by the god tree. Kagaya shook her head, disbelief etched across her features. He indeed survived. He utilized the Rinnegan's ability, Shinjutsu, Horin, to escape, Chiba explained. This technique allows one to shrink any object, including oneself, to a microscopic level, which is why you could not detect him. At this revelation, Kagaya's expression shifted dramatically as she repeatedly exclaimed, No, Ishiki must die. Do not be so fearful. Relax a bit. You have no comprehension of the Otsutsuki clan's terrors, Kaguya shouted in agitation. That is precisely why I need to know where you attacked him. Though he has fled, he is gravely wounded, Chiba urged. He was merely fortunate. At the brink of death, a passing monk named Shirzin intervened. Utilizing the Otsutsuki clan seal, he inscribed his data into a vessel to achieve resurrection. He now resides within that monk. Kaguya's expression changed instantly, her excitement palpable. I will take you there right away. Wait, Chiba interjected. What is it? Kaguya inquired, perplexed. Put this on. Chiba produced a red thread of fate from his pocket and handed it to her. Kaguya examined the thread with curiosity and asked, what is this? A means of protection? Chiba fabricated a response. Deep down, he felt a twinge of guilt. This was an opportune moment. She was eager to find Ishiki, so she would likely not overthink the matter. To his surprise, she proceeded to tie the red thread around her ankle. Chiba pondered whether there were any regulations stating it could only be worn on the wrist. What's wrong? Let us hasten, Kaguya urged, observing Chiba's astonishment. Coming back to his senses, Chiba shook his head and replied, Oh, it's nothing. By the way, do you feel any changes? None at all. Let us move, Kaguya declared, taking Chiba's hand naturally. Seeing this, Chiba felt reassured. The system's products were undoubtedly of high quality. The two swiftly arrived at a vast pit. Chiba surveyed the area and realized why he had not detected it. It had long exceeded his perceptive range. It was indeed a remarkable oversight on his part. This is the location, Kaguya indicated ahead. Then let us search the vicinity. Spare no monk. Eliminate them on sight. Chiba commanded. Agreed. Let us split up. Kaguya nodded in affirmation. Byakugan, activate. Kaguya's delicate visage tensed as she soared into the air. Chiba, unwilling to be outdone, activated his Rinnegan. At that moment, Kaguya halted abruptly, a wave of concern washing over her. Rinnegan? Is she truly a descendant of mine? What will become of me? No. A millennium has passed. What difference does it make? Chapter 63, The Search for Shirzin. At this moment, after a thorough search, Chiba and Kaguya returned to the pit once more. Chiba queried, So what have you found? Did you locate him? Upon hearing this, Kaguya shook her head, her tone laced with concern. It has been several days. I fear he has already departed from this place. Chiba nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. Although they had not located him, there was no need for haste, as their current situation rendered them devoid of any combat capability. Do not fret. Once we return, I will arrange for all the monks to be brought to the land of ancestors. I refuse to believe we cannot find him, Chiba reassured, gently patting Kaguya's shoulder. It shall have to suffice, Kaguya concurred. Let us return now. Indeed. With that, the two left the premises. By the time Chiba and Kaguya arrived at the royal palace of the land of ancestors, twilight had descended. Upon their return, the maidens swiftly set the prepared dinner upon the table. However, Chiba noticed that Kaguya exhibited no interest in the food. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. The Otsutsuki clan seemingly did not require conventional sustenance to replenish their energy. Sensing Chiba's unusual demeanor, Kaguya picked up the chopsticks from the table, attempting to discern their flavor, yet struggled to grasp them due to her inexperience. Observing this, Chiba smiled and demonstrated the proper technique for her. I had forgotten that your clan does not rely on ordinary meals for energy. I had intended to take you camping. It seems that we'll have to wait. It's all right. I can still eat, and it tastes quite good, Kaguya replied, shaking her head. Haha, the flavors have improved thanks to my enhancements. The culinary skills here were rather mundane before, hardly comparable to those of a millennium later. Another day, I shall take you camping and let you experience my cooking, Chiba said with a grin. Very well. Chiba sensed that Kaguya's words were few, perhaps still burdened by concerns regarding the Otsutsuki clan. He comforted her, saying, You need not worry excessively. Even if the Otsutsuki clan were to come, by current estimates, it would take at least another millennium. Upon hearing this, Kaguya's eyes brightened. She could feel Chiba's concern for her, a sensation that was quite extraordinary. By the way, you possess immense chakra but lack knowledge on how to wield it. Starting tomorrow, I shall teach you how to harness the power within your body. Chiba pondered whether such changes might alter the course of history. But what did it matter? He was unsure if he would ever return. Why dwell on it? All right, Kaguya nodded in agreement. The two soon finished their dinner. Time passed unnoticed, and a month slipped by. Throughout this period, Chiba diligently instructed Kaguya in the use of ninjutsu, and their bond grew increasingly intimate. After all, the red thread of fate had already connected them, and Kaguya had harbored feelings for Chiba, further nurtured by his attentive care over the past month. At this point, Kaguya had completely succumbed to her emotions. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the thin window, gently illuminating the room. This shaft of sunlight resembled golden grains of sand, gradually enveloping the entire space in a warm glow. Within this gentle radiance lay a man and a woman, entwined in slumber, their bodies pressed closely together, as though they were the most intimate companions in the world. The man's arm encircled the woman's waist, while she rested her head against his chest, relishing the tranquility and warmth. Sunlight danced across their faces, revealing serene expressions of sleep. The man's brow slightly arched, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if he were lost in a beautiful dream. The woman's long hair cascaded like a waterfall upon the pillow. Her eyelashes appeared remarkably elongated in the sunlight, fluttering gently, as if pursuing some delightful vision within her dreams. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room, followed by a trembling voice. "Your Majesty, the Empress, the military minister has arrived." The two stirred at the sound, gradually opening their eyes. Their gazes met, and Chiba offered a soft smile, placing a gentle kiss upon Kaguya's lips before addressing the maid outside the door. "I understand. Please escort him to the hall and have him wait." "Yes, Your Majesty." With a respectful bow, the maid turned and departed. Chiba tenderly caressed Kaguya's cheek and spoke softly. "Kaguya, the military minister's visit likely indicates that the monks have been apprehended." Upon hearing this, Kaguya's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then I shall accompany you to see." "Very well, but I have arranged for them to be taken to the woods outside the city. Given the necessity for their elimination, it would not be prudent to conduct this within the city limits," Chiba explained. "I understand. After all, you are the sovereign of this nation," Kaguya acknowledged with a nod. After a month of acclimatization, Kaguya had begun to adapt to life here. "All right, let us rise," Chiba suggested. Before long, Chiba led Kaguya into the living room, where the military minister promptly approached them with a respectful bow. "Your Majesty, Your Highness." The entire nation was now aware that Kaguya was their empress, having resided here since her arrival. Subsequently, Chiba instructed the military minister to issue a proclamation, ensuring that all citizens recognized the existence of their empress. Chiba waved his hand and inquired, "Have all been captured?" "Indeed, those who could be found have been apprehended," the military minister confirmed with a nod. "Were there any escapees?" Chiba asked with curiosity. The military minister nodded in response. "Indeed, there were several, but they have all been recaptured." "Very well, lead us to see them," Chiba commanded. With that, Chiba and Kaguya followed the military minister out of the palace. Along the way, many citizens greeted Chiba, who reciprocated each salutation. Soon, they arrived at a densely populated area in the woods to the east of the city. There, a throng of people stood, some with expressions of terror, while others remained stoic. Chiba activated his sensory abilities, while Kaguya employed her Byakugan to scrutinize each individual. Soon, they exchanged glances and shook their heads. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a chill permeated the air, and before the gathered monks could react, they were all encased in ice. The onlookers had grown accustomed to such displays and exhibited no fear. Chiba then turned to the military minister and instructed, "Continue to expand the search area. Notify every household. For every monk reported or captured, a reward of 1 gold coin shall be given. Do not post any notices." "Yes, Your Majesty," the military minister replied respectfully. With that, Chiba departed with Kaguya. Although they had yet to find the monk, Chiba remained unperturbed. One monk, after all, could not survive indefinitely without sustenance. Currently, the monk was severely injured and unlikely to quickly seize control of the body of the one known as Shursui. Chapter 64. Cooperation. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the Hokage's office. The third Hokage wore a troubled expression. Mito Gate-yen and Tsurugi Komatsu exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in dismay. "Hiruzen, the recent raid by a Wagakure has inflicted significant losses upon Konoha. Our most pressing concern is to dispatch personnel to drive them out of the Fire Country's borders," Mito Gate-yen declared. "Indeed, fortunately, we were able to guard against the attack from Tsunade. Hiruzen, do not dwell on it too much. With Senju, Chiba now missing, no one will hold you accountable for this incident," Tsurugi Komatsu offered in consolation. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. He understood that his tenure as Hokage was nearing its end, as his miscalculations had allowed Iwagakure to rampage within the borders of the Fire Country. As time passed, the previous indulgences toward Danzo had nearly faded from memory, only for another crisis to arise. This has also incited public outrage, and many prominent figures have voiced their dissent. Thankfully, Shinyu Qianyi has vanished. One can only hope for his delayed return. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not believe that Shinyu Qianyi is deceased. Although uncertain whether his current strength rivals that of Senju Hashirama, it is likely not far off. Such prowess could not easily be extinguished. Let Minato lead a team. Now that Tsunade has sent envoys for peace negotiations, it is likely they will soon withdraw from this conflict. With Shuo Mao stationed at the border, that should suffice. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen made his arrangements. Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed through the room. Enter. As the door swung open, an Umbu member hastily stepped in. Kneeling respectfully and reporting, Lord Third, intelligence from the front lines indicates that numerous corpses have inexplicably vanished from the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are only the bodies of our Leaf villagers missing?" "No, others from different villages are also affected." The Umbu shook his head. The gathered individuals exchanged puzzled glances, as it was evident that this phenomenon extended beyond just the Leaf. What purpose could one have for so many corpses? Dispatch a team to investigate thoroughly, the Third instructed after a moment of thought. For now, they must prioritize resolving the war. These matters can be addressed later. Meanwhile, in the mountain graveyard, a shadowy figure emerged from the earth. With flowing white hair, a gaunt visage etched with wrinkles, and deep-set eyes. The elder radiated a fierce aura despite his apparent frailty. He sat before a grand stone statue, connected by a tube to the statue behind him. Upon the arrival of the dark figure, he inquired, "What news of Kurozetsu? Has the investigation revealed anything?" His voice was deep, hoarse, and deliberate, yet exuded an undeniable authority. "Lord Madara, all we know is that Shinyu Qianyi disappeared within Kirigakure. The details remain unclear," Kurozetsu replied. "This situation is too peculiar. I sense there is more at play here. Someone is orchestrating events from the shadows," he mused. Kurozetsu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared before Uchiha Madara, startling Kurozetsu. However, Madara remained composed, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the newcomer. "Uchiha Madara, so you have been hiding here. It took me quite a while to find you," the visitor, previously encountered by Qianyi in Kirigakure, announced. Madara merely regarded him quietly, a hint of menace flickering in his eyes. Noticing this, the newcomer smiled and stated, "I am not here to battle. I seek to discuss a collaboration." "Collaboration? Why would I consider joining forces with you?" Madara scoffed. In response, the shadowy figure exhibited no change in demeanor, revealing his Rinnegan and fixing his gaze upon Madara. At this revelation, Madara's heart raced. "A Rinnegan? How is it possible that another possesses such eyes? Who are you?" Kurozetsu was equally astonished, realizing that another pair of Rinnegan existed beyond Madara's own. "Is this individual also from the Uchiha clan? How have I never noticed this?" It's as if he materialized from thin air. "Your involvement in Shinyu Qianyi's disappearance is undeniable, I assent it," Madara asserted, now comprehending the mystery behind Qianyi's sudden vanishing. "Indeed," the shadow replied candidly. "Furthermore, I must inform you, I am not the sole bearer of the Rinnegan. Shinyu Qianyi possesses them as well. So, shall we discuss the possibility of collaboration?" "What? Shinyu Qianyi also has Rinnegan?" Kurozetsu gasped, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. "What is happening? Are Rinnegan now so commonplace? I toiled for centuries to cultivate a single pair, only for two more to emerge unexpectedly. The pain is unbearable. Wait, do I even have a heart?" Madara fell into silence. Though he had yet to confront this new figure, possessing the Rinnegan indicated that he was no ordinary opponent. Given his own deteriorating condition, a direct confrontation was inadvisable. "Why seek my collaboration? With Shinyu Qianyi absent, you could easily dominate the ninja world without my assistance," Madara questioned, his skepticism evident. "My current physical state is flawed and requires time for recovery," the shadow replied without hesitation. His body was incapable of independently generating chakra. The chakra expended during the previous massacre had drained him for an entire year, leaving him utterly depleted. Although he could hasten his recovery through the Rinnegan's absorption technique, it bore a significant limitation. The subject must willingly surrender themselves. Otherwise, he could only absorb the deceased. Given his current condition, he would struggle to claim many lives, risking a net loss. What was the point of instigating conflict otherwise? I see. I must inquire. Is Shinyu truly dead? Madara pressed further. No. He is far stronger than you can imagine. Even if you were to regain your full power, you would not stand a chance against him. This statement rang in Madara's ears like a thunderclap. His body trembled slightly, his previously confident demeanor abruptly frozen. Madara's brows knitted tightly as he gazed intently at the figure before him, searching for a hint of jest, yet found only seriousness. After a moment of silence, Madara spoke slowly, disbelief lacing his voice. Is what you say true? He has grown so powerful. The shadow nodded affirmatively. Indeed, all I speak is truth. His current strength is unfathomable, far exceeding our expectations. Madara inhaled deeply, striving to steady his tumultuous emotions. Then, recalling something, he inquired again, how did you make him disappear? Where is he now? I do not know his whereabouts. I activated my ocular technique when he was caught off guard. I absorbed the power of the dragon vein to execute my Rinnegan technique. Perhaps he exists in the future or the past, the shadow explained, shaking his head. Time-traveling ocular technique? Madara gasped internally. The shadow discerned Madara's concern and clarified, rest assured, this technique cannot be used on oneself. Nor will it be usable again unless there exists a similar power to the dragon vein. Upon hearing this, Madara felt his worries subside. After all, such a time-traveling ocular technique was utterly unfathomable. Chapter 65. Individual demands. At this moment, the shadow slowly approached the seat opposite Uchiha Madara and sat down, stating, What do you think? I come with sincere intentions. Shall we discuss collaboration now? Madara fell into deep contemplation, while Kurozetsu felt a sense of unease. Should Madara agree to collaborate, what would become of him? After painstakingly orchestrating plans for a millennium, the sudden appearance of an unknown figure with comparable strength to Madara posed a significant dilemma. A subtle smile graced the shadow's lips, suggesting he had anticipated Madara and Kurozetsu's reactions. He continued at a leisurely pace, stating, Your moon's eye plan aims to harness the power of the tailed beasts, transforming the moon into a colossal medium for illusions, thereby lulling the entire world into slumber, allowing you to realize your so-called peace within this illusory realm. Upon finishing, the shadow cast a knowing glance at Kaguya. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow tightly, a flash of astonishment and wariness flickering in his eyes. He could hardly fathom how this enigmatic figure possessed such profound knowledge of their scheme. In contrast, Kaguya remained silent, yet her body trembled slightly, clearly shaken. Had he discerned something in his gaze? Did he know my true intentions? Who are you? How do you know of our plans? Madara finally could not contain his urgency and anger. Do not be so agitated. You may refer to me as Shadow. I have stated from the outset that I come in the spirit of cooperation. Given your reliance on this outer path golem to sustain your life, I presume it is quite uncomfortable. I can assist you in executing your plan to resurrect using the Rinnegan, the shadow replied calmly. You even know this? At these words, Madara sprang to his feet, his initial rage transforming into surprise, his mind racing with possibilities. Could it be due to the ocular techniques of his Rinnegan? That seemed the only plausible explanation. Is it because of the ocular techniques of your eyes? In response, the shadow remained silent, neither nodding nor shaking his head, simply observing Madara with a steady gaze. What exactly is your aim? Madara's voice was low and grave, his eyes fixed intently on the shadow, as if attempting to pierce through the darkness to uncover his true intentions. The shadow sat immobile, resembling a silent statue. However, at Madara's inquiry, the corners of his mouth curled into an elusive smile. The purpose is quite simple. I require tailed beast chakra. The shadow's voice was calm and indifferent. Upon hearing this, Madara's heart jolted, and he exclaimed in astonishment, You wish to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Indeed, the shadow nodded. Only by transcending into the six paths could his body fully restore itself. Naturally, he could never disclose this to anyone. However, relying solely on himself to gather the tailed beasts was utterly implausible. Collaboration with Madara appeared to be the only viable option. Impossible, Madara rejected outright without hesitation. If you become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, what becomes of me? Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Cooperation cannot be solidified in a single conversation. You are welcome to present your demands for my consideration, the shadow replied unperturbed, unless you willingly allow me to inscribe a binding curse upon your heart. The binding curse was a spell embedded within the heart, impossible to remove autonomously, designed to restrict another's free will, such as self-harm or betrayal. The shadow showed no surprise at this demand. He had long anticipated Madara's insistence. After all, few would willingly cooperate with an uncontrollable entity. However, he was unaware that he possessed a means to lift this curse. There was no way he would come to negotiate without thorough preparation. Had he not been concerned that two factions might unite to gather the tailed beasts, leading to inevitable conflict, thereby benefiting others? Nonetheless, he could not simply acquiesce, lest he reveal his true intentions. I shall consider it. If I arrive at a decision, I will seek you out again. With that, the shadow vanished from the spot. Following the shadow's disappearance, Kaguya eagerly inquired, Madara, do you truly intend to cooperate with him? If he agrees to my terms, it may not be out of the question. Madara nodded. However, we know nothing about him, nor do we comprehend his origins. Does that truly matter, Kaguya? As long as he consents to my demands, he will be firmly in my grasp and unable to escape, Madara declared with unwavering confidence. At these words, Kaguya could only hope that this individual would refuse. Although she believed he likely would, what if he did not? No, she must swiftly identify a suitable candidate to dispel Madara's inclination towards collaboration. Thus, she silently burrowed into the earth and departed. After Kaguya left the mountain graveyard, she emerged in a forest, only to find herself suddenly immobilized. Her senses heightened as she scanned her surroundings. I've caught you, Kaguya. At this, Kaguya turned to see a figure, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. What do you want? You wish to resurrect your mother. I must eliminate this potential threat beforehand. A cold smile graced his lips, as if he had orchestrated everything. Kaguya's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling with fear and confusion as she stammered. Who are you? Did I not introduce myself previously? I am Shadow. Though I cannot kill you, I can seal you. The Shadow's voice echoed through the air, enveloping the space in an overwhelming presence. As he initiated the sealing technique, he slowly removed his mask, turning to face Kaguya. In shock, she stared at him, murmuring, How can it be you? Just as Kaguya was about to say more, she suddenly vanished, leaving behind a mysterious mark in her place. Once the sealing technique concluded, the Shadow donned his mask once more, muttering, I wonder how Madara will react upon discovering Kaguya's disappearance. After all, Kaguya is akin to his eyes, observing the shinobi world. Without Kaguya, how will he seek his successor? As for Black Zetsu, his intellect is lacking. Without Kaguya's covert manipulation, he poses no threat. Chapter 66, The Otsutsuki Style. In the land of the ancestors, within a vast canyon, two figures darted like phantoms through the void, each intersection resembling a meteor streaking across the sky, leaving behind a trail of radiant light. Suddenly, as if sharing a silent understanding, they both halted, standing face to face. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, leaving only the two of them in existence. Their gazes locked, an invisible spark ignited in the air. Almost simultaneously, they surged forward, their forms converging like lightning. In a heartbeat, their bodies collided with a resounding thud, creating a shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. The surroundings trembled as if the very earth quaked beneath them. The woman concentrated chakra in her palm, unleashing a barrage of powerful punches into the air. 80-God airstrike. Upon witnessing this, Chiba couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Kaguya, are you attempting to murder your husband? Immediately, Chiba's normal eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope. Remarkably, all the punches passed through him effortlessly. Kaguya let out a sweet laugh, replying, I am aware that these techniques cannot harm my husband. Upon hearing this, Chiba wore a resigned expression. As for the change in Kaguya's address, several months prior, Chiba had formally wed her. After all, they had already consummated their relationship, and he could not shirk his responsibilities. Although he had been somewhat fickle, he understood the responsibilities he must shoulder. Just as the two were preparing to continue their sparring, they were abruptly interrupted by a flustered maid who hurriedly approached and knelt, proclaiming, Your Excellency, the Empress, the Minister of War has brought news of an anomalous monk discovered in the land of Len. Upon hearing this, Chiba maintained a calm demeanor and inquired, Anomalous? What specific behaviors have been noted? It was not surprising that Chiba remained composed. After all, he had encountered such occurrences several times before. However, each instance had failed to involve the individual he had anticipated, leading to a complete lack of emotional fluctuation on his part. It was said that the individuals dispatched had indeed been apprehended, yet they had inexplicably vanished. The maid responded with utmost respect. Hearing this, Chiba exchanged glances with Kaguya, vanished into thin air. That bears a resemblance to the abilities of the Rinnegan. The land of Lin had previously been a small nation, and in recent days, Chiba had dispatched troops from the ancestral land to unify the surrounding territories. I understand now. You may leave, Chiba gestured. Yes, Your Excellency, the maid replied before departing. Kaguya, eager with anticipation, exclaimed, Darling, could it possibly be related to the Rinnegan? The likelihood is significant. We must not delay, let us set forth immediately. With that, the two vanished from their location. At that moment, in a forest outside the land of Lin, Ishiki, having just managed to escape with the monk Chikyu under his control, muttered, What is happening? Why is there a manhunt for monks everywhere? Could it be Kaguya? No, she has no knowledge of my survival. Just as Ishiki pondered the situation, a figure materialized before him, Chiba himself. As Chiba and Kaguya were about to enter the town of the land of Lin, they suddenly sensed a surge of chakra. Chiba discerned that this must be Chikyu, who had been controlled by Ishiki. In this era, only he and Kaguya possessed chakra. Thus the additional presence could only belong to Ishiki. The duo promptly altered their course. Ishiki was taken aback by Chiba's sudden appearance. Maintaining a serene expression, he clasped his hands together and said, Ba, do you require assistance, good sir? Chiba responded with a slight smile, waved his hand, and instantly activated his Rinnegan. A chilling aura emanated from him, swiftly enveloping Chikyu. Observing this, Ishiki's eyes widened in surprise. The Rinnegan? How could this be? Who is he? Just as Ishiki contemplated activating his escape technique, he realized he was rendered immobile. The frigid energy quickly consumed him, transforming him into a lifelike ice sculpture. Chiba's Rinnegan swiftly transitioned into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he stored the ice sculpture within his dimensional space, finally allowing himself to relax. After all, if Ishiki had managed to activate his technique, finding him again would have proven arduous. Regrettably, Chiba's Rinnegan was not the Rinne Sharingan. Otherwise, he would not need to switch between ocular techniques. The Rinne Sharingan is the progenitor eye of the Sharingan and Rinnegan, belonging to the category of bloodline limits. Possessing the characteristics and abilities of both, surpassing ordinary bloodline limits. Kaguya, you may emerge now. Chiba initially refrained from allowing Kaguya to appear, fearing that if Ishiki were to see her, his surprise attack would be rendered futile. He had frozen time around him, preventing Ishiki from escaping. Kaguya quickly approached Chiba, surveyed the surroundings, and, noticing Ishiki's absence, curiously asked, Darling, have you resolved the matter? I feared he might employ some means of escape. So I directly stored him in my dimensional space. Come, let us have a look. With that, they vanished from their location. Within the dimensional space, a lifelike ice sculpture greeted them. Kaguya examined it closely and indeed detected Ishiki's chakra within. Just as she was about to strike, Chiba hastily interjected, Wait, allow me. Relieved that Kaguya had paused, Chiba thought to himself how close he had come to failing his task. As he spoke, cracks appeared on the ice sculpture, shattering it into fragments. Ishiki, once whole, was now reduced to scattered pieces. However, Chiba did not receive any notification of task completion. He pondered, could it be that he still lives? Is he truly indestructible? Suddenly, the system's prompt echoed, alleviating Chiba's concerns. He then began to grumble internally. What nonsense is this? You have a delay? Is there no signal in my dimensional space? Do you need a signal? Is that it? System, you are worthless. Hurry and grant me my reward. Immediately, Chiba felt an immense surge of natural energy coursing through him. He levitated into the air, surrounded by several black orbs of chakra, wielding a sage's staff in his right hand, as his chakra manifested into a white robe adorned with 12 black tomo patterns. Chiba's Rinnegan transformed, revealing 6 tomo. Kaguya gazed at Chiba in astonishment, incredulously asking, Darling, have you entered the 6 paths? Chiba examined his transformed body, then clenched his fists, feeling the profound changes within. So this is the level of the 6 paths? It is a stark contrast to my previous self. He descended from the air, smiled at Kaguya, and declared, Indeed, the reason I took action myself was due to the 10 tails within Ishiki. Now that I have absorbed the 10 tails from him, I have officially ascended to the level of 6 paths. Upon hearing this, Kaguya joyfully embraced Chiba. Previously, she had harbored concerns that Chiba's power might be insufficient. fearing he could be slain by members of the Otsutsuki clan. She had even contemplated feeding him the fruit of the divine tree. Now that Chiba had achieved the 6 paths level, she felt reassured. Chiba gently patted Kagaya's back, aware that despite her cold demeanor towards others, she revealed a different side entirely when it came to him. At times, she exhibited a youthful mindset, prone to whimsical thoughts. Well then, let us depart. The threat has been neutralized, and now we await the fruit of the divine tree. Kagaya nodded in agreement. Chapter 67. The fruit of the divine tree. As night fell, the stars quietly blossomed, resembling millions of eyes tenderly gazing upon the slumbering earth. At this moment, Chiba and Kagaya sat embraced on the rooftop, together gazing at the starry sky. Darling, do you think we will always be together? Of course. Upon hearing Chiba's response, Kagaya's face illuminated with a gentle smile. You always lost in thought. Chiba affectionately ruffled her hair, his gaze filled with tenderness. After all, my dear, you do not belong to this era. Eventually, you will return. At these words, Chiba fell silent. Kagaya's assertion held weight, although he had yet to find a way back. He sensed that time would not stretch on indefinitely. After all, every ninjutsu possesses its flaws and cannot be perfect. Perhaps it would be tomorrow, perhaps a year, or perhaps 5 years. All right, darling, do not dwell on such matters. Look, a shooting star. Kagaya gently shook Chiba's arm, pointing towards the streak of light across the sky. Chiba lifted his gaze and smiled. Indeed, overthinking only serves to breed worry. Now is the time to relish this warm moment. Laughter, as sweet as silver bells, occasionally rang out from the rooftop. Time slipped by. On a tranquil night, the moonlight cascaded over the earth like water, and all was silent. Suddenly, the gaze of the people was drawn to a colossal tree. The tree towers into the clouds, resembling a magnificent giant spire, its canopy flickering in the night sky. Just as the onlookers are captivated, a glimmer of red light suddenly emerges from the top of the tree. Initially, it appears as a faint spark, but in an instant, it swells into a luscious red fruit, as enticing as a ripe apple. The fruit seems to pulsate with life, emanating an aura of mystery and allure. As the crowd gazes at the fruit, it suddenly begins to radiate a dazzling crimson glow. This brilliance, akin to the first ray of sunlight piercing the dawn, dispels the darkness, illuminating the entire night sky. Wherever the light reaches, everything becomes vividly clear, as if imbued with newfound vitality. Suddenly, 2 figures appear at the top of the divine tree. Kagaya, how is it? Is the fruit ripe? Chiba inquires with curiosity, eyeing the vibrant fruit before him. Not yet. Kagaya replies, shaking her head. Once the light fades and we stabilize for a day, it should be ripe. I see. Then let us wait here, Chiba responds. My dear, there's no need to be so cautious, Kagaya notes, observing Chiba's wariness, and smiles gently. That is not an option. Everyone has witnessed this spectacle. Although they may not comprehend its nature, they surely recognize it as a treasure, and one must always be vigilant. My husband, we are the 2 strongest here. It may be an overreaction, yet I am genuinely delighted. Kagaya softly caresses Chiba's face, speaking tenderly. Just as Kagaya is about to continue, she notices Chiba's form suddenly becoming hazy, as if on the verge of dissipating in this space, but he quickly returns to normal. Seeing Chiba frozen in place, Kagaya curiously asks, what is it? Upon hearing her question, Chiba shakes his head and replies, nothing. Kagaya surmises that perhaps her husband is soon to depart. Recognizing that Chiba is unaware of any anomalies, she chooses not to disclose this information, knowing he will eventually return. Chiba had confided in her that in the future, he would have 2 other women. With Chiba absent for so long, they must be very concerned. She feels content that her husband can accompany her for such a duration, yet laments that their unborn child may not see their father. Indeed, Kagaya is 2 months pregnant, and she had initially planned to surprise Chiba with the news, but has now decided against it. As the radiance fades, darkness envelopes the earth once more. A day later, Chiba gazes at the fruit that Kagaya has plucked, observing it with intrigue. The fruit emanates a red glow, its immense vitality and chakra palpable. After Kagaya consumes the fruit, a tremendous chakra surges within her, and the Rinnegan appears upon her forehead, elevating her body and life form. The divine tree's fruit grants Kagaya the ability of immortality and an undying body, rendering conventional means of harm ineffective. She can only be restrained through sealing. At this moment, Chiba gazes enviously at the 9-tomo Rinnegan on Kagaya's forehead, pondering why, despite possessing the 10 tails, His own Rinnegan is merely a 6-tomo and lacks the 9-tomo. Could it be a matter of bloodline? Yet, he recalls that in the original work, Madara, after absorbing the 10 tails, also bore the 9-tomo Rinnegan. Could it be an issue with the 10 tails? Suddenly, Chiba considers that the 10 tails within him might originate from a new sapling of the Otsutsuki clan, yet to be planted and evolved into the divine tree, thus producing chakra fruit. Therefore, the entity within him cannot compare to Kagaya's fruit. Soon, a new idea sparks in Chiba's mind. With his chakra replication card, what would happen if he absorbed another 10 tails? The more he contemplates, the more exhilarated he becomes. However, a prompt from the system quickly quells his desire to replicate the 10 tails. Chakra replication card cannot directly replicate the 10 tails. Yet, Chiba soon realizes that if it were truly possible to replicate, it would lead to a definitive conclusion. My husband, what are you thinking so deeply about? Kagaya's voice interrupts Chiba's musings. Coming back to reality, he shakes his head and recalls something, asking, Kagaya? What do you think would happen if I injected others with the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan? Indeed, Chiba wishes to enhance the strength of Kushina and Mikoto, for their current prowess is somewhat lacking. Kagaya, taken aback at first, soon adopts a serious expression and responds, such matters are uncertain, but if they are ordinary people, they would likely be unable to withstand the power of the bloodline, resulting in catastrophic consequences. It would be wise to refrain from attempting such things lightly. Chiba nods in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. Such trials should not be undertaken casually, though he considers having Orochimaru research it later, confident that Orochimaru would be quite willing. Suddenly, a thought strikes Chiba. Where would he acquire the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan? Surely, he cannot resort to drawing blood from Kagaya? As this notion flits through his mind, he quickly dismisses it. Never mind, I shall address this later. The Otsutsuki clan is not limited to Kagaya alone. Encounters will surely arise in the future. Taking Kagaya's hand, he declares, let us return home. Yes, Kagaya nods in agreement. Meanwhile, in the hidden mist village, a shadow, having just devoured a corpse, is meditating to calm the raging chakra within. Suddenly, the shadow's Rinnegan opens autonomously, and a black vortex materializes before him, only to vanish moments later. What just happened? The shadow, bewildered by the unfolding events, is perplexed. That technique should have been his to utilize against Chiba. Why has it activated on its own? Could it be that Chiba is returning? A thought crosses the shadow's mind. Could it be due to the dragon vein? He realizes he must leave this place swiftly. Should he encounter Chiba now, escape would be impossible. It seems imperative to swiftly negotiate an alliance with Uchiha Madara. If Chiba returns, the war will soon reach its conclusion, though it is somewhat regrettable. The time to confront him is not yet ripe. Chapter 68. Farewell to Uchiha Madara in the mountain graveyard. Uchiha Madara furrows his brow, feeling a sense of unease as he addresses White Zetsu before him. Still no sign of Black Zetsu? No, Lord Madara. White Zetsu shakes his head. Madara's mind races with speculation. Something must have happened to Black Zetsu. But who would target him? Could it be that individual who claimed to be a shadow? Why would he take action against Black Zetsu? As Madara contemplates, the shadow reappears before him. At that moment, Madara's expression darkens. A flicker of anger flashing in his eyes as he fixates intently on the shadow, his voice low and authoritative. Did you have a hand in Black Zetsu's disappearance? In response to Madara's inquiry, the shadow remains remarkably composed. A subtle smile graces his lips as he leisurely approaches a nearby chair and takes a seat. Once settled, the shadow speaks with an air of nonchalance. It was not I who acted against him. What benefit would that serve me? The shadow is unwilling to divulge Black Zetsu's schemes to Madara, for revealing such information could jeopardize the Moon Eye plan, resulting in a significant loss for him. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's gaze fixated on the individual before him, seemingly attempting to discern any traces of deceit. However, he found no discernible change in the other's demeanor. Gradually, the fury that had once consumed Uchiha Obito's eyes began to wane. He scrutinized his counterpart, and after a moment of silence, finally spoke. Your presence here today suggests that you have acquiesced to my demands? Despite the calmness in his tone, a tempest raged within him. How could the other party so easily agree to such a condition? After all, acceptance of this demand would place them entirely under his control. Nonetheless, Uchiha Obito resolved to hear the response first, eager to understand the other's thoughts. The shadow opposite him seemed to sense Obito's skepticism and nodded slightly. Replying, This is indeed but one matter. Uchiha Obito's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire further, what other matters are at play? The shadow paused for a moment before slowly articulating, Senju Chiba is returning. At this revelation, Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow. He regretted not taking him seriously from the outset. Now, with no opportunity to eliminate him, he recognized that his current strength was insufficient to contend with someone who possessed the Rinnegan. However, the individual before him was likely more anxious than he was. After all, it was he who had caused Senju Chiba's prolonged absence, and once Chiba returned, he would surely seek out his whereabouts. I see. No wonder you were so eager to come here, Uchiha Obito remarked. The shadow merely smiled faintly. He realized that Uchiha Obito was beginning to trust him. Unexpectedly, the news of Chiba's return might hasten their collaboration. At this juncture, it is imperative that you vacate this place. Senju Chiba is aware of your continued existence and your location, the shadow advised. What did you say? This statement struck Uchiha Obito like a bolt of lightning, reverberating in his ears. How could he possibly know that I am still alive? And that he knows my exact whereabouts? With that thought, Uchiha Obito's brow knitted tightly, his gaze darkening as he regarded the figure before him. Observing this, the shadow quickly clarified, do not misunderstand. It was not I who disclosed this information. I learned of your survival from him. The shadow spoke no untruth. He had indeed received this information from Chiba. You must realize that he will undoubtedly come here searching for you. It's crucial that you relocate swiftly, the shadow suggested. Uchiha Obito fell into contemplation. His body, once severed from the life force supplied by the Outer Path statue, would perish in an instant. With Black Zetsu missing and his pawns unaccounted for, it appeared he had no choice but to collaborate with the individual before him. Since you have agreed to my request, allow me to inscribe a binding seal upon your heart, he stated, his words bearing an air of authority that brooked no refusal. Yet, the shadow displayed no signs of hesitation, responding readily. Very well, what must I do? With the shadow's consent, a weight lifted from Uchiha Obito's heart, allowing him to exhale in relief. The tension that had gripped him began to dissipate as he relaxed his taut body. After a moment of adjustment, Uchiha Obito smiled and beckoned to the shadow, gently saying, follow me. His voice exuded confidence and composure. The shadow, seeing this, promptly stepped forward to accompany Uchiha Obito. The two moved in tandem, gradually approaching the Outer Path statue. Upon reaching its imposing presence, Uchiha Obito halted, gazing intently at the colossal figure. Before him stood an enormous humanoid entity, its form far surpassing that of an ordinary human or summoned beast, exuding an overwhelming aura. Its body bore the hue and texture of withered wood, and 10 pillar-like protrusions loomed from its back. Uchiha Obito inhaled deeply, extending his right hand to gently touch the statue's surface. In that instant, the surface of the statue rippled as if awakened by his touch. Following this, Uchiha Obito formed hand seals and began to chant incantations. As his voice echoed, the statue slowly opened, revealing a vast black void. Uchiha Obito turned to the shadow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, and said, step inside. With that, he was the first to enter the abyss. The shadow followed closely behind, both entering the inner sanctum of the Outer Path statue. Once inside, though devoid of material presence, the space was illuminated with an unusual brightness. Although the shadow possessed the Rinnegan and could summon the Outer Path statue, his current physique could not support the execution of this ninjutsu. The shadow's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Uchiha Obito before him. The visage that had borne the weight of countless years, marked by wrinkles, seemed to rejuvenate in an instant, as if time itself were reversing. The shadow gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? Yet, Uchiha Obito appeared to anticipate the shadow's reaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Without offering an explanation, he continued, the jutsu I am about to perform cannot be witnessed by you, so I must ask you to rest for a while. The shadow hesitated briefly, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Recognizing that he was the only one capable of aiding Uchiha Obito now, he believed that Uchiha Obito had no intention of harming him. With this thought, the shadow's anxiety began to ease as he gradually closed his eyes, preparing for slumber. As time passed, the shadow slowly opened his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was no longer within the Outer Path statue, but rather in an unfamiliar environment. He gradually rose from the ground, stretching his body and sensing the changes within. Notably, he could distinctly feel an unusual energy flowing from his heart. As he calmed his mind and focused on this energy, he gradually discerned that it eradicated any notion of betrayal towards Uchiha Obito. Is this the effect of the binding seal? The shadow mused, marveling at its peculiarity. He could not help but feel admiration for Uchiha Obito's abilities while simultaneously developing a keen interest in the binding seal. However, he was acutely aware that Uchiha Obito would never impart this knowledge to him. Little did Uchiha Obito know, the heart was a dispensable organ for the shadow. "You are awake," a sudden voice broke the silence, drawing the shadow's attention. He turned to find Uchiha Obito had reverted to his aged form. Uchiha Obito approached slowly. Speaking, "I discovered that your body could not autonomously generate chakra, so I undertook some modifications. However, these enhancements will only last for a few years. So you should refrain from using the Rinnegan." It was Uchiha Obito's realization of this secret that clarified why he, despite possessing the Rinnegan, sought collaboration. No wonder he aspired to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. It was likely an attempt to restore himself. Yet, such matters were of little consequence now. With the binding seal inscribed, he would remain ensnared within Uchiha Obito's grasp. Surprise flickered across the shadow's face as he absorbed this information. He had not anticipated Uchiha Obito's awareness of his physical secret. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Uchiha Obito was not inclined to act against him at this juncture. After all, the seal of confinement had already been inscribed, and the unease in his heart had now dissipated. The shadow then began to experiment with the extraction of chakra and discovered that it was indeed feasible. Although the amount obtained was not substantial, it was still commendable. After all, if Chiba were to return, the war would soon come to an end, and the opportunity to consume would not be so easily available. Should anyone discover this, he would undoubtedly become the target of public scorn. Concluding the experiment, the shadow remarked, "I never expected you to possess such means. Though unaware of the reason behind your transformation, I must caution you to conceal it well. Should Kamiyu Chiba find out, your demise would be inevitable." Uchiha Madara let out a cold chuckle and added, "Rest assured, I shall be vigilant." The shadow nodded in agreement. The previous success was entirely due to his absorption of the dragon vein and exploiting Chiba's arrogance. After this incident, Chiba would undoubtedly be more cautious, and there was no longer a dragon vein available for him to absorb. "Just be aware, for the next few days, you shall reside here. I will teach you some sealing techniques. For collecting tailed beasts will require sealing them into the outer path golem," Madara stated. The shadow felt a flicker of doubt within. "Are you not planning to relocate?" "There is no need. Once I have taught you, my time will be nearly up. What happens next will depend on you," Madara replied, his form exuding an air of solitude. At that moment, in the land of ancestors, Chiba had keenly sensed that Kagaya's behavior was somewhat unusual. However, when he inquired, Kagaya remained tight-lipped. This left Chiba perplexed. Could it be due to her consumption of the god tree's fruit? Yet, upon further contemplation, something felt amiss. Kagaya's recent dependence on him was exceedingly extraordinary, as if she wished never to part. Observing this, Chiba's doubts gradually faded, realizing that it was not the fruit's influence. The two of them resembled a pair of inseparable lovers, traversing the vast expanse of the ninja world, savoring each other's company. At that moment, within the royal palace of the land of ancestors, Chiba had just finished bathing and was about to dress when he suddenly realized that his body had inexplicably become ethereal. Astonished, he exclaimed, "What is this?" A possibility surged within him. Was he to return? The recent peculiarities of Kagaya echoed in his mind, further solidifying this notion. Perhaps Kagaya had already foreseen everything, thus her unusual dependence on him in recent days. Chiba felt the power within him gradually ebbing away like a receding tide. Hastily donning his clothing, he hurried toward the hall. Upon entering, he saw Kagaya turning to him like a light butterfly, her eyes widening in recognition as she noticed his increasingly insubstantial form, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the brink of collapse. Kagaya understood that Chiba was about to depart. With a gentle smile, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, she softly spoke, "Husband, it seems you have discovered the truth. Kagaya, why did you not inform me sooner?" Chiba reached out to embrace her, only to find his hand passing through her form like a ghost. Unfazed, Kagaya continued softly, "Husband, I shall wait for you, along with our baby." She tenderly caressed her belly. Upon hearing this, waves of emotion surged within Chiba, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "You are with child?" "Yes," Kagaya nodded faintly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I know you do not favor these two children, but they are precious gifts from you. Even if I am ultimately sealed away, I accept it willingly. A millennium is a long time. Perhaps being sealed is a form of liberation. I believe you will find a way to rescue me. Tears welled in Chiba's eyes as he responded, "Why are you so foolish? Do not dwell on such thoughts. Focus on nurturing these children. Do not worry excessively about the Otsutsuki clan. I am here. Do not recklessly create white Zetsu, as long as they do not seal you. Enduring a millennium of waiting is but a small price to pay." At this moment, Chiba disregarded any potential alterations to history, wishing only for Kaguya to refrain from making foolish decisions. Kaguya gently shook her head, replying, "I do not feel wronged. These years spent together have brought me immense happiness. As long as I can remain by your side, I would not mind enduring some hardship. Fool, wait for me. I shall come for you." With that, Chiba's form dissipated like smoke within the room. Gazing at the space where Chiba had just stood, tears surged forth from Kaguya's white eyes like a flood breaking through a dam as she murmured, "Husband, I fear I shall disappoint you. Without you, the days ahead will feel like a descent into an endless abyss. I would rather be sealed away." Chapter 70. Return deep beneath the ruins of Lulan. At the sight of the dragon vein, a black vortex suddenly appeared, and from within emerged a figure, Chiba, who had long since vanished. He meticulously observed his surroundings, realizing he was indeed deep underground. Suddenly, he sensed numerous individuals approaching, likely drawn by the earlier commotion. Not wishing to linger, Chiba vanished from his location in an instant. The architecture outside was strikingly different from the 5 great shinobi nations, featuring towering structures imbued with modernity, excessively opulent. After some investigation, Chiba discovered that he was in the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Thus, the place he had just been must have been the site of the dragon vein. However, he did not sense the presence of any dragon vein power. Could it be that? At that moment, Chiba's suspicions began to crystallize. It was likely that someone had absorbed the power of the dragon vein, leading to his transportation back to a millennium ago. No wonder he had found no traces of the dragon vein. It had already been consumed. Never mind. I should head to the land of fire and see what has transpired. I wonder how much time has passed, and if the war continues. In the land of fire, at the border of Tsunade, a figure appeared like a specter in the command center of Konoha. Sat in position, Kakashi Haruno, sensing an impending threat, swiftly drew his short blade, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. Upon recognizing the visitor, he relaxed, astonishment flooding his face. "Chiba, you have returned." Chiba turned at the sound, nodded lightly, and replied, "Elder Kakashi, I never expected you to be here guarding against Tsunade. Indeed, where have you been?" Kakashi inquired, brimming with excitement. "Ah, a long story. By the way, I noticed there are hardly any ninja at the border of Tsunade. Has the war ended?" Chiba had observed the lack of activity during his journey and was curious. Kakashi nodded in response. Tsunade indeed participated in the war, but was repelled. They have since negotiated peace with Konoha. However, the war is not over. Konoha is currently under attack from Awagakure and Kirigakure. Chiba nodded again and followed up with another question. "What about Kumogakure? Did they not join?" They also joined. At the onset of the war, they declared war on Konoha but were driven back by Minato. Subsequently, they turned their attention to Awagakure, and the third Raikage was killed by Inoki. Chiba grasped the situation. It seemed to mirror the original narrative. Minato must have engaged in battle with the AB combination of Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee, on the Kumogakure front, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to suppress his opponents, thus forcing them to retreat. It appeared Minato had also earned the title of the Yellow Flash. The third Raikage had indeed fallen to Inoki. Regrettably, I was unable to witness such a grand spectacle in person. The 3 generations of the Raikage willingly became bait to ensure the safe retreat of their comrades, standing resolute against thousands. They fought valiantly for 3 days and nights, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Shinya nodded and then inquired, "How long has it been since I departed?" 6 years have passed, Shuaemo replied. 6 years? I spent nearly 3 years in the past, yet here 6 years have elapsed. Subsequently, Shinya seated himself on a nearby chair, gazing at Shuaemo, and said, "Please, Shuaemo-senpai, tell me what has transpired during these 6 years." Upon hearing this, Shuaemo nodded and began recounting the events of the past 6 years. After listening to Shuaemo's narrative, Shinya gained a general understanding. Indeed, much had changed. The current Shuaemo had also transformed, perhaps due to the absence of Danzo. The incident of public condemnation leading to suicide as depicted in the original story, had not occurred. So, is Kakashi now under Minato's tutelage? Chinya asked. Ah, that's correct. Shuo-mo affirmed. Nodding, Chinya replied, I understand. I shall not intrude any further. Just as Chinya intended to leave, Shuo-mo called out to him, saying, Chinya, I hope Kakashi can become your disciple. Taken aback, Chinya responded, Isn't he a student of Minato? Minato is merely his team leader. I intended to approach you after Kakashi graduated, but your sudden disappearance delayed that, Shuo-mo explained. Nodding in agreement, Chinya replied, I see. That's fine. I will inform Kakashi to visit you upon his return to the village. No need. I will seek him out personally, Shuo-mo insisted. I shall take my leave now. With that, Chinya waved goodbye and vanished from sight. Now, Chinya was eager to reach the Kanabi Bridge, calculating that Kakashi was already 12 years old. According to the original narrative, it was at this age that Kakashi had just been promoted to Jonin and the battle at Kanabi Bridge was about to unfold. Given the lack of any news, it indicated that the events had not yet transpired. In a certain forest, Minato was gathered with Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Noara Rin, discussing their mission plans. At this moment, Minato decided to split the team. He would support the front lines, while Kakashi would lead Rin and Obito deep into enemy territory. As the plan gradually unfolded, everything initially proceeded smoothly. However, an unexpected event occurred for Kakashi. IWA Shinobi launched a stealthy ambush, trapping Rin. Perhaps due to Shuo-mo's continued existence, the rift between Kakashi and Obito that was present in the original story did not emerge. The two resolved to collaborate to rescue Rin. At this moment, Kakashi and Obito engaged the IWA Shinobi in close combat. Suddenly, a stone ninja employed a camouflage technique, vanishing like a chameleon, and the enemy swiftly disappeared from sight. Kakashi and Obito were left to search for the enemy's position based solely on sound. In an instant, a shadow appeared behind Obito like a specter. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, ready to intervene and save Obito, only to realize that the attack was aimed directly at him. The blade poised to strike his left eye. At that critical moment, time seemed to freeze, and all creatures present became statues, motionless. It appears I am not too late. A voice suddenly resonated, slicing through the chaos of battle. The onlookers found their bodies rigid, yet their eyes darted about, attempting to discern the identity of the newcomer. I almost forgot, Chinya remarked, causing Kakashi and Obito to feel their bodies regain freedom. They turned, regarding Chinya as if facing a formidable foe. Chinya materialized before the stone ninja, whose expression was filled with terror, as if he had encountered a messenger from the depths of hell. Trembling like a leaf in the wind, he stuttered, Why, you are the Ice Emperor. I did not expect you to recognize me, Chinya replied with a playful smile. Weren't you supposed to have vanished? The stone ninja's voice quavered like a candle flickering in the wind. Vanished, yet I may return. To be honest, I only departed for a short while. And Inoki could no longer contain himself. This vexes me. You are merely a small interest I have temporarily collected. I shall personally seek out Inoki to settle the score. With that, the stone ninja and his companions were instantaneously encased in lifelike ice sculptures. Kakashi and Obito gasped in astonishment, their throats making audible swallowing sounds. Soon, Kakashi regained his composure, bowing respectfully to Chinya, exclaiming, Teacher, I have yet to agree to take you as my student, Chinya teased with a sly grin. Taken aback, Kakashi found himself momentarily at a loss. Observing this, Chinya refrained from prolonging the jest and stated, Kakashi, you were too careless just now. Had I not appeared, your left eye would have been lost. I will ensure you undergo proper training upon our return. Yes, teacher, Kakashi replied respectfully. In the dense woods, Chinya led Obito and Kakashi, along with the unconscious Rin on Kakashi's back, as they dashed toward the front lines like arrows released from a bowstring. Throughout the journey, Obito was as exuberant as a playful rabbit, bouncing with excitement. Despite Chinya's 6-year absence, his legend remained as brilliant as the stars in the night sky, undiminished by the passage of time. Lord Chinya, do you think I still have a chance to awaken the Sharingan? Obito's voice trembled slightly, akin to a flickering candle flame. Due to Chinya's unexpected involvement, Obito had yet to achieve his potential to awaken the Sharingan. Furthermore, the title of Sharingan Kakashi would cease to exist in the future. Nevertheless, Chinya believed this was for the best, as if Kakashi were to transplant the Sharingan. It would squander his innate talent. The extent of Kakashi's limitations in the original narrative was evident to all, largely attributed to the Sharingan. Without it, Kakashi's accomplishments might have soared even higher. If you wish to awaken it, I could assist you, Chinya said, a cunning smile gracing his lips. Can someone else really help with that? Obito responded, astonished, his mouth agape. Of course, Chinya affirmed with a nod, his tone resolute. Although he was uncertain why Uchiha Madara had not arranged for anyone to rescue him, Chinya sensed that things were somewhat amiss. He had arrived earlier, merely attuned to the presence of Black Zetsu, yet encountered no other individuals. Originally, Chinya had intended to inquire of Black Zetsu why Kaguya remained sealed. Upon returning, he discovered that history had seemingly unfolded without significant alteration, indicating that Kaguya was indeed still sealed. What puzzled Chinya most was that, based on Kaguya's strength, even with those two little brats having entered the realm of the Six Paths, they should still be unable to defeat her. After all, Kaguya, under his guidance, would only be stronger than in the original narrative. It seemed that once the war concluded, he would need to make a trip to the mountain graveyard. Really? I implore you, Lord Chinya, please help me. Obito pleaded earnestly, as if clinging to the last straw in a desperate situation. Are you certain? Chinya asked, his gaze intense. Yes, yes. Obito nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was carrying Rin, felt a hint of unease, sensing that something was amiss. With that, Chinya swiftly cast an illusion upon him. The illusion was exceedingly simple, designed to make Obito witness Kakashi's death right before his eyes. As for why he did not allow him to see Rin, it was because Chiba intended to reserve this surprise for later, to see if it could help him awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, Chiba felt that Uchiha Madara would likely no longer pursue Obito. Previously, Chiba had carefully sensed the surroundings and detected no one watching Obito, indicating that something must have changed with Madara. Kakashi no? Suddenly, Obito, in a frenzy, shook his head vigorously, tears streaming down like a torrential flood. Observing this, Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. In an instant, Chiba snapped his fingers sharply, and Obito awoke as if from a deep dream, albeit still somewhat agitated. Remarkably, the effect was astonishingly good, as it was evident that Obito's eyes had transformed into a single Tomo Sharingan. Now regaining his composure, Obito gazed at Kakashi with fervent intensity, his face beaming with surprise. Kakashi, that's wonderful. You're not dead. You're the one who is dead. I'm perfectly fine here, Kakashi retorted, somewhat irked. Is that so? Then why did I just see you get killed? Obito asked, his face filled with skepticism. Fool, that was an illusion. Take a good look at your own eyes. Kakashi laughed while scolding him. Upon hearing this, Obito took out a mirror as if it were a precious treasure, and upon seeing his Sharingan, he was elated. Dancing with joy, haha. I've finally awakened my eyes. Kakashi, did you see? You won't be my opponent anymore. Idiot, Kakashi rolled his eyes at Obito. Obito disregarded Kakashi's sarcasm and respectfully bowed to Chiba, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Chiba. It must be said, the uncorrupted Obito was quite amusing. Carrying a mirror with him was quite a talent. Just as Chiba was about to speak, Minato appeared in front of him like a specter. Seeing this, Chiba hurriedly greeted him. Oh, it's you, Minato. Minato, upon hearing this, was first taken aback, then excitedly exclaimed, Chiba, you're back. Since you're here, I'll leave these three little ones in your care, Chiba replied, shrugging helplessly. He had originally intended to seek out Inoki, but it was indeed inconvenient to bring along these three. What happened? Minato inquired. It's a long story. I was momentarily careless and ended up trapped in a place, but I have just managed to extricate myself, Chiba thought to himself. Knowing he could not divulge anything about returning to a time 1,000 years ago, unless the person was Kushina or Mikoto. I see. Kushina and Mikoto have been quite worried about you, Minato said with a smile. All right, I must go find Inoki. This war should come to a close, Chiba stated. Upon hearing this, Minato did not display any surprise. With Chiba's return, it was natural for the war to conclude. Understood, Minato nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way, Minato, I have my sights set on the Hokage position, so I hope you will deliberate carefully and not put me in a difficult position later. Chiba concluded and vanished like a gust of wind. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Minato could only shake his head helplessly. He then turned to the three and asked with concern, How are you? Are you injured? Kakashi shook his head and replied, The teacher arrived just in time to save us. Minato nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. He had long known that Shikaku had intended for Kakashi to be Chiba's disciple, but due to Chiba's sudden disappearance, the matter had been shelved. Minato-sensei, look at my eyes. Obito could hardly contain his excitement as he eagerly showcased his Sharingan to Minato. Minato, upon seeing this, was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. I never expected you to awaken the Sharingan, Obito. Of course, I am an undeniable genius. Obito's lips curled upwards, revealing a proud demeanor. Cut it out. It's not like the teacher didn't help you, Kakashi scoffed from the side. Ah, so it was Chiba who assisted you? That is not surprising. Considering Chiba had already awakened his 3 Tomo at the age of 10, Minato reflected nostalgically, as if reminiscing about a legendary history. Really? He had 3 Tomo at just 10 years old? Minato-sensei, please tell me more about Lord Chiba. Obito's eyes sparkled with curiosity, akin to brilliant stars in the night sky. All right, let us walk and talk, Minato smiled. Chapter 72, The Calamity of Iwagakure, a village surrounded by towering mountains, resembled an impregnable fortress. At the heart of this village stood a towering edifice, the Tsuchihage's building. At this moment, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, sat at his expansive desk, diligently perusing the intelligence arriving from the front lines. His brow furrowed slightly, as if troubled by certain contents within the reports. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the office. The sound resonated like a mighty thunderclap, causing the windows to tremble. At that instant, the door was abruptly flung open, and a flustered IWA ninja rushed in. He wore a red ninja hat, showcasing the distinctive attire of a Iwagakure, with a prominent nose and a thick beard gracing his face. His overall appearance was rugged and formidable. He was exceptionally tall and robust, embodying the quintessential strongman physique. Hozuki, what is the matter? Inoki inquired with a puzzled expression. Tsuchikage-sama. Dire news. Kamiyu Chiba is currently standing at the entrance of a Iwagakure, Hozuki said, his voice laced with urgency. Upon hearing this, Inoki shot up from his seat as if struck by lightning, shouting hoarsely, What did you say? Kamiyu Chiba has vanished. How could he possibly be here? Tsuchikage-sama. It is indeed Kamiyu Chiba. I do not know why he has come, but he is currently at the gate of a Iwagakure. Moreover, he is already engaged in battle with the village's ninjas. That deafening roar was caused by him, Hozuki confirmed with absolute certainty. Upon hearing this, Inoki wasted no time and soared through the window like a bird. At the entrance of a Iwagakure, a serene stillness enveloped the scene, akin to a slumbering giant. Yet within this tranquility lay a breathtaking sight, as lifelike ice sculptures stood proudly, seemingly crafted by nature itself. Chiba floated quietly above, surveying all of a Iwagakure with an expression of indifference and disdain. As time ticked by, suddenly, within Chiba's line of sight, a figure gradually materialized. It was Inoki, the Tsuchikage of a Iwagakure. He too floated in the air, standing opposite Chiba, mere dozens of meters apart. Upon witnessing this, Inoki's face was filled with fury as he glared at Chiba, shouting, Kamiya Chiba, what exactly do you intend to do? His voice echoed through the air, trembling slightly. Chiba's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a cold smile. His voice, deep and resonant, seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. When you launched a surprise attack on Konoha, you ought to have anticipated this day would come. To be honest, I haven't made a move in the ninja world for quite some time, and the world has gradually forgotten just how powerful I truly am. With that, Chiba instantly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, his chakra surging dramatically as a sky-blue skeletal figure emerged behind him. In rapid succession, bones, muscles, and armor enveloped him, manifesting into a towering figure of several hundred meters, adorned with deep blue armor, sporting a crow tengu mask, and wielding a sky-blue longsword, standing majestically against the sky. Witnessing this, Inoki trembled slightly, his face betraying a look of terror as he gazed in disbelief at the colossal figure that had suddenly appeared before him. At the diamond-shaped forehead of the giant, Shinya stood with his arms crossed, displaying an air of indifference as he spoke. Ohyuki, this is the consequence of your ambush on Konoha and your reckless plundering within the land of fire. I shall leave you with half. With that, the giant finally stirred. His immense form shivered slightly, as if gathering tremendous strength. As he slowly grasped the hilt of his sword with his left hand, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. Suddenly, the giant exerted his might, drawing the sword from its sheath with astonishing speed. In an instant, A violent wave of energy erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, sweeping towards Awagakure with a cataclysmic force. The sheer power of this wave was beyond imagination. Everything in its path was utterly annihilated. In the blink of an eye, half of Awagakure's structures crumbled like mere paper, reduced to ruins. Meanwhile, Ohyuki, suspended in midair, bore witness to this devastating scene, his heart brimming with despair and terror. He yearned to prevent this calamity, but it was far too late. Before he could even react, the ferocious energy wave struck him with brutal force. Ohyuki's body was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily against the rocks behind him. The impact was so tremendous that blood spewed from his mouth, as though every bone in his body had shattered in that moment. The once bustling Awagakure had now transformed entirely. A thick cloud of dust filled the air, obscuring all visibility and rendering the surroundings unrecognizable. The ground was littered with debris and shattered walls, a scene of utter devastation as if the village had just endured a catastrophic disaster. Chinya, with an expression as calm as still water, gazed at the unfolding chaos and remarked with a tranquil demeanor, "Ohyuki, this is the fate awaiting you for your ambush on Konoha. Reflect on it well. Surrender is your only path to survival. Should you harbor any resentment, feel free to seek me out. I shall be ready to entertain you." Chinya's voice, though soft, resonated like a thunderous bell throughout the village, reaching the ears of every living soul. Upon hearing Chinya's words, Ohyuki struggled to utter a response, yet before he could speak, it was as if all his strength had been sapped away, and he fainted instantly. Witnessing this, Chinya felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was his strike perhaps too severe? He wouldn't be permanently incapacitated, would he? What a predicament! Suddenly, Chinya's gaze fell upon a familiar figure, prompting him to inquire, "Are you Kori, Ohyuki's son? Your fortune is remarkable. You seem unharmed." At this, Kori's face turned a deep shade of crimson, anger radiating from him as he glared fiercely at Chinya. Then bellowed, "Shinhane Chinya, what are your intentions? Rather than wasting breath here, you should check on Ohyuki's condition. Tell him that if he wishes to avoid further visits from me, he should promptly surrender to Konoha." With that, Chinya vanished like a specter, leaving no trace. At that moment, Chinya felt a sense of frustration. It truly was a careless overshoot. He had not anticipated Ohyuki to be so defenseless, unable to withstand even a single blow from Susanoo. Originally, he intended to discuss reparations, but it seemed he would have to wait until Ohyuki recovered to address that matter. Having resolved the situation in Awagakure, it was time to set his sights on Kirigakure. He pondered how the shadow would react upon seeing him again. Chapter 73. News spreads like wildfire as Chinya made his way to Kirigakure. The news of Ohyuki's grave injuries and the devastation wrought upon Awagakure spread rapidly throughout the ninja world. At that moment, within the confines of the Chinya household, YNG knelt on one knee, reporting crucial information to Kushina and Mikoto. Both women sat on the sofa, their expressions serious as they attentively listened to YNG's account. After the report concluded, their expressions softened. Mikoto waved her hand, signaling YNG to take his leave. Her voice was calm and gentle. "I understand. You may go now." "Yes," YNG replied, swiftly rising and disappearing from the room. Once he had fully departed, Kushina's emotions surged with agitation and a hint of anger as she remarked, "Mikoto, look at Chinya. He has made us worry for so long, yet he hasn't returned to check on us." Mikoto, understanding Kushina's sentiments, offered reassurance. "Kushina, I believe he intends to resolve the war before returning. After all, if he comes back first, he would still have to venture out again. It is better to conclude the conflict now so that he won't have to make another trip later." Just then, the door burst open, and Konan rushed in, her face a mix of urgency and anticipation as she gasped, "Kushina-ne, Mikoto-ne, I heard that brother Chinya has returned." Kushina and Mikoto exchanged glances, both smiling. Kushina responded playfully, "Yes, your brother Chinya has returned. Are you eager to marry him?" Her teasing tone caused Konan's face to flush a deep red. Now an adult, Konan had matured from her once delicate beauty into a poised figure, her physique and demeanor having undergone a striking transformation. "Konan, you ran too fast." A clear voice chimed in as a petite figure appeared at the doorway. As they focused, they recognized a small girl with softly curled black hair. Most striking were her iconic red eyes, resembling the Sharingan, which glimmered with an enchanting allure under the sunlight, leaving a lasting impression. Upon seeing her, Kushina's lips curled into a gentle smile as she softly greeted. Kurenai, what brings you here? Are you also inquiring about Shinya? Hearing Kushina's words, Kurenai's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Shyly, she lowered her head, gripping her clothing tightly as if at a loss. Observing Kurenai's demeanor, Kushina couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly saying, Mikoto, look at the good work Shinya has done. At this rate, it won't be long before we have several new mistresses around here. With that, she playfully winked at Mikoto. Understanding that Kushina was merely jesting, Mikoto smiled slightly and replied, All right, Kushina, let's not tease them any further. Shinya has indeed returned, but he is currently occupied with the war. Once he finishes, he will return to us, so you both should wait patiently. Hearing Mikoto's words, Konan and Kurenai exchanged glances, each finding a glimmer of hope and reassurance in the other's eyes. They nodded in unison. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage furrowed his brow as he scanned the intelligence report in his hands. Shinya has returned? It seems the Hokage position is no longer secure. What a pity, if only he had come back a few years later. Now, Minato simply cannot compete with him. In the quiet office, Mito and Tsunade sensed the unusual tension emanating from Sarutobi Hiruzen. They exchanged worried glances, and Mito spoke first, his tone serious. Hiruzen, please do not act impulsively. Shinya's return is undoubtedly a boon for Konoha. The war will conclude swiftly. As the conversation continued, Toji Shoka chimed in. Indeed, Hizashi. We all vividly remember the events surrounding Danzo. You mustn't allow a moment of emotional turmoil to lead you to make a grave mistake. Listening to the counsel of his old friends, Sarutobi Hizashi slowly shook his head. Deep down, he understood that any attempts he might make against Kamehane Chiyo would likely be futile. After all, Kamehane Chiyo's strength was immeasurable. Provoking him would only lead to self-inflicted suffering. Perhaps, in a fit of displeasure, Kamehane Chiyo could easily send him to the afterlife. Rest assured, I desire to remain in this world for a few more years, Sarutobi Hizashi said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Mito Minyan and Toji Shoka felt a weight lift from their hearts. They recognized that Sarutobi Hizashi was not the type to act recklessly, and his words indicated that he had come to a realization. Mito Minyan reflected. Now that he has gone to a Wagakure, he will likely proceed to Kirigakure soon. The prolonged war is finally nearing its conclusion. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded, his gaze drifting to the window as he envisioned a peaceful world following the end of the conflict. He understood well that this war had significantly weakened the power of Konohagakure, resulting in a drastic reduction of ninja forces. An early resolution would be the most beneficial outcome. Moreover, with Kamehane Chiyo stationed in Konohagakure, it was likely that the other ninja villages would think twice before provoking them again. Well then, if he assumes the role of Hokage, that would not be such a bad thing, he mused. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure, the newly appointed fourth Raikage, had also received news from a Wagakure. What is up, big brother? Killer Bee asked, noticing A's excited expression. Take a look at this intelligence, A replied. With curiosity, Killer Bee took the report and eagerly opened it. Upon reading its contents, he gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, What? His voice was filled with disbelief, as if he had just witnessed something shocking. After a moment, Killer Bee regained his composure and, with wide eyes filled with skepticism, asked A, Is this true? A's face mirrored his excitement, and he nodded emphatically, saying, It's highly likely. We finally have the chance to avenge Dad. Hearing this, Killer Bee's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he declared, Let us go in person, big brother. However, A shook his head, calmly analyzing. No, the situation is quite complex. Kamehane Chiyo has returned, and we are uncertain if he will come to Kumogakure. Therefore, we must remain here to defend, just in case. A's words made Killer Bee realize the gravity of the situation, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. A then turned to his secretary and issued orders. Send a command to the front lines to launch an all-out attack on Wagakure's borders. We must create a breach while Annoki is incapacitated. This is our best opportunity. The secretary quickly left the office to relay A's directives. Chapter 74. An unexpected encounter with Might Guy in the forest, a young boy, tears streaming down his cheeks, hurriedly maneuvered through the trees. His distinctive watermelon hairstyle and thick eyebrows complemented his form-fitting green attire. Upon catching sight of the fleeting boy, Chiyo remarked in surprise, Is that Might Guy? What is he doing here? Just then, he swiftly appeared before Might Guy, blocking his path. The sudden appearance startled Might Guy. causing him to tremble and adopt a defensive stance, his eyes fixed on Chiyo as if he were a formidable adversary. "You are Might Guy, aren't you?" Chiyo inquired curiously, examining the young boy before him. Might Guy felt a pang of anxiety, unsure how this stranger knew his name. However, upon noticing the Leaf Village headband worn by Chiyo, his apprehension lessened somewhat. "Do you know me?" Might Guy asked tentatively, uncertainty lacing his voice. Chiyo smiled gently and nodded, introducing himself. "I am Kamehane Chiyo." Upon hearing this name, Might Guy's eyes brightened as he seemed to recall something significant, becoming suddenly animated. He hastily wiped away his tears and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, pleading earnestly, "Lord Chiyo, please save my father. He has encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and is fighting valiantly to save me." Chiyo's heart tightened at this revelation. He had not anticipated such a situation upon his arrival in the Land of Water. He had assumed Might Guy was already lost to them. "Wait here. I will go see," he said, activating his Kagaya's Byakugan to sense the surroundings before vanishing from sight. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Chiyo was shocked to discover that the combat had already concluded. The scene before him was one of utter devastation. The once lush trees lay in ruins, as if ravaged by a terrible storm. In the center of the battlefield stood a solitary figure, exuding a crimson aura yet appearing exceedingly frail, much like a dying tree. Surrounding him lay 4 lifeless bodies, evidence of a fierce struggle. Chiyo's gaze fell upon the individual, and he immediately understood. Might Guy had opened the 8th gate. He could sense the chakra within Might Guy rapidly depleting, the flame of life dimming perilously close to extinction. Just then, Might Guy seemed to perceive Chiyo's presence, slowly turning to face him with a wary expression. "Might Guy, it's me, Kamehane Chiyo," Chiyo called out, hoping to reassure him. Upon hearing Chiyo's voice, Might Guy's taut nerves relaxed slightly. He focused his gaze, recognizing Chiyo, and a faint smile of relief crossed his face. "Lord Chiyo, it's you. I can rest easy now." However, before he could finish, his body collapsed as if all strength had been drained from him. Chiyo's heart raced at the sight. He hurriedly rushed to Might Guy's side. His complexion was ashen, breath shallow, indicating he was at death's door. Without hesitation, Chiyo placed his hand over Might Guy's heart, channeling the chakra of the 6 paths into his body. As the chakra flowed in, the flickering life force and chakra began to rejuvenate, revitalizing him. Chiyo understood that Might Guy would not perish despite the opening of the 8th gate. The 6 paths chakra would forcibly repair the damage wrought by the gate, preserving his heart and life. With determination, Chiyo lifted Might Guy and vanished from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Might Guy stood anxiously in place, his heart racing as he awaited a miracle. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, igniting a spark of hope within him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Chiyo, cradling the unconscious Might Guy. Witnessing this scene, the glimmer of hope that had surged within Might Guy was instantly extinguished like a fragile bubble. His body trembled involuntarily as he asked, his voice quaking, "Lord Chiyo, what has happened to my father?" Chiyo looked at Might Guy, his expression stoic as he replied, "Do not worry, he will not die. However, do you still possess the strength to escort your father home?" Upon hearing Chiba's words, Might Guy felt a modicum of calmness settle within him. He promptly nodded vigorously, affirming that he still had sufficient energy. Observing this, Chiba gently laid Might Daitai on the ground and addressed Might Guy, "Then I shall leave it to you. I have other matters to attend to and cannot accompany you back." Grateful, Might Guy cast a thankful glance at Chiba and, without hesitation, knelt before him, bowing his head several times, sincerely stating, "Thank you, Lord Chiba. Your great kindness will be etched in my memory forever." Chiba waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such gestures were unnecessary, then turned and departed, leaving Might Guy to care for his father alone. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Might Guy hoisted his father onto his back and strode with resolute steps toward home. When Chiba reappeared, his silhouette had quietly materialized in the hidden mist village. This village, shrouded in thick fog, resembled a mysterious realm concealed within the mist, and Chiba navigated its paths like a seasoned traveler. In no time, Chiba arrived at the door of the Mizuki's office. He had long sensed that the person inside was not a mere shadow, but indeed the Mizuki. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and slowly pushed the door open. As the door swung ajar, a subtle dampness greeted him, revealing the scene within the office. Upon closer inspection, he beheld an individual, characterized by vibrant green hair and purple eyes, a youthful visage that hinted at innocence. marred only by a scar resembling a stitched line beneath the left eye. Gazing at the person before him, Chiba pondered quietly. This must be the fourth Mizukage, Yakura. As Chiba's gaze met Yakura's, the latter's heart jolted with surprise. Though it was their first encounter, the existence of someone like Kamikaze Chiba had long been disseminated among the ninja villages, and his distinctive features were widely recognized. Yakura was evidently taken aback by Chiba's arrival, and his heart stirred with a tumult of emotions. Although he had anticipated that Kamikaze Chiba would eventually come to confront him, the reality of that moment filled him with anxiety, particularly when faced with Chiba's hawk-like, piercing gaze. Chapter 75. A reunion with Terumi Mei in the Mizukage's office within the hidden mist village. An air of tranquility enveloped the room. Chiba approached the chair with measured steps, sitting down with an elegance that belied an unwavering composure. Once settled, his gaze shifted slowly toward the still astonished Yakura, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul. Fourth Mizukage Yakura, Chiba's voice resonated, deep and gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I trust you understand the purpose of my visit. What have you contemplated regarding the matter at hand? Yakura, roused from his reverie by Chiba's voice, focused intently on him. After a brief silence, he finally inquired, "Is it true that you did not kill the daimyo of the hidden mist village?" Chiba felt a flicker of doubt arise within him. He had initially assumed that Yakura was under some form of control, yet it seemed the situation was more complex. When did you assume the position of Mizukage? Chiba decided to clarify some key information and posed the question. Yakura appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such an inquiry, yet he quickly responded, 1 year ago. I see, Chiba nodded thoughtfully. Then how did the third Mizukage meet his demise? Yakura shook his head, a hint of helplessness crossing his features. I do not know. He simply vanished without a trace and remains unaccounted for. Ah, Chiba mused, his brow furrowing slightly. It appeared that the shadow had already departed from the hidden mist village, likely having eliminated the third Mizukage in the process. He continued, do you truly believe that if I intended to kill the daimyo, I would leave such conspicuous evidence behind? Evidence that directly implicates me? At this, Yakura fell into deep contemplation, realizing the veracity of Chiba's assertion. Given Chiba's prowess, it was inconceivable that he would leave such overt evidence if he had indeed sought to murder the daimyo. The matter was undoubtedly intertwined with the third Mizukage's disappearance. After a moment, Yakura nodded slightly, his expression solemn. I am willing to surrender to Konoha. Chiba was taken aback by this unexpected declaration. He had not anticipated Yakura's capitulation would come so easily. He had assumed it would require a thorough demonstration of strength before Yakura would agree. I am curious as to why you would so readily yield. Do you not intend to resist? Chiba inquired, his tone laced with intrigue. My tailed beast warned me against provoking you, Yakura hastily clarified. I see, Chiba replied. You ought to express your gratitude to it. To be honest, I initially intended to test my new abilities here, but it appears that will no longer be feasible. Upon hearing this, Yakura's lips twitched involuntarily. Chiba had considered the hidden mist village as a testing ground. It was rather audacious, indeed. Did strength truly grant one the liberty to act with such impunity? Very well. Make the necessary arrangements, Chiba declared as he rose to leave, but suddenly recalled something and added, by the way, I plan to wander around the hidden mist village for a while. Do you have any objections? None at all. Feel free. Yakura replied with a resigned shake of his head, though internally, he was tumultuous as the ocean. Do I dare voice any objections? Farewell. With that, Chiba's figure vanished from the room like a specter. Once Chiba had departed, Yakura exhaled a sigh of relief. Although their conversation appeared remarkably calm, the pressure emanating from Chiba bore down on him like a mountain, rendering him breathless. Yakura acutely sensed that a single misstep in his words could provoke Chiba to act with the ferocity of thunder. Why is it so difficult to be the Hokage? I must clean up the mess left by my predecessor. How unfortunate. At this moment, Chiba arrived at Terumi Mei's residence. After all, he had disappeared without a word. And now that he had fortuitously come to the hidden mist village, he decided to pay her a visit. However, upon keenly sensing his surroundings, he was astonished to discover that Terumi Mei was not at home. With that realization, Chiba could only turn away with a sense of resignation. As he slowly exited the hidden mist village, he unwittingly found himself at the very spot where he had once encountered Terumi Mei. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his thoughts. So, this is where Terumi Mei has come. Without a moment's hesitation, Chiba moved with the swiftness of lightning. appearing before Terumi Mei like a phantom. His sudden appearance startled Terumi Mei, akin to a clap of thunder, causing her to jump in surprise. Yet, upon recognizing the visitor, her face broke into a radiant smile as she exclaimed, "It's you, Chiba? Where have you been? You vanished as if into thin air. And I worried for several days, fearing something unfortunate had befallen you." "Ah, I sincerely apologize for not having the chance to bid you farewell," Chiba replied, scratching his head with an expression of awkwardness. "However, you deceived me, claiming to be a ninja from the hidden mist village." Terumi Mei pouted, resembling an irked kitten. Her cheeks puffed with indignation. "Well, I was intending to infiltrate the Mizukage's office, and I never concealed my name," Chiba explained. "Humph. I never imagined the esteemed Ice Emperor would exploit a naive girl like me," Terumi Mei retorted with a hint of indignation. "Did I not teach you ninjutsu? We engaged in a fair exchange. How could you label it as exploitation?" Chiba countered. "TCH. You simply took advantage of my youthful ignorance," Terumi Mei teased, her voice tinged with playful reproach. "However, your sudden appearance in the hidden mist village suggests an intention to compel its surrender, doesn't it?" Terumi Mei inquired with curiosity. "Ah, I merely had a discussion with your fourth Mizukage and decided to stop by and see you," explained Chiba. "So it was merely a casual visit," Terumi Mei thought, a hint of displeasure rising within her. "Shouldn't your focus be on the matters I discussed with your fourth Mizukage?" Chiba remarked. "At present, I am but a young woman, and such significant matters are beyond my purview." Upon hearing this, Chiba was rather taken aback, soon realizing the truth. The current Terumi Mei is still quite young and likely has not yet contemplated the role of Mizukage. At this moment, she remains a child at heart. Yet, one wonders how the future of the hidden mist village will unfold now that Obito has not been rescued by Uchiha Madara. "So, have you mastered the ninjutsu I taught you?" "Naturally. I have already attained the strength of a jonin," Terumi Mei replied, a proud smile gracing her lips, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers, as she looked at Chiba with self-satisfaction, as if to say, "See, am I not impressive? Indeed, you are impressive." "Humph. You truly lack in flattery," Terumi Mei pouted, her discontent evident. "Well, since we have met, it is time for me to take my leave. My purpose has been fulfilled." And Chiba intended to return to Konohagakure. "Ah, you are leaving already?" Terumi Mei exclaimed in surprise. "What else would I do? I am a ninja of Konohagakure." Chiba shrugged nonchalantly. "Will we meet again?" Terumi Mei asked hopefully, her gaze sparkling like stars against the night sky. "Of course, as the war draws to a close. Should you find the time, feel free to visit me in Konohagakure. If I were to come to the Mist Village, your fourth Mizukage would likely be filled with anxiety and sleepless nights," Chiba said with a smile. "Very well," Terumi Mei replied, somewhat resigned. "Then, let us part ways here." With that, Chiba waved goodbye to Terumi Mei and vanished without a trace. Watching Chiba disappear, Terumi Mei felt an overwhelming sense of sadness and reluctance. Chapter 76. Homecoming. At this moment, in the command center at the border of Konohagakure, Chiba sat comfortably in a chair, explaining to Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru the reason for his sudden disappearance. Initially, Chiba had intended to return home directly, but upon passing through the border, he unexpectedly discovered Tsunade's presence there. This unforeseen encounter prompted him to alter his course and come here instead. "I see," Tsunade inquired with interest. "Do you know who that person was?" Chiba shook his head, responding, "I am not entirely sure. He merely referred to himself as a shadow and wore a mask, obscuring his true face." "I see." Upon hearing Chiba's response, the three legendary ninjas fell into a thoughtful silence. The emergence of an unknown individual raised their concerns. After all, the ability to control the third Mizukage indicated that this person was not to be underestimated. The three ninjas pondered in silence, questioning the identity and motives of this enigmatic figure. Sensing their unease, Chiba quickly reassured them, "There is no need for excessive worry. From the current situation, it appears he is hesitant to confront me head-on. As long as he doesn't cause trouble in Konohagakure, we can afford to ignore him for the time being. We can investigate his identity and intentions later." The three ninjas nodded in agreement, though a lingering unease remained. "Tsunade, after the war concludes, you should consider visiting the daimyo," Chiba suggested with a smile. Tsunade shares a familial connection with the daimyo and enjoys considerable trust from him. Chiba had heard Tsunade mention this before, otherwise, he would have remained unaware of such ties. Upon hearing this, Tsunade understood Chiba's intent and nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I comprehend your meaning. The daimyo indeed harbors significant grievances against the third. At that moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who had been standing by, overheard their conversation and were taken aback. Jiraiya, with curiosity etched on his face, pressed Chiba. Chiba, are you suggesting you wish to become Hokage? In response to Jiraiya's question, Chiba did not conceal his ambitions and candidly replied, Haha, indeed. The third Hokage is aging and it is time for him to step aside for the next generation. Jiraiya stroked his chin in contemplation, exclaiming, Since the incident with Danzo, the third Hokage's image in the eyes of the public has significantly diminished, no longer perceived as flawless. Now, with his recent command errors leading to the IWA ninjas' rampant plundering within the Fire Country, the populace has voiced their discontent. Orochimaru remained silent, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Jiraiya continued, Nevertheless, Chiba, your strength is evident. If you were to assume the role of Hokage, I believe other villages would think twice before provoking Konohagakure. Moreover, given the animosity felt by the villagers towards IWA due to their past actions, with you having avenged them, they would undoubtedly support your ascension to Hokage. Orochimaru concurred. Hearing this, Chiba regarded Orochimaru thoughtfully. He wondered if Orochimaru had developed an obsession with the truth of immortality and ninjutsu. Nonetheless, Chiba held no objections to Orochimaru's research on human experimentation, as long as he refrained from using the villagers of Konohagakure as subjects. After all, Chiba hoped to have Orochimaru study the blood of the Otsutsuki clan in the future. Chiba planned to discuss this with Orochimaru once he officially became Hokage, for Orochimaru was indeed a remarkable research talent. Well, I shall not linger any longer. Chiba said with a smile. I am confident it will not be long before you all return to Konohagakure. At that time, we shall reunite in the village. Tsunade smiled and nodded in agreement, replying, Very well, you should return promptly. I believe Kushina and Mikoto have likely heard of your return and are anxiously awaiting you at home. Chiba chuckled in response. Yes, I shall take my leave then. With that, he waved farewell to Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya before vanishing like a specter. In Konohagakure, at Chiba's residence, when Kushina and Mikoto caught sight of Chiba's figure, their eyes glistened as if drawn by an invisible force, moistening almost simultaneously. Tears brimmed in their eyes, ready to spill over at any moment. Yet, instead of letting the tears cascade, they dashed towards Chiba's embrace like two shooting stars, fueled by 6 years of longing, worry, and anticipation, eager to release all their emotions in that singular moment. Now, Chiba had finally returned, like a warm ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds, illuminating their hearts. In that instant, both felt as if a tremendous force had shattered their composure, causing all their strength to crumble. Chiba, sensing the trembling of the two in his arms, gently caressed their backs, as if comforting two frightened children. His voice was low and tender, laced with a hint of remorse. I am sorry for causing you worry. Mikoto shook her head, yet tears continued to flow unabated. She choked out the words, It is enough that you have returned. Though simple, this statement encapsulated her boundless longing and concern. Kushina gently tapped Chiba's chest, feigning annoyance as she scolded, Chiba, you mustn't disappear like that without explanation again. Her tone was laced with reproach, yet it could not conceal the concern beneath. Chiba quickly nodded, reassuring her, Don't worry, it won't happen again. His gaze fell softly upon the two of them, as if to convey his unwavering presence by their side. Humph, it better be, Kushina huffed, seemingly still unconvinced by Chiba's promise. Now, we ought to attend to serious matters. It's been 6 years, and I've missed you both dearly, he declared, as he took one of each of their hands, leading them towards the room. Upon realizing his intentions, both Kushina and Mikoto felt a simultaneous flush rise to their cheeks. Before long, with a creak, the door to the room slowly opened. Konan entered gracefully, her gaze sweeping across the room, only to find that both Kushina and Mikoto had vanished. A flicker of surprise crossed her mind as she prepared to search for them, when suddenly, she heard a faint sound emanating from within the room. Although subtle, the noise pierced the tranquil atmosphere with remarkable clarity. Conan's curiosity was piqued. She tiptoed to the door and pressed her ear against the crack, eager to uncover the source. However, upon hearing the sounds from within, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. The sounds were so suggestive, they made her heart race, leaving her feeling bashful and restless. Chiba, really? Returning just to do this? she murmured to herself, her voice tinged with both reproach and a hint of envy. Nonetheless, Konan quickly regained her composure. A soft smile gracing her lips as she turned to make her way back to her own room, leaving behind the closed door and the lingering echoes of intimacy inside. The next day, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, cascading into the room like golden grains of sand, illuminating the chaos strewn across the floor. Clothes lay scattered as if a tempest had swept through, suggesting a fierce battle had just taken place. In the midst of this disorder, Chiba lay quietly in bed, arms tightly wrapped around Kushina and Mikoto, as if fearing they might vanish at any moment. A gentle smile graced his lips, hinting at the sweet and blissful dreams he was lost in. Kushina and Mikoto nestled against him like two docile kittens, their heads resting lightly on his chest, basking in his warmth and the rhythm of his heartbeat. Suddenly, Chiba's eyelids fluttered, as if the calm surface of a lake had been disturbed by a gentle breeze. Gradually, he opened his eyes, sleepily gazing at the two girls still enveloped in slumber, his smile growing more pronounced. Lowering his head, he placed tender kisses on the foreheads of Kushina and Mikoto, as if to rouse them from their dreams, or perhaps to extend a morning greeting. Sensing the gentle caress, the girls stirred, their eyelashes fluttering before they slowly opened their eyes. Their gazes met, filled with warmth and affection. "Shall we commence with some morning exercises?" Chiba suggested with a mischievous grin, his eyes sparkling with playful intent. However, Kushina and Mikoto did not grant him the opportunity to respond, like startled birds. They sprang up from the bed, hastily beginning to dress. Seeing their flustered reactions, Chiba shook his head in amusement, remarking, it was merely a joke. No need to be so alarmed. At this, both girls shot him an exasperated glance. As Chiba stepped into the living room, his stride abruptly halted upon spotting a figure darting toward him like lightning. Before he could react, the figure had tightly embraced his waist, as if afraid he might suddenly disappear. Looking down, he recognized it was Konan. A smile instantly spread across his face as he gently patted her back, speaking softly. "Time flies, Konan. You've grown so much." Konan trembled slightly, a hint of shyness washing over her. She looked up at Chiba, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, and replied, "Chiba, I'm not a child anymore." Chiba felt an undertone in her words and, as his gaze inadvertently fell upon her chest, he seemed lost in thought. Noticing his stare, Konan's face turned beet red, and she quickly released her hold on him. "Chiba, really? No wonder Kushina says you're a big pervert. How can you keep staring at a girl like that?" Chiba chuckled at her words, laughing heartily. "Apologies, Konan. I truly didn't mean to. I was just taken aback by how much you've changed." Konan huffed, clearly not satisfied with his explanation, but she chose to remain silent. At that moment, Chiba noticed a girl seated on the couch in the living room. Her features were unmistakable, and he recognized her almost instantly. Indeed, it was Yakumo. She sat quietly on the couch, her hands awkwardly resting on her lap, exuding a sense of shyness. Her gaze flickered towards Chiba, as if she wished to speak, yet hesitated. Observing her demeanor, Chiba's lips curled into a gentle smile, and he beckoned her over. Yakumo rose slowly from the couch, taking careful steps until she stood before Chiba. As she did, her lips parted to softly call out, "Chiba." "Ah, Yakumo, I didn't realize you had grown so much," he exclaimed, extending a hand to affectionately ruffle her hair. However, Yakumo was not pleased with this gesture and promptly swatted his hand away, playfully scolding, "Chiba, you're so mean. You've messed up my hair." Her voice carried a note of playful reproach. Instead of feeling offended by her complaint, Chiba erupted into laughter. Just then, a voice interrupted their banter. "All right, come eat breakfast. There will be plenty of time for you and your little sweetheart to flirt later," Kushina teased. Upon hearing this, both Konan and Yakumo lowered their heads in unison, their faces as red as ripe apples. Chiba shook his head in exasperation, then gently patted Konan and Yakumo on the back, signaling for them to join him. Once everyone settled at the table, they began to enjoy their breakfast with great enthusiasm. "Chiba, you haven't told us where you've been all these years. We've been searching high and low for you, but to no avail," Mikoto inquired, her curiosity piqued. Chiba smiled slightly, taking his time before responding. "Although this may sound incredible, it is indeed the truth." He then recounted the bizarre experiences he had endured over the years. As they listened to his tale, the others were left in stunned silence, their expressions filled with disbelief. "This is utterly unbelievable. You traveled back 1,000 years?" Kushina exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Indeed, not only did I marry Kaguya, the progenitor of the ninja world, but we even had children. So, that would mean the Sage of Six Paths is, in fact, your son. Makoto marveled. However, who exactly is the one that claims to be the shadow? Kushina inquired, her curiosity akin to that of an eager cat. I am unaware. At present, I cannot trace his whereabouts. He must have anticipated my return and thus concealed himself. Chiba replied with a hint of resignation. Nevertheless, Kaguya's plight is truly tragic, having to endure a solitary wait for a millennium. Chiba, you must treat her well in the future, Makoto added. Rest assured, I am mindful of that. Chiba nodded in agreement. Although gathering tailed beasts is not a formidable task for Chiba, his ambition to become Hokage necessitates a more indirect approach. Engaging directly would inevitably provoke a coalition of other villages against him. While Chiba remains unperturbed by such threats, it would undoubtedly plunge Konoha into turmoil, especially with an unknown shadow lurking. His current intention is to unify the shinobi world and subsequently stand together against the looming threat of the Otsutsuki clan. Additionally, numerous matters remain unclear. He urgently needs to ascertain what turmoil has transpired with Uchiha Madara that prevented him from dispatching anyone to monitor Obito. Chiba must locate Kaguya's manifestation, Black Zetsu, to uncover the truth. He firmly believes that Kaguya will inevitably divulge her circumstances to Black Zetsu. Chapter 78. Uchiha Fugaku in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Mito Gaidon, and Toka Shikamaru all focused their attention on Chiba, who sat opposite them. Chiba, however, remained unflustered, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman as he lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip before leisurely inquiring, "Do we have any news from Awagakure?" From Awagakure. Inoki has awakened and has formally surrendered to Konoha. The same applies to Kirigakure, the third Hokage responded. Indeed, in that case. Have they mentioned when they would arrive in Konoha to discuss the reparations post-surrender? Chiba asked once more. As of now, no news has been received. Though it should come soon. The third Hokage nodded slightly. Chiba, now that you have returned, I am also planning to abdicate. We all unanimously agree that you are the most suitable candidate. The third Hokage's words fell like a stone cast into water, stirring waves within Chiba's heart. Chiba was internally astonished, not anticipating the third Hokage would so readily relinquish the position of Hokage to him. He had presumed the third would put forth more resistance. I have no objections. Chiba's voice was as calm as a still pond. In that case, we shall inform the daimyo. And you will need to pay him a visit when the time comes. The third Hokage nodded in response. Very well, just notify me of the specific time. Chiba's tone was light and airy. Since there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Chiba was about to turn to exit when he was interrupted by the third Hokage. Chiba, what transpired during your visit to Kirigakure? I was negligent. Someone deliberately framed me with the intent to lure me into a trap where I became ensnared. That individual claimed to be the shadow, but I do not know his true identity, Chiba explained. I see. Upon hearing this, the three fell into deep contemplation. You need not worry. He has now fallen silent, and, with me here, he would not dare harbor any ill thoughts towards Konoha. Chiba's gaze was resolute, exuding a sense of unwavering security akin to a towering mountain. Very well, I shall take my leave. Chiba slowly exited the office. Upon stepping through his front door, he was taken aback to discover an uninvited guest within his home. I never expected you would visit me. The visitor was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. To be frank, ever since Chiba had caused quite a commotion within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku had seemingly evaporated from existence, not to be seen again. Now, upon encountering Fugaku again, Chiba noted that the leg he had once shattered had miraculously healed. One could only wonder which adept from the Uchiha clan possessed such extraordinary skills to restore a leg that had been so thoroughly broken. My father passed away last year, and he informed me of your collaboration matters before he departed. Now that you have returned, it is only natural for me to pay you a visit. Fugaku's voice was as tranquil as water, seemingly having long since cast aside past grievances. I see. Chiba did not sense any malice from Fugaku. However, he had little interest in the Uchiha clan. Had he not been fond of a few members of the clan, he would have preferred to avoid them altogether. After taking a seat, a figure standing beside Uchiha Fugaku suddenly stepped forward like an arrow, bowing deeply and calling out, "Teacher, Shursui, you must have graduated by now." Chiba nodded slightly, inquiring. Due to Chiba's abrupt departure, 6 years had swiftly passed. During this time, He wondered if Shui had been swayed by others. Yes, teacher, Shui replied. Now that you have graduated, report to the Umbu tomorrow, Chiba instructed. The Umbu was the root base previously bestowed upon Chiba by the third Hokage, which he had renamed and re-established. Yes, teacher, Shui nodded affirmatively, and Chiba then turned his attention back to Fugaku, extending his hand to indicate that he should take a seat. You have come today, so there must be other matters to discuss, Chiba inquired. Indeed. My son has turned 3, and I hope you can take him as your disciple, Fugaku revealed his inner thoughts. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment surged within Chiba. He had not anticipated Fugaku to possess such a magnanimous heart. It was evident that despite their previous discord, Fugaku no longer held a grudge. At this moment, he must have already awakened his Mangekyo. Had he seen something? Was he attempting to forge a connection through his son? What is your son's name? Chiba asked. Filled with curiosity. Itachi, Uchiha Itachi, Fugaku replied. Upon hearing this, Chiba nodded slightly. Uchiha Itachi, with Danzo no longer in the picture and my imminent ascension to Hokage, the tragedy of the Uchiha clan will not come to pass. Uchiha Itachi is indeed exceptional and will undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future, requiring only careful guidance. After thoughtful consideration, Chiba ultimately acquiesced. Very well, I accept. This affirmation was like a soothing balm to Fugaku's anxious heart, alleviating his burdens of worry that Chiba might still harbor resentment towards him. It appeared he had overthought the matter. Subsequently, with a sense of relief, Fugaku rose respectfully and bowed deeply to Chiba, then spoke, I sincerely apologize for the events of the past. Witnessing this, Chiba waved his hand dismissively, nonchalantly replying, It is all in the past, and the Uchiha clan has offered me satisfactory reparations. I must say, Fugaku, you have truly transformed. It seems the position of clan leader possesses a remarkable ability to cultivate individuals, granting them substantial growth. Chiba had previously learned the reason behind Fugaku's intent to kill him. It was for Mikoto's sake. Thus, he found it understandable, as in the original narrative, Mikoto indeed married Fugaku. Now, having intercepted that path, it was only natural that Fugaku would seek to eliminate him. Yet, he wondered who Fugaku had married in the end. This position feels like a heavy mountain. Pressing down and making it difficult to breathe, to avoid being crushed, one can only force oneself to grow, Fugaku replied contemplatively. Although Chiba had eliminated Danzo, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had not significantly improved. This was unavoidable, as the Uchiha were inherently proud and looked down upon commoners, dominating the Konoha police force. Such actions were bound to offend, a trap set by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Unfortunately, Chiba would not divulge these truths to the Uchiha clan. Now that the discussion has concluded, I shall take my leave, Chiba stated as he prepared to depart. After speaking, Uchiha Fugaku stood up and bowed. As Fugaku departed, Chiba turned to Shui beside him and said, All right, you should head down too. Don't forget to report to the Umbu tomorrow. Yes, master, Shui replied, promptly exiting the room. Chiba had momentarily forgotten about Shui, but now that he saw him, he decided to inquire about Kushina and Mikoto to understand Shusui's situation over the past 6 years. Now that Itachi was already 3, Sasuke would soon be born. He wondered how Minato and Uzumaki Kana were faring. Chapter 79. Reunion with Ino Shikacho. That night, the barbecue restaurant in Konoha was bustling with light and laughter. The air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat, making one salivate. At a table by the window sat several individuals engaged in lively conversation, their table adorned with an array of exquisite dishes. Riku, I heard you've gotten married? Chiba inquired with curiosity. Riku was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded with a smile, saying, Yes, not just me, but Kaichi and Tizo have also tied the knot. Upon hearing this, a mischievous grin spread across Chiba's face as he said with ill intent, Then you must treat us tonight. Riku looked at Chiba with suspicion, asking, Why should it be me treating? Chiba's lips curled into a smug smile as he reminded him, Have you forgotten our bet? You were to be the henpecked husband. It seems I've won, so this meal is naturally on you. Riku's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly protested, Who said that? I'm not henpecked. At this moment, Kaichi, who had been silent, slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Right. I almost forgot, Riku must treat tonight. With everyone insisting, Riku felt anxious and stubbornly retorted, I am not henpecked. Chiba, relishing the moment, teased, Shall we ask your wife what she thinks? Hearing this, Riku hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "No need, I'll treat." His words sparked laughter throughout the restaurant, filling the air with joy. "Hayashi, I heard you are now the head of the Hyuga clan?" Chiba suddenly turned to Hayashi, asking with keen interest. Hayashi nodded slightly, smiling as he affirmed, "Indeed." Chiba's face lit up with a sly grin, as if a delightful idea had crossed his mind. He then proposed, "Hayashi, when you have children, would you consider having them take me as their teacher?" Hayashi was caught off guard by Chiba's unexpected request, momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure and replied with a chuckle, "Of course, but you must not go back on your word. After all, you aim to be Hokage. And with your formidable strength, having my future child as your pupil would be splendid." Without hesitation, Hayashi agreed. Seeing Hayashi so readily acquiesce, Chiba's smile grew even more cunning. Although he lacked the Byakugan himself, his understanding of it was profound, considering that his wife, Kaguya, was the progenitor of the Byakugan. Chiba was now more knowledgeable about the Byakugan than most Hyuga. Moreover, Hinata's Byakugan possessed a high purity, making her the most likely candidate to awaken the Rinnegan. He certainly did not wish for her to be neglected, as in the original tale. "By the way, Chiba, I heard the third Hokage is stepping down and has named you as the fourth." Riku suddenly interjected, his face displaying a hint of surprise. Chiba's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "How did you find out about this?" He pondered privately, as this matter had only been broached that very morning. Yet it seemed to have spread by nightfall. Riku, sensing Chiba's confusion, promptly explained, "The third has made an official announcement. Everyone is already aware." Chiba nodded, contemplatively. He had initially thought the third would need more time to deliberate and arrange matters, but it appeared he had decisively chosen to step down. Hearing the news, the others raised their glasses, congratulating Chiba. The atmosphere in the barbecue restaurant became exceptionally lively, as everyone celebrated Chiba's fortune. The gathering continued late into the night, and only after the last piece of grilled meat was devoured did they reluctantly conclude the feast. At the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, they exchanged farewells and set off on their respective journeys home. Upon returning home, Chiba gently opened the door and walked into the living room, where he immediately spotted Konomi sitting quietly on the sofa. Her demeanor was shy as she lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, seemingly at a loss for what to do. After changing his shoes, Chiba approached the sofa and curiously asked, "Konomi, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Konomi trembled slightly at the sound of Chiba's voice, lifting her gaze to meet his. The moment their eyes connected, her cheeks flushed even more. She murmured, "Chiba and I. It was Sister Kushina who asked me to wait for you." "Wait for me? For what?" Chiba questioned, puzzled. Konomi's voice dropped even lower, almost a whisper, "Chiba and I. I'm now an adult." Though her words were as light as a feather, Chiba heard her clearly, understanding Kushina's intentions. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Kushina truly possessed the grace of a matron. Despite occasional bouts of jealousy, it was merely verbal. Chiba gazed at Konomi's bashful face and couldn't resist embracing her tightly. Konomi's body shivered slightly at the unexpected affection, but soon she wrapped her arms around Chiba's waist. In that moment, the air in the living room seemed to freeze, leaving only the soft sounds of their breaths and heartbeats entwined. Neither spoke. They simply savored the tranquil and beautiful embrace. After a while, Chiba broke the silence, his voice low and gentle, "Konomi, let us head to the room." His words wafted like a spring breeze, brushing against Konomi's ear, reddening her face instantly. She shyly nodded and responded softly, "Mm." Before she could finish, Chiba swiftly lifted Konomi as if she were a precious treasure. Her body felt as light as a bird, cradled securely in his arms. With determined steps, Chiba made his way to the room, each step filled with anticipation and tenderness. As the door closed behind them, the atmosphere within the room grew increasingly intimate. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled shadows throughout the space. Chiba gently laid Konomi on the bed, then slowly leaned down, their lips brushing together in the darkness, akin to petals caressing each other in the breeze. That night, the garden was awash with the essence of spring, and love flowed freely between them. Chapter 80. Uchiha Shursui. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bathing the room in golden rays. The light illuminated the silhouettes of the two entwined in slumber, as if draping them in a golden veil. Chiba was the first to awaken, his gaze resting on Konomi nestled in his embrace. Xiaonan's face still bore a faint blush, and the corners of her mouth were slightly turned upwards, as if she were immersed in a blissful dream. Chinya gazed upon Xiaonan's adorable visage, his heart brimming with affection. And he couldn't resist bestowing a gentle kiss on the corner of her lips. Though his gesture was delicate, it nonetheless stirred the slumbering Xiaonan from her dreams. Slowly, she opened her eyes, the first sight greeting her being Chinya's handsome and charming face. Their gazes intertwined, and in that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. A sudden flush adorned Xiaonan's cheeks, and she shyly lowered her head, hastily pulling the blanket over her face, as if to conceal her embarrassment. However, Chinya seemed determined not to let her off the hook. With a teasing smile gracing his lips, he remarked, "Xiaonan, you were quite bold last night." The words struck her like a bolt of lightning, causing her heart to race. Hidden beneath the blanket, she shook her head vigorously, murmuring, "Chinya, please stop." Chinya couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction, yet he refrained from further teasing and gently wrapped his arms around Xiaonan. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, she gradually relaxed, though her face remained buried in the blanket, too shy to meet his gaze. Chinya looked at the cute figure concealed within the covers. His eyes filled with affection. The two lingered on the bed for a while, savoring the tranquility and intimacy of the moment. "All right, Xiaonan, it's time to rise." Chinya spoke softly, his tone both tender and indulgent. Xiaonan, resembling an adorable little rabbit, curled up under the covers, revealing only her sparkling wide eyes as she blinked at him. She then whispered, "Chinya, you get up first. I'll be out shortly." Understanding her reluctance, Chinya smiled and nodded, replying gently, "Very well, I shall rise first." With that, he quickly dressed and elegantly exited the room, softly closing the door behind him. It was only when the sound of the door clicking shut reached her ears that Xiaonan slowly emerged from her cocoon. She stretched luxuriously, then leisurely began to dress. Once she was ready and stepped into the living room, Tsunade immediately spotted her and cheerfully teased, "Ah, our bride has finally awoken." Xiaonan's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, and she felt so shy that her head nearly drooped to the ground. Observing this, Meichin promptly interjected, "All right, Tsunade, let's not tease Xiaonan any further." She then turned to Xiaonan, saying, "Xiaonan, go wash up. Breakfast is ready." Relieved, Xiaonan quickly replied, "Yes, I understand." And like a startled deer, she dashed to the bathroom. Not long after, she returned to the living room, having completed her morning routine. As she settled down, the group began to enjoy their breakfast. "By the way, Tsunade, Meichin, do tell me about the situation with Shizuki during my absence," Chinya suddenly inquired. Tsunade and Meichin exchanged glances, and together they took turns recounting Shizuki's circumstances over the past 6 years. After listening to their accounts, Chinya nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief knowing that Shizuki had not been in frequent contact with the third Hokage, primarily interacting with Fugaku. It seemed that Fugaku's frequent dealings with Shizuki were likely due to Shizuki being his apprentice, which prompted Fugaku's interest in nurturing him. As long as Shizuki had not been brainwashed by the third, everything would be manageable. After breakfast, Chinya rose to visit the Shadow Guard base. Having been absent for 6 years, it was only natural for him to inspect the changes. Over the years, the Shadow Guard base had undergone a remarkable transformation, expanding significantly and greatly enhancing its facilities. Observing all of this, Chinya couldn't help but reflect on how wise it had been to entrust the management of the Shadow Guard to Meichin. Upon his arrival, Ingi quickly made arrangements for everyone at the base to gather in the hall. Chinya strode into the hall with a steady and composed gait. He merely cast a cursory glance at the assembled crowd before gesturing for them to disperse. Although surprised, they quickly returned to their respective posts. After the assembly, Chinya turned to Ingi and instructed, "Have Shizuki come to my office." "Yes," Ingi responded respectfully before departing. Before long, a crisp knock echoed at the office door. "Enter." Chinya's voice resonated from within, carrying a hint of authority. As the door opened, Shizuki appeared, his steps light and assured, exuding a demeanor of discipline. Upon entering, Shizuki bowed respectfully and addressed, "Master." Seated behind his desk, Chinya's gaze was piercing as he fixed it upon Shizuki. After a moment of silence, Chinya finally spoke, "Shizuki, I summoned you to inquire whether you have activated your Sharingan." Without hesitation or concealment, Shizuki activated his Sharingan, the once onyx irises transforming into the 3-tomo pattern. He nodded and replied, "Indeed, Master." Chinya acknowledged this with a slight nod and then asked, "Could you tell me how you awakened your Sharingan?" "It was with the assistance of Meichin-sensei," Shizuki replied. This unexpected answer took Chinya by surprise, as he had not heard Meichin mention this development, leaving him somewhat astonished. However, he soon grasped her intention, likely aiming to surprise him. Since Shizuki's Sharingan was awakened with help, Chinya felt a sense of reassurance. After all, the methods of the Uchiha clan for awakening the Sharingan could be rather extreme. I believe you have already reviewed the materials I left regarding the Sharingan, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. For now, you will train under Ingi for a while, and subsequently, I will have other arrangements for you, Chinya stated. His tone steady and resonant, as if each word carried profound significance. Yes, master, Shizuki replied softly. Chinya nodded slightly, and added, you may leave now. With that, Shizuki bowed respectfully once more and exited the room. Chinya did not linger long at the Shadow Guard base. After gaining a general understanding of the situation, he departed. Chapter 81. Sunset Red and Yuzuki Yuin on the streets of Konoha Village. Sunlight spilled over the cobblestones, casting dappled shadows. Chinya strolled leisurely along this pathway. His demeanor relaxed as if he had no particular destination in mind. Just then, a figure dashed towards him like a bolt of lightning. The individual knelt before Chinya with a resounding thud, evidently exerting considerable effort. With an excited tone and a slightly trembling voice, he exclaimed, Lord Chinya, thank you for saving my father. Startled by this unexpected scene, Chinya focused his gaze, only to discover that the kneeling figure was none other than Might Guy. Seeing Kai's exuberance, Chiba could only shake his head in bemusement before extending his hand to gently assist Kai to his feet. What are you doing, Kai? Please get up. Chiba spoke in a warm tone. However, Might Guy resolutely shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on Chiba as he declared, Lord Chiba, you have saved my father's life. This is an immeasurable kindness to me. I shall never forget it, and from now on, my life belongs to you. Upon hearing Kai's words, Chiba couldn't help but smile, knowing this was merely Kai's straightforward nature. Thus, Chiba patted Kai's shoulder and said, very well, since you feel this way, you must dedicate yourself to training. I have no need for a powerless fool. Kai nodded vigorously, determination shining in his eyes as he replied, rest assured, Lord Chiba, I will train doubly hard, and I will not let you down. Chiba gazed at Kai's resolute expression and softly remarked, I believe in you. At these words, Kai's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, his voice trembling with excitement as he asked, really? Does Lord Chiba truly believe in me? Of course, Chiba answered without a hint of hesitation. After all, you nearly kicked the plot to its conclusion. So, how is your father recovering now? Chiba gently patted Kai's shoulder, inquiring with genuine concern. He is recovering quite well. I estimate he will be discharged in a few days, Kai replied, wiping away his tears, feeling a sense of relief. Chiba nodded slightly, his eyes sparkling with encouragement as he said earnestly, yes, keep training hard. I will await your progress. Yes, Lord Chiba, Kai responded with resolute vigor, as if making a vow to the future. Well then, I shall take my leave. Take good care of your father. With that, Chiba turned to depart, leaving Kai alone to watch his retreating figure, resolved to train diligently and be of assistance to Lord Chiba in the future. Thus, Might Guy became merely a brief interlude. Chiba wandered aimlessly through the streets once more. Chiba and I. Suddenly, a melodious voice, like a lark in flight, came from behind him. Turning at the sound, Chiba's lips curled into a gentle smile as he softly replied, Ah, it's you, Akane. Akane bounded towards Chiba like a cheerful fawn, giggling. What are you up to, Chiba and I? Seeing her excitement, Chiba tenderly reached out, ruffling Akane's hair, and said, just taking a leisurely stroll. Oh, then could you teach me to train, Chiba and I? Akane asked, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Of course, Chiba replied with a smile and a nod. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Akane slapped her forehead and pointed to the girl behind her, saying, Oh, I almost forgot. Chiba and I, this is my good friend, Yuzuki Yuin. Following her gesture, Chiba's gaze landed on the girl, who had cascading violet hair, dressed in dark attire, with a long blade strapped to her back. She embodied both grace and strength, resembling a finely crafted artwork. Chiba's smile widened, radiating warmth like sunlight as he greeted, Hello, Yuin. Upon hearing this, Yuin's nervousness surged like a tide, and she respectfully bowed, saying softly, Hello, Lord Chiba. Chiba, perceptive to her unease, spoke in a voice as gentle as a spring breeze. There is no need for such formality. Just relax. Don't worry, Yuin. Chiba and I is very easy to get along with, Akane quickly reassured her. I understand, Yui nodded lightly. Would you like to join us? Chiba inquired. Is that all right? Yui asked, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Absolutely, Chiba affirmed with a nod. Pleased by his answer, Yui nodded eagerly. Then let us find a training ground. With that, Chiba led Akane and Yuzuki Yui towards the training area. Before long, they arrived at the training ground, standing opposite each other like statues. After a moment of contemplation, Chiba spoke solemnly. I need to assess your current strength, so you may attack me with all your might while I will only defend. Without holding back, Akane and Yui exchanged glances before nodding in unison. In an instant, Yui drew her blade with the swiftness of a gale and assumed an offensive stance. Akane swiftly produced shuriken from her pocket, gripping them tightly like lightning in her hands. Yui launched her attack, her form darting towards Chiba like an arrow, swinging her blade at him. Yet Chiba, with a ghostly agility, sidestepped effortlessly, evading the lethal strike. Suddenly, Akane, like a specter, struck from behind, moving with the force of a whirlwind. Chiba, akin to an agile monkey, deftly evaded her assault once more. The three engaged in a thrilling exchange, a dance of skill and agility, where no matter how hard Akane and Yui tried, they could not land a single blow on Chiba, who stood as an insurmountable mountain. That's enough, Chiba's voice boomed, halting the two. Upon hearing this, Akane and Yui collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Through their exchange, Chiba discerned that their strength was approximately at the level of a chunin, which was commendable for their age. After all, in this world of ninjas, unless one possessed a special bloodline limit, reaching the level of jonin was the pinnacle for most. Chiba contemplated briefly before summoning 2 shadow clones. Addressing the 2 on the ground, he said, My clones will teach you both. Give it your all, for you must exert more effort than others. Otherwise, the rank of jonin will remain an insurmountable chasm. With that, Chiba found a shaded spot beneath a tree, reclining leisurely as if a languid fish basking in the sun. Chapter 82. A month later, time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, a month had slipped away like flowing water. Since returning to Konoha, Chiba had reverted to his languid state. Each day was spent either in the company of Kushina and Mikoto or occasionally accompanying Konan on missions while enjoying a bit of travel. Otherwise, he was instructing Akane and Yui. As for Kakashi, with shadow clones around, there was no need for concern about teaching. One must admit, shadow clones were indeed a tool for lazy individuals. Just as Chiba was savoring his leisurely life at home, Jiku unexpectedly arrived for a visit. Chiba, surprised, inquired, Jiku, what brings you here today? You seem quite free. Without a word, Jiku grabbed Chiba and urged him to follow. Curiosity piqued, Chiba pressed, what's going on? Iwa and Kiri are here to discuss compensation matters. This is something you must oversee, Jiku explained. Nodding in agreement, Chiba replied, all right, I leave the negotiations to you. Don't be afraid. Stand firm. I have your back. Rest assured. Follow me, Jiku reassured as Chiba stood and accompanied him out. The moment Chiba entered the conference room, the previously raucous atmosphere fell silent as if a spell had been cast. Chiba waved his hand, smiling. Please, continue. I am merely here to observe, do not mind me. Once seated, his gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, quickly spotting a familiar face. He called out, isn't that Kodo? How is your father faring? I heard that Kumogakure has been making little moves while he was incapacitated. At this, Kodo's expression darkened instantly. Noticing this, Chiba continued to tease, what's wrong? Feeling unwell? Your complexion appears rather ghastly. Should I offer my assistance? Upon hearing these words, Rukyu suppressed a laugh, as if tickled, covering her mouth. Chiba turned his gaze towards the village of Mist, his eyes blazing with curiosity, and inquired, might I ask who you are, esteemed sir? I am the elder of the hidden Mist village, the stranger replied in a voice as resonant as thunder. So you are the elder of Mist. How is your village faring these days, especially my dear friend, Meiterumi? Chiba responded, enlightenment dawning upon him. At this, the elder's expression shifted to one of shock, as if he had seen a ghost, and he exclaimed, you know my daughter? You are Meiterumi's father? Chiba gasped, nearly dropping his jaw in surprise. Before breaking into a smile, my apologies, esteemed father-in-law. No, I meant, dear sir. May and I share quite a bond. Rukyu, you must ensure that the hidden Mist treats us with utmost hospitality. Upon finishing, Chiba winked at Rukyu. Seeing this, Rukyu sighed and covered her forehead, exclaiming, "Brother, I brought you here to oversee matters, not to engage in idle chatter. Ah, forgive my forgetfulness. I have interrupted your discussions, dear sir. Once we conclude, I shall treat you to a meal," Chiba declared, promptly sitting down like a statue, falling silent. The Elder of Mist was left bewildered, pondering the nature of his daughter's relationship with Chiba. Why would he invite me to dinner? I must inquire upon my return, perhaps due to Chiba's arrival. The subsequent negotiations proceeded remarkably smoothly. Once they concluded, Chiba swiftly seized Mei's father and, without a second thought, led him to a barbecue restaurant. Mei's father, clearly caught off guard, instinctively attempted to decline, yet was unable to resist Chiba's fervent enthusiasm. Before long, they arrived at the barbecue establishment. The atmosphere inside was lively and cheerful, with the aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air, tantalizing the senses. Chiba eagerly selected a seat and promptly ordered a plethora of delectable dishes. Soon, the waiter began to serve an array of exquisite dishes that delighted the eyes and palate. Raising his glass, Chiba addressed Mei's father. "Come, esteemed father-in-law. No, I mean, dear sir, I toast to you." Upon hearing the term father-in-law once more, Mei's father felt a jolt. Despite his mind swirling with questions, he swiftly grasped his glass, clinking it gently against Chiba's, producing a melodious sound. "Thank you for your hospitality," he managed to say with a forced smile. However, for Mei's father, this meal was nothing short of torment. As he chewed on the grilled meat, he pondered why Chiba referred to him as father-in-law. Wasn't he already married? This query gnawed at him like a swarm of ants, leaving him restless. Ultimately, the meal concluded amidst Mei's father's mounting suspicions. He was eager to leave and seek clarification from Mei. Naturally, Chiba remained oblivious to these thoughts. Mei was indeed the key to Chiba's conquest of the hidden mist. After all, she was destined to become the fifth Hokage. Securing her allegiance would mean securing the village. On the following morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground at the entrance of Konoha village. Chiba, clad in a white robe, stood gallantly at the village's edge. Beside him, Tsunade followed reluctantly, accompanied by a retinue of guards, all marching in unison as they exited Konoha. "I thought everything was settled. Why must you drag me along?" Tsunade grumbled, her face etched with displeasure. Chiba turned to her with a smile, explaining, "No need for complaints. I have compensated you, so consider it a task to fulfill. After all, you are quite familiar with the daimyo, and having an acquaintance facilitates matters." Tsunade shot him a disapproving glance. "What a hassle. I just returned and haven't even rested properly." Sighing in resignation, Chiba replied, "Fine. When we return, I promise you a well-deserved rest. Surely that will suffice?" After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade relented, albeit begrudgingly. "All right, fine." Throughout their journey, Tsunade continued to voice her grievances, while Chiba listened patiently, occasionally offering comforting words. After a lengthy trek, they finally arrived at the residence of the daimyo. The daimyo's abode, located in the capital of the Fire Country, featured a unique architectural style characterized by wooden structures and elegantly curved tile eaves, exuding an air of antiquity and grace. The expansive courtyard, shaded by lush trees and adorned with vibrant flora, felt like a serene garden. The perimeter was guarded by a contingent of samurai and a handful of elite ninja, their expressions serious as they vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Inside, numerous servants tended to daily affairs, and everything appeared meticulously organized. Chiba couldn't help but admire the lavish living of the daimyo. As Chiba and Tsunade entered the council chamber, they were met by a middle-aged man of ample build, adorned in a dark, high-crowned hat and a multi-layered, wide-sleeved robe in deep purple and dark red, embroidered with the emblem of the Fire Country. He held a closed folding fan in his hand. Upon seeing them, the daimyo's face brightened with a radiant smile, and he exclaimed, "Ah, little Tsunade." Tsunade returned the smile. "Uncle." Indeed, Tsunade's mother was the daimyo's sister. The daimyo then turned his gaze to Chiba, smiling as he said, "You must be Shinju Chiba, am I correct?" Though Chiba harbored little fondness for the daimyos, he responded politely with a smile, "Indeed, I am Shinju Chiba." The daimyo nodded, continuing, "Sarutobi Hiruzen has sent me word, singing your praises highly. Furthermore, since you are Tsunade's apprentice, I have no objections to you becoming the fourth Hokage." At this point, the daimyo seemed to recall something, suddenly asking, "By the way, I heard that Danzo met his demise at your hands. Is that true?" Chiba nodded without hesitation, seeing Chiba's affirmation. The daimyo's smile widened even further. Laughing heartily, he remarked, "Excellent. I have long harbored disdain for that Danzo. Every time he came to see me, he wore such a glum expression, as though everyone owed him money. He would come seeking funds, yet never offered a smile. Would you feel pleased if you encountered such a person?" Chiba could easily envision Danzo's demeanor during those visits. When one seeks assistance, yet presents a stern countenance, it is hardly endearing. "I was shocked to hear of the recent attack on the daimyo of the water country." The daimyo continued gravely. "Chiba, from now on, my safety will depend greatly on your vigilance." Chiba nodded in response. "Rest assured, I believe no one in the ninja world would dare provoke me now." "Indeed, you are correct," the daimyo agreed. While he had known little about Chiba prior, he had conducted an investigation at Sarutobi's insistence. The results astonished him. Chiba's prowess was nothing short of terrifying, truly reminiscent of another Senju Hashirama. Given such formidable talent, the daimyo readily consented, recognizing that the strength of a village's leader could elevate its status. Chiba did not linger in the council chamber for long before taking his leave. Given Chiba's remarkable achievements in battle, he could seamlessly ascend to a higher position. However, he recognized the necessity of adhering to the established protocols. Chiba intended to spend the night here, as Tsunade had come a long way, and he wished for her to accompany this esteemed lord. The night descended like an immense net, quietly enveloping the entire world. In this tranquil evening, Chiba strolled through the streets with Shirzue by his side. "Shirzue, how have you fared during your month with the Shadow Guards?" Chiba suddenly broke the silence, his voice resonating distinctly in the night sky. Shirzue smiled gently and replied, "Master, it has been quite well. I truly enjoy the atmosphere within the Shadow Guards." His tone was relaxed and natural, suggesting his satisfaction with the new environment. Chiba nodded, then inquired, "What is your current perspective on the Uchiha clan?" This question caught Shirzue slightly off guard. His smile gradually faded, replaced by contemplation. He understood why his teacher harbored a dislike for the Uchiha clan. He was also aware of the frequent interactions initiated by the clan leader, Fugaku, and their underlying motivations. Despite his limited interactions with the Uchiha during his upbringing, he sensed a profound rift between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, akin to an insurmountable chasm that lay between them. Noticing Shirzue's silence, Chiba perceived something deeper and remarked, "You need not overthink this. I'm merely curious about your inner thoughts. Master, is it truly impossible for the Uchiha clan to integrate into Konoha like other families?" A flicker of concern crossed Shirzue's eyes as he gazed at Chiba. In response, Chiba shook his head, stating, "This is an internal issue within the Uchiha clan. Without their willingness to change, genuine integration into Konoha will be challenging." Shirzue lifted his gaze to meet Chiba's, worry flickering in his eyes. Then, "Master, do you have a solution?" Chiba smiled gently, displaying no hint of anger. Although he wished for Shirzue to refrain from meddling in Uchiha affairs, he recognized that Shirzue bore the Uchiha name, and despite his limited exposure to the clan, it was still his lineage. "It seems you remain quite concerned for the Uchiha clan," Chiba observed slowly. Shirzue nodded earnestly, saying, "Indeed. I am aware of your aversion to this clan. However, it is still my family, and I sincerely wish for it to improve." Chiba chuckled softly. "It is a formidable challenge. Relying solely on Fugaku will not suffice. While he is commendable, he lacks the requisite audacity. If he could unify the clan under a single voice, it would be much simpler to resolve their issues. Yet alas, he is unable to do so." Chiba's words struck Shirzue like a heavy blow, causing him to furrow his brow in deep thought. Chiba continued to elucidate, "The Uchiha clan is fragmented by several factions, making it challenging to reach a consensus. As clan leader, Fugaku must possess sufficient resolve and decisiveness to unify their thoughts, yet he appears incapable of achieving this." Shirzue sighed, realizing that altering the status quo of the Uchiha clan would not be an easy task. Perceiving his distress, Chiba placed a supportive hand on Shirzue's shoulder and said earnestly, "Shirzue, there is no need for excessive worry. As long as they do not trouble me, I will not suppress the Uchiha clan as the third Hokage did. Currently, Fugaku's frequent contact with you is to hope you act as a bridge between us. You may have heard of the significant conflicts between Fugaku and me. Although I no longer hold grievances, there will always be a lingering distance. Thus, you must think carefully and not be easily swayed by the words of others. I appreciate your kind heart, but sometimes such kindness can lead to your detriment." Upon hearing this, Shirzue's expression became grave as he nodded. "I understand, master." Now, let us return. Chapter 84. The position of Hokage at this moment. The square in front of the Hokage building was bustling with activity, filled with a vibrant crowd. Today marked the momentous occasion of Chiba's ascension to the position of Hokage, drawing numerous villagers of Konoha eager to witness this historic event firsthand. Ever since Chiba returned from the daimyo, he had not rested, dedicating himself entirely to the preparations for the Hokage succession ceremony. He had not anticipated how intricate this ceremony would be, even more so than the complexities he faced during his marriage. An hour passed, and amidst the crowd's eager anticipation, the Hokage succession ceremony finally commenced. Clad in a resplendent robe of white and blue, adorned with the insignia of the fourth Hokage, and donning the Hokage hat, Chiba ascended the high platform of the Hokage building with an imposing presence. His appearance shone like a brilliant star, instantly capturing the attention of all. With Chiba's emergence, a thunderous cheer erupted from the square. Villagers waved their hands enthusiastically, chanting Chiba's name, their faces radiating excitement and hopeful smiles. Their fervent response revealed their unwavering confidence and support for Chiba's assumption of the Hokage role. Standing atop the platform, Chiba gazed down at the jubilant crowd, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. He smiled and waved to the villagers, sincerely expressing his gratitude for their unwavering support. Just then, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, slowly approached. Standing beside Chiba, he surveyed the villagers below and proclaimed, "Wherever Konoha flourishes." Hearing this, Chiba could not help but roll his eyes. At such a moment, he still sought to deliver a grandiose speech. Once the third Hokage finished, he turned his gaze toward Chiba, pausing momentarily before finally stating, "Chiba, from now on, Konoha is in your hands." Chiba's lips curled into a faint smile as he confidently replied, "Rest assured, I will undoubtedly surpass your efforts." Upon hearing Chiba's candid response, Hiruzen frowned slightly. Nevertheless, Chiba paid no mind to the third's reaction, swiftly directing his attention to the villagers below, proclaiming loudly, "From this day forth, I, Kamehane Chiba, shall be the fourth Hokage of Konoha. My will shall be the will of fire." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the village and creating a significant stir. The villagers were momentarily taken aback, then erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "Lord Chiba, fourth Hokage!" The myriad of shouts intertwined, creating a torrent of excitement that swept through Konoha. In the face of this fervent atmosphere, a satisfied smile graced Chiba's face. He reveled in the villagers' adulation, reflecting on the allure of power. Meanwhile, the third Hokage's expression grew increasingly grim. Observing Chiba's spirited demeanor on the platform stirred a complex array of emotions within him. Chiba was intentional in his disdain for the third Hokage's ideals. The notions of Konoha flourishing and the eternal flame of fire illuminating the village, nurturing new growth, struck Chiba as nothing more than vacuous rhetoric. Now that he had ascended to power, Chiba had no intention of perpetuating such empty words. He understood that as Hokage, his responsibilities extended beyond mere slogans. Action was paramount. He did not require flowery language to indoctrinate the villagers of Konoha. Having reached the pinnacle of power, Chiba's ambition was to guide Konoha towards progressive growth, ultimately transforming it into a unique nation within this world. As the ceremony concluded, the throngs of people began to disperse from the Hokage building in an orderly fashion. At this moment, the Hokage office was enveloped in an unusual silence, interrupted only by the faint rustle of paper as it turned, breaking the tranquility. Chiba sat solemnly at the Hokage's desk, his tall figure casting an imposing presence within the spacious office. He meticulously sifted through the documents in his hand, his brow occasionally furrowing in response to the trivial matters contained within. Feeling a sense of frustration, he mused to himself about the third Hokage's mindset, pondering why such inconsequential issues were not delegated to subordinates rather than being brought before him. After perusing the materials, Chiba gently massaged his temples, seeking to alleviate his fatigue. Turning to the side where Minato sat, he spoke. "Minato, I intend to appoint you as my advisor. What are your thoughts on this?" Chiba was confident that Sarutobi Hiruzen would hold no objections to this arrangement, given that Minato was a product of his direct mentorship. Minato, taken aback by Chiba's proposal, gazed at him in disbelief, clearly surprised by the suggestion. Chiba had already contemplated that he could entrust the mundane tasks to Minato, as he did not wish to monopolize all authority. Minato was indeed an excellent candidate for the role. Chiba reiterated. However, I must clarify that from this point forward, only my commands will hold weight. You are to disregard the third's orders. Minato comprehended Chiba's intent and nodded in agreement, indicating his willingness to comply. Observing this exchange, Jiku sighed in resignation, aware that Chiba intended to lighten his workload. Chiba then turned to Jiku, his gaze resolute. Jiku, I require you to fully integrate the Umbu into the Shadow Guards. Remember, this is no simple task. You must dismantle all factions within the Umbu, leaving no cohesive groups intact. From now on, you and Mikoto will jointly oversee the Shadow Guards, rendering the Umbu organization obsolete. Chiba understood that many members of the Umbu were loyal to the third Hokage, and he needed to eradicate the organization to ensure his absolute control over the Hokage's office. Jiku's brow furrowed slightly, reflecting his concern regarding this decision. He hesitated momentarily before expressing, such an action is sure to provoke significant dissent from the third Hokage. After all, the Umbu was established by the second Hokage and has been a crucial force within the village. Dissolving it may cause considerable upheaval. Chiba's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, Jiku, you must realize that the majority of the Umbu members currently adhere solely to the third Hokage's commands. What purpose does an organization I cannot fully control serve? Regardless of the third Hokage's opinions, I am the Hokage now, and any organization that does not heed my authority has no place in my administration. Jiku fell silent for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement with Chiba's decision. Very well, I will endeavor to accomplish this task, though I anticipate some resistance. Chiba waved his hand dismissively, his tone serious as he stated, this is not merely a matter of doing your best. It is imperative that you succeed. Should the third Hokage have any objections, let him approach me directly, and I will address the situation. Understood, Jiku affirmed. You may leave now. Minato, once your appointment is formalized, you may come directly to my side. Chiba gestured for them to depart. As the two exited the office, Chapter 85, Restructuring the Umbu commenced. With Minato's position as advisor finally secured, a substantial weight lifted from Chiba's shoulders, allowing him to exhale in relief. The past few days had been a whirlwind of relentless, intricate tasks, all stemming from the third Hokage's hands-on approach. It seemed the third was distrustful of delegating responsibilities, leading Chiba to feel exasperated by the situation. Just as he took a moment to breathe, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Enter, he called out casually. As the door creaked open, Chiba looked up to find the third Hokage entering the room. Third, I have previously informed you of my intention to dissolve the Umbu, Chiba stated forthrightly. Without a hint of hesitation, Chiba, the Umbu was personally established by the second Hokage. You cannot proceed with this. The third Hokage's tone was somewhat agitated, clearly displeased with Chiba's decision. Do not presume that I am unaware, as the majority of the Umbu are loyal to you. What is your actual objective in keeping them there? Chiba countered, unwavering in his stance. I have not outright disbanded them, which should be seen as a significant concession. If they are willing to join the Shadow Guards, they are welcome. Otherwise, they may leave. As Chiba's frustration mounted, his voice unconsciously escalated. He was bewildered by the third's intentions, suspecting it was a reluctance to relinquish power. Third, I must remind you that you have abdicated. The Shadow Guards can fully replace the Umbu without causing any disruption in Konoha. Your role now is to enjoy your retirement. These matters are no longer your concern. Chiba's voice was imbued with authority and dissatisfaction as he abruptly seized a stack of documents from his desk and hurled them in front of the third Hokage. You should be all too familiar with these documents. Your unauthorized allocation of resources to your clan is a blatant abuse of power. I can overlook this instance, but there will not be a second chance. Should you dare to act in such a manner again, do not expect my leniency. Had Chiba not been preoccupied with restructuring the Umbu, he might have overlooked these documents. The Shadow Guards had initially apprehended certain Umbu members while they were in the process of discarding these files. Chiba had no doubt they were under the third's orders. This revelation only solidified Chiba's resolve. He would leave no remnants of the Umbu. Otherwise, he could only anticipate further complications from the third, not limited to the Sarutobi clan. Even the likes of Minato and the elders would eventually face replacement. However, Chiba felt no urgency. He would deal with the Elder Council in due time. In response to Chiba's accusations and threats, the third Hokage's expression darkened considerably. He silently surveyed the scattered documents, a tumult of emotions surging within him. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply, turned, and quietly exited the office, leaving behind a disarray of papers and an oppressive silence. Just after the third's departure, a slight noise emanated from the doorway, drawing Chiba's attention. He turned to see a figure slowly entering the room. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it to be Tsunade. Her gaze fell upon the scattered documents, and she inquired with curiosity, what transpired here? A hint of surprise and confusion laced her voice. In response, Chiba adjusted his demeanor, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. It's nothing. You're back. Did the daimyo provide the funds? Indeed. Chiba had sent Tsunade to request financial support from the daimyo. Due to the ravages of war, Konoha finds itself in a precarious financial situation. The compensations from Awagakure and Kirigakure have yet to arrive, and Chiyo cannot possibly use his own funds to cover the shortfall. Consequently, he has tasked Tsunade with making a trip to the daimyo. Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement, responding, I have received the funds, but... Her words faltered, revealing a moment of hesitation. Chiyo immediately picked up on her uncertainty and pressed, but what? Surely you haven't kept some for yourself? His tone bore a hint of jest. Tsunade, upon hearing this, bristled slightly and retorted, what kind of person do you think I am? Chiyo quickly waved his hands in a placating manner, chuckling, all right. I was just joking. But seriously, you must not touch that money. Konoha's financial situation is quite dire. The compensations from Awagakure and Kirigakure have yet to materialize, and I cannot afford to cover the deficit myself, hence the reason for your visit to the daimyo. Tsunade sighed in resignation, replying, I understand. I'm not a child. I grasp this much. Satisfied, Chiyo nodded, saying, that's good to hear. Just a reminder, if you need funds, I can assist you. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face lit up with a smile, confirming, really? Chiyo smirked, teasingly saying, when have I ever refused you when you asked for money? You call it borrowing. But have you ever paid me back? Tsunade awkwardly chuckled and deftly shifted the topic, asking, I noticed the old man left with a scowl. What happened? Chiyo settled into his chair, explaining, I intended to merge the Umbu with the Shadow Guard, but he disagreed. Moreover, during his tenure as Hokage, he has privately allocated a significant amount of resources to his own clan. If I hadn't begun restructuring the Umbu, I might never have discovered this. Tsunade shook her head, exhaling deeply, and said, you truly intend to disband the Umbu? After all, it was established by my great-uncle. He will certainly have objections. What purpose would it serve to keep it if its members are all loyal to the third Hokage? My Shadow Guard could easily replace the Umbu. I do not need an unstable organization. Chiyo shrugged, conceding, that is a fair point. Tsunade nodded in agreement, stating, well then, you carry on. I shall return to rest. With that, she waved goodbye and departed the office. In the afternoon, a figure suddenly materialized in the office, like a ghost, kneeling on one knee and presenting several scrolls. Respectfully stating, Hokage-sama, these are the intelligence reports from the Shadow Guard regarding Amigakure over the years. It's Shizen good. Place them here, Chiyo replied with a slight nod. Yes, Hokage-sama. With that, Shizun dutifully placed the reports on the table before vanishing from the room in an instant. Since Chiyo assumed the role of Hokage, he had transferred Shizun and Kakashi from the Shadow Guard to his personal guard. Although Chiyo did not require protection, it was customary for a Hokage, and thus indispensable regardless of necessity. Chiyo picked up the reports from the table and began to peruse them meticulously. Recently, he had personally visited the mountain graveyard, only to be astounded by its desolation. Uchiha Obito had seemingly vanished without a trace. This discovery made Chiyo acutely aware that significant changes had transpired. Previously, he had been preoccupied with preparations for his succession as Hokage, temporarily setting aside this matter. Now, he intended to investigate Amigakure to ascertain whether similar changes had occurred. As he continued to read, he discovered that Yahiko had ultimately met his demise at the hands of Hanzo, yet Nagato was nowhere to be found. After reviewing the intelligence, Chiyo fell into contemplation. He realized that the subsequent events could no longer be compared to the original narrative. It was likely that the shadows had reached some sort of accord with Uchiha Obito, leading him to abandon Kakashi. Perhaps Obito had perished, which would explain his disappearance. After all, given his current physical condition, he could not stray far from the mountain graveyard. That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. As for what the future of the ninja world would look like, Chiyo felt utterly lost. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that the tailed beasts would continue their relentless pursuit of gathering strength. In that case, he could simply observe from the sidelines and reap the benefits. He pondered the whereabouts of Kaguya. Chapter 86. Arranging for Kushina as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden hue across the land. Chiyo finally concluded his arduous day of work and returned home, weary yet relieved. The role of Hokage was indeed no ordinary task. Thankfully, he would soon have Minato's assistance. Otherwise, he would surely age several years in the process. As Chiyo opened the door, his gaze was drawn to two young girls seated on the sofa. Upon seeing him, their faces brightened with joy, and they quickly rose to greet him, exclaiming in unison, "Tsunade, you're back." Chiyo looked at the adorable girls and smiled, gently ruffling their hair. "It's Hanabi and Yuin. What have you both been busy with lately? I feel like it's been days since I last saw you." Hanabi and Yuin exchanged glances, and Hanabi explained, "We just returned from a mission." Yuin nodded in agreement, affirming Hanabi's words. Chiyo, concerned, inquired, "Oh, a mission? Did you encounter any danger?" Both girls quickly shook their heads, replying in unison, No, don't worry, Chiyo and we are safe." Chiyo nodded, relieved. Suddenly, he noticed that Mikoto and Konan were absent from the living room, and he curiously asked, "By the way, where are Mikoto and Konan? I haven't seen them." Just then, footsteps echoed from the kitchen, and Kushina emerged. Upon seeing Chiyo, she smiled and said, "Mikoto is busy with Shadow Guard matters and hasn't returned yet." Konan went to help her. Chiyo understood, nodding, I see. The Shadow Guard is quite busy at the moment." Given that the Umbu comprised a considerable number of personnel and required careful coordination for their merger, it was indeed a daunting task. "Well, they will likely be late returning. Let us eat first," Kushina suggested gently. Hearing this, Chiyo smiled and lightly patted Hanabi and Yuin's backs, signaling them to join him at the dining table. Once everyone was seated, dinner commenced in earnest. The atmosphere around the table was relaxed and cheerful, filled with delightful conversations as they savored the sumptuous meal. However, at that moment, a thought suddenly crossed Chiyo's mind. He set down his chopsticks and asked, "Kushina, have you considered finding something to occupy your time recently?" Surprised, Kushina looked at Chiyo with curiosity, asking, What do you have in mind for me?" After a moment of contemplation, Chiyo replied, "I believe you could try your hand at the finance department." "The finance department?" Kushina was evidently taken aback by this suggestion. "Are you planning to take action against those two elders?" Chiyo nodded affirmatively, stating, "Precisely. They are quite elderly now. It is time for them to step down. Familiarize yourself with the workflow at the finance department, and once you are well versed, I will arrange for you to officially take over the financial affairs." Upon hearing this, Kushina expressed her concerns, but will Minato comply? He has been at the finance department for quite some time and is unlikely to relinquish his power easily. Chiba smiled gently and confidently declared, "Rest assured, I have my ways to ensure he complies. After all, I possess leverage over him. Should he refuse to listen, I might just flip the table." Although his tone was casual, the determination within was unmistakable. Three high-ranking officials had been exploiting their positions for personal gain, amassing substantial resources for their families. If these actions were to come to light among other clans, there would undoubtedly be significant backlash. If he complied, Chiba would treat the matter as if nothing had happened. However, if he resisted, all the resources they had enjoyed over the years would need to be returned. As for the responsibilities of medical and educational affairs, Chiba intended to entrust the medical department to Tsunade, as she was the most suitable candidate. The educational sector would fall to Minato. Suddenly, Chiba realized his current manpower was insufficient. This could not continue. He desired a secretary, yet no suitable candidates had emerged. I must cultivate a few more, he mused. Just then, his gaze landed on Kurinai, and a spark ignited in his mind. He inquired, "Kurinai, would you like to be my secretary?" "A secretary?" Kurinai initially paused, then shyly replied, "But, Chiba-kun, I don't know how." "That's all right. You can learn as you go," Chiba assured her nonchalantly. "Well, okay then," Kurinai conceded with a nod. Chiba then turned his attention to Yuhi and added, "Yuhi, you can assist the Umbu in helping Mikoto." Without hesitation, Yuhi nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hizashi, Mito Kamen, and Uzumaki Kanomaru were gathered together, their expressions grave, their brows furrowed tightly, seemingly engulfed by an invisible pressure. Ever since Mito and Kanomaru learned from Hizashi about the events transpiring in the Hokage's office that day, their emotions had been akin to a roller coaster, up and down, turbulent and unsettled. They were filled with worry and dread, fearing Chiba might come to confront them. "Hizashi, what do we do now?" Didn't you say those documents were well hidden? How could Chiba find them so easily? Konohamaru exclaimed anxiously, a hint of despair lacing his voice. Hisashi sighed. I never anticipated Chiba's speed. The people I arranged to clean up the documents hadn't arrived in time before his umbu took control. Mito's complexion darkened as he asked, so what should we do now? Are we just to sit here and await our fate? Hisashi shook his head. There's no other option. Chiba will not relent. He will find a way to force both of you to step down. It would be best if you willingly relinquish your positions. Otherwise, given his temperament, he will undoubtedly make all that evidence public. At that point, we will all be in dire straits. Upon hearing this, both Mito and Konohamaru fell into deep contemplation. Clearly, they were reluctant to surrender their powers so easily. Yet, Hisashi's words rang true. If they defied him, he would expose those documents. Their future would indeed become increasingly precarious. The three of them sighed in unison. Chapter 87. Gradually finding its course, time flew by like a fleeting shadow. Within the Hokage's office, silence reigned. Chiba sat at his desk, fully engrossed in the documents before him. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Kurinai entered briskly, softly saying, Chiba-kun, Lord Kakashi has arrived. Hearing this, Chiba nodded slightly and responded, Let him in. Kurinai smiled and replied, All right, before turning and gently closing the door behind her. It must be said, having a secretary indeed made things considerably easier. After these past few days of training, Kurinai had become quite adept at her role. It was evident that she possessed a natural talent for it. Before long, Kakashi entered with a steady, light step, exuding an air of composure and confidence. Upon seeing Chiba, Kakashi smiled, and Chiba reciprocated with a welcoming gesture for him to take a seat. Once Kakashi settled in, Chiba inquired, How are things with the umbu? Have all the arrangements been made? His voice was calm and gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. Kakashi adjusted his posture and answered, Everything has been completed, and we've uncovered quite a few spies. Chiba's face revealed little surprise. It seemed all of this was within his expectations. He remarked nonchalantly, That is quite normal. It would be more unusual if there were no spies at all. He then gestured for Kakashi to pass him the documents. Kakashi promptly handed over the files, and Chiba began to peruse them, his gaze swiftly scanning each page with meticulous attention. Wow, I didn't expect there to be so many spies from the Cloud Village. Chiba exclaimed, It appears their boldness is quite unrestrained, likely because they have yet to experience my attention. His words conveyed both astonishment at the number of spies and dissatisfaction with their audacity. Hearing Chiba's comments, Kakashi felt a wave of concern wash over him. Frowning slightly, he cautioned, Please don't act recklessly. The ninja world has only just begun to stabilize, and our priority now is to recuperate. Fear not. I am well aware of the situation. Even if I were inclined to take action, you would never allow me to do so, would you? Chiba waved his hand dismissively. Kakashi exhaled in relief, relieved that Chiba wouldn't impulsively venture into the Cloud Village. The current Konoha could not withstand the toll of war. If Chiba were to learn of Kakashi's concerns, he would find them unfounded. Even if Chiba did wander into the Cloud Village, they would not dare to instigate a conflict. However, as Hokage, Chiba needed to justify his actions. He could no longer act on a whim as before. Chiba set the documents down and asked, You must have come for another reason, am I right? Kakashi nodded, a curious expression on his face as he inquired. I heard that Mito and Konohamaru submitted their resignations to you. How did you manage to get them to do that? Indeed, that is true, Chiba confirmed with a nod. Kakashi pressed on, I'm quite curious. How did you persuade them to resign voluntarily? Chiba's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he replied, I hold leverage over them, compelling them to act in this manner. Chiba did not elaborate further. The matter was both significant and trivial. Since they were compliant now, there was no need to broadcast it widely. I see, Kakashi acknowledged thoughtfully, choosing not to pursue the subject further. By the way, the third Hokage mentioned to me that there have been reports of numerous bodies going missing on the battlefield. I wonder how the umbu's investigation is progressing? Chiba suddenly remembered this matter, which had been postponed as he focused on internal affairs. Kakashi shook his head in response. Currently, there are no leads. Those bodies seem to have vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. Chiba, upon hearing Kakashi's words, did not express much surprise. He felt that it was not a matter of great significance. After all, those corpses were not special beings endowed with bloodline limits. Given this, there was no need to continue the investigation, as it would only waste time and effort. Chiba resolved to abandon the pursuit of this matter, for there were many other important issues that required his attention. Shikyu nodded in agreement. By the way, I would like you to help me find a reliable individual, as I intend to appoint someone to take over the financial position held by Kushina, Chiba continued. Upon hearing this, Shikyu looked puzzled and asked, "Isn't Kushina doing well? Why change?" Chiba explained, "She is pregnant and needs to rest for a while." Shikyu then understood and nodded. "Oh, I see. Very well. I will help you look for a suitable candidate." Chiba added, "Furthermore, in the future, Mikoto's position within the Umbu will temporarily be managed by Konan." Shikyu, surprised, inquired, "You're not suggesting that Mikoto is also pregnant, are you?" Chiba smiled and nodded, confirming Shikyu's suspicion. In response, Shikyu gave Chiba a thumbs up. Chiba hadn't anticipated that both women would be expecting at the same time, with only a few days apart. Now, both Kushina and Mikoto were over 2 months pregnant. Chiba did not wish for them to overexert themselves. They had agreed the previous night to entrust their responsibilities to others for the time being. Once the children were born, if they wished to return, they could do so then. The priority now was to ensure their health, as this was Chiba's first experience of impending fatherhood, and he felt a surge of excitement within. Suddenly, the door to the room opened unexpectedly, accompanied by a slight creak, and Minato's figure appeared in the doorway. When Minato's gaze met Shikyu's inside, he paused briefly, then displayed a friendly smile and greeted him. Shikyu, seeing this, smiled faintly and returned the greeting. Then, sensing that he might be intruding on a conversation between Minato and Chiba, he said, "I shall not disturb you any longer. Please carry on with your matters." With that, he politely nodded and turned to leave. Once Shikyu's figure had completely vanished from view, Chiba's attention returned to Minato. Not long ago, Minato had just married. Indeed, to Uzumaki Kushina. It was unlikely that Minato would sacrifice himself prematurely. One wondered if their future child would be named Uzumaki Naruto. Chiba gazed at Minato, his eyes conveying a question, and asked, "Minato, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Minato smiled and handed a book to Chiba, explaining, "Chiba, here is the revised book. Please see if it meets your approval." Chiba accepted the book and glanced at the cover, where the title History of Konoha was boldly printed. Since Kurama Koharu's abdication, Chiba had entrusted the educational department's duties to Minato. One crucial task was the revision of textbooks used in the schools. Particularly, this history of Konoha had been excessively altered by the third Hokage, resulting in the achievements of the first and second Hokages being glossed over, while the majority of the content became mere flattery of the third Hokage. Such a book, which grossly misrepresented the truth, was intolerable to Chiba. Thus he resolved to have Minato undertake a thorough revision. There was also a book titled Will of Fire, which was nothing short of a brainwashing tool. Chiba unhesitatingly ordered it to be completely destroyed. Education was pivotal for the future of Konoha, and Chiba did not wish for the new generation to be indoctrinated by the remnants left by the third Hokage. In the Hokage office, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Chiba's desk and the thick history of Konoha. Chiba sat in his chair, engrossed in reading the revised history book. Time passed slowly, the only sounds in the office being the rustle of pages and Chiba's occasional murmurs. Finally, after reading the last page, Chiba nodded in satisfaction and said to Minato, "Quite good. Let it be finalized." Upon hearing Chiba's words, the tension that had gripped Minato finally eased. He had been nervously watching Chiba read from the side and now exhaled a sigh of relief. Noticing Minato's reaction, Chiba smiled and reassured him. "There's no need to be so tense, Minato. You've just taken on this role. There's no rush. Take your time to adapt." Minato expressed his gratitude with a nod, saying, "Understood, I will do my best." Chiba waved his hand, rising to leave. As he gathered his belongings, he said to Minato, "All right, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Work diligently here, and if any issues arise, feel free to seek me out." Minato promptly asked, "Where are you off to? Why leave everything to me?" Chiba replied with a smile, "I am heading to Orochimaru's place. There are matters I need to discuss with him. Afterward, I shall return, as both Kushina and Mikoto are pregnant, and I must prepare meals for them. So, I appreciate your help during this time, Minato." With that, Chiba waved goodbye and exited the Hokage office, leaving Minato shaking his head in resignation. Deep within the forest on the outskirts of Konoha, there lay a hidden place cloaked by dense vegetation. The underground passage here was dark and winding, resembling an endless maze, and at its end stood a heavy, closed door. As Chiba reached the end of the passage and slowly pushed open the door, he entered a spacious and brightly lit laboratory filled with an array of advanced experimental equipment and instruments. Inside the laboratory, alongside numerous test subjects, lay several snake corpses scattered in the corners, remnants of Orochimaru's experiments, evoking a chilling sensation. The moment Chiba stepped into the laboratory, Orochimaru seemed to sense his arrival. He paused his ongoing experiment, turned his gaze toward the entrance, and a faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips. "Chiba, you've come?" Orochimaru's voice was low and magnetic, as if it could penetrate one's very soul. Chiba walked over to Orochimaru and directly inquired, "What is the progress on the study of Hashirama's cells?" Since Chiba had assumed the role of Hokage, he had unexpectedly discovered a wealth of information regarding Tobirama Senju's research on Hashirama's cells while reorganizing the Umbu. Chiba deemed it essential to continue this research and subsequently entrusted all the materials to Orochimaru for further investigation. If Hashirama's cells could be transplanted, they would effectively counteract the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although the futures of Uchiha Shursui and Itachi had shifted, Chiba believed they would inevitably awaken their Mangekyo. He did not wish for them to become blind in the process. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he licked his lips and remarked, "Truly, the god of shinobi, Hashirama cells are astonishing. They harbor unparalleled vitality, far exceeding my expectations. However, substantial progress has yet to be made, and further experimentation is necessary." Chiba nodded, understanding that such matters could not be rushed. He then added, "Once your research on Hashirama cells is complete, I will have you study the Sharingan next. I believe you will find it quite intriguing." At this, Orochimaru's eyes brightened, and his previously distracted demeanor became focused. An uncontrollable thrill surged within him, as he had long been eager to delve into the mysteries of the Sharingan. Since witnessing Chiba's use of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Orochimaru's heart has been captivated by the enigmatic bloodline limit. He yearns to uncover the secrets concealed within the Sharingan, exploring the power and potential it harbors. Now, with the opportunity to personally delve into the mysteries of the Sharingan, the temptation is undeniably immense for Orochimaru. His mind races with various research proposals and potential discoveries. "All right, you carry on. I shall take my leave now." Chiba waved his hand, interrupting Orochimaru's thoughts. He turned to depart from the dim, damp surroundings that made him feel uneasy. Orochimaru merely observed Chiba's retreating figure, saying nothing more. Chiba had merely come to assess Orochimaru's research progress, and now that he was informed, there was no need to linger. Moreover, he found the gloomy, humid environment quite uncomfortable. Once Chiba had completely vanished from sight, Orochimaru took a deep breath and refocused his attention on the experimental table before him. There remained much work to be done regarding the study of Hashirama's cells. He could not afford to be distracted. On his way home, Chiba pondered whether to find Orochimaru an assistant. Ah yes, Yakushi Kabuto should have been adopted by the orphanage director, Yakushi Nanoyu, by now. With Danzo long deceased, Nanoyu likely thrived. He could have the shadow guards investigate upon his return. Upon arriving home, Chiba opened the door to be greeted by the enticing aroma of a delicious meal wafting through the air. He focused his gaze to find Mikoto and Kushina, both donned in aprons, busily preparing dinner at the stove. Feeling a surge of emotion, Chiba hurried over, taking the spatula from Mikoto's hand, and gently admonished, "Did we not agree that I would handle the cooking from now on? Your priority should be resting." Mikoto and Kushina exchanged glances, both wearing faint smiles. "Chiba, we are ninjas. Such trivial matters are of no concern to us. You need not be overly cautious," Kushina replied gently. However, Chiba firmly shook his head. "That simply will not do. You are both carrying babies, and your bodies require special care. You must not overexert yourselves. Besides, the affairs of the Hokage are gradually falling into place, and I shall not be as occupied as before. My foremost concern is your well-being and that of the baby within you, so allow me to take care of you." Upon hearing Chiba's words, warmth surged within Mikoto and Kushina. They understood his concern and affection, and though somewhat resigned, they chose to follow his wishes. Thus, with a shared smile, they obediently exited the kitchen and settled onto the sofa in the living room, resting while watching Chiba busily at work in the kitchen. Chapter 89. Kyuki and Rinfeng. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several months have passed. On this ordinary yet extraordinary day, Chiba's home was bustling with activity. Amidst the lively atmosphere, one individual appeared particularly anxious. Chiba paced back and forth in front of a room, his steps seemingly disordered, as if burdened by an endless worry. Inside, the intermittent sounds of Kushina and Mikoto's calls only weighed heavier on his heart. Chiba, do not fret too much, with Tsunade here. Kushina and Mikoto will undoubtedly be fine. Akimichi Choji quickly offered reassurance. His voice, though calm, belied the excitement bubbling within him. For soon his grandson and granddaughter would enter the world. Indeed, today marked the day of Kushina and Mikoto's labor. What a coincidence it was that their pregnancies had overlapped so closely, culminating in a simultaneous delivery. Ever since learning of Kushina and Mikoto's pregnancies, Chiba had been plagued by a singular question. Would their children be the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura? However, upon discovering that they were expecting a boy and a girl, his worries finally eased, for it was impossible for Indra and Ashura to reincarnate as siblings of different genders. Before long, the sounds of Kushina and Mikoto subsided, and an unusual silence enveloped the room. At that moment, the door creaked open slowly, revealing Tsunade, who emerged cradling two newborns, her face radiant with happiness. Upon witnessing this sight, Chiba darted into the room like lightning, fearing he might miss an important moment. He swiftly bypassed Tsunade, heading directly into the room, his sudden movement leaving everyone else momentarily stunned. As Chiba entered, Kushina and Mikoto noticed his arrival, their eyes meeting in a moment brimming with warmth and affection. Kushina, Mikoto, you have worked hard. Chiba's voice was soft and gentle, akin to a spring breeze, bringing immense comfort. His gaze conveyed deep adoration, as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. Hearing Chiba's greeting, both Kushina and Mikoto felt their eyes moisten with emotion. Their hearts swelled with gratitude and happiness, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, they both shook their heads in unison, replying, "It was not hard at all." Chiba smiled softly, gently brushing their hair from their foreheads. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" "We're perfectly fine," Kushina and Mikoto answered in unison, their voices resolute and confident. "What about the children? Have you seen them?" Kushina suddenly remembered the newborns and inquired eagerly. At her words, Chiba's heart tightened as he realized he had completely forgotten about the babies in his worry for Kushina and Mikoto. He promptly slapped his forehead, chiding himself. "Oh dear, how foolish of me to be preoccupied with your well-being and neglect the children." At this, Kushina and Mikoto couldn't help but laugh. Just then, Tsunade walked in, still cradling the babies, and remarked, "Chiba, I completely understand your concern for Kushina and Mikoto, but forgetting your own children? Should I praise you or scold you for that?" However, Chiba was too flustered to heed Tsunade's teasing. He rushed towards her, his gaze fixated on the two children in her arms with urgency. The little ones lay peacefully asleep, their eyes tightly shut, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. "Are they not adorable?" Chiba blurted out, unable to contain his surprise. Before he could finish, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if two piercing gazes were fixated upon him. Realizing his faux pas, Chiba awkwardly chuckled, trying to amend his slip of the tongue. "Haha, they are not ugly at all, not one bit." Tsunade, noticing his reaction, chuckled and explained, "Newborns often appear this way. Over time, they will change. Given your looks, the children will undoubtedly be quite charming. In due time, they will grow increasingly adorable." Chiba felt a slight sense of relief at Tsunade's words. After all, this was his first experience with children in this life. He truly knew nothing of such matters. "Would you like to hold one?" Tsunade suddenly extended a child towards Chiba. Caught off guard, he nevertheless accepted the infant with utmost care. His movements appeared somewhat clumsy, as it was his first time cradling a child, leaving him entirely uncertain of how to do so properly. Upon witnessing Chiba's demeanor, the others could not help but burst into laughter. Gazing at the infant in his arms, Chiba was suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. "By the way, whose child was born first?" Chiba inquired with curiosity. Tsunade responded with a smile. "Kushina's child was born first." "Ah, I see. That makes them sister and brother," Chiba remarked. Indeed, Kushina gave birth to a girl, while Mikoto had a boy. "Have you decided on names?" Tsunade asked with interest. Chiba nodded eagerly, saying yes. "I have thought of names. The sister will be called Chiyue, and the brother will be named Linfeng." The author has pondered the names for quite some time, and is open to suggestions for better alternatives, should any arise. Chiyue and Linfeng? Those names are quite lovely, Tsunade praised. Filled with joy, Chiba approached Kushina and Mikoto, eager for them to closely admire their children, as they had only caught a fleeting glimpse earlier. The gazes of both Kushina and Mikoto fell upon the child with tenderness and affection. Suddenly, Kushina exclaimed in surprise, "Chiba, look at this child's eyes." The group turned their attention to the infant, only to discover that the child had opened their eyes, curiously observing the world around. What stood out the most were those eyes, with their light blue irises shimmering like pearls, exuding a sense of clarity and mystery. The pupils bore subtle concentric circular patterns, possibly accompanied by radial lines or ripples. The rebirth eye, Chiba gasped. He had not anticipated that Chiba would inherit his rebirth eye. Upon reflection, Chiba felt pleased, as it was indeed fitting for a girl to possess such a beautiful eye. The others looked at Chiba with curiosity, their expressions filled with questions. "What is the rebirth eye?" they asked in unison. With a gentle smile, Chiba patiently explained, "The rebirth eye is the pinnacle of the Byakugan, equaling the Rinnegan in its ocular prowess." Tsunade, astonished by this revelation, inquired further, "Do you still possess the Byakugan?" Chiba shook his head, replying, "No, I do not have the Byakugan. However, I do possess the rebirth eye." As soon as the words left his lips, Chiba's eyes transformed, enveloped in a strange light, revealing the form of the rebirth eye. He refrained from elaborating on how he acquired the rebirth eye, fully aware that the reasons were far too complex to articulate. His gaze then settled on the child beside Mikoto, pondering, now that the sister has inherited the rebirth eye, what will become of the brother? Mikoto seemed to sense Chiba's thoughts, gently parting the sleeping child's eyelids and shaking her head. Yet, Chiba showed no signs of disappointment. He reasoned that since the child's eyes displayed no unusual traits, perhaps they had yet to awaken. After all, both Chiba and Mikoto bore the Uchiha bloodline. With no current changes, it likely indicated the Sharingan. Moreover, Chiba could distinctly feel the vibrant life force within both children. They should have inherited his sage body. It must be said, Chiba's children were brimming with potential. Perhaps he should consider having more children in the future, as such exceptional genes should not go to waste. Chapter 90. Embracing fatherhood in the spacious and well-lit Chiba residence. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. In the living room, Chiba sat on the sofa, cradling two adorable children, his face radiant with happiness. He playfully entertained the children, making silly faces and emitting comical sounds, causing them to giggle with delight. This heartwarming scene evoked a sense of warmth in those who beheld it. However, Mikoto appeared somewhat anxious. She looked at Chiba and could not help but voice her concerns. "Chiba, is it really all right for you to spend all day at home like this?" Chiba looked up, offering a confident smile as he reassured her, "Don't worry, Mikoto. With Minato and Jiku assisting in the Hokage office, and if anything urgent arises, Kurinai will promptly inform me." Mikoto remained unconvinced, furrowing her brow as she replied, "But you are the Hokage. You cannot simply neglect your duties like this." At that moment, Kushina interjected, "All right, Mikoto. There's no need to fret. The reason Chiba has been able to focus on his family is that he just took on the Hokage position and needed to implement a series of reforms. Now that everything is on track, it's perfectly normal for him to relax and enjoy the warmth of family." Kushina's words provided Mikoto with some reassurance. Yet she still felt that Chiba was perhaps indulging himself a bit too much. Nevertheless, witnessing the deep bond between Chiba and the children brought her a sense of comfort. Indeed, since the birth of the two children, Chiba had not set foot in the Hokage office for several days. He was entirely immersed in the joy of fatherhood, his affection for the children overflowing. At this point, he was less a Hokage and more a blissful father. Seeing this, Mikoto smiled and chose not to press the issue further. She felt happy to see Chiba so fond of the children. Yet, in the midst of this leisurely period, their tranquility was abruptly interrupted by Jiku's arrival. With a serious expression, Jiku grasped Chiba's arm and began to drag him towards the door, much like one would a disobedient puppy. "Chiba, you are being utterly unreasonable," Jiku exclaimed indignantly. "How can a Hokage behave like this? You leave all the responsibilities to Minato and me while you lounge comfortably at home." Caught off guard by Jiku's sudden pull, Chiba awkwardly followed along, explaining, "Oh, come on. Jiku, don't be angry. My children have just been born, and as their father, I want to spend time with them." Jiku was not swayed by this excuse, continuing to admonish, "You cannot keep this up. You are the Hokage, bearing the responsibilities and expectations of the entire village. If the third learns of this, who knows what he will say?" Chiba, however, remained unfazed, a confident smirk on his face as he replied, "Don't worry, he wouldn't dare. If he tries anything in front of me, I'll make sure his future retirement days are anything but peaceful." Jiku, increasingly anxious at Chiba's attitude, urged, "You are Hokage now. You cannot act on a whim. Otherwise," Chiba impatiently interrupted, all right, I get it." He added, "Jiku, why have you become so nagging, like a woman?" Upon hearing this, Jiku's face darkened, resembling the sky before a storm, as he glared intently at Chiba. Sensing the tension, Chiba wasted no time and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing without a trace. If he lingered any longer, Jiku might erupt like a volcano. After a few days of rest, Chiba felt quite satisfied. After all, Jiku allowing him this brief respite was already a considerable concession. One must know when to stop. One cannot be greedy. In an instant, Chiba appeared like a flash of lightning in the Hokage office. Beside him, Minato scratched his head anxiously, as if he had seen a savior, letting out a long sigh of relief. The past few days had been unbearably arduous for him, with mountains of tasks awaiting his attention. Now that Chiba had finally returned, he felt as if he had been liberated. With a mixture of joy and relief, Minato looked at Chiba and exclaimed, "Chiba, you've finally returned. All of this is now yours." Upon saying this, Minato carried the towering stack of documents from his desk and placed it onto Chiba's workspace. Gazing at the mountain of files before him, Chiba's brows furrowed tightly, as if he could crush a fly with the intensity of his expression. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Minato, why are there so many? Haven't you handled any of them in the past few days?" Minato, hearing this, shook his head helplessly, resembling a deflated balloon. "These are all significant matters, some of which I find perplexing. You must make the decisions." Understanding this, Chiba did not blame Minato. After all, he was not the Hokage, and many matters were beyond Minato's authority to resolve. Instead of reproaching him, Chiba promptly took a seat and began to peruse the documents. Observing this, Minato quietly exited the Hokage's office. As he stepped out, he encountered a hurriedly approaching Kakashi. Upon seeing Minato emerge from the office, Kakashi anxiously asked, "Is Chiba inside?" Minato nodded reassuringly and replied, "Don't worry, he's in there." Relieved, Kakashi sighed, "All right. Then I'll head back to my office," feeling reassured that Chiba would ensure everything was managed before he left. "Indeed, I understand," Kakashi responded, acknowledging Minato's words. Though Chiba had a tendency to be lazy, he would still complete his responsibilities punctually. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, Chiba was deeply engrossed in examining the documents on his desk. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the office. Without lifting his head, Chiba asked, "Shursui, is there something you need?" "There is a document from the Land of Grass that requires the Hokage's attention," Shursui replied respectfully, placing the file on Chiba's desk. Chiba's brow furrowed slightly at the mention of the Land of Grass. He was quite familiar with it. It was a quintessentially fickle nation, perpetually swaying between Konoha and Iwa. He recalled how Iwa had easily invaded Konoha, with the Land of Grass playing an instrumental role in that episode. After all, for Iwa to attack Konoha, they had to pass through the Land of Grass, which had provided no warning to Konoha. Chiba had forgotten until now that this nation had resurfaced. He pondered, what does the Land of Grass intend to do? Chapter 91. The Land of Grass in the Hokage's office. Chiba sat upright in his spacious and luxurious chair, leaning slightly forward, his hands tightly gripping the document Shursui had just delivered. The paper rustled softly in his grasp, as if whispering the gravity of its contents. His gaze was intensely focused on the file, reading it meticulously, word by word. His brow occasionally furrowed and then relaxed, indicating the depth of his contemplation. As he delved deeper into the reading, a subtle smile began to grace his lips. "Ah, I see," Chiba murmured softly, as if speaking to himself. Now that Konoha had achieved victory in war, the Land of Grass sought to reconcile. A note of sarcasm and disdain tinged his voice. He could not fathom the mindset of the third Hokage. This was not the first time the Land of Grass had betrayed Konoha, yet they had been forgiven time and again. Chiba felt a deep-seated anger towards the actions of the Land of Grass. However, Chiba was not the third Hokage. He was acutely aware of the fragility of alliances and held in contempt those nations that spoke insincerely. It was precisely due to the third Hokage's repeated forgiveness that the Land of Grass had come to disregard Konoha, as long as the offered benefits were substantial enough. Betrayal was always a possibility. After all, Betraying Konoha carried no significant repercussions, as they would ultimately be forgiven. After finishing the document, Chiba gently placed it on his desk and addressed Shursui with a calm, yet decisive tone. Go fetch Kakashi for me. Understood, Hokage-sama. Shursui replied respectfully with a bow before swiftly disappearing from the room like a specter. Leaning back in his chair, Chiba crossed his arms over his chest, deep in thought. He resolved not to accept the Land of Grass' overtures at this time. After all, they had inflicted considerable harm upon Konoha previously, and it was naive to think that mere words could resolve such issues. A formidable plan began to take shape in his mind. He would make the Land of Grass understand that betrayal of Konoha could not be overlooked simply with a few words. It was imperative to instill fear in this fickle nation to prevent future indecision. Before long, Kakashi hurriedly arrived at the office. As he entered, he barely had time to catch his breath before Chiba, without hesitation, tossed the document regarding the Land of Grass at him. Kakashi, seeing this, did not linger on words, but quickly took up the file and began to read it carefully. His brow gradually knitted in concern, clearly troubled by the contents. After finishing, Kakashi looked up, meeting Chiba's gaze, and asked with uncertainty, "Are you not planning to agree to the Land of Grass' request?" Chiba replied with a serious demeanor. "Indeed, this time I intend to teach the Land of Grass a harsh lesson to make them remember." Kakashi expressed his concerns, however. "We will need a valid reason to take action against the Land of Grass." Chiba smiled confidently, stating, "Isn't the reason already apparent? We will expose the Land of Grass as prior complicity in allowing IWA to attack Konoha. I want everyone in the Land of Fire to know of their actions. I believe that if the populace learns of the Land of Grass' involvement in the IWA attack on Konoha, they will harbor deep resentment towards the Land of Grass. At that point, it won't even be a matter of whether I want to strike them." Kakashi nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Chiba's reasoning. Yet, he still voiced a concern. However, this may prompt the Land of Grass to seek assistance from other ninja villages. We might face greater pressure. Chiba waved his hand dismissively. Exuding confidence, "Kakashi, you need not worry about this. We can spread the word that anyone who aids the Land of Grass will be opposing me. Chiba, I wouldn't mind personally visiting them. With me around, what is there to fear? I am not here to annihilate the Land of Grass. I merely seek accountability for Konoha." After pondering this, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Chiba then instructed, "Disperse the shadow guards. Have them infiltrate the Land of Grass to monitor their every move and swiftly disseminate their actions throughout the Land of Fire. Kakashi, do not worry. If any other ninja villages dare to intervene, I will personally address the matter." "Understood," Kakashi replied, stepping out of the office. After all, the Land of Grass was a small nation, and Chiba did not see the need to bolster border defenses. The shadow guards were fully capable of handling the task. At that moment, a figure suddenly flashed through Chiba's mind. After a brief contemplation, he decisively waved his hand. Instantly, the previously empty office transformed, and an individual materialized before him. This person knelt on one knee, head bowed in readiness, exuding an air of respect and obedience. Chiba gazed at the individual before him and spoke in a measured tone. "Shursui, I have an important mission to assign to you and Kakashi. You are to proceed immediately to the Land of Grass in search of a woman with red hair. Once you locate her, bring her back to Konohagakure without delay." Shizuka replied respectfully, "Yes, Lord Hokage." No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished like a wraith, seemingly never having existed in the room. Indeed, the one Chiba had in mind was Uzumaki Karen. However, he pondered whether she had been born yet. Recalling that Karen's mother had perished due to the prolonged siphoning of her life force by the ninjas of Kushina. Being a member of the Uzumaki clan, Chiba resolved to act preemptively to save this unfortunate mother and daughter. Before long, following Chiba's orders, news of the situation in the Land of Grass began to spread rapidly within the Land of Fire. This revelation sent shockwaves through the higher echelons of Kushina, leaving them in a state of unrest. After the uproar, Chiba dispatched a warning letter to the Land of Grass. The contents of this letter were succinct yet struck like a dagger to the hearts of Kushina's leaders. They could either comply with the demanded reparations or face his personal intervention in their land. "What shall we do now?" One of the Kushina leaders inquired anxiously, his voice laced with evident trepidation. Another leader, in a state of urgency, suggested, "We must send someone to Awagakure for assistance." "I have already arranged for that," the leader of Kushina replied, exasperated. But Iwagakure outright rejected our request. From the beginning, I opposed this course of action. Konohagakure is no longer under the governance of the third Hokage. The newly appointed fourth Hokage may well have forgotten this matter. Yet you chose to bring it upon yourselves. It must be said that the leader of Kushina was indeed correct. Had they not drawn attention to themselves, Chiba might have disregarded the issue entirely. Suddenly, one of the leaders, unwilling to concede defeat, proposed, should we seek assistance from other ninja villages? Upon hearing this, everyone present nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of exploring every avenue, for such a substantial compensation was not something they were eager to part with. Sighing in resignation, the leader of Kushina lamented, "These leaders fail to grasp the true terror of the fourth Hokage. Did you not see? The fourth Hokage merely issued warnings to other ninja villages, and Iwagakure rejected us outright. They still cling to hope. Yet he found himself powerless to prevent this unfolding calamity." Chapter 92. Nagato, congratulations. Host has received a parenting manual. What on earth is this? Ever since Chiba entered the realm of the Six Paths, the system's presence had become increasingly negligible. Tasks had ceased, and monthly check-ins yielded nothing but inconsequential items, devoid of any utility. At the very least, provide me with items that could enhance the abilities of those around me. Utterly useless, Chiba grumbled as he closed the system panel. His gaze then fell gently upon the two exquisitely crafted children in his arms, his eyes filled with affection and concern. He softly admonished, "My little ones, do not, like your mother, believe that strength alone absolves you from the need for training. The ninja world still harbors many unknown dangers. Yet these infants, still cradled in their swaddles, seemed oblivious to their father's words, breaking into spontaneous smiles that radiated innocence, as if dispelling all shadows. Their tiny hands waved about, seemingly responding to his sentiments." Chiba, shaking his head with a mix of bemusement and affection, thought to himself, "Ah, you are still too young to grasp my words." He continued to play with the adorable children, savoring this fleeting moment of warmth. Just as Chiba reveled in this paternal bliss, an unanticipated figure materialized in the courtyard. This figure, ghost-like, swiftly approached Chiba, kneeling on one knee with respect, and announced, "Lord Hokage, here is the latest intelligence regarding the movements of the Land of Grass. Please review it." Upon hearing this, Chiba gently placed the two children in a nearby crib and accepted the intelligence report, scrutinizing it intently. After finishing, a faint smile graced his lips as he mused, "These fools truly overestimate themselves. They still seek aid from other ninja villages. I am curious to see who will dare to wade into these murky waters." He then raised his gaze, commanding the figure before him, "Do not impede their actions. Continue to monitor the Land of Grass closely." "Yes, Lord Hokage." The individual complied and vanished like a gust of wind, seemingly never having been there at all. In the Land of Whirlpools, deep within an uncharted subterranean realm, a door creaked open. As the door swung, the previously dim chamber was illuminated as if awakened by some mysterious force. In this newfound light, a figure stood atop a mechanical contraption, with violet rippling eyes. An emaciated form, skin as pale as parchment, sharply defined facial bones, and deep-set eyes. This figure was none other than the recently vanished Nagato. At that moment, a voice emerged from the doorway, shattering the silence. "What have you decided?" The voice was deep and commanding, as though it resonated from the depths of the underworld. Upon hearing it, Nagato slowly turned, his gaze locking onto the figure in the doorway. His expression was cold and resolute, imbued with a sense of determination. "I can agree to your terms. However, I must first kill Hanzo to avenge Yahiko." Nagato's voice was equally somber, yet imbued with an unyielding resolve. The figure at the door appeared unsurprised by Nagato's response and stepped further into the room. As he approached, Nagato finally discerned his silhouette. Had Chiba been present, he would have instantly recognized this individual, for he was the shadow Chiba had long sought. Chiba could never have anticipated that this shadow was hidden within the Land of Whirlpools, adjacent to the Land of Fire. The shadow halted before Nagato, his face obscured by a mask, revealing no change in expression, as if he had foreseen Nagato's decision. "Very well, as long as you agree, I can provide assistance." The shadow's voice was calm and self-assured, as if everything lay within his control. Nagato, taking in the shadow's words, silently nodded, refraining from further comment. Deep down, he understood that this unexpected savior undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Yet, at this moment, Nagato's thoughts were singularly focused on avenging Yahiko. However, I must warn you, after Hanzo's death, you cannot return to Amigakure. The Shadow's tone was grave and serious, as though this was an irrevocable decree. Nagato's heart sank. He could not comprehend why he would be barred from returning to Amigakure. His eyes widened in confusion as he gazed at the Shadow, questioning, why? The Shadow explained slowly. If news of Hanzo's demise spreads, then Senju Chiba will surely come to investigate in Amigakure. We cannot allow him to discover your existence. Upon hearing this, Nagato's brow furrowed tightly. He had indeed heard of Senju Chiba, who had defeated Hanzo at the tender age of 12, earning the title of Ice Emperor. Observing the Shadow's evident trepidation towards Senju Chiba, Nagato queried, is he truly that formidable? Although he was unaware of the full extent of the strength possessed by the person before him, the overwhelming aura emanating from this individual left him feeling somewhat breathless. Just how formidable must Chiba be to instill such trepidation? After a moment of silence, the Shadow spoke slowly. Strong? Perhaps, in the eyes of others. He is indeed an invincible entity. In the current shinobi world, there is likely no one capable of standing against him. While the Shadow was familiar with Chiba, it was only the Chiba from before his disappearance. Now, many years have passed. Chiba must have ascended to the realm of the Six Paths. Upon hearing this, Nagato's expression grew grave, and after a brief contemplation, he replied softly, I understand. The Shadow regarded Nagato, seemingly wishing to say more, but ultimately refrained. He recognized that Nagato still required time to mature. He was still too inexperienced. Enough of this worry. As long as we do not provoke Konoha, Chiba will certainly not interfere in our affairs. The Shadow's voice resonated in the darkness, exuding a reassuring strength. However, Nagato's words suddenly shattered this tranquility. But the Nine Tails is in Konoha. His tone was laden with concern and helplessness. The Shadow, seemingly anticipating this, replied unhurriedly. Do not rush. The Nine Tails was always meant to be the last resort. For now, your priority should be to recuperate. He continued, the suggestion I previously offered, to use Yahiko's body to create the Deva path, should be given careful consideration. After all, given your current condition, you are facing considerable difficulties. Nagato fell into silence for a moment, as if deep in contemplation. Eventually, he spoke, I will think it over seriously. Seeing this, the Shadow nodded and said, that is good. Focus on your recovery. With that, he slowly made his way to the door. As the Shadow departed, the door closed gently behind him, and the once bright basement was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Yet, at the moment the door shut, a subtle smile graced the Shadow's lips beneath his unseen mask. Nagato remained unaware that Yahiko's death had been orchestrated entirely by the Shadow, for it was only through such means that Nagato could be so easily manipulated. After all, if Yahiko were still alive, how could Nagato so readily acquiesce to the plans proposed? Thus, for the Shadow, Yahiko's demise was inevitable. Chapter 93, Uzumaki Akiko. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was somewhat tense. In the center stood two individuals, one tall and the other small, forming a stark contrast. Both possessed striking red hair. These two were the individuals Chiba had previously arranged for Shursui and Kakashi to locate. Chiba sat behind the desk, his gaze piercing as he fixed his attention on the woman before him. After a brief silence, Chiba finally inquired, what is your name? His voice, though soft, echoed in the quiet office, causing the woman to momentarily freeze. She appeared flustered, her body trembling slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, she replied in a quavering voice. I am Uzumaki Akiko, and this is my daughter, Uzumaki Karui. Standing beside her, Uzumaki Karui gazed curiously up at Chiba, her large eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and unease. Being so young, she clearly felt frightened in this unfamiliar environment with its sudden arrivals. Observing this, Chiba offered a gentle smile, attempting to ease the tension. There is no need for such apprehension. I harbor no ill intentions. In truth, my wife is also of the Uzumaki clan. I heard of a red-haired woman appearing in the land of grass, which is why I arranged for your arrival. Upon hearing Chiba's explanation, a great weight lifted from Akiko's heart. She had feared for her and her daughter's safety. After all, being brought to such a strange place without reason would instill fear in anyone. Learning that Chiba meant no harm, she exhaled in relief. After a moment of contemplation, Chiba turned to his side and addressed Yuhi Kurenai, saying, take them to Kushina. She can arrange things, as they are her kin. Understood, Kurenai replied. nodding before leading the two out of the office. As the office door gently closed with a soft click, the room fell into an enveloping silence. Chiba slowly turned his gaze to Shursui and Kakashi. From the instant they had entered the office, Chiba had sensed something amiss. Their expressions appeared grave, as if they were concealing something from him. Thus, Chiba decided to break the unsettling silence. "What troubles you both?" His voice was low and gentle, revealing his concern. Shursui and Kakashi exchanged glances, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved to speak candidly. "In the land of grass, we encountered some troubling matters," Shursui replied, his words somewhat hesitant, as if weighing his phrasing. Kakashi picked up the thread, adding, "Some things that are hard to accept." Chiba's brow furrowed slightly, his mind racing with suspicions. He recalled Uzumaki Karui's mother, the unfortunate woman living a life devoid of humanity in the land of grass. "Is it related to Uzumaki Akiko?" Chiba asked directly. Shursui and Kakashi nodded, confirming Chiba's suspicion. After listening to their accounts, Chiba was not surprised. He had sent for them precisely because he was aware of these issues. "If you are genuinely aggrieved, I can arrange for you to stir up trouble in the land of grass." Chiba's voice carried a hint of coldness as he continued. "After all, the land of grass has yet to acquiesce to my demands, and I intend to apply pressure. If you wish to go, I can facilitate it." Shursui and Kakashi exchanged glances, uncertainty flashing in their eyes. They were indeed angered by the actions of the land of grass. Yet they were also concerned that such actions might bring trouble to Chiba. However, Chiba seemed to read their thoughts and smiled, saying, "There is no need for hesitation. If you wish to go, then go. The land of grass, like a fickle reed, must be dealt with harshly, lest they turn against Konoha." His words alleviated some of the concerns lingering in Shursui and Kakashi's minds. They nodded in agreement. "If we are going, we must ensure to turn the land of grass upside down, leaving them with no peaceful days, especially you, Shursui. Do not let compassion cloud your judgment. They are not from Konoha," Chiba cautioned. At this, Shursui awkwardly scratched his head. "Very well, prepare yourselves and take some shadow guards with you. While both of you have reached the rank of Jonin, it's still safer to have additional support." "Yes, sensei." With that, the two vanished from the room in an instant. After resolving all matters, Chiba stood up, feeling a sense of release. Just as he was about to turn and leave the office, a shadow suddenly flashed before him like a wraith, blocking his path. Upon closer inspection, Chiba recognized the figure as Shadow One. Curiosity stirred within him as he addressed Shadow One. "Ah, Shadow One, your personal visit suggests you bear important news for me?" Shadow One stood respectfully before Chiba, his voice low and serious. "Master, Hanzo is dead." Chiba's brow furrowed at this news, and he promptly inquired, "Do you know who was responsible?" Shadow One shook his head, responding, "It is unclear. The scene appeared to be a single fatal blow, leaving little in the way of useful clues." "I see." After hearing Shadow One's response, Chiba fell into silence. Chiba was acutely aware that this matter was most likely orchestrated by Nagato. After all, Yahiko had met his demise at the hands of Hanzo, and Yahiko represented Nagato's deepest obsession. After a moment of profound contemplation, Chiba fixed his gaze upon Kajichi, his expression grave as he commanded, "Kajichi, I require your immediate assistance to venture into the Rain Village and gather intelligence. It is imperative that you ascertain who currently governs this village. Should you encounter an individual possessing the Rinnegan, do not engage excessively. Retreat at once." Upon hearing Chiba's orders, Kajichi promptly bowed and respectfully replied, "As you wish, my lord." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Chiba casually waved his hand, as if issuing a silent directive. In an instant, Kajichi's figure vanished from the room like a wraith, as though he had never been there at all. Once Kajichi departed, Chiba approached his desk, slowly seated himself, and clasped his hands across his chest, descending into deep thought. Indeed, Chiba had long harbored suspicions. Nagato's sudden disappearance was likely tied to that enigmatic shadow. Consequently, he had discreetly dispatched agents to closely monitor every movement of the Rain Village, for with Nagato's fixation on Yahiko, it was merely a matter of time before he would act against Hanzo. Now that Nagato had resurfaced, it was evident he had forged some form of alliance with the shadow. However, Chiba remained indifferent to these developments, for Nagato was but a pawn in his grand scheme. Even in the absence of the shadow, Chiba would find a means to utilize him to procure the tailed beasts. Presently, Chiba's primary concern lay with the hidden shadow, whose existence was akin to a veil of mist, elusive yet palpable with an undercurrent of danger. It was prudent to address this threat sooner rather than later. Chapter 94. A reunion with Shoju as the sun dipped below the horizon. Its golden rays painted the sky in hues of orange and crimson. The streets grew sparse with pedestrians as twilight silently enveloped the land. Chiba strolled alone through the streets, relishing the momentary tranquility. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged within his line of sight. Chiba's eyes brightened as a smile graced his face, and he called out, "Shoju." Upon hearing Chiba's call, Shoju turned and swiftly approached, his own countenance alight with joy. "Chiba, it has been quite some time," Shoju replied with a grin. "Indeed, it has been a while. How have you fared at the Ninja Academy?" Chiba inquired. Ever since Chiba ascended to the position of Hokage, Shoju had sought him out, requesting to be assigned to the Ninja Academy as an instructor, to which Chiba had readily acquiesced. Shoju nodded, stating, "It has been quite delightful. The students are diligent, and I find teaching to be quite enjoyable." Then, with a playful tone, he added, "I've heard that since becoming a father, you've been inseparable from your child. How is it that you have time to wander the streets?" Chiba chuckled and explained, "I just concluded my work and thought to take a stroll to unwind before heading home." Shoju acknowledged this with a nod of understanding. "Ah, splendid. In that case, let us go and have a drink," he declared, taking hold of Chiba's arm without waiting for his consent, and led him toward a barbecue restaurant. As they entered, the aroma of grilled meat enveloped them. They chose a table by the window, allowing them to enjoy the night view while savoring their meal. Once Shoju had placed the order, Chiba smiled gently and asked, "So, have you found yourself a girlfriend lately?" At this, Shoju's face flushed with embarrassment, and he awkwardly shook his head, replying, "Not yet." Chiba, seemingly unperturbed, continued, "I hear you've moved out from the Senju clan. Are you avoiding Tsunade?" Shoju sighed, responding with resignation, "Ever since you married Kushina and moved out, my sister has been pressuring me to marry. I feel quite helpless." Chiba nodded in understanding, remarking, "You are not exactly a child anymore. It is indeed time to consider such matters. After all, you are the last scion of the Senju clan. It is essential to ensure the lineage continues." Shoju chuckled wryly, stating, "But you are also of the Senju clan. Your existence suffices, especially since you have 2 wives." Chiba quickly waved his hand, clarifying, "I am different. While I possess Senju blood, I do not bear the Senju surname, and my future children will not inherit it either. You, however, are the grandson of Hashirama Senju." After a moment of silence, Shoju waved dismissively, "Let us not dwell on that. I am not inclined toward such thoughts at the moment." Chiba chose not to press the issue further, recognizing that such decisions must come from Shoju himself. Before long, the waiter began to deliver plates of grilled meat and fresh vegetables to their table. A bottle of sake was also placed gently before them. With the arrival of the sake, the two commenced their light drinking. Shoju lifted his cup and downed its contents in one gulp. After placing the cup down, he smacked his lips and turned to Chiba with a grin. "Chiba, you are now Hokage. Pray tell, what is it like to hold such a position?" Chiba smiled faintly, knowing that Shoju had harbored dreams of becoming Hokage since childhood. Witnessing Shoju's eagerness to hear about the experience, he reflected on how unchanged Shoju's aspirations remained. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chiba replied, "It is as one would expect. To be honest, there hasn't been much of a psychological shift. My days are simply filled with busyness, and I find myself constrained in ways I could not have imagined before." Shoju nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, for someone of your strength, there must be many limitations. However, it is an unavoidable circumstance. You represent the entirety of Konoha now. There are pros and cons, I suppose." Chiba agreed with a nod. Just as their conversation reached a lively cadence, someone approached Chiba's side. Turning to see, he instantly broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, is that you, Obito? It has been far too long." "Lord Chiba, no, forgive me, Hokage-sama," Obito replied, his tone brimming with excitement. "Are you alone?" Chiba's voice carried a hint of surprise and curiosity. In response, Obito gently shook his head and gestured to a nearby spot, stating, "I am with Rin, unfortunately. Kakashi is on a mission." Following Obito's indication, Chiba noticed a petite girl standing there, her expression somewhat shy. As she caught sight of Chiba's gaze, she promptly bowed respectfully. Previously, during the events at the Kanabi Bridge, Chiba had not had the opportunity to truly observe Rin, as she had been in a comatose state at that time. Now, however, she appeared unremarkable. Chiba merely nodded in her direction before shifting his attention back to Obito. To be candid, Chiba had almost forgotten about Obito. Although Obito's current prowess was not formidable, the awakening of his Mangekyo Sharingan could result in a significant leap in strength. He could be a candidate for cultivation. As Chiba mused inwardly, Obito suddenly spoke. Hokage-sama, may I inquire about the possibility of joining the Umbu? His voice conveyed a yearning and anticipation for the elite group. Chiba, taken aback by Obito's request, briefly displayed a look of surprise before regaining his composure and responding, of course. If you wish to join the Umbu, simply report to them directly. A glimmer of joy flickered in Obito's eyes upon hearing Chiba's reply. He then leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, really? That is splendid. Thank you. Hokage-sama. Chiba smiled gently, noting that aside from Shursui, there were currently no Uchiha clan members within the Umbu. Previously, Fugaku sought out assistance, hoping to arrange for some members of the Uchiha clan to join the Shadow Guards. Chiba did not outright reject his request, but instead proposed a condition. The Uchiha clan must relinquish half of their authority within the police department. Were it not for Shursue's reputation, Chiba would have been disinclined to assist them. After all, to alter the current public perception of the Uchiha, a division of power within the police department was imperative. Only then could Chiba facilitate the entry of others, ensuring that the scrutiny would not remain solely on the Uchiha clan. However, to Chiba's astonishment, Fugaku categorically refused this demand without hesitation. Such ignorance was astounding. Even now, he clung stubbornly to his meager power. Given Fugaku's lack of awareness, Chiba decided to withdraw his support entirely. As Obito's silhouette faded into the distance, Shoju could not help but exclaim his surprise at discovering such an intriguing individual within the Uchiha clan. His words reflected curiosity and admiration for Obito. Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled and nodded in agreement, replying, indeed, Obito is indeed different from the other Uchiha, but perhaps this uniqueness is not without its merits. However, Shoju's expression suddenly turned serious as he continued. Nonetheless, it seems the Uchiha clan has been rather restless lately. Chiba's heart tightened at the words, and he quickly inquired, oh, what has transpired? Furrowing his brow, Shoju explained, ever since you assumed the role of Hokage and your elder status within the Uchiha became known, they have grown increasingly arrogant. Upon hearing this, Chiba's expression darkened instantly. He had indeed been preoccupied with the pressing affairs of Hokage and had neglected the Uchiha clan. He had not anticipated their audacity would escalate. It appeared he had been too lenient and accommodating, allowing them to take advantage of his goodwill. Truly, one should not give an inch lest they take a mile. Chiba resolved to have a serious discussion with Fugaku the following day. Chapter 95. A reminder to Fugaku. As Chiba and Shoju concluded their meal, they parted ways at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. The streets were ablaze with light as Chiba leisurely made his way home, savoring the tranquility of the evening. Upon returning home, he found it quite late. He gently pushed open the door, striving to minimize noise, lest he disturb those within. After all, it was late, and Kushina and Mikoto had likely already settled down with the children. Yet, despite his cautious approach, he was soon spotted by little Konan. Hearing the noise at the door, Konan turned her head, her gaze landing on Chiba. A smile instantly brightened her face. Chiba Nai, why are you back so late today? She asked softly, concern lacing her voice. She then walked over to him, retrieving a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and placing them before him. Grateful, Chiba glanced at her, smiled, and gently ruffled her hair, saying, I ran into Shoju on my way back, so I stopped for a drink. Konan nodded in understanding. After changing into his slippers, Chiba suddenly scooped Konan into his arms, causing her to emit a soft gasp. He cradled her as he made his way to the sofa, gently sitting down. His gaze lingered on Konan, filled with affection. Konan, since you have been with me, I have yet to hold a proper wedding for you. Do you mind? Konan lightly shook her head, beaming as she replied, as long as Chiba holds me in his heart, that is sufficient. Those are merely formalities, nothing to be concerned about. Her tone was resolute yet tender, warming Chiba's heart and causing him to hold her even closer. The two lingered in the living room, basking in their intimacy for a while, before Chiba softly whispered in her ear, I'm going to take a shower now. I will sleep with you tonight. At this, Konan's delicate face flushed a rosy hue, akin to a ripe apple, and she shyly murmured in agreement. Seeing this, Chiba gently caressed her straight nose as a smile of affection graced his lips before he rose to head toward the bathroom. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on the floor of the Hokage's office. Chiba sat at his desk, his gaze fixed sharply on Fugaku, who had just entered, his eyes piercing like a hawk's, inducing a sense of unease. Under Chiba's scrutiny, Fugaku appeared somewhat flustered. Chiba then spoke. Fugaku, I have heard that the members of the Uchiha clan have become increasingly arrogant and disrespectful. Fugaku's expression turned troubled as he hastily explained, Hokage-sama. Those are the people under the hawkish elders. I have warned them several times, but they refuse to heed my advice. There is little I can do. Chiba's demeanor darkened further, his tone growing more severe. As the clan leader, how can you allow such behavior to persist? If you cannot manage them, then perhaps you should relinquish your position. I could arrange for Shursui to take over the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's face paled instantly, clearly taken aback by Chiba's resolute stance. He opened his mouth as if to protest, but was cut off by Chiba's dismissive wave. Fugaku, you cannot wish to be clan leader while shirking your responsibilities. Such a situation is untenable. I remind you, should I hear any more negative rumors regarding the Uchiha clan, do not blame me for lacking consideration. If I must intervene personally, it will not be a pleasant scene. At this, Fugaku could only nod in resignation. Fugaku, while I have agreed to your father's request and taken on the title of elder within the Uchiha clan, this does not grant you the right to flaunt your power. Those disobedient elders are aging and should be replaced. I hope you will reflect on this matter thoroughly. Should there be a next time, I will not be lenient. With that, Chiba waved him off, signaling for him to leave. After a moment's contemplation, Fugaku responded, understood, Hokage-sama, before exiting the office. As Fugaku departed, Chiba shook his head in disappointment. Fugaku was utterly ineffectual. His constant concessions served no purpose. To manage the Uchiha clan, one must wield a firm hand, for only then would they be compelled to comply. To relent endlessly was to invite others to trample upon one's authority. Having awakened the potential of the Mangekyo, he still concealed his strength. What was there to hide? Did he truly think Chiba would fear his ordinary Mangekyo? It was beyond comprehension. Shortly thereafter, a sharp knock echoed at Chiba's office door. As the door swung open, Yugao entered like a gust of wind, addressing Chiba, Chiba-nai. Visitors from the land of grass have arrived, seeking an audience with you. Oh, did they mention their purpose? Chiba inquired with curiosity. They say they are here to surrender. Yugao responded with a cheerful smile. Oh, have they already given up so quickly? Please summon Rikuju. I cannot be bothered to meet with them myself. Chiba waved his hand nonchalantly. Understood, Chiba-nai, Yugao replied before turning to leave the office. Moments later, the door creaked open again as Rikuju stepped inside. Upon seeing Rikuju, Chiba smiled warmly and gestured for him to sit. As he handled the documents on his desk, he continued, Rikuju, the land of grass has come to surrender. Please discuss matters with them. Remember, maintain a firm stance. Surrender is an option, but any prior compensation must be renegotiated. If they refuse, simply let them go. Upon hearing this, Riku nodded eagerly, responding, understood. Very well, off you go. Chiba waved his hand, prompting Riku to rise swiftly and exit the office. Chiba had not anticipated that just a few days later, the land of grass would be unable to endure. It was truly unfortunate that no other ninja villages had come to join the fray. Otherwise, he could have capitalized on the opportunity to extract more resources. Before long, Riku returned to the office. As he settled into his seat, he eagerly relayed the results of the negotiations to Chiba. After hearing the details, a satisfied smile spread across Chiba's face as he remarked, excellent, substantial funds will soon flow into our coffers. I must say, this method of generating income is rather effortless. It's a pity that no other villages intervened, else we could have profited even more. Riku rolled his eyes at this and said, then I shall retrieve the shadow guards. All right, bring them back. Chiba nodded in agreement. Chapter 96. 5 years later time, like a fleeting shadow, has passed swiftly. And 5 years have elapsed in the blink of an eye. The next generation of Konoha's 12 young ninjas has begun to emerge, with Naruto and Sasuke standing out prominently. Although their names remain unchanged, Naruto is no longer of the Uzumaki clan, but belongs to the Namikaze lineage. As for Sasuke, he remains unchanged, save for the fact that his mother is no longer Mikoto. In Chiba's home, the morning sun streamed through the kitchen window, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Chiba stood in the center of the kitchen, clad in an apron, diligently preparing breakfast. Soon, A delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen as Chiba gazed contentedly at his culinary creation before carefully carrying the plate out. Once he had arranged breakfast on the table, he made his way to the door, gently pushing it open to avoid waking anyone inside. Beyond the door lay a 6-year-old girl, soundly asleep with her eyes tightly shut. Chiba approached the bedside, crouched down, and gently stroked the girl's hair, softly calling, "Time to wake up, Kyuki." As if responding to his call, Kyuki's lashes fluttered slightly before she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze still hazy from slumber. "Daddy," Kyuki murmured lazily, extending her arms as if to beckon Chiba for a hug. Chiba smiled at this and promptly embraced Kyuki, who nestled against him like a well-behaved kitten, relishing her father's warmth. With Kyuki in his arms, Chiba proceeded to the adjacent room. He gently nudged the sleeping Rin, softly saying, "Time to rise, Rin." Feeling the gentle push, Rin slowly opened his eyes, still a bit groggy, and yawned before responding in a languid voice, "Daddy, sister." Acknowledging Rin's words with a smile, Chiba replied, "Time to get up." "Understood, Daddy," Rin acknowledged, casting a glance of envy at Kyuki, who was nestled in Chiba's embrace. Chiba nodded, and, still holding Kyuki, made his way to the bathroom. Seeing this, Rin rubbed his still sleepy eyes and sighed before climbing out of bed. As the children grew, Chiba had not held Rin in a long time. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but as a boy of 6, Rin was expected to be more independent, and his somewhat naive and innocent disposition left Chiba feeling less inclined to indulge him. Perhaps he was still too young, but Chiba hoped for a change, for such a temperament could lead to difficulties in the ninja world. Although peace had reigned in the ninja realm for a few years, Chiba was acutely aware that this tranquility would soon come to an end. Another factor was that it is often said daughters are a father's beloved from a past life. Kyuki, being his daughter, held a special place in Chiba's heart. As the children finished their morning routines, Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan had also risen. The family gathered around the dining table to indulge in a sumptuous breakfast. "Chiba, I heard that several major ninja villages are planning to jointly hold the Chunin exams. Is that true?" Kushina asked with curiosity. "Indeed, it is so," Chiba confirmed with a nod. "Who do you plan to send to participate in this Chunin exam?" Mikoto inquired next. After a moment of contemplation, Chiba replied without hesitation, "Let Itachi go." Kushina chuckled. "Are you really going to let him participate alone?" "Yes," Chiba nodded. After all, in the original story, Itachi also passed the assessment solo. Now, with Chiba's guidance, Itachi was undoubtedly stronger than his original portrayal, so Chiba had no concerns. There were no other ninjas of merit among Itachi's peers. As for the others, Riku would manage them effectively. Allowing Itachi to go alone would be more advantageous, as the presence of others would only hinder him. Upon hearing Chiba's response, Kushina and Mikoto exchanged knowing smiles. Mikoto then asked, "What about Izumi? Aren't you going to arrange for her to participate?" Chiba shook his head. Indeed, Uchiha Izumi was now Mikoto's apprentice. Her talents were remarkable, having awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan at a young age. Such a prodigy had not escaped Chiba's notice, and he had urged Mikoto to take her as a disciple early on. While Izumi was strong, Chiba felt it unnecessary for her to compete this time. Furthermore, he sensed that this joint Chunin exam was unlikely to be straightforward, as Konoha's dominance would not be easily tolerated by the other villages. Just as everyone was savoring their meal, Kyuki suddenly piped up, "I want to go too." Though her voice was soft, it cut through the tranquil atmosphere like a bolt of lightning, capturing everyone's attention. All ceased their movements, turning in surprise to Kyuki. Kushina was the first to react, quickly saying, "Don't be silly, you're still too young." Her tone carried a mix of affection and exasperation. However, Kyuki was clearly not willing to relent easily. She pouted and stubbornly retorted, "But I can beat Itachi. Why can he participate, but I cannot?" Kyuki's assertion held merit. Despite her tender age of 6, her prowess was formidable. Not only had she inherited Chiba's sage body, but she also possessed the powerful Rinnegan. Since she began her training, her progress had been nothing short of meteoric, her strength evolving rapidly. Currently, her chakra levels rivaled that of a Jonin. And although her mastery of the Rinnegan was still developing, she had already mastered the basics of attraction and repulsion, coupled with her innate ability to wield all chakra types. Her potential was indeed remarkable. It must be noted that despite her youth, Kyuki's capabilities were sufficient to contend with Jonin. Yet, she had a distinct disadvantage. Her practical combat experience was nearly non-existent. Being Chiba's daughter, even when sparring with slightly stronger opponents, they would instinctively hold back. Upon hearing Kyuki's words, Kushina helplessly blinked at Chiba, as if seeking his assistance. Witnessing this, Chiba felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He was acutely aware that his daughter possessed the capability to participate in this event. However, he harbored deep reservations about her potentially facing any harm throughout the process. After all, this event was a collaborative endeavor with other ninja villages, and the unpredictability of unforeseen incidents loomed large. Despite Chiba's unwavering confidence that once the other ninjas recognized Chiyue as his daughter, they would certainly refrain from inflicting any serious harm upon her, the reality remained. Chiyue was still quite young. Confronted with various unknown challenges and risks, Chiba could not quell his anxieties. As he grappled with his indecision, Chiyue seemed to discern his inner turmoil. She gracefully approached him, akin to a delightful little kitten, and clasped his arm tightly, beginning to plead. "Daddy, please let me participate." Her voice resonated with a melodious sweetness that was utterly irresistible. "I'm so bored at the Ninja Academy every day. My classmates are so immature and weak. I simply do not wish to attend school anymore." Faced with his daughter's persistent coaxing, Chiba let out a resigned sigh and conceded, "All right, I agree." He understood that he was utterly defenseless against Chiyue's charming antics, and it was evident that she had thoroughly grasped this fact. "Yay, you're the best, Daddy. Moi?" After receiving Chiba's affirmation, Chiyue joyfully planted a kiss on his cheek and leaped with delight. Meanwhile, Kushina observed Chiyue with evident concern. Noticing her worry, Chiba reassured her. "Do not fret, Kushina. Since she wishes to go, let her. Besides, it's being held in Konoha, so there won't be any danger." At his words, Kushina could only nod in reluctant agreement. Chiba's acquiescence was not solely due to his daughter's pleading. It was equally because Chiyue exhibited an extraordinary level of maturity. At times, Chiba had even entertained the notion that his daughter was a fellow traveler from another world, but upon testing this theory, he realized it was merely his overactive imagination. In Chapter 97, Examination List, the atmosphere in Chiba's spacious and brightly lit living room was initially quite jubilant. Chiyue was exuberantly dancing about, her laughter ringing out like the chime of silver bells, filling the entire room. However, at that moment, Lin Feng, seated beside Mikoto, unexpectedly interjected. "I want to join too." His voice, though soft, was sufficient to capture everyone's attention. Yet, before Lin Feng could finish his statement, Chiba promptly interrupted him. "You cannot." The words were delivered with a firm finality, leaving no room for discussion. Lin Feng found himself momentarily choked, his expression morphing into one of embarrassment and disappointment as he lowered his gaze, seemingly attempting to conceal his emotions. This was not a matter of favoritism on Chiba's part. Had Chiyue not been present, Lin Feng's talents would undoubtedly have stood out. Yet, with Chiyue's birthright of the Rinnegan, a rare gift that positioned her as the center of attention from the very beginning, she had eclipsed Lin Feng. Moreover, compared to the precocious Chiyue, Lin Feng appeared somewhat naive and innocent. This aspect of his character needed transformation, while it might have been harmless in times of peace. The current ninja world was far from simple. Lin Feng required time to mature. Observing his demeanor, Mikoto felt a pang of sympathy. She gently reached out, tenderly stroking Lin Feng's hair as she comforted him. "Even if your father agrees, I would not. Do not overthink it. Being a ninja is not as simple as you imagine. You need more time to grow." Lin Feng lifted his gaze to meet Mikoto's gentle eyes, and his sense of grievance eased somewhat. He nodded and replied, "I understand." Despite still feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he recognized the considerable gap between himself and his sister. In the Hokage's office, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the spacious room. Just as Chiba settled himself at his desk, the door creaked open gently. Yugao entered with a smile, her presence light and buoyant. "Good morning, Chiba." Her voice was sweet and melodious, reminiscent of a yellow oriole. Chiba looked up, a smile gracing his lips as he responded, "Good morning, Yugao. What brings you here?" His curiosity was piqued. Yugao suddenly appeared flustered, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, a rosy hue creeping onto her cheeks. Chiba, my father has invited you to dinner at our house tomorrow evening." Her voice dwindled to a near whisper. Unaware of her unease, Chiba answered without hesitation, "All right, I understand." Upon hearing his response, Yugao's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple. However, when she noticed Chiba's lack of reaction, still engrossed in the documents before him, A wave of disappointment and dissatisfaction washed over her. Pouting, she feigned anger and shot him a glare before abruptly stepping forward and stamping her foot down on Chiba's. Ouch. Chiba winced, unable to suppress his exclamation. He looked at Yugao in astonishment, utterly bewildered by her sudden behavior. Before he could process the situation, Yugao had already turned and exited the office briskly, leaving Chiba in a state of confusion, staring blankly at the closed door. Shaking his head in exasperation, he muttered, "What was that all about? Did I say something wrong?" Unable to comprehend, he chose to dismiss the incident and resumed reviewing the documents on his desk. Before long, the office door creaked open once more, and a steady figure entered. Shikaku approached Chiba's desk, unhurriedly taking a seat before placing a document on the table. "Here is the list of candidates I have selected for the Chunin exams. Please let me know if you have any opinions." His voice was deep and soothing, exuding professionalism and confidence. Chiba nodded slightly, accepting the document and meticulously perusing its contents. The rustle of paper filled the air as his keen gaze scrutinized every detail. After a while, Chiba finished reviewing the document, gently closing the folder and nodding in approval of the list. However, just as he was about to place it back on the desk, a thought struck him, and he looked up at Shikaku, saying, "Add Chiyue to the list as well." Shikaku was taken aback by Chiba's request, his expression revealing astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he sought confirmation. "Chiyue? Your daughter?" His tone rose slightly, tinged with confusion and incredulity. "Indeed," Chiba replied succinctly, his resolve unwavering. Shikaku's brow furrowed deeply, clearly taken by surprise at Chiba's decision. He regarded Chiba as though he were a stranger, and after a significant pause, he exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Your daughter is only 6 years old. How can you allow her to participate in the Chunin exams?" Chiba's calm demeanor remained unshaken by Shikaku's reaction. He spoke slowly. "Shikaku, do you truly believe I would jest about something so serious?" At this, Shikaku vehemently shook his head, decisively countering, "That is still unacceptable. What if something were to happen?" "Rest assured, Shikaku, if I were not completely confident, would I allow her to participate?" Chiba reassured him. "I know you may have doubts, but I can assure you, even Itachi would not stand a chance against her now." After listening to Chiba's words, Riku was left utterly stunned, as if witnessing the apocalypse, gazing at Chiba in disbelief. Observing this, Chiba shook his head with a hint of resignation and then elegantly waved his hand. Suddenly, as if by magic, a figure appeared in the office. Without any hesitation, Chiba addressed the newcomer with unwavering authority. "Shursui, summon Itachi." "Yes, Lord Hokage," came the swift reply, and in an instant, Shursui vanished from the room like a phantom. Chiba understood that only Itachi himself could convince Riku. Before long, Itachi entered the office, bowing respectfully to Chiba and Riku, greeting them with, "Master, Lord Riku." Chiba nodded and then inquired, "Itachi, do you think it would be agreeable for Kyuki to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams?" Without much contemplation, Itachi nodded affirmatively, stating, "I have no objections. Although my elder sister is young, she possesses the capability to compete in these exams." You may wonder why Itachi refers to Kyuki as his elder sister. This peculiar title arose from Kyuki's insistence after besting Itachi in combat. As she would put it, "If you cannot defeat me, you must call me sister." Itachi had no choice but to acquiesce to this unconventional demand. Chapter 98. The Terrifying Thoughts of Minato in the Hokage's Office. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Riku still seemed skeptical, asking, "Itachi, such matters cannot be trifled with. Are you certain?" "I am certain, and my elder sister's strength surpasses mine," Itachi replied without hesitation. Observing Itachi's resolute demeanor, Riku began to believe. Chiba smiled and encouraged, "Riku, you must trust me. Do you not realize how dearly I cherish this daughter of mine? I would not act foolishly." To this, Riku chuckled resignedly. "I truly did not expect your daughter to be as extraordinary as you. No, at her age, she far surpasses me. Surely, you do not think her beautiful eyes are merely for show?" Chiba responded, shaking his hand dismissively. "What is special about her eyes?" Riku inquired curiously. Chiba smiled and explained. "Her eyes are of a caliber surpassing that of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. They are known as the Rinnegan." Riku's eyes widened in disbelief, and even Itachi displayed a look of astonishment. This reaction stemmed from the fact that Chiba had never explained the Rinnegan to others, leaving them unaware of its exceptional nature. After all, the Rinnegan is exceedingly rare in the ninja world, with only Chiba and Kyuki possessing it. As for Otsutsuki Kinshiki on the moon, he had not yet evolved into the Rinnegan. Chiba also planned to journey to the moon soon, as Orochimaru was making significant progress in his research on the Sharingan and Hashirama cells, preparing for experimentation. Chiba intended to seek out the Otsutsuki clan's bloodline to further assist Orochimaru's studies, with the moon being the only promising location to find it. Without elaborating further, Chiba stated, "Itachi, I initially intended for you to participate alone, but now Kyuki will join as well. You two shall form a team." Itachi nodded without hesitation, affirming, "Yes, master." Chiba nodded in agreement, then suddenly recalled something and asked, "Itachi, how is the Uchiha clan faring now?" "Quite well, master. Ever since my father decisively replaced several elders, the Uchiha clan has become very harmonious," Itachi replied. Chiba nodded in satisfaction. After his previous warning to Fugaku, it seemed he had transformed, embarking on significant reforms. Concerned that Fugaku might struggle to handle the changes, Chiba had even sent Shursui to assist him. It was noteworthy that after Chiba's push, Fugaku's efforts yielded positive results. However, Chiba was surprised to learn that after Shursui killed an elder from the Uchiha clan, he had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. After discussing this with Shursui and finding no changes, Chiba felt reassured. Moreover, Shursui's Mangekyo technique remained the same, Kodo Tsukumi, leaving Chiba puzzled as to why there had been no alteration. Yet, he did not dwell on it, recalling that his initial desire to take Shursui as a disciple stemmed from his remarkable ocular technique, which he still coveted. However, upon attempting to replicate Kodo Tsukumi, Chiba discovered that the technique was ineffective against one possessing the Rinnegan. Yet, for himself, the cooldown period was merely a year, possibly due to the superior level of his eyes. "All right, I understand. You may leave now?" Chiba nodded in response. "Yes, master," Itachi replied, turning to exit the office. Once Itachi had left, Riku approached curiously, his face a mask of confusion as he asked, "Chiba, what exactly is the Rinnegan?" His tone conveyed a fervent curiosity about this mysterious phenomenon. Chiba smiled slightly, as if anticipating Riku's question. He explained leisurely, "You should be familiar with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, correct? The Rinnegan is, in fact, an evolution of the Byakugan." Riku's eyes widened in astonishment, stammering, "The Byakugan? Do you possess blood ties to the Hyuga clan?" Chiba quickly waved his hand, chuckling as he clarified, "I do not, but I indeed possess the Rinnegan. And Kyuki has inherited it from me." Riku nodded in understanding, then curiously pursued, "What about Rinfeng? What has he inherited?" Chiba shook his head helplessly, replying, "It remains unclear at this point, but he should have the Sharingan. As for anything beyond that, it is uncertain." Riku pondered this for a moment before exclaiming, "I see. But your genes are astonishingly good. You should have more children. Such exceptional genes must not go to waste." Chiba rolled his eyes in annoyance. "I am well aware. But that is not solely up to me. After all these years, Konan has not been pregnant yet. Had it not been for Kushina and Mikoto having children, I might have thought something was wrong with me." He added with irritation, "Enough idle chatter. You should leave quickly. I still have work to do." Seeing this, Riku chuckled in understanding, quickly responding, all right, you carry on with your tasks. I'll take my leave." With that, he stood up and exited. Not long after Riku departed, the door was abruptly flung open, and Minato rushed in like a gust of wind. His face was pale, and sweat beads glistened on his forehead, indicating an urgent matter at hand. Observing this, Chiba asked with curiosity, "Minato, what troubles you? Why the haste? Is something amiss?" Minato took a deep breath to compose himself, then looked at Chiba and said, "Chiba, I require your assistance with something." Chiba's heart sank slightly, and he promptly asked, "What is it? Speak freely. I will not decline if it is within my power." Minato hesitated for a moment, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts, but ultimately gathered his courage and stated, "I plan to split the nine tails within Hinata into two, sealing one half within Naruto." Upon hearing this, Chiba's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting utter astonishment. He never imagined that Minato would entertain such an idea. After all this time, Chiba had believed that Naruto would not become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. To his surprise, Minato still intended to seal a portion of the Nine Tails within Naruto. Is this what is referred to as the rectification of the world's will? Chiba could not help but inquire, "What led you to such a conclusion? Could this not be overly reckless?" Minato smiled wryly and explained, "Well, to be honest, I am not entirely sure why I harbor this thought. Ever since Naruto's birth, This notion has been continuously flickering in my mind. Chiba shook his head in resignation and remarked, "All right, since you have resolved to proceed, I shall refrain from saying more. However, your seeking my assistance indicates that you must have devised a specific plan, correct?" Minato nodded affirmatively and said, "Indeed, I have formulated a rough outline. Yet, to execute this plan, I require your help to control the Nine Tails, ensuring it does not spiral out of control during the process of division and sealing." Upon hearing this, Chiba did not hesitate and readily agreed. "No problem. A mere Nine Tails, after all. I merely need to glare at it to resolve the matter." Chiba continued, "Now that Naruto is 4 years old, have you explained everything to him?" "Rest assured, I have clarified everything. Otherwise, I would not have sought your aid," Minato assured him. Chiba nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, this was a personal matter for Minato, and since he had already clarified, Chiba felt no need to pry further. "When do you plan to commence?" Chiba inquired. "Tonight, after you finish work, I will take you with me," Minato responded. "Understood." Chiba nodded. "Well then, I shall take my leave. I will come to fetch you after your shift," Minato stated. "All right." With that, Minato turned and departed from the office. Chapter 99. Kurama. The sun set like a blood-red orb, slowly descending on the horizon. Just as Chiba had concluded his mountain of work, Minato rushed in like a tempest. Observing this, Chiba raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Minato, is there truly a need to be in such a hurry?" "I cannot help it. I feel quite uncertain and am unsure if we will succeed this time," Minato replied with a hint of helplessness. "Do not worry, with me by your side. Nothing untoward will occur. Now let us go." Chiba swiftly tidied his desk and exited the office. Given Minato's urgency, he decided to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to whisk Chiba away. Upon arriving at their destination, Chiba surveyed his surroundings and discerned that they were on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, encircled by a barrier. As he turned to look, he also spotted Kushina and Naruto. "Lord Chiba, Uncle Chiba," they greeted in unison. Chiba smiled warmly and nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us begin," Minato urged, brimming with impatience. "Very well, allow me to first have a word with the Nine Tails." With that, Chiba slowly opened his eyes, and the kaleidoscopic Sharingan radiated a dazzling light. His gaze, akin to 2 bolts of lightning, struck directly at Kushina's abdomen. In that instant, the scenery around Chiba underwent a dramatic transformation as if bewitched. The once clear world became a blur, replaced by a chaotic darkness. As time ticked by, Chiba finally beheld a colossal silhouette at the end of the darkness. It was bound tightly by numerous thick chains to a massive stone, utterly immobile. Hearing the commotion, the Nine Tails abruptly lifted its head, opening its gaping maw to emit a deafening roar. "Silence! What is all this ruckus?" Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails was about to retort angrily. But once it recognized who had arrived, its previously arrogant demeanor vanished without a trace. The Nine Tails widened its eyes in disbelief, staring at Chiba, its mouth agape but unable to produce a sound. The Nine Tails had recognized its visitor. It was this very person who, with a mere glare, had stripped it of its will to resist. Little did it expect to encounter him again after all this time. The Nine Tails lamented internally. How could they bully a fox like this? Why must it be him again? His appearance here surely bodes ill. Have I not committed any misdeeds of late to summon this demon? Unbeknownst to Chiba, the Nine Tails was grappling with such thoughts. He approached the Nine Tails with deliberate steps, each one laden with weight. When Chiba finally stood before the Nine Tails, he spoke, "Kurama." Upon hearing Chiba utter its name, the Nine Tails jolted as if struck by lightning, its eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. "How do you know my name?" The Nine Tails' voice trembled, clearly shocked that Chiba could call it by name. Chiba's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, "Are you curious as to how I know your name?" His words rippled through the air like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Just as the Nine Tails was still reeling from its astonishment, time seemed to freeze for an instant. Suddenly, the Nine Tails' pupils, as if manipulated by a mysterious force, transformed without warning into the shape of the Sharingan. In that moment, the Nine Tails' consciousness was utterly torn asunder, and it struggled with all its might to reclaim control of its body. However, the overwhelming force bore down upon it like an immovable mountain. The Nine Tails could only rely on the faintest flicker of its consciousness to squeeze out a final word. "Damn it, it's this pair of eyes again." Its voice was filled with despair and resentment, as if this pair of eyes represented an inescapable nightmare. The Nine Tails could not help but lament internally. Am I destined to be controlled by these eyes for all eternity? Moreover, the fact that the other party did not even offer a greeting seemed excessively discourteous. Meanwhile, Chiba stood by, witnessing the entire ordeal. Observing the Nine Tails, now completely devoid of its faculties, a thought flashed through Chiba's mind. He swiftly retrieved a stack of cards from his pocket. These were the chakra replication cards he had acquired earlier. A sudden realization dawned upon him. He had previously fallen into a misconception. He had assumed that the chakra replication cards could only be used once on the same target. But now it was evident that this notion was erroneous. Thus, Chiba resolved to personally test this hypothesis. Taking a deep breath, he gently placed one chakra replication card upon the Nine Tails. The moment the card made contact, it activated, emitting a soft glow. Almost immediately, the image on the card began to shift, gradually revealing the likeness of the Nine Tails. Witnessing this, a confident smile graced Chiba's lips. He mused to himself, how foolish I have been in the past. With this, my Ten-Tails seedling can indeed grow rapidly by replicating the Nine Tails chakra. Thankfully, I discovered this in time. After completing his task, Chiba withdrew his consciousness from that space. With the Nine Tails now under control, the next step rested with Minato. On the other side, Chiba, who had been with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them without warning, as if roused by some unseen force. His gaze swiftly turned to Minato, revealing a sense of resolve and determination in his eyes. It is time. You may begin. Chiba's voice was calm yet resolute. Understanding the cue, Minato nodded slightly. He took a deep breath, centering himself, and then turned his attention to Kushina, softly saying, Kushina, let us commence. Upon hearing Minato's words, Kushina slowly turned her head, her gaze falling upon Naruto. A profound sense of guilt flickered in her eyes. She was unwilling to witness her child become the vessel for the Nine Tails. Yet, she trusted in everything Minato had conveyed. Suddenly, she forced a gentle smile and softly asked Naruto, Are you afraid? Naruto was clearly taken aback by Hinai's unexpected question. He hesitated for a moment before shaking his head without a hint of doubt. Although Minato had previously explained certain matters to him, as a young child, he might not fully grasp the concept of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As Hinai finished speaking, she swiftly struck Naruto on the neck. In an instant, he fainted. Observing this, Hinai quickly caught Naruto and gently laid him down on the ground, then nodded toward Minato. Soon, the ceremony officially commenced. Chiba stood quietly to the side, observing everything with great curiosity. He wondered how Minato intended to separate the Nine Tails that had originally been sealed within Hinai. Chapter 100. The conspiracy. The outskirts of Konoha were enveloped in a powerful barrier. Within this barrier, Chiba sat quietly on the ground, fully focused on Minato as he conducted the ritual to split the Nine Tails. Initially, everything appeared quite ordinary. Minato simply released the Nine Tails from within Hinai. Thanks to Chiba's Sharingan exerting control over the Nine Tails, it did not rampage uncontrollably as it usually would upon release. As time passed, Chiba gradually understood Minato's method for separating the Nine Tails. This method was evidently designed specifically for the Uzumaki clan, as only members of that clan could endure such a process. The Uzumaki clan possessed a formidable life force and a high resistance to sealing techniques. Even after the tailed beast was extracted, they would not perish immediately, but could survive for a considerable time thereafter. Despite this, Chiba felt a sense of concern over Minato's audacious approach. What if, after the tailed beast was resealed, Hinai could not survive? Chiba shook his head, pondering silently. He stood up and slowly walked to Hinai's side. Gazing at her pale face, Chiba gently patted her hand. In that instant, something astonishing occurred. Hinai's body suddenly surged with an influx of powerful life force, as if she had been infused with vitality. Indeed, Chiba had discreetly transmitted some of the Six Paths Yang power to Hinai. This not only ensured her safety, but also made the entire process more secure and smooth. When Minato witnessed Hinai's previously weakened form suddenly bursting with newfound vigor, the signs of her frailty vanished without a trace, replaced by a vibrant life force within her. He could not help but feel astonished. Although he did not comprehend the specifics of what had transpired, he clearly understood that Chiba must have secretly done something to cause such a significant change in Hinai. Minato looked at Chiba with gratitude in his eyes. Chiba merely smiled and gestured for Minato to continue with the next steps. As time passed in the tense atmosphere, finally, the 8-trigram seal appeared on Naruto's abdomen, signifying that the separation and sealing of the Nine Tails had been flawlessly completed. However, at that moment, Chiba keenly sensed a significant depletion of life force within Minato. He realized this might be related to the sealing technique used to split the Nine Tails. Although Chiba was unsure of the specifics of this sealing technique, it was likely one Minato had developed specifically for this purpose. Nevertheless, this was not a good omen. Chiba mused, recognizing that if no measures were taken, it would be challenging for Minato to survive for many more years. After careful consideration, Chiba deemed it necessary for Minato to attempt injecting Hashirama's cells. Perhaps this could save his life. As the ritual concluded, Minato suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, and his once golden hair now bore streaks of white. Hinai, witnessing Minato's sudden changes, anxiously asked, "Minato, are you all right?" Hearing her words, Minato paused for a moment before smiling and reassuring Hinai, "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that my chakra is depleted." Seeing this, Chiba chose not to expose Minato's deception and quietly approached him, whispering a few words in his ear. Minato was initially taken aback, but then nodded in response. Chiba merely suggested that Minato visit Orochimaru the next day. After all, Chiba intended for Minato to inject Hashirama's cells, which would require Orochimaru's examination first. Chiba certainly did not wish for Minato to meet an untimely end. Without Minato, life would undoubtedly become far less tranquil for him. Well, this isn't merely for my comfort. It is entirely for Naruto's sake. After all, he shouldn't have to grow up without a father at such a tender age. Don't you agree? After Chiba sent Minato's family back, the night had quietly descended, enveloping the entire village of Konoha in darkness. Just as he was preparing to return home, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, it was Shursui. Upon seeing Chiba, Shursui immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Lord Hokage, we have received news from the Umbu regarding the situation with the Rain Village." He promptly retrieved an intelligence report from his pocket and handed it to Chiba. Chiba accepted the report and began to read it carefully. Since he had dispatched Umbu to investigate the Rain Village, he discovered that the developments differed from those in the original narrative. Nagato, who was supposed to take over the Rain Village, had not assumed the role of its leader as anticipated. Upon receiving this news, a thought suddenly flashed through Chiba's mind, leading him to make an immediate decision. He commanded Shursui to lead a team to the Rain Village and bring it under their control. Now, Shursui had effectively become the actual power holder of the Rain Village. Although the Rain Village was not large, it was a free gift, and Chiba undoubtedly would not let this opportunity slip by. After reviewing the intelligence report, he instructed Shursui, "Send a message to the Umbu, telling them not to act recklessly for the time being and that there is no need to send anyone else to investigate." "Yes, Lord Hokage," Shursui acknowledged before vanishing from sight. With Shursui's departure, Chiba pondered as he made his way home. The intelligence that Shursui had just relayed indicated that two individuals clad in red clouds and black cloaks, adorned with rings, had appeared within the Land of Rivers. It was evident that these were members of the Akatsuki organization. When Shursui set out for the Rain Village, Chiba had informed him of the characteristics of Akatsuki members, urging him to be vigilant. Now that they had suddenly appeared in the Land of Rivers, what were their intentions? Chiba seemed to recall something and murmured, "I remember that in the original story, Gaara was extracted from the One-Tails and perished in a cave within the Land of Rivers. Moreover, the Land of Rivers is adjacent to the Land of Wind. Could they be attempting to capture the One-Tails?" The more Chiba thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. With the Chunin exams just 2 months away, to be held in Konoha, the 4th Kazekage, Gaara, would undoubtedly attend in person. At that time, Tsunade would be particularly vulnerable. Upon reaching this realization, Chiba felt a sense of clarity. When he first received the news of the major ninja villages jointly hosting the Chunin exams, he sensed something was amiss. It appeared that this Chunin exam might be a conspiracy. Perhaps their objective extended beyond merely capturing the One-Tails. Having come to this conclusion, a sly smile crept onto Chiba's lips as he murmured, "Since the timeline for collecting tailed beasts has been accelerated, it is indeed a fortuitous turn of events for me. After all, my goals align perfectly with those of the Akatsuki organization. As long as they do not provoke Konoha, they can pursue their desires unimpeded. However, it seems that Mist Village was the first to propose this. Perhaps it is prudent to send someone to investigate further. After all, given that Chiba now suspects that the Chunin exam is a conspiracy, it is plausible that the individual who proposed this suggestion could either be a spy from the Akatsuki organization or under someone else's control. It was also a moment of oversight on his part. Considering that the Hidden Mist Village has ceased its Blood Mist policy, Chiba has not paid much attention to it. It appears that even without Obito, the hidden mist cannot escape its fate of being manipulated. Chapter 101. Kagaya at the entrance of the Chiba residence. As Chiba slowly pushed open the somewhat heavy door, a gentle breeze swept through, as if welcoming his return. At that moment, a figure darted towards him like a bolt of lightning, lunging with astounding speed. Upon closer inspection, Chiba smiled and exclaimed, "Ah, it's Kagaya?" Kagaya, resembling a joyous little bird, tightly embraced Chiba's waist, lifting her head with a beaming smile as she playfully called out, "Brother Chiba?" Observing this, Chiba extended his hand and tenderly ruffled her hair. However, just as Kagaya reveled in the delight of being in Chiba's embrace, a cold voice, tinged with irritation, interjected from the side. "Kagaya, how long do you intend to cling on?" Startled by the sudden voice, Kagaya quickly released her grip, turning to find Kiyomi glaring at her with an expression that seemed capable of devouring her whole. Feeling a twinge of fear, Kagaya, though slightly older than Kiyomi, dared not provoke her, for she knew she could not prevail in a confrontation. Kiyomi's anger lessened somewhat upon seeing Kagaya finally part from Chiba's embrace. Yet her expression remained stern and displeased. However, when her gaze shifted to Chiba, her demeanor transformed instantly, the previously icy expression replaced by a radiant smile. She hurriedly approached Chiba and without hesitation, leaped into his arms, sweetly calling out, "Daddy." Chiba observed Kiyomi's series of transformations and shook his head with a resigned smile. Having grown accustomed to such scenes, cradling Kiyomi, he carefully stepped inside. Upon entering the house, Kushina immediately spotted them, her face lighting up with joy as she gently said, "You're back. Quickly wash your hands and come to dinner. Kiyomi, hurry down and let your father wash his hands first." Upon hearing Kushina's words, Kiyomi pouted slightly, seemingly displeased at the interruption of her time in her father's embrace. Chiba, noticing her discontent, gently stroked Kiyomi's head and comforted her. "All right, my dear, after dinner, I will spend more time with you." He then set Kiyomi down and turned towards the bathroom. Moments later, having finished washing his hands, Chiba emerged to find the family gathered around the dining table, enjoying dinner. "Was everything smooth? Is Minato all right?" Kushina inquired curiously as she served Chiba his meal. Chiba nodded and smiled. Everything went quite smoothly. There were no issues. Upon hearing this, Kushina couldn't help but express her discontent. "I just don't understand what Minato is thinking, allowing his own child to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Chiba smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate, as he too was uncertain of Minato's true intentions. Just then, Mikoto interjected, "I heard that tomorrow night, Akane intends to invite you to her home for dinner?" Her tone seemed laced with ulterior motives. Chiba paused for a moment before nodding. "Ah, that is indeed the case." At this, Mikoto and Kushina exchanged knowing smiles. Unbeknownst to Chiba, he remained oblivious to the subtle shift in their expressions, continuing to focus on his meal. "What do you think about it?" Kushina inquired curiously. Chiba displayed a puzzled expression, replying, "What is there to think about? It's just dinner, isn't it?" This prompted Kushina and Mikoto to burst into laughter, with Mikoto teasingly saying, "How have you become so oblivious? Why would Akane invite you to dinner without reason? Indeed, are you planning to keep stringing her along?" Kushina chimed in. Suddenly, Chiba recalled the morning when Akane had abruptly become angry, and he slapped his forehead in realization. Initially, he hadn't given it much thought, but now it seemed that Akane was prepared to confront him directly due to his prolonged indecision. Since becoming a parent, Chiba had curbed his previous flirtations and had not considered this matter. It appeared that Akane was now bringing up his role as a father. Turning to Kushina and Mikoto, he asked, "Do you both have any opinions on this matter?" Kushina and Mikoto shook their heads, stating, "We have no objections. Neither of us intends to have more children. Since you've already entangled yourself, it's better to bring her into the fold, especially since you're familiar with her." Hearing this, Chiba nodded. Since they had no objections, there seemed little point in his hesitation. It appeared that Akane and Yuin would soon take on the role of stepmothers. Kiyomi pouted, her face displaying displeasure as she muttered. Upon hearing this, Kushina and Mikoto exchanged amused glances, their laughter ringing like silver bells in the air. Meanwhile, Rinfeng remained aloof, engrossed in his meal, seemingly uninterested in the conversation. Kagaya, however, had her eyes darting about, as if plotting something in her mind. Sensing the situation, Chiba smirked. "Oh, our little princess seems to be feeling jealous?" "Humph." Kiyomi huffed, Her little nose almost elevated to the heavens, as if to express her dissatisfaction to Chiba. Seeing this, Chiba smiled gently. By the way, Kiyomi, starting tomorrow, you won't need to attend school anymore. I will arrange for you to graduate early and accompany Itachi on a mission. Chiba seemed to recall something suddenly, turning to Kiyomi. Upon hearing his words, her eyes sparkled like two radiant stars, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Really?" Chiba nodded with a smile. However, Kushina's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of worry as her gaze, warm like the sun, focused intently on Kiyomi. Kushina understood that Chiba intended for Kiyomi to witness the harsh realities of combat. Although she recognized this as an essential part of a ninja's growth, Kiyomi was only 6 years old, and her heart was filled with trepidation. Noticing her concern, Chiba softly reassured her, "Kushina, there's no need to worry excessively. Have faith in her." "I understand." Kushina nodded slightly, though her eyes still glimmered with unease. Meanwhile, Rinfeng gazed enviously at his sister. Suddenly, Kagaya piped up, "Brother Chiba, I want to graduate early too." At her declaration, all eyes turned to Kagaya. Chiba initially intended to refuse, but it appeared that Kagaya had seen through his intentions. Quickly, she interjected, "Brother Chiba, don't underestimate me. My abilities are quite formidable. Just ask Sister Kushina." With that, Kagaya puffed out her chest proudly, resembling a peacock in full display. Being a member of the Uzumaki clan, she had been trained by Kushina over the years. Chiba turned to Kushina, who nodded earnestly in affirmation. Given her support, he found it difficult to refuse and finally conceded. "Very well, you may accompany Kiyomi and Itachi on the mission tomorrow, and I will evaluate your performance. Rest assured, Brother Chiba, I won't let you down," Kagaya declared confidently, patting her chest. Chiba smiled faintly at her enthusiasm. Chiba recently perceived that Xianglin possesses an exceptional amount of chakra within her. Although not as exaggerated as Chiyue's, it is still considerable. After years of training under Kushina, Chiba is confident that Xianglin's abilities will not be lacking. Forming a trio with Chiyue and Itachi will enhance their safety. Chapter 102. A visit the following day, in the Hokage's office. Four individuals stood upright in a spacious and well-lit room, their posture exuding utmost respect, as if awaiting significant directives. The quartet comprised Kakashi, Itachi, Chiyue, and Xianglin. All of their gazes fixed upon Chiba, who sat behind the desk. Chiba gradually closed the document in his hand and lifted his head, his sharp, steady gaze sweeping across the four before him, emanating an air of authority. When his eyes fell upon Kakashi, he spoke, "Kakashi, from this moment forth, you shall temporarily assume the role of captain for this makeshift team. With 2 months remaining until the Chunin exams commence, you are to lead them outside the village to undertake missions." Kakashi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chiba continued, "Remember, unless faced with life-threatening danger, neither you nor Itachi are to intervene. Do not feel compelled to protect her simply because she is my daughter. Such actions would only hinder her. She cannot be shielded indefinitely. Since she has chosen to graduate early, she must understand the responsibilities of a ninja." Kakashi and Itachi exchanged glances, each recognizing a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. Yet they responded in unison, "Understood, sensei." Chiba nodded in satisfaction before directing his gaze toward Chiyue and Xianglin. His tone softened as he addressed them. "You two must exercise utmost caution once you leave the village. The outside world is not as secure as the village. Danger can arise at any moment. Therefore, remain vigilant in all your endeavors, understood?" Chiyue and Xianglin promptly nodded, responding in unison, "Understood, Father, Chiba and I." Seeing this, Chiba waved his hand dismissively. "All right, you may leave now." Upon hearing this, the group respectfully bowed before departing the office. Once they exited, Chiba suddenly summoned a shadow clone, imparting a few instructions before the clone promptly vanished from the room. Despite his meticulous arrangements, as a father, he felt the need for an additional layer of assurance. A day swiftly passed. Just as Chiba completed his work for the day, the door to his office was gently pushed open, and Yugao strolled in with a smile. "Chiba and I, are we ready to go?" Chiba nodded. "In a moment, let me tidy up." With that, he quickly organized the documents on his desk before following Yugao out of the office. As they walked side by side along the streets of Konoha, they resembled a pair of celestial beings, the setting sun casting a beautiful glow upon them, creating an image reminiscent of a splendid painting. Chiba broke the silence, softly saying, "Yugao, I apologize for my foolishness yesterday. I failed to respond in time, causing you distress. Upon hearing this, Yugao smiled gently, blooming like a spring flower, and shook her head lightly. It's all right. Chiba then tenderly took her hand. The sudden gesture made Yugao's body tremble slightly, and a faint blush graced her cheeks. The two walked hand in hand toward Yugao's home in silence. Before long, they arrived at her doorstep, where Jinhong had been waiting patiently. His gaze, warm as the spring sun, regarded Chiba and his daughter approaching hand in hand, a radiant smile blooming on his face. Jinhong stepped forward. Chiba, you've arrived. There's no need for gifts. Senior Jinhong, how could I come empty-handed when you invited me for a meal? This marks my first formal visit, Chiba replied, respectfully presenting the gift he had hastily purchased on the way. To be honest, Chiba felt somewhat unfamiliar with the customs surrounding visits to one's future father-in-law, as both Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan were orphans. He had never experienced such a situation. Just as they prepared to enter the house, a melodious voice suddenly rang out from behind Chiba. I'm sorry for being late. Chiba turned sharply, astonished to see Shiyuan. He hadn't anticipated her presence, and a hint of confusion welled within him as he glanced at Yugao, who smiled subtly, her lips curving upward. You've arrived just in time. Chiba and I have just gotten here, she said gracefully, linking arms with Shiyuan. At this moment, Shiyuan's eyes flickered with a hint of anxiety, resembling a startled fawn. Avoiding Chiba's gaze, Chiba understood the situation quite well by now. Come on, let us head inside, Jinhong urged. Without delay, they all moved indoors. Inside, a table was laden with an array of dishes. Once seated, they commenced their dinner. Suddenly, Jinhong raised his glass toward Chiba, saying, Chiba, you must have realized why I invited you here today. Since Shiyuan's parents have sacrificed themselves, I have always regarded her as my daughter. That is why I called her here today. You are aware of the unspoken feelings between the two of them. Originally, I had no intention of intervening, but they approached me due to your lack of progress over the years, so I shamelessly invited you here. I won't say much more. I leave them in your care. Upon hearing this, Chiba hastily lifted his glass, earnestly declaring, Rest assured, Senior Jinhong, I will treat them well. Haha. Still calling me Senior Jinhong? Jinhong chuckled. Father-in-law. With that, their glasses clinked, producing a melodious sound before they both drank heartily. Nearby, Yugao and Shiyuan blushed, their shyness washing over them like a tide, gazing at Chiba with eyes as deep as autumn waters. The meal did not last long. Jinhong, overwhelmed with joy, became inebriated and was soon assisted to his room by Yugao and Shiyuan. Chiba, having partaken in considerable drink himself, felt dizzy, his cheeks flushed like ripe apples. To be honest, this was the first time Chiba had truly gotten drunk since arriving here. Seated on the sofa, he watched Yugao and Shiyuan busily attending to tasks in the kitchen, a charming smile gracing his lips as he staggered to his feet and made his way toward them. Chiba approached them, wrapping an arm around each, playfully saying, Ladies, it's getting late, we should rest. In response, both Yugao and Shiyuan turned crimson, their shyness palpable. Tonight, you should stay with Shiyuan, Yugao suggested softly. Shiyuan gently shook her head, replying, You should be with Yugao first. Observing the two of them pushing each other away, a mischievous smile crept across Chiba's face as he teasingly remarked, You don't need to be shy. Why not all stay together? At his words, both Yugao and Shiyuan instinctively shook their heads in unison, firmly rejecting the idea. Chiba, however, paid no mind to their objections, lifting them both effortlessly as if they were light as feathers, striding toward the room. Though this was Yugao's home, with Jinhong already inebriated, Chiba, feeling a bit tipsy himself, decided to indulge and enjoy the moment. In Chiba's embrace, Hong and Shiyin struggled continuously, murmuring, Chiba, wait, my father is still here. Chiba, the door is not closed yet. As soon as the words left their lips, a loud bang echoed through the air, and the door was firmly shut. Not long after, the room was filled with a series of enchanting sounds. Chapter 103. The teasing of Jojo the following day, the morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, spilling into the room like shards of gold, illuminating the disarray scattered across the floor. Various articles of clothing lay strewn about like fallen leaves. As the gaze gradually settled on the head of the bed, one could see Chiba lying serenely in the center, with Hong and Shiyin nestled quietly in his arms, their heads resting gently against his chest. Their hair appeared slightly disheveled, and their faces were reminiscent of freshly bloomed peach blossoms, faintly flushed. With their hands tightly wrapped around Chiba's waist, as if fearing the loss of this warm haven, Suddenly, the corners of Chiba's eyes twitched slightly, akin to ripples forming on a tranquil lake. Soon after, he slowly opened his eyes, still hazy from sleep, and gazed at the two girls who remained in slumber, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chiba cautiously reached out to smooth their tousled hair. However, despite his carefulness, he inadvertently disturbed their peaceful rest. As the two girls opened their eyes, their delicate faces flushed like ripe apples, resembling startled fawns as they quickly turned away from Chiba. Observing this, Chiba chuckled softly. Choosing not to tease them, he gently patted their backs and said tenderly, "I will get up first. You two should rise soon as well." With that, Chiba rose from the bed, swiftly dressed, and exited the room. After all, this was not his own home, and having indulged a bit too much the previous night, he now felt a touch of embarrassment in facing the true Red. Just as Chiba stepped out of the room, he was taken aback to find the true Red sitting at the dining table, her gaze akin to that of a cunning fox, eyeing Chiba with a mischievous intent. Chiba awkwardly scratched his head and sheepishly greeted, "Good morning, father-in-law." With a smile, the true Red replied, "Good morning, go wash up first." Upon hearing this, Chiba felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly responded, "All right, I understand." He then turned and dashed to the bathroom like an arrow released from its bow. Before long, the group was seated around the dining table, where a delightful breakfast was laid out. Hong and Xian's faces were slightly flushed as they kept their heads bowed, silently consuming their meal, occasionally stealing glances. Chiba, with his thick skin, appeared more at ease, engaging in casual conversation with the true Red. To be honest, this breakfast felt like the longest one Chiba had ever experienced. Despite his thick skin, the fact that he had dined with the true Red's daughter and had been discovered made the situation undeniably awkward. Finally, as Chiba finished the last morsel on the table, he let out a sigh of relief and set down his utensils. "Father-in-law, I shall take my leave now," he stated. The true Red nodded in response. Go ahead." Following this, both Hong and Xian stood up, a hint of shyness in their voices as they said, "Dad, Uncle, we are leaving too." With that, Chiba led Hong and Xian away from the table towards the door. Along the way, Hong incessantly complained about Chiba's antics from the previous night, expressing her embarrassment in facing her father that morning. Although Xian remained silent, her eyes clearly conveyed her discontent with Chiba. Chiba could only scratch his head in resignation, repeatedly apologizing to Hong. However, it seemed that Hong was not inclined to forgive easily, continuing her tirade. Just as Chiba settled at his desk, he heard the office door being pushed open. He looked up to see Jojo sauntering in. A sly smile danced on Jojo's lips as he fixed his gaze on Chiba and teasingly remarked, "Well, the groom has managed to arrive on time today." At this, Chiba shot Jojo an exasperated glare and retorted, "Isn't the shadow guard too idle, now even daring to spread rumors about my private life?" Rather than taking offense, Jojo burst into laughter, explaining, "Come on, you two were brazenly holding hands in public yesterday, making your way to the true Red's house. It's impossible for others not to notice." Chiba could only shake his head in defeat. Jojo, seemingly unfazed by Chiba's reaction, pressed on, "So, when do you plan to hold the wedding?" Chiba pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head, replying, "Let's forget about it for now. If I were to host a wedding, it would become quite the spectacle, requiring extensive preparations." Jojo's curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Don't Hong and Xian have any objections?" Chiba nodded in affirmation, stating, "I asked them last night, and they also felt it unnecessary, given my unique circumstances." Understanding, Jojo replied, "All right then, this is your personal matter, and I won't meddle too much." Chiba smiled, suddenly recalling something, and quickly asked, "By the way, you came here early not just to tease me, did you?" At this, Jojo waved his hand dismissively and, with a curious expression, asked, "I heard you sent someone to investigate in the Mist Village. Have you sensed something amiss?" Chiba nodded slightly, affirming, and continued, "Indeed, I have made some discoveries, though they are merely conjectures at this point. However, there is no need for excessive concern. While there may be some conspiracy surrounding the Chunin exams, it does not directly involve our Konoha village." Upon hearing Chiba's words, Jojo felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Exhaling in relief, "I see, that is good." Chiba, noticing his reaction, reassured, "All right, don't worry too much. However, the village's security will require your attention, as an influx of individuals from other shinobi villages may cause some unrest." Jojo promptly responded, "Rest assured, the Shadow Guard is not to be trifled with." Chiba nodded in satisfaction. By the way, has Minato not come to work for several days? Is everything all right? Jujio inquired curiously. Chiba waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I sent him to Orochimaru's place. He will probably need some time to recuperate. Was that night particularly troublesome? Although few were aware of the incident involving the Nine Tails, Jujio was well informed. Seeing this, Chiba refrained from elaborating further, simply stating, there were some changes. Minato needs to rest for a while. I see. Jujio nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Chiba wore a sly smile and looked at Jujio, saying, so, from now on, you will need to take on more of Minato's responsibilities. At this, Jujio's expression darkened instantly. If one were to identify who was the busiest in the Hokage building daily, it would undoubtedly be Minato. After all, during this peacetime, while major issues were scarce, there were still countless minor matters to attend to. All of these fell to Minato's shoulders, and with him resting, Chiba would undoubtedly need someone to step in. Who better than Jujio, especially since he had just dared to tease him earlier? Well, consider this his comeuppance.